Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. As you just saw from the graphic there, Pilar Arias here with you this morning. I hope you all had a fabulous weekend. I am trying to launch right this second the platform that has a chat feature. For some reason, on Monday mornings, it tends to give me a little bit of hiccups, but as soon as I can get that going for you all, I will do so. Again, good morning, happy Monday. You're watching News Now from Fox. And I have just launched, there we go. Now we are live on the platform that has a chat feature. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. It is December 14th. We are inching closer and closer to Christmas. Exciting time usually for us, but of course the coronavirus pandemic changing a lot of that. Good morning again. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for tuning in, starting your day and your week right here with us on News Now from Fox. My job is to get you all up to speed with everything that you may have missed over the weekend and the top stories that have developed this morning, of course. I'm going to show you a live look right now at the White House in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where it looks like they might be experiencing some fall-like weather. I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 5 DC's website, to see exactly what their weather is looking like. 42 degrees and cloudy out there. So it is time for your morning brief here on News Now from Fox. That's when we get all caught up with the top stories from across the country. Of course, the major breaking news over the weekend is that a coronavirus vaccine is coming. Now that the emergency use from the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine has been approved. Nearly 300,000 Americans have died from COVID-19, but help is on the way. Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, which scientists found to be 95% effective, will be available to millions of Americans for use during the emergency. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from the White House.
It's a historic weekend for the country as a massive rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine gets underway. Pfizer's vaccine arrived at UPS's Worldport facility in Louisville, Kentucky Sunday. Doses are being sorted and will then be delivered to more than 600 locations nationwide. An added challenge for distribution, the vaccine requires storage temperatures of minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Pfizer says GPS-enabled sensors will help track the shipments and ensure they stay cold.
We've also got a portable cold storage capability as these vaccines are being sent out to other locations around the country where we'll be able to get some of those small ultra-low temperature vaccines freezers out as well.
President Trump says he's thrilled to see the vaccine rollout underway. The president signed an executive order last week ensuring the country's stockpile is prioritized for U.S. citizens. And while the administration says it will be a few months until everyone has access to it, this is a major step forward in the fight against the virus.
If I wasn't president, you wouldn't have a vaccine for 5 years, okay? I pushed the FDA and companies and everybody else involved like nobody's ever been pushed before, and now you have it rolling out.
On Friday, the U.S. government purchased an additional 100 million doses of Moderna's vaccine on top of 100 million already on order. An FDA advisory panel is scheduled to meet later this week to review a second vaccine candidate from Massachusetts-based Moderna. The White House is confident the country will have the vaccine supply it needs, especially as production of doses ramps up in the weeks ahead. The goal is to have widespread availability by the second quarter of 2021. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Mark, thank you so much for that update there. Here is a live look, everyone, at Port Canaveral, Florida. The sun has yet to rise here on the East Coast, 6:03 in the morning. And we are getting going with your morning brief right here on News Now from Fox. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. The reason I brought you out to Florida here for this beautiful live look of the port is because I want to get up to speed with the vaccine distribution plans right here in Central Florida. This segment from Good Day Orlando on Fox 35.
We may be hours away from the first COVID-19 vaccinations in the U.S.
Guess what? They've already rolled out, as you probably know if you've been watching over the weekend. FedEx and UPS planes filled with Pfizer's vaccines on their way across this country. Florida set to receive nearly 180,000 doses. Good Day Orlando has live team coverage for you all morning long. Fox 35's Jessica Albert joins us live in studio. We do want to begin with Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She is live outside Advent Health Orlando this morning. Amanda, good morning. morning to you. That, of course, will be one of the first local hospitals to receive the vaccine.
That's right. And of the nearly 180,000 COVID-19 vaccines, we are told 20,000 of those doses will be arriving to Advent Health.
It's an historic weekend for the country as the massive rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine gets underway. Pfizer's vaccine doses are being sorted and delivered to more than 600 locations nationwide. One of the challenges for distribution is the vaccine requires a storage temperature of -94 degrees Fahrenheit. Pfizer says GPS-enabled sensors will help track the shipments to ensure they stay cold. In this first batch, Pfizer is sending Florida 179,400 vaccines. Of that, 81,900 doses are being sent to CVS and Walgreens to give to patients at long-term care facilities. 97,500 doses are being sent to 5 separate hospital systems. Alan Harris is the Emergency Management Director for Seminole County.
We've been told that it could come as early as Monday or Tuesday. 20,000 doses to Advent Health Orlando, which will be for the whole system. So Advent Health Altamont is part of the system. So they would be the first doses.
Officials tell us all of the vaccine allotments for week 1 are already assigned, but next week in week 2, we should receive nearly twice as many vaccines, some 300 to 500,000 doses. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thanks for that update. Other local hospital officials say they are ready to go once their shipments of the vaccine arrive. Our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Jessica Albert. She joins us in studio. Jessica, good morning to you. Omni Health says they have a plan they're ready to put in motion.
Yeah, Robert, that's right. Omni Health in Brevard County could also be getting its first doses of vaccines within the next few days. They're expected to be able to give out 3,000 doses a day.
Coronavirus vaccines now making their way to hospitals across the country, including ones in Central Florida. Omni Health in Brevard County is waiting on its shipments.
I expect that in Central Florida, healthcare workers specifically and the residents of the skilled nursing facility will begin to receive the vaccine on Tuesday.
Fox 35 spoke with Omni Health CEO Craig Deligdish about the hospital's plan to distribute the vaccines. He says staff is prepared to administer them at COVID-19 drive-through locations.
We have been in the planning stages for several weeks, utilizing the same plans and logistics that we have been using to test thousands of people over the last 9 months.
Deligdish says he has concern about the vaccine as the first batches go out this week.
It's very, very possible that as we roll out the vaccine and begin to administer it to millions of people, we begin to see immune reactions, begin to see problems that we didn't see in the clinical trials.
Now
accidentally cut her off there. Big thanks to our sister station here at Fox 35 Orlando, though, for providing us the latest on the plans here in Central Florida for vaccine distribution. You all are taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital for good reason, because I've got another top story for you there from the White House. The latest that we are hearing, some White House officials who work in close proximity to President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence will be offered coronavirus vaccines as soon as this week, while its public distribution is limited to frontline health workers and people in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. 2 people familiar with the matter confirmed that the newly approved vaccine from Pfizer will be made available to those who work in close quarters with the nation's top elected officials. They said the move was meant to prevent more COVID-19 spread in the White House, which has already suffered from several outbreaks of the virus that infected Trump and other top officials. So that is the latest here on NewsNOW from Fox. Continuing on with our morning brief, top stories from across the country. We also have another President Trump related story, that is 4 people were stabbed, 9 went to the hospital, and police say they arrested more than 30 Saturday, hours after another pro-Trump demonstration in Washington. Far-right and extreme-left groups violently clashed in D.C. Fox News correspondent Rich Edson has the story.
4 people were stabbed, 9 went to the hospital, and police say they arrested more than 30 yesterday, hours after another pro-Trump demonstration here in Washington. Groups supporting the president, like the Proud Boys, and counter-protesters, including Antifa, again fought in downtown Washington last night in riot gear and with bicycles. Police tried keeping the opposing groups apart, though they eventually scattered and found each other, leading to sporadic fights with punching, kicking, pepper spray, and stabbing, and police trying to break it all up. Metro Police Department says 8 officers were injured in all of this. Waving Trump flags and carrying signs, the demonstrations began with thousands of Trump supporters gathering in Washington to rally for President Trump in his effort to overturn the results of the election, citing unfounded claims of widespread voter fraud that federal courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, have roundly rejected. On his way to West Point for the annual Army-Navy football game, the president in his helicopter, Marine One, passed over cheering crowds on the National Mall and in downtown Washington. Last month, the president's motorcade drove around a similar rally along Pennsylvania Avenue, where tens of thousands of his supporters gathered from across the country. The Electoral College is scheduled to meet tomorrow and officially confirm the results of the presidential election. State certified election results would put President-elect Joe Biden ahead 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Rich, thank you so much for that update. That update was actually yesterday. The Electoral College, everyone, set to meet today. We will have any updates for you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, you're taking a live look in New York City, right outside of the Fox News headquarters. Such a beautiful live picture, especially look, you can pretty much see the whole Christmas tree and the nutcrackers there on the bottom and the large presents and the trees lit in red, white, and blue. Looks like such a gorgeous early morning there in New York City. 6:11 here on the East Coast. I just went to Fox 5 New York's website and I see that it is 43 degrees and it's only expected to become 44 degrees there today. By the way, everybody, while I have a chance, I'm going to bring you the latest from New York right here. It's because we don't have a story that actually has video that we can air for you. But an armed man was shot and killed by police outside the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine in Manhattan yesterday afternoon after he began firing a gun at the end of a Christmas choral concert. The NYPD said no one but the suspected gunman was shot. The gunfire began just before 4 in the afternoon at the Mother Church of the Episcopal Diocese of New York. A crowd of several hundred people was drifting away when the gunman started shooting, sending people running down Amsterdam Avenue, screaming and diving to the sidewalk. A detective, a sergeant, and a police officer who were at the event fired 15 rounds, killing the man. That's according to New York Police Commissioner Dermot Shea. The gunman was dressed in black with his face obscured by a white baseball cap and a face mask. He had a silver pistol in one hand and a black one in the other as he stepped from behind a stone column at the top of the staircase. Witnesses told police the man was yelling, quote unquote, "kill me," as he fired, Shea said. The man's name was not immediately released by police. The man, though, had a lengthy criminal history and was carrying a backpack containing a can of gasoline, rope, wire, tape, knives, and well-worn Bible, Shea said. The police commissioner called the actions of the officers, quote unquote, heroic. It wasn't clear if the gunman was aiming at people or firing in the air, but before the gunfire began, the concert featured members of the cathedral choir standing far apart on the stone steps wearing masks because of the coronavirus pandemic. So absolutely sad news there out of New York City. Wanted to bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to continue on with our top stories from across the country. This next one, we're going international, talking about Iran tensions. Let's get the latest from Trey Yinks.
Good evening. Iran has executed a journalist that was critical of the regime in Tehran. According to state media, Ruhollah Zam was hanged after being found guilty of, quote, corruption on earth. Zam was accused in part of sparking anti-government protests in 2017 as a result of articles posted to his news site. He had been living in France last year when he was taken by Iranian authorities. Amnesty International today called the execution reprehensible, saying that he and his family were not notified ahead of the hanging. This comes amid ongoing tension between the West and Iran following the killing of a top Iranian nuclear scientist. Today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with the U.S. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien to discuss a variety of regional issues, including the new normalization deal with Morocco and the possibility of Iranian attacks in the Middle East.
We should all unite to prevent this major threat to world peace. I say world peace because today the Islamic Republic of Iran is still a neighborhood, a nasty neighborhood bully.
Iran is continuing its nuclear aspirations as officials in Washington, Jerusalem, and Tehran make their own calculations about what to do next. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. Good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. Happy Monday. I hope you had a fabulous weekend. I know a lot of people are preparing for the holidays, some already in full holiday mode. Please, if you choose to celebrate, gather with family and friends. Do so as safely and healthfully as possible. The coronavirus pandemic rages on. I will have an update on that in just a bit, the fact that people still plan to gather this holiday season. Continuing on with your morning brief here on News Now from Fox, I want to show you here really quickly a different live picture I have for you. This is Times Square in New York City, where not a whole lot of New Yorkers are out just yet, and the sun hasn't even risen, so that could have something to do with it. But this next top story I have for you is from the West Coast. An occupation of a home dubbed the quote-unquote Red House is ongoing in Portland, Oregon. The home was foreclosed on, but the owners do not want to leave. It sparked an encampment and standoff. Fox's John Hedricks has the latest on the situation. Again, from Portland, Oregon.
In Portland's rain today, a stalemate continues into a fourth night.
There's a lot of work that has to be done.
Occupiers of this encampment along Mississippi not budging. It's been this way for 4 days. Roadblocks and tents surrounding the so-called Red House on Mississippi.
Livability in Portland is one of the biggest things that everyone deserves. It's a right. Public safety is a right, and this is not it.
Gabriel Johnson is with the Coalition to Save Portland. He says he stepped in to try to be a mediator between both sides.
This isn't livable. We've got neighbors that have reached out to the police, that have reached out to a number of organizations that are in contact with us. They're trapped in their homes. They don't feel like they're able to leave.
Today, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office put out a timeline of what led up to the latest eviction on Monday. It released these photos showing the home on December 8th. The Sheriff's Office says deputies found the home to be heavily fortified from the inside and found a number of firearms on the property. 6 people were arrested. During that eviction, Mike Reese, the sheriff, says that they had lined up local services and resources to help those at the home. The Oregonian is reporting the developer who currently owns the Red House says he'd sell the home back. Fox 12 has reached out to the developer to verify that information, but has not heard back.
Portland's a special place, and it needs to be returned.
For Johnson, the hope this will all come to an end soon, but for now, this stalemate continues.
Speaking of stalemates, a lot of people wondering when a coronavirus relief stimulus bill package will be passed. Right here on Capitol Hill, you're taking a live look at right now. We will stay on top of any developments for you right here on News Now from Fox. Hey, are you planning on mailing any Christmas cards, any holiday gifts where you yourself actually have to go to the post office? I will tell you, the post office is expecting it. Continuing on with your morning brief here on News Now from Fox, it's a mad dash over the next couple of weeks for the post office to get all those cards and packages to their destinations in time. And this year, it's expected to be busier than ever. I'm not going to lie, I feel like we say that every year. Fox's Amber Wilmarth has that story, also from Portland.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, but it's also the busiest for the United States Postal Service. They tell us more people than ever are sending out cards and gifts this year because of the pandemic.
I know it's been a hard season, so just trying to give some joy.
The rush is on to get those gifts and cards under the tree in time. And this year, the folks at the post office are busier than ever.
We're easily doubling what we saw at this same time of year last year with the pandemic and everybody being kept apart. More people are shopping online, more people are using the mail to stay in touch.
They've increased hours and delivery windows to try to keep up, and some people are taking advantage, getting up bright and early to make sure their mail makes it on time.
That's just anticipating the delivery. We want to try to get this out, make sure it gets there on Christmas.
I was expecting to be a line out the door, but I was very surprised. Yeah, pleasantly surprised.
Monday is expected to be the busiest day of the year. Here are some other key dates you should know. The post office recommends sending your gifts no later than December 15th for regular ground shipping and December 18th for first-class mail like Christmas cards and priority packages. How you pack up your presents makes a difference too.
Sturdy boxes, well addressed, clear on the addressing.
For more information and tips on mailing out gifts this year, you can head over to our website, kptv.com. Reporting in Northwest Portland, Amber Wilmarth, Fox 12, Oregon.
Did she just say today was going to be the busiest day? Because I have to go mail some Christmas cards today. Great. I cannot wait. Hopefully there's no long line at the post office. Again, good morning, everyone. You're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for tuning in and being here. We're getting you all caught up with your morning brief before some of you will see a 2-minute commercial break and then return here. Several more top stories, though. It appears that a survey says most Americans are planning on gathering with family and or friends for the holidays. Let's get the latest right here on News Now from Fox.
And it seems like these along Fifth Avenue in front of the Rockefeller Center tree and in front of Saks Fifth Avenue's window display that have many health experts concerned about the rising coronavirus cases this holiday season. But when we came on the street to ask people whether or not they'll be traveling or gathering with family this year, the answers were mixed.
I think it's worth the risk to be able to spend time with family and friends down in Florida, so I'm willing to risk it.
I'm going to stay here, spend time with family, but it's going to be a smaller group than normal.
This couple might be the perfect example of what Americans are thinking when it comes to the holidays of 2020. They agree with the new Time Harris poll survey that claims women are more likely to social distance than men.
I see a lot more men not wearing masks than women.
Or not properly, at least.
Or not wearing them properly, yeah.
But as the strain on our health system grows and new COVID-19 cases shatter old records, that same survey claims that a majority of Americans will see their family this Christmas.
I think I'm going to be with family this year.
We prefer to stay at home this year.
The study also finds that 1 in 4 Americans have plans to travel for Christmas, and 1 in 5 say they're traveling for New Year's.
We've been traveling. We went to Chicago earlier. We went to Las Vegas.
Immediate family, like a car ride away. And I feel like that's fine, but anything more than that, probably not this year.
Even though you're advised to stay away from scenes like this, experts say if you must venture out, gather, or travel, just be as safe as you can. But keep in mind, there is no place like home for the holidays. In Midtown, Richard Giacobas, Fox 5 News.
Richard, thank you so much for that update there from the city, New York City, where it looks like plenty of crowds are out shopping and essentially holidaying, being together with family and friends, checking out all the sights and sounds. But yeah, some people say, hey, if we're going to travel, we're only going to do it by car. Other people have said, we've been traveling this entire pandemic. To each their own. Take another live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., where you can see the holiday decorations, the wreaths on all the windows. It's so interesting. This time of morning, it's normally that bottom left side and the top right side of the White House that actually has lights on. But this picture will get much more beautiful looking as soon as the sun starts to rise here on the East Coast. Currently 6:23. Again, happy Monday. We appreciate you waking up and starting your week with us. If you're watching on the platform that has a chat feature, there's currently 357 of you on there. Feel free to let me know how your weekend was, if you did anything holiday related and the like, spent time with family, friends perhaps, or just had a relaxing weekend at home. A lot of people still just aren't comfortable doing anything outside the home. I got some business news for you here on the morning brief from News Now from Fox. Turns out the company Oracle Corporation, a multi-billion-dollar software and technology company, is the latest tech giant to announce it's leaving Silicon Valley for Texas. Fox's Amber Lee has this story here on News Now from Fox.
Oracle's headquarters has long been a highly visible presence in Redwood City. But on Friday, the company announced that it is moving its headquarters to Austin, Texas. The software giant says the move means many of its employees can choose their office location as well as continue to work from home part-time or all the time.
It's very disappointing to learn that a company like Oracle, an iconic Bay Area company, is moving its headquarters to Texas.
Jim Wunderman of a public policy organization, Bay Area Council, says Oracle is only the latest company to move out of state. He expects more to join the exodus. Working from home is now the norm, brought on by the pandemic but appears likely to stay.
The Bay Area and California don't measure up well, given the higher cost.
Higher cost of living and higher taxes compared to other states. In response to Oracle's announcement, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wrote on social media, "Texas is truly the land of business, jobs, and opportunity. We will continue to attract the very best."
Seems to be the par for the course for 2020.
The owner of the grill house near Oracle's headquarters says the company's move is another blow as the restaurant struggles with the loss of business due to the pandemic. Oracle and its employees have been steady customers.
We've benefited from having lunches, happy hours, events, and doing a lot of catering with them. So not knowing what's going to happen just makes everything a little bit tougher.
We're resilient and we'll rebound.
San Mateo County Supervisor David Canaba says despite the expected loss in tax revenues that will come from Oracle's move, the Bay Area will remain attractive with its many tech giants and prestigious universities.
People from around the world come here, and the reason they come here is because of the talent of the professors, the ability to live in an inclusive area.
People that don't like that. People don't come to work to understand. No hard disk and no floppy disk and no backup device.
All right, everybody. I'm not quite sure what happened to the sound there of that story, but that was the latest from Silicon Valley. Oracle is moving its headquarters to Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas is a very happening town, really tech giant heavy as well. I used to live in Texas, so I definitely know. San Antonio, not too far from Austin either. Taking a live look at the White House and our nation's capital yet again, and that's because we have election 2020 news. I probably should be showing you all the Capitol because this has to do with the U.S. Senate runoff. Early voting has begun in Georgia. We will continue to monitor any and all developments from today from the state of Georgia. Matter of fact, I think we do have an update here about what we are expecting today. We're supposed to be getting a live look at 7 Eastern of voters taking part in the runoff election. That's Cobb County elections and registration. We're also going to be taking a look later today at the Chatham County Board of Elections in Savannah. And then we are also going to see later on this afternoon at noon Eastern, Georgia electors meeting to cast, certify, and transmit their votes for president and VP. That's the Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. So let's get the latest on the early voting in Georgia.
Early voting begins in the runoff elections, pitting Republican incumbents David.
The outcome of this January 5th U.S. Senate election is really going to determine the future of our democracy.
The stakes couldn't be higher as Georgia voters decide which party will control the U.S. Senate. Today, early voting begins in the runoff elections, pitting Republican incumbents David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler versus their Democratic challengers John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock.
We are headed toward another razor-thin margin.
With the races so close and so important, money has flooded into the state. An estimated $440 million have already been spent or reserved on runoff ads.
Loeffler receives a confidential briefing on the threat of coronavirus and immediately starts dumping stocks.
Show up and vote in record numbers. Just about every politician you can think of has campaigned for the runoffs, from President Trump to tomorrow's visit by President-elect Biden. Strategists say both sides are throwing everything they've got into Georgia.
It's unlike anything I've ever seen on the Republican side. Over 500 paid people are scattered throughout Georgia, knocking on doors, finding Republicans and making sure that they turn out to vote.
This is a base plus election for Republicans and Democrats. Democrats particularly have got to make sure that we turn out the base, but we've got to build upon the Biden coalition.
Taking a live look now in Atlanta, Georgia. Looks like they're getting some rain out there. I'm going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 5, to see exactly what the weather conditions are. Huge thanks again to our sister stations across the country for providing us all of these coronavirus election updates. We will stay on top of it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. It is 53 degrees and light rain in Atlanta, Georgia. Gorgeous live picture, though. It's probably going to look prettier when the sun comes up as well. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. We will stay on top of everything Georgia related for you today. The Senate runoff election. Some people are wondering how it's all going to pan out. We will continue to monitor it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to take you back out now, though, to the gorgeous. Oh, I just lost my graphics, everybody. I don't know what's happening, unfortunately. I will try to figure that out for you. My graphics are acting a little weird. Oh, and that was the next story I wanted to play for you here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to try to work out these little technical difficulties. Meanwhile, though, let's get the latest about the New York City COVID restrictions. Hopefully this will play for you here on News Now from Fox.
Well, some New York restaurant owners are warning that these new COVID restrictions could cripple an industry that is already struggling and warn of holiday season layoffs. What's more, they say they are not the culprits behind these new COVID cases. New York's restaurants have been struggling during the COVID shutdown, and now because of a rise in COVID cases and hospitalizations in the state, Governor Andrew Cuomo announced today bans on all indoor dining at restaurants starting Monday.
We have made strides on indoor dining by the restrictions we put in place and the safety protocols we put in place. It is still an issue, but it's much better than it was.
For the last few months, many restaurants adapted to restricted indoor seating by creating unique outdoor areas that spilled onto the sidewalks and streets. The combination helped keep many afloat during warmer days. But with the lockdown, outdoor seating won't be enough. Restaurateur John Phillips says for many of his fellow owners, it may mean the end of their businesses.
It's abysmal. I mean, to be quite honest. I mean, I have a lot of friends who are in the higher end restaurant game, and they are really staring down the pipe here.
New York City, once the epicenter of the nation's COVID battle, now has an average virus positive rate of 4% and rising. But restaurant owners complain they are not the culprits. The numbers show that of all the state's new cases, just 1.34% are caused by bars and restaurants. The overwhelming majority, 73%, are from private indoor gatherings. Phillips says for him, takeout has been a godsend, but not a permanent solution if people can't dine in.
We use heaters. We built a shed in the street. That's been very successful, but a lot of the seating that we relied on during the summer months is going to be, frankly, out of commission.
A sign that things will get worse before they get better. Unemployment claims have spiked, their highest since September, and experts predict they will continue to increase. In New York, Lauren Green, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much for that update there. Again, everyone, I'm having some issues with my graphics. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So I appreciate your patience and understanding. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return. For the rest of you, we're going to head on over to the state of Washington to get the latest from Governor Jay Inslee. And when those of you who return from a commercial break come back, we will be in that live, or not live update, but that update from the state of Washington.
Distancing, which we've been using to effect here in our state. Now, this cannot come soon enough, obviously. Our state is closing in on 200,000 Washingtonians that we know have been infected, or many more that we have not had the tests for. And unfortunately, we are approaching the loss of 3,000 Washingtonians to this dread disease. So we know there's much to do, but having this vaccine is just tremendous news for our state. Over the past few days, the FDA and the CDC have granted the initial authorization for the Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine. So I'm pleased to announce that our Western States Work Group gave their unanimous recommendation to the vaccine last night. They communicated that to me this morning. And that group is encouraging the immediate use of this vaccine. This was a 17-member work group. These members have diverse relevant expertise in medicine and pediatrics, in public health, in biostatistics, in pharmaceutical sciences, and epidemiology, and we appreciate their efforts. So they communicated this recommendation to me and the other governors of these states this morning, and Washington's representatives of the work group are here this morning. You'll hear from them in a few moments. Now, given this rigorous process, I am extremely confident that Washingtonians can begin to receive this vaccine in a safe fashion. As you know, because there had been some questions raised about the federal approval process, our state and the other states stood up an independent process so we could give an added layer of assurance to Washingtonians that this was on the up and up, that we followed standards, and we which we've been using to effect here in our state. Now, this cannot come soon enough, obviously. Our state is closing in on 200,000 Washingtonians that we know have been infected, and there are many more that we have not had the tests for. And unfortunately, we are approaching the loss of 3,000 Washingtonians to this dread disease. So we know there's much to do, but having this vaccine is just tremendous news for our state. Over the past few days, the FDA and the CDC have granted the initial authorization for the Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine. So I'm pleased to announce that our Western States work group gave their unanimous recommendation to the vaccine last night. They communicated that to me this morning, and that group is encouraging the immediate use of this vaccine. This was a 17-member work group. These members have diverse relevant expertise in medicine and pediatrics, in public health, in biostatistics, in pharmaceutical sciences, and epidemiology, and we appreciate their efforts. So they communicated this recommendation to me and the other governors of these states this morning, and Washington's representatives of the work group are here this morning. You'll hear from them in a few moments. Now, given this rigorous process, I am extremely confident that Washingtonians can begin to receive this vaccine in a safe fashion. As you know, because there had been some questions raised about the federal approval process, our state and the other states stood up an independent process so we could give an added layer of assurance to Washingtonians that this was on the up and up, that we followed standards, and we have a safe and secure vaccine. These experts, after review, advised me that the FDA followed its usual process as it normally would in reviewing a vaccine for emergency authorization. This is very reassuring to me, and I hope to others, to start down the road to recover from this pandemic. So vaccine doses, we hope, will be arriving tomorrow in the state. And again, we hope the administration begin as soon as Tuesday. Now, vaccinations will begin in our healthcare settings to our heroic healthcare workers who are most at risk to transmit the disease or receive the disease, and also to our folks in our long-term care facilities and folks in our tribal communities. Health systems and local public health departments have been working hard to prepare for this vaccine, and we appreciate their efforts, both locally and in our state efforts. This is a crucial moment. We have been waiting for months for this blessing, and it marks a turning point in this disease, but we obviously know we have a long way to go. So the first good news today is the arrival of this vaccine. But after we hear from the physicians and experts about the vaccine, I'll be talking about the second piece of good news I have to share as well. I will receive this vaccine when it's my turn to do so, regarding my age and health conditions, so when it's appropriate. But as I said, the first doses are going to these healthcare workers who have stepped right into the front line of battle and shown their courage in the face of this deadly disease. And also to our long-term care residents, who we know have unfortunately been such a high percentage of our losses have been to our long-term care residents. So that decision certainly is the right one, and we're proud to make a good decision in that regard. Now, it is important to note that as it is across the United States, it will take months before vaccinations are available to everyone who may want it. We are all looking for some uplifting news during these tough times, and this is uplifting news, and it certainly should give us hope for the future. Today I'm joined by Dr. Kathy Lofi, Doctors Ed Marcuse and John Dunn, And those are our Washington experts on the Western States Scientific Safety Review Work Group. I'd now like to turn first to Dr. Lofi for her comments. Dr. Lofi.
Well, thank you, Governor Inslee. Good morning, everyone. The FDA's decision to authorize the use of a COVID-19 vaccine is just an incredibly exciting milestone in this pandemic. The news is coming at a time when COVID-19 activity is higher than it's ever been in our state. As of this morning, there are more than 1,000 Washington residents with COVID-19 in our hospitals. Our hospitals are stressed taking care of patients with and without COVID, and our healthcare workers are exhausted. We know it's been challenging to control the spread of COVID-19 this fall, and it will continue to be a challenge over the next couple months. So I'm just thrilled that we now have a new tool in our toolbox. While it will take several months to get everyone vaccinated who will want the vaccine, we can now see a light at the end of the tunnel. I've been closely watching the progress on vaccine development over the past few months. And after reviewing data from the Pfizer-BioNTech phase 3 clinical trial last week, I fully agree with FDA's decision to authorize the use of this COVID-19 vaccine and fully support the use of this vaccine in Washington state. In addition, the process followed by the FDA and CDC to make these decisions has been open, transparent, and scientifically rigorous. At this time, I believe without any reservations that the benefits of this vaccine far exceed any risks. And I do plan to get vaccinated as soon as I'm eligible. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Governor.
Thank you. Dr.
Yes, thank you, Governor. As was mentioned, our work group was tasked with assessing the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine from Pfizer that we were planning to use in our states. Both Dr. Marcuse and I concurred in the work group's unanimous conclusion that that vaccine is both safe and effective. And I would echo what Dr. Lofi said. I think its benefits greatly outweigh any potential risk. There are side effects associated with this vaccine, as there are with any other. The ones that we saw in the studies were transient, and they're comparable to the side effects that we see after administration of many other currently licensed vaccines. The clinical trials did not show signs of any other major unanticipated adverse effects that were linked to the vaccine. The trials themselves demonstrated that the vaccine is 95% effective at preventing symptomatic COVID-19 disease, which is terrific by any measure, and it frankly excites us all. The efficacy was high, we should note, across different ages and across different racial and ethnic groups. On a personal note, again, I would echo what's been said before. My line of work is the sort of thing that brings me into contact with COVID, but so does the mere fact that I am a resident of Washington state and periodically encounter people in the community. Having looked personally at all the data and reviewed all this, I can say absolutely without hesitation, I'm looking forward to being vaccinated as soon as I'm eligible to do so.
Dr. Dunn, thank you. Could you just give a word of your work and your expertise in this regard?
It's relevant to this committee. I've had background working on vaccine safety studies with Lisa Jackson over at Kaiser Permanente. And my background is also in doing what we call systematic evidence reviews for the United States Preventive Services Task Force. In short, it's background in looking at studies, determining whether or not they're well done, and determining whether the conclusions that they reach are really warranted by the data that they have.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing your expertise. Dr. Marcuse.
Thank you very much, Governor. Most important, our work group concluded that the processes that were followed by the FDA and CDC committees adhered completely to their high standards of transparency, objectivity, and evidence-based decision-making. It was completely comparable to the other pre-licensing vaccine reviews by these committees that I've participated in over the past decade. And I might add that that process is really the gold standard for the world in reviewing vaccines. The difference between what we do in this country, for example, and the United Kingdom is the United Kingdom licenses on the basis of review of the manufacturer's data alone. In this country, we require that the data be reviewed independently by the FDA career staff, and our review committee had the opportunity to review the data and those two separate analyses. The process that was followed was acting and sustained public confidence in the acceptance of this vaccine. And I too look forward to whenever my number comes up.
In a good way. Dr. McHughes, could you just tell us about your background? We should have given you a better introduction.
I have been I'm a pediatrician, retired faculty at UW. I've had the privilege of being involved in vaccine work for over 50 years. I have served on prior committees, ACIP, or the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices of CDC, on the FDA's VRBPAC, or Vaccines and Biological Products Review Committee, and as a member and chair of the National Vaccine Advisory Committee. I spent a total of about 24 years on those committees.
Doctor, could you just briefly describe what the committee did, when it started its work, and generally what you reviewed before you reached this conclusion?
So we began, oh Lord, about 10 days ago. We immediately worked out what our processes would be. As you mentioned earlier, it was a 17-member group with really diverse expertise. I think 9 or 10 members of the group have all past experience on these various government advisory committees, although they are independent, mostly academicians. We then had access to the data the manufacturer submitted to the FDA, these huge data files. We then, many of us observed virtually the VRBPAC meeting, again, the FDA meetings and the ACIP meetings. And then we, as a committee, met after each of those meetings and reviewed the slides and data that were presented, and then discussed each point. So it was a pretty exhaustive process.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your work. You're not getting rich doing this. This is a volunteer group, is that right?
Totally.
That is right.
Well, thank you. You'll get your reward in life for doing this great work. I just want to thank you because I think folks know that we stood up in these several states, these independent.
Some of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
That somehow politics would intrude in the scientific assessment of this. And I'm just thrilled to say that, and I have not been, as folks know, shy about criticizing the federal government for the last several years. But it's just really a happy event that we can say that the FDA, the CDC did their job in this case without political intrusion into the scientific decision-making. And not only that, but this Western state group have confirmed that fact. So I think this is really a gold seal of approval from the state of Washington in our own expertise. And I believe this is going to be very helpful in giving people confidence, which is necessary to the success of this vaccination program. So when we reach that golden day, when we are returning to normal, you will deserve our thanks. So we appreciate this committee helping us down the road to success of this vaccine. So thank you very much. Now, we've talked about the first piece of good news. We have a second piece of good news this morning, because we know that with this vaccine, our challenges are not at an end. We know that it will be months until everyone is vaccinated who will want the vaccine. So we know we have more work to do. And I want to paraphrase Churchill, who said, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. It is the end of the beginning. But here's the great news. We now know there will be an end to this turmoil and this trauma and this challenge. There will be an end because we know that this vaccine is going to work, both to prevent death of COVID-19 and to be safe in its administration. So we now have in view the end of this pandemic. But what we also know is that this is not the end today. We have more work to do ourselves to protect ourselves and our loved ones. But the good news is this. We have demonstrated in the state of Washington that we have the courage, we have the resilience, we have the diligence, we have the compassion for our families to actually protect ourselves during this interim period because we have demonstrated it. We have demonstrated using masks. We have demonstrated business owners acting in consideration of hygiene. We have demonstrated it in how we celebrate holidays and how we socialize with people by avoiding in-person, inside events where this transmission can occur. So we have what it takes to marry the genius of science that is now such a blessing with our own individual behavior to see us through. But we have to exercise diligence because I liken this to being on a ship of safety. And we now know we can see the port. We can see the safe harbor. It's in view with this vaccine. But we're not in port yet. And it is just not the moment to jump ship. We see safety on the horizon. But we all got to keep pulling on this so we can get to that safe harbor together with a minimum loss of life. But we know that we can do that because we have been doing great things in the state of Washington. I want to thank all Washingtonians who are pulling on this rope in this regard. So our safety measures will continue for the months to come with increasing confidence that our own personal commitment and our family commitments now have added value. Look, these were the good things to do always, but now they have added value because we know that the end is in sight and we can slow this infection rate if we keep up this fight today and in a few months to come. So as we go into the holiday season, I want to thank all Washingtonians who figured out a way to celebrate Thanksgiving safely, and thousands of Washingtonians did. We appreciate that. As you know, one national study showed that Washington led the nation in families that decided to celebrate Thanksgiving in a safe way. Now we're heading into other holidays, no matter what holiday or faith you are in. I read something that was actually in the Tacoma News Tribune, an editorial, that I just want to reference. And they talked about the season that we're entering into and how celebrating the season in a safe way, which might be a little different, was a good idea so that we can all return to our normal way of celebrating the holidays next year with the minimum loss of life. And they said, if I can paraphrase, that this is a year to recognize the original purpose of the season, to celebrate peace and quietude and the love of families. And I think if we do that, we're going to save a lot of lives in combination with this vaccine. And we know this is the gift-giving season. And we know that the best gift any of us can give is the gift of health. And that gift now, I hope Washingtonians want to give to everyone around them, families and otherwise. So this is a great day for a vaccine, but it is also a great day to celebrate what we have internally in our own hearts.
You're listening in on Washington Governor Jay Inslee, the latest COVID-19 update, asking everyone to be safe this holiday season. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return. You've also got a gorgeous live picture in Seattle, Washington on the right-hand side of your screen.
Effort has been Michelle Roberts, who's available for questions, by the way, today. And with that, now I'd like to stand for questions, and the doctors and Michelle are also available for questions.
Up first, we'll go to Sarah Gensler with McClatchy. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. This is for the doctors. There's a paragraph in your letter to the Western state governors about uncertainty around some of this, which we're all aware of, such as the duration of the vaccine's protection and its safety for pregnant women. How are you thinking about that uncertainty, and how should individuals interpret that uncertainty in the midst of all this excitement?
I think the best way to interpret uncertainty is not as a problem, but simply as things that we haven't determined yet. The things that you bring up are all things that are being investigated as part of the study that's being done. And it should be emphasized that these studies are ongoing. The fact that the vaccine has been authorized for emergency use right now does not in any way mean that any of this is stopped. All of the studies that are being done on this and on other vaccines are going to continue until all the data that they want to collect is available. For specific situations, I think that that the fact that, for example, we don't necessarily know what this vaccine means as far as transmission of asymptomatic disease or other things like that, this underscores what Governor Inslee said earlier, which is that at the immediate moment, while we have a vaccine, and this is a huge step forward, we still need to be adhering to the basics that we've been using for the last close to a year now at this point: masking, social distancing, minimizing large gatherings, et cetera. That's going to be important until we really have a much more developed knowledge of what this vaccine will and will not do.
With regard to the duration of immunity, the studies showed a high degree of immunity following immunization, and indeed the levels that were detected in the blood samples were beyond, greater than those following infection. So there's every reason to believe that this vaccine will provide durable immunity. Whether that turns out to be 6 months, a year, 2 years, it's too soon to tell. With regard to pregnant women, there's extensive discussion at the ACIP particularly about that issue, and we don't simply have enough data yet to have confidence but there is no reason to withhold the vaccine from a pregnant woman who wishes to receive it.
What's the ACIP here? Folks don't know that acronym.
Sorry, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we will go to Austin Jenkins with the Northwest News Network. Go ahead, Austin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good. Amazing. So a question also about other groups of people who may be wary of this, in particular, people of color and marginalized communities who have historically been wary about vaccines for very good reason, and also children, especially in light of the fact that most kids are not in school today.
Doctors, do you want to address the children issue?
At this time, this vaccine has been authorized for individuals down to age 16. We need now to carry out studies to look at its efficacy and safety under that age group.
The issue about confidence with communities of color, one of the things that I was impressed with is that the focus on equity in this investigation. And I think that it has been demonstrated that the trials did focus on equity to make sure that there wasn't some unanticipated or unexpected result to any particular ethnic group. And that was really important, and it looks like they have fulfilled that mandate. We will be sharing, look, the role of government at this point is to share scientific information with the communities, and our State Department of Health will be having a vigorous communication effort to share the scientific information with all communities of all ethnicities. We know that historically there have been great concerns in communities of color about some of the really sorrowful incidents that happened in the decades past. But
It is the top of the hour here at News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Everyone, I wanted to say happy Monday and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm coming to you live from our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Trying to start off the top of the hour to welcome all the new viewers who are just tuning in this Monday morning to start off your day and your week with us and to provide you the latest coronavirus and top stories updates from across the country. So next, I'm going to take you out to our sister station, Fox 6 Milwaukee. They talked about the vaccine distribution plans out there. We're going to stay on top of all of this for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Now being delivered all across the country.
The vaccine expected to arrive this morning in Milwaukee. Amelia Jones is live at the VA Medical Center, where the first people will soon be vaccinated.
Kim Carl, the VA Medical Center right behind me was chosen as one of the places across the country to receive a portion of that first batch. 6.4 million doses of Pfizer's vaccine was shipped by UPS and FedEx Sunday, stored in dry ice. They must keep it at minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit to work. According to government health officials, on Operation Warp Speed, the vaccine will be delivered to 145 distribution centers today, then an additional 425 sites tomorrow, followed by the last 66 on Wednesday. Vaccinations can start once it's delivered. In the first shipment, Wisconsin will receive 49,725 doses. Healthcare officials agree that healthcare workers and long-term facility residents will be first in line to receive the vaccine. This is the nation's biggest vaccination push ever, with more vaccines up for approval. The FDA will take a look at Moderna's vaccine and consider it for approval for emergency use on Thursday. And while this is a historic moment and does give a sense of hope, health officials want to urge people to remember that the coronavirus is still at large. The country surpassed 300,000 deaths on Sunday. Live in Milwaukee, Amelia Jones, Fox 6 News.
Amelia, thank you so much for that update there. We're taking a live look at the Capitol in our U.S. Capitol, also known as Capitol Hill. The sun slowly rising this morning here on the East Coast. It is 7:02 here, and we're just waiting for the sun to rise, for this week to start. Let's get with it, right, everybody? I'm going to take you back out to Washington. Governor Jay Inslee, about 18 minutes or so left on his latest COVID-19 update. This is News Now from Fox. It's Monday, December 14th. Thank you for being here, everybody.
In this investigation, and I think that it has been demonstrated that the trials did focus on equity to make sure that there wasn't some unanticipated or unexpected result to any particular ethnic group. And that was really important, and it looks like they have fulfilled that mandate. We will be sharing, look, the role of government at this point is to share scientific information with the communities, and our State Department of Health will be having a vigorous communication effort to share the scientific information with all communities of all ethnicities. We know that historically there have been great concerns in communities of color about some of the really sorrowful incidents that happened in the decades past. But I think that at least the evidence I've shown or seen that there is safety throughout ethnic groups, and that we will simply share that information in as open as transparent possible, while still recognizing some of the terrible things that happened in decades past. But I am hopeful that the understandable concern from those decades of experience does not infect us with the disease of passivity and more people lose their lives. We do know that communities of color have been, with a terrible misfortune, had great disparate rates of loss. The loss of folks in the Hispanic community and the Black community of fatalities have significantly exceeded the portion of the population they represent. So the communities of color may have more at stake in some sense than other communities, because they've suffered so terribly because of the disparities in where people work and access to health care. And so we are really hopeful that we have broad-scale acceptance of this to save these folks in these communities, to not allow the sins of the past to result in increased rates of fatality in these communities. And we'll be sharing as much information as we can with them.
All right, up next, we'll go to Jim Camden with the Spokesman Review. Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, Governor, I'm wondering what the priority is going to be for receiving the vaccine beyond healthcare workers and people in long-term care facilities. Will the state set up a system where a person might be able to determine when he or she might be eligible for the vaccine?
Well, what is happening is we are awaiting some further federal guidance. The national groups will make some recommendations about priority decisions going forward. We're waiting to hear from those before we make our own decisions. Those decisions have not been made to date. When they are made, obviously we will share them with the public so people can have some sense of where they might be in this queue. These are not easy decisions, as you can imagine. There are all kinds of countervailing suggestions based on our Washington values of how to go about this. And we will be first listening to recommendations from the federal government, then we will be making those more finite decisions. But when we do, yes, there will be, as much as we can, a way to convey to Washingtonians what certain circumstances will lead you to be eligible.
All right, up next, we'll go to Deborah Horn with Cairo 7. Go ahead, Deborah.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the participants. I wanted to ask a question about the fact that it's not just people of color, Governor, and others who are opposed to the vaccine. There are groups known, one of them, the Seattle Truth Network, and one of the things that they're talking about is, will employers be able to force their employees to take this vaccine? What measures can be done if people say, I don't want to take it for whatever their reasons, they don't want to take the vaccine? What protection will there be for them?
Well, we'll have to give you a more detailed question. My understanding, we do not have a specific statute that addresses that issue at the moment. That could change. But right now, what we're depending on are people's voluntary decisions to protect themselves and their loved ones. And I have to say, having to look at this really extensive review of multiple scientific authorities, based on the genius of science, and this has been the genius of science. Look, this is an incredible event to develop a vaccine in this length of time. And now having multiple filters, if you will, of scientific inquiry, including the FDA, the CDC, multiple committees, and now our own committee. Look, you got to understand, I've been as questioning and untrustful of this administration as maybe anyone in the country. So I've been very diligent in making sure that we look at every single decision coming through this through the lens of skepticism to some degree. So I've been healthily, in some sense, healthily skeptical. But what we have demonstrated is that there is scientific certainty about the safety of this product. And
some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
To following science and truth, and the truth is in the science. It is not in our fears. And the science, I'm hopeful, give people great confidence. And we are a scientifically oriented state. In building software and biotechnology and airplanes, look, it was our rocket motors who has taken these spacecraft to Mars because we followed science. So right now, we're depending on the voluntary decisions by Washingtonians to marry science with the love of the people around them. Those are two powerful forces, but both are important right now.
All right, up next, we'll go to Nick Popham with Cuomo. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, Governor. Thanks so much for taking our questions today. I was curious, you mentioned the vigorous communication effort that's going to be underway over the next few months. I was wondering what that might look like over the next few weeks and months as we get deeper into people getting this vaccine and then others waiting on it.
I'm sorry, Tara?
Sorry, Kathy and Michelle to address that.
Kathy, Michelle, do you want?
Sure, thank you for the question. We want to make sure every person in Washington has accurate information about this vaccine and hears about it in multiple ways. So we'll be doing lots of different strategies to share that information. We will have commercials and media information out there. We'll have different advertising. We have roundtables coming up this week with different external experts, different doctors and others to share information about the vaccine. We're doing those types of events in different languages, so people have an opportunity to hear from experts, hear the science, ask the questions they have. We also are going to make sure all the healthcare providers who will be counseling patients on when it's their turn to get this vaccine, that they have good information and that they're prepared and ready for those conversations.
Yeah, I would add that one of the reasons our state has been relatively successful, as you know, today, according to the newspapers, we have a lower known infection rate, probably better than 45 other states. And we think one of the reasons is because we've been very assertive in our communication efforts. If you're watching TV lately, you've seen multiple advertisements about this. You could anticipate seeing more about the vaccine now that we have a vaccine. And we've done it in multiple languages to make sure everyone has access, and we have done it using trusted advisors in communities to have people who actually understand the communities. And that's one of the reasons I think that we have been successful. So that will continue in regard to this vaccine.
Follow-ups? Yeah, up next we'll go to Sarah Gensler for a follow-up question. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, yeah, this is for Michelle too. I'm looking for just some more specifics on these first doses. So we know an estimated 62,000 doses of this vaccine will come in an initial allocation and then expect a total of 222,000 by the end of the month. Health officials have said there's an estimated 300,000 high-risk healthcare workers in the state. So will all of these 222,000 doses go to healthcare workers initially, or will some of these go to those long-term healthcare facilities and tribal communities that the governor mentioned?
Yeah. Go ahead, Governor.
Can I say preliminarily, because it's important, the number 300,000 isn't necessarily those who are at the highest risk. And what we are doing is having the medical organizations identify those who are really at the highest risk. These are people who do intubations, who work routinely with COVID positive patients. So that term has been a little bit misunderstood in that regard.
Yeah, the other piece I'll add is that these initial doses, the 62,000 you mentioned, is going to reach over 40 or around 40 facilities in 29 counties, one pharmacy serving long-term care facilities across the state, 2 tribal nations, and 1 urban Indian health facility. So that's just these initial doses. As Washington continues to get additional allocations from the Centers for Disease Control, a vaccine over the next several weeks, we'll continue to be able to add more organizations and more counties receiving the vaccine.
We do want to make sure people understand in the real world, just because you work in a healthcare setting at this moment, it doesn't mean you're in the high risk category that this prioritization refers to. So the high risk category, those individual decisions are being made by the medical organizations. But we've made clear that it pertains to those type of working people who have the extreme exposure in these environments where they have to have aerosols when they do an intubation, or most of their day is working with COVID-19 patients. It is that group that is prioritized in this round of the priority.
All right. Up next, we'll go to a follow-up from Austin Jenkins. Go ahead, Austin.
Oh, thanks very much. Governor, could you just address the violence of the last couple of weekends in and around the Capitol and what might be done to going forward to keep future violence from happening?
Well, I have to tell you, it's maddening. It's just maddening. Here we're in the middle of a pandemic. We now have a vaccine. We have a new president. And we ought to be pulling on the rope together rather than having unnecessary fights that don't help anybody from any side of the compass. So I'm expressing great disrespect for those who are engaged in violence without benefit to anyone from any source, from any side of the ideological compass. So what we're doing is trying to diffuse tensions as much as possible. Law enforcement officers are trying to keep people apart so that their instincts don't lead to violence. And we're doing everything we can. And I just hope people will try to show a commitment.
Only about 6 minutes left with this update with Washington Governor Jay Inslee. Some of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
And I hope people are more committed to saving lives than to taking them in the next several weeks.
One last question? Yeah. Up next, we'll go to Evan Bush at the Seattle Times. Go ahead, Evan.
Hi, Governor. Question for you. I'm just wondering what the state's long-term goals are for vaccine uptake. What percentage of Washingtonians do you aim to be vaccinated in 6 months, a year? Please just describe the goals for the early process and the long-term process as well.
Well, Kathy, do you want to talk, or Michelle, about potential percentages, realizing these are all preliminary numbers because they depend on the actual production that comes out from the producers, but do you want to give any parameters of timelines at all?
Well, I can start, and then Michelle, you can jump in if you have other information. I think ultimately our goal is to have about 70% immunity in our population. This is what experts feel is the level needed for herd immunity, which is the point which outbreaks no longer occur in a population. I think it's a little bit difficult to predict how much immunity we'll have along the way, because as the governor just mentioned, you know, we're not 100% sure of the vaccine supply going into 2021 at this point. In fact, I don't believe we've received very many estimates from the federal government around how much vaccine we will be receiving. And we also don't know the uptake. We really hope that people will, choose to get vaccinated. We're very confident about this vaccine, but I think that is to be determined as well.
One wonder in our ability to obtain the immunity we need to break the transmission chain. Natural immunity will also be of benefit. So in the upcoming months, we will have increase in immunity both because of the vaccine and because of folks who unfortunately have positive COVID numbers. Now we're trying to keep that one down as low as humanly possible. And I just hope everyone can add to that great national effort.
We've got time for one more follow-up. We'll go to Deborah Horn with Cairo. Go ahead, Deborah.
Thank you so much. I wanted to know what impact, what effect will the potential extraordinary emergency use authorization that may come this week with the Moderna vaccine, how will that affect the number and use of vaccines in this state? And will you do the same thing with that you've done with the Pfizer vaccine?
Yes, you can anticipate similar process with similar rapidity, which we're really, really happy about. Michelle, do you want to address potential dates in that regard?
Yeah, we are really looking forward to the federal review of the Moderna vaccine this week as well. The independent advisory committee of the FDA is meeting on this Thursday, December 17th, to review that vaccine. And then we will anticipate the same steps will follow. Our Western State Committee will review, that the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. And then if the FDA does make an emergency use authorization, that vaccine would start flowing into our state the week of December 21st. We are really excited about the potential for the Moderna vaccine. There's just less logistical barriers with the Moderna vaccine than with the Pfizer vaccine. And our initial allocation is much higher. It's 128,000 doses if that vaccine receives FDA authorization for the first week, that week of December 21st in Washington state. So we'll be able to get that vaccine to a much broader reach across the state.
My final sentiments are that the enormity of this success cannot be overstated. Just this past February, you could have become a very rich person betting that this was going to become available in December of 2020. It is an enormous scientific achievement, and it is a gift. It is a gift of intellectual capability, entrepreneurial zeal, a lot of hard work, a decision by the federal government to invest in this at the same time it was being approved, to actually manufacture it. All of these combined in a tremendous achievement. And to not use it, we just can't allow that opportunity to go unanswered. So I'm most hopeful that we follow the science, we receive the vaccine, and while we're waiting for its total application, that we're all safe this holiday season. It is a wonderful holiday season in the sense that in the darkness of the year, we have this bright light of recognition that we have the end in sight for us. And I hope everyone will take an opportunity to use those great gifts that we have, the gift of the vaccine and the gift of our own diligence. Those are going to do good things to save lives in this state. With that, please be safe.
Pretty encouraging words there from the state of Washington's Governor Jay Inslee. Again, everyone, good morning. Happy Monday. Thank you for starting your day and your week out with us right here on News Now from Fox. I am aware that there is an outage on the World Wide Web. That's the internet. If you've ever wondered what the www stands for every time you input a web address, that's what it is. So that may be impacting some of you who are trying to view the show. The best advice I can give you, head on over to newsnowfox.com. Again, that's newsnowfox.com. And you'll be able to find all of the different ways that you can watch the show. There is more ways to watch News Now from Fox than just on the platform that has a chat feature. So again, if you happen to be on the show, in the show, on the platform with a chat feature, and you happen to get on before the outage happened, congratulations. We're so happy that you're here and that you're able to continue watching. If you're trying to find us and you can't, newsnowfox.com. If you were on us and you somehow lost us, newsnowfox.com. We appreciate it. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday, December 14th. It's hard to believe, despite all the changes this year, the year is almost over already. You just heard Governor Jay Inslee there. There is a light at the end of the tunnel now that the COVID-19 vaccine is being distributed across the U.S. I'm going to take you out to Illinois next here on News Now from Fox, our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago. Put together this next story about one county in particular creating a vaccine portal. What's it all about? Let's find out right here on News Now from Fox.
All right, it'll be a while before the general public will be able to get the COVID vaccine, but already one Chicago Collier County is preparing for the rush of people who want to get the shots.
Let's head back to Tia, who's getting some new information on this. Tia.
Well, Sally and Anthony, the Lake County Health Department has already set up a portal for residents to find out when it will be available to them. The county's goal is to get 80 residents vaccinated. Mark Pfister with the Lake County Health Department is joining us now. Thank you so much for being with us, Mark.
Thank you, Tia.
Now let's get into it. You actually designed this portal. How can people sign up for this, and how can you make sure that their other families sign up for this as well?
Yeah, it's really something that we're really proud of, and it's very safe and secure, and it only takes about a minute and a half. And so what people can do is go in, put in their email, then they can put in, set up their account, have a password, and then they go through a few simple questions, zip code, other types of information like risk factors and other underlying conditions. And then when they're done, they can actually add additional household members to this. And then what will happen is when their phase comes up, then we will notify them that that vaccine is available for them.
Now, I know you mentioned that health screening and some of those questions, but the vaccine will be in limited supply. How will you determine who gets vaccinated?
We'll be following the CDC guidance, and so then we will be having subcategories of individuals. And then some people are concerned is that maybe not all the questions on there reference what conditions they may have. That's not a problem, because one of the great things about this system is as CDC changes their guidance, we can have them go back in and edit and make changes as the CDC does.
And I want to be clear about this because so many different health departments will have a limited supply of this vaccine. This is solely for Lake County residents, right?
Well, it's for Lake County residents as well as those that work in Lake County. So for example, in this first phase, phase 1A, is that, we're getting vaccine for our 6 hospitals, but anybody who works at those hospitals will be able to get that vaccine.
Okay, quick question before we let you go. How can people sign up to be alerted?
It's very easy. You can just go to our allvax.lakecohealth.org site and you can sign up very quickly. Minute and a half, that's it. Or you can call our phone number of 847-377-8130.
All right, Mark Pfister, thank you so much for joining us here on First at 4. Have a great weekend.
The sun is rising on the East Coast. I don't know why I'm kind of singing, everybody. Maybe I'm trying to wake myself up. I don't know. You're taking a live look outside of the Fox News headquarters. They have finally zoomed out the camera so you can not just see the gorgeous display there outside of the Fox News headquarters with that Christmas tree with the big red star on top and the trees lit appropriately in red, white, and blue for the good US of A. But you can see all the other lights nearby, all the trees lit up for the holidays right across from Radio City Music Hall. And New Yorkers are getting going. I see some cars on the roadway. I see some people walking. I'm not seeing any bikes. There goes a school bus. I'm looking to see what else I can see in this live picture. But still, it is 7:26 here on the East Coast. And like I said, the sun is finally rising. It feels like it's taken forever today. I don't know why. Maybe the sun's tired too. I know myself. So my, matter of fact, I might as well pull myself up on camera while I talk about this. So again, everyone, if you don't know, my name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for tuning in. We really, really appreciate it. I'm trying to find, I should have a graphic I made for myself. There we go. Anyway, so here I am in Orlando, Florida at our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. And there we go. I got the graphic. And my apartment faces east, so I get the sunrises, right? And I try to wake up early on the weekends as well, since we launch here at 6 a.m. at the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. I wake up at about 3:30 in the morning. So on the weekends, even though some people would think it'd be nice to sleep in, I'm like, I still gotta wake up early because I gotta wake up early all throughout the work week, right? So I'm like, okay, well, super excited, super happy to have an apartment that faces east so I can get all the sunrises. Well, yesterday, I was sitting out on my balcony with a cup of coffee. I always have my coffee, everybody, right here, coffee. And I was super excited to see the sunrise. There was hues of like purple and blue and pink and orange in the sky. And all of a sudden, right before the sun was supposed to come up at 7:10 in the morning, fog everywhere, and I lost my view, and I was super sad. It was quite a foggy morning here in Central Florida yesterday. Okay, all right, again, thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. That's my little bit of personal news for the morning, and I'm trying to take you back out to New York. It has been a Monday like no other. Okay, so we're continuing on with your top stories from across the country, getting you all up to speed with the updates you may have missed over the weekend and any other breaking news as well. Now I'm going to take you out to the latest warp speed update now that the COVID-19 vaccine is officially coming. Let's get the details right here on News Now from Fox.
Pandemic. We checked our egos at the door. We worked collectively to solve the problem, and we have achieved success, as was identified last night by the FDA when they approved EUA of the Pfizer vaccine. Now we'll begin distribution of safe and effective vaccines to the American people. You have heard me refer to today as D-Day. Some people assumed that I meant day of distribution. In fact, D-Day in military designates the day the mission begins. D-Day was a pivotal turning point in World War II. It was the beginning of the end. D-Day was the beginning of the end, and that's where we are today. But make no mistake, it was not the end. Months and months of hard-fought battles occurred, and it took diligence, courage, and strength to eventually achieve victory. But victory did come. And while this moment is extraordinary in time, and I'm proud to be here announcing where we are with distribution, we have a lot of work to do. We are not taking a victory lap. We know that the road ahead of us will be tough. We know that situations will occur. But we will figure it out together, collectively, whole of America approach to solve the problems. At the end of the day, we have an excellent plan that has been well coordinated, well synchronized, well rehearsed, and well collaborated with everybody from the total government through commercial industry down to through the governors at the states. I am very confident in it. With that said, those who plan for perfection, right, in their plan will not be successful. We have to be able to see ourselves at all times and be able to execute adjustments accordingly. So what happens next? My guidance was to ensure this precious
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
We had to plan for the best outcome without knowing exactly when EUA would occur. When the decision occurred last night, we immediately went into action and implemented our hourly and now our D-Day sequence. We implemented a sliding scale that allows us to ensure that everything is in place, that people are positioned and ready accordingly. I expect the first shipments to arrive Monday morning. Extensive coordination will ensure that this occurs. We have worked with Pfizer, McKesson, UPS, FedEx, federal and local law enforcement agencies to ensure safety and security of the vaccine. Make no mistake, distribution has begun. Right now, boxes are being packed and loaded with vaccine with emphasis on quality control. Within the next 24 hours, they will begin moving vaccine from the Pfizer manufacturing facility to the UPS and FedEx hubs. And then it will go out to the 636 locations nationwide, which were identified by the states and the territories. We expect 145 sites across all the states to receive vaccine on Monday, another 425 sites on Tuesday, and the final 66 sites on Wednesday, which will complete the initial delivery of the Pfizer orders for vaccine. At the sites, the vaccine will marry up with the ancillary kits that we've already distributed. These kits include needles, syringes, diluent, and other supplies necessary to administer the shots. And we remained agile and adaptive to what the situation brings to us. As we work through many time zones, many areas of concern, we will manage the distribution on a day-to-day process. It is only through the foundation established by the incredible experts of CDC, the capability and capacity of commercial industry, including Pfizer, McKesson, FedEx, UPS, Walgreens, CVS, and many others, and most importantly, the governors, public health officers, and healthcare communities, that this plan will be successful. Because of the sheer energy, the whole of America approach, I am absolutely 100% confident that we are going to distribute safely this precious commodity, this vaccine needed to defeat the enemy, COVID. Many of you want to know who will receive the first vaccine. And while I leave that up to the experts at the Health and Human Services organization, I remind you of this. Nearly 100,000 Americans have already rolled up their sleeves and participated in clinical trials across America. They were the true first recipients of the vaccine. They deserve our utmost respect and appreciation. Without them, we could not be here today. True American heroes. This is a monumental week for us all, as we distribute the first millions of doses of vaccines to the American people. But each week that follows, we will have more doses ready for allocation and distribution. We are also posturing for to phase in Moderna vaccine if they receive an EUA. This is about a steady cadence of delivery to bring the American people to a place of confidence that vaccine is coming. We want to ensure the vaccine arrives safely and that it can be effectively administered once arrival occurs. It is so important that all vaccine that's available is utilized as a shot in an arm and nothing is wasted. This is our sole focus every single day, every waking minute that we have. We know every day American lives are lost, more fall ill every day, more struggle with the circumstances of the pandemic. So while today we applaud everybody who's been a part of the team, part of the collaboration, part of the success that's brought us here today, we know that we are not done. We are not done until every American has access to the vaccine. To every American that wants it, receives it. This is our only goal. We work every day to achieve it. I ask all of us to be vigilant, to understand what we're doing, to collectively read about the vaccines, to make decisions about the vaccine and your use of it accordingly. I think it'll be a wonderful time as we deliver more vaccines every day and more people receive the vaccine. We'll be working it hard the next couple days to ensure these first shipments go very well. It is the foundation for all future deliveries. I know you will have questions, so I commit to keep updates to you on a regular basis, starting with Monday morning as we go through an update on where we are operationally. I have 100% confidence that we will get the vaccines to the American people and that it will be safe and it will be secure when it arrives. So I want to say thanks to everybody for getting us here today. I want to say thanks for your time to listen to my comments, and now I'm ready for some questions that you may have. Thank you.
Comes from John Cohen with Times Magazine. John, your line is open.
General Perna, thank you for doing this briefing. Many of us who report on this know that the White House pressured the FDA to issue the EUA last night and that it had planned to do it this morning. Does it make any difference to you in terms of the EUA being issued late last night versus this morning and in terms of actually delivering vaccine?
No. As I alluded to in my comments, we developed a plan, a sliding scale, so to speak, so that when the vaccine became available through EUA, we were able to begin immediate implementation. So as of last night, when I got word, we immediately went into our hourly updates so that we were making sure we were postured for the first part of the morning's requirements. And then we had a checklist of things collectively from the organization here down through Pfizer, McKesson, that the vaccine arrives at a time period where people, the professionals, are available to receive it and then eventually administer it. So as a decision made and I adjusted the sliding scale hourly and daily, our ultimate goal was to get it there no later than Monday morning through distribution. So as I speak today, right now, vaccines are being packaged with a lot of emphasis on the quality assurance to that end. Tomorrow morning, vaccines will start rolling from manufacturing to distribution hubs, and then by Monday, vaccines will be received. Thank you.
Our next question comes from Elizabeth Weiss from USA Today. Elizabeth, your line is open.
Taking my call. Two quick questions. One, has any vaccine actually been pre-positioned, or is everything still happening at the Kalamazoo manufacturing facility? And the provider agreements that providers have signed ask them for receipt possibility times Monday through Friday. Does that mean that vaccine can't be delivered Saturdays and Sundays? Thank you.
So the first part, what was the first question? Oh, I'm sorry. So I had to just check your first question. So no vaccine was pre-positioned. We did not want to presume EUA. what we did, all of our rehearsals and our timing were dependent on EUA approval so that we could move out from there. Under no circumstances do we want to get ahead of the great FDA in that decision making. What's key is that we're ready to go now that the vaccine has been approved with EUA and wheels are in motion, and vaccine will be in place, as I said, as early as Monday. So your part two of your question is what we're going to do is we're going to have a steady cadence of delivery of vaccines, and it's a drumbeat. Allocations will be provided to states. The initial allocations were provided several weeks ago, and that's what we're operating off of for the initial distribution. Now, every night, allocations are allotted to states. They order, and vaccines will be going throughout the week to be delivered to everybody as long as you're a enrolled provider. Thank you.
And just as a reminder, there will be one question per reporter. Please, one question per reporter. Our next question comes from Katie Thomas with the New York Times. Katie, your line is open.
Hi, I'm wondering if in this first week shipment, 2.9 million will go out. How do you plan to reach the goal by the end of the year with only weeks left of reaching 20 million people?
So we work allocations based on what is actually available by the end of the week. Our calculations believe that we're going to have 40 million doses by the end of the month. So what we're doing is every week I get an update. I know exactly what has been approved by the FDA for final distribution. Those allocations are put into our Tiberius system. States allocate and tell us where they want us to distribute it to by location and by quantity, and then we execute through the great steady effort by Pfizer, McKesson, FedEx, and UPS. I feel confident that we can achieve the goal of what is available will be delivered to the American people. It's all dependent every week on the final approval of the vaccine availability by the FDA. So we stay in a rhythm to ensure we can meet that requirement, and we're working towards that. I'll have to tell you where we're at the end of the month. Thank you.
Our next question comes from Dan Vergano. Dan, your line is open.
Hi, Dan Vergano, BuzzFeed News. General Perna, I wondered if you could say anything about when the first doses will arrive at long-term care facilities versus for healthcare workers. Do you see one happening before the other? Thanks very much.
So as you know, we're working in support of the governor's and the state's plans in execution. And we're delivering directly to the facilities where they have identified by the quantities they identified. I know for a fact, after speaking with many governors, myself personally, and then taking state briefs from all the states / regions, including the federal agencies, that they both are going to, many of them are going to simultaneously do frontline healthcare.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return. As you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we've got a live look in Philadelphia and New York City.
Accordingly, so that they make sure that they take care of the term I would use is clumps in accordance with vaccine available. So the bluff is that numerous states have plans to do both simultaneously, and I think it could occur as early as the end of next week, for sure. Thank you.
Our next question comes from Joyce Frieden at MedPage Today. Joyce, your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. At a hearing before the Senate discussing distribution of the vaccine, Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut asked about getting the vaccine to a Connecticut VA facility, and Wesley Wheeler from UPS said, yes, I believe we're assigned Connecticut, and we'll make sure it gets there. Are UPS and FedEx assigned to particular states?
So I don't know in that they're assigned to particular states. They're both running execution of vaccine through the equitable distribution of vaccines to all states, jurisdictions, and metropolitan cities. And so it is really about what requirements are and then how do they execute it. It's a great collaboration between UPS and FedEx, but there is no line in the United States that says FedEx has the East Coast or UPS has the West Coast, et cetera. It is about the operational execution of the vaccines that are available and the requirement each day as it occurs. Thank you.
Our next question comes from Tom Howell, Washington Times. Tom, your line is open.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. I know the states told you where to send the vaccines, the initial shipments. Can you just kind of paint the picture or give us a flavor of what these sites look like? Are they big warehouses with ultra-low freezers or places where vans will take them straight to smaller sites? Can you just, where are these boxes landing exactly?
So one of the reasons why we regulated the flow of the initial doses going out to America because we do have capability and capacity to expand to pretty good volume. But one of the things that I wanted to ensure is that the vaccine initially on Monday goes directly into ultra cold freezer capability. So the locations accordingly vary everywhere from hospitals to major hubs for distribution following. It's directed by the states or planned by the states, and we execute to that end. Our goal ultimately is to make sure that we can deliver to all providers as the states identify. As a matter of fact, I took a briefing this morning on the plan to achieve that, and we think as early as about 3 weeks from now, we can be delivering vaccines to all providers as directed by the states. For example, to the local pharmacies as they would like. All the pharmacies that I've taken briefings from have capability and capacity to do ultra cold or manage it, as well as distribute it. So I feel confident that as we do the initial shipments this week, and then hopefully following with the Moderna vaccine, we will begin to blossom expansion of delivery throughout the states to ensure greater access to the vaccine availability for everybody. Thank you.
Our next question comes from John Tazi with Bloomberg News. John, your line is open.
Hi, thanks so much for taking the question. You've said that Operation Warp Speed is withholding the second doses and an additional 500,000 supply for kind of an emergency reserve. What would make the government confident enough in the supply coming out of the manufacturers to change that calculation and potentially distribute more initial doses than, more than half of the kind of doses on hand?
So great question. So what we're doing is we've started manufacturing as early as, June, maybe even a little bit earlier in May, as we really started the steps, to get us to where we are today. It is a really incredibly arduous process that is well regulated for all the right reasons. But it was necessary to start that long ago to be here today. And as we start today, availability of vaccine for both Pfizer and Moderna is why we're able to begin distribution and receipt as early as Monday. The reason why we're holding on to the second dose as well as some reserve is that we don't have absolute confidence in the cadence, not because Pfizer or Moderna or the supporting manufacturers and fill finishes aren't diligent in their process, but it is such a delicate process. We want to ensure perfection in the vaccine because we don't want anything going into an arm that would be a problem. So we are being very diligent, and only after the vaccines are approved will I allocate doses accordingly. So your question, though, was when do I see that changing, holding second dose and reserve? First of all, reserve. Reserve is about being able to have flexibility, being able to be agile and adaptive to situations that occur. Things that might happen in distribution as we go along execution. So I can immediately get things to where it needs to be so that everybody has fair and equitable execution to the American people. I see reserve dwindling down every day as we move forward. More confidence in execution, more confidence in administration and uptake, more confidence in the use, American people wanting the vaccine. My goal is to drive that down because we want no vaccines on a shelf. It doesn't matter how effective a vaccine is if it's on a shelf. We want all vaccines available in the arm. Holding the second dose is just until we have ultimate confidence and we've built up stocks to ensure that we can get the American people their second dose, right? The studies were based on second doses. The FDA approved EUA on a second dose. For me, it's a moral responsibility and obligation to make sure that second dose is available for the American people. And so what we've done is we've just held on to it. It's in our cadence for delivery, 21 days later for Pfizer and 28 days later for Moderna, and the vaccine will be distributed immediately out to locations as it was the first dose was administered. So that's the plan right now. I think both the reserve and the second dose decisions, we'll get to more, we'll have more information over the next few weeks. Somewhere middle January, middle February, I see a transition. Thank you.
Two more questions.
Our next question comes from Meg Terrell with CNBC. Meg, your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering, we know realistically vaccines, when they get shipped around the world, there might be some spoilage. I'm just wondering what kinds of estimates that you guys have taken into account for, how much spoilage or loss of vaccine there might be as this goes out, and how that's affecting your predictions for how many Americans will be able to get vaccinated, right away.
So I will assure you, we have taken extreme precaution in execution and delivery of the vaccine. Early on in my decision-making on how to deliver a vaccine, this was a vulnerability identified, and the way to mitigate it was to bring in the ultimate professionals in execution. From Pfizer and Moderna through McKesson, and then with FedEx, UPS, and the major pharmacies. These organizations know how to distribute and store the vaccine prior to administration. This is not new to them. They've done ultra cold chain storage. They've done multiple shot execution. They know how to manage it and administer it in the most safe and effective way. So yes, do I think something is going to occur? I do. Hence the reason why I maintain some reserve stock so I could adjust and adapt and make sure the American people have access to the vaccine immediately or as soon as I can get it there. Can't get it there if I wish I had it. I needed to have it to make sure I could adapt to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last question comes from Drew Armstrong with Bloomberg News. Drew, your line is open.
I'm wondering what commitments you all can make on the call today in terms of providing regular data updates on inventory and distribution as you work through the next several weeks, and making sure that those we get clear state and jurisdiction-based numbers for exactly how much vaccine is available and where it's going.
Yeah, so I assure you that the states and jurisdictions know exactly how much vaccine is available to them, what's been allocated, and how it's going to be distributed. I have 100% confidence in the transparency to that end. Vaccine becoming available every week, as I described earlier, is, we have estimates, but at the end of the day, it does not count until the FDA has approved it. And I will not allow those estimates to go forward for speculation, because I want people to focus on what is actually available, develop the plans, ensure that we're ready to administer it accordingly. We are going to share allocations of the jurisdictions next week initially, but I would tell everybody that the way we develop this system is we are not waiting for vaccines to batch up. We want a consistent flow of available, approved vaccine to be distributed to the American people as soon as it's available. So being able to manage and account for the numbers, right, as we go forward has to be very precise. And we've created a system to ensure that we can account for every number and that at the end of the day can be held accountable to any scrutiny to that end. So I just tell you, I'm confident in it. I will share allocations as we distributed this week, but we're going to build every week on allocations as we have things available and we distribute it. Thank you.
Taking a live look now at Times Square in New York City, where New Yorkers are getting up and heading out to school, work, and the like. It is 7:56 here on the East Coast. I want to get you up to speed with a few New York-related top stories from across, or not across the country. They're all in New York. I want to get you up to speed with some top stories there before some of you go on a 2-minute commercial break. And then here at the top of the hour, you will be joined by Regina Gonzalez. She'll be with you until 9 o'clock Eastern. And then I will rejoin you for the last 2 hours of the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub portion before we pass things off to our colleagues, our friends at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, I just provided you an update about the church shooting in New York. Let's get the latest. Again, this is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias.
What was supposed to be a peaceful Christmas show on the steps of St. John the Divine in Morningside Heights ended with gunfire and chaos.
Somebody in the audience said, "Oh my God, these are gunshots. Run!" So it was pandemonium. Everybody was running as fast as they could in every direction.
I thought it was a terrorist attack.
Police say around 3:45 Sunday afternoon, just as the church's annual Christmas show was over and people were lingering, a man armed with 2 semi-automatic firearms walked up the stairs outside the cathedral and began firing shots into the air. Witnesses say the man refused to drop his weapons.
He said, kill me, I don't care. You know, they say drop your weapon.
It is by the grace of God today that we don't have anyone struck.
Police Commissioner Dermot Shea says a detective and a community affairs officer were already on scene. A sergeant nearby rushed over. Commissioner Shea says body cam video explains what happened next.
You see 3 officers acting heroically, sergeant, detective, and police officer, engaging an armed perpetrator, putting themselves in harm's way to pull people that are literally hiding behind these poles behind me, caught in the crossfire.
You can see the ricochet, the bullets bouncing off the marble column. He's hiding behind it.
The gunman, struck at least once in the head, was rushed to the hospital and pronounced dead shortly after. Police explained the man, who had a lengthy criminal history, was carrying an assortment of weapons in a backpack, along with a Bible.
Inside this bag was a full can of gasoline, rope, wire, multiple knives, a Bible, and tape.
Absolutely devastating out there in New York City. We'll keep an eye on any updates for you here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take it out to our sister station, Fox 5 in New York, talking about vaccine distribution plans, how many vaccines are headed for the state, and the like. We've got it all covered for you right here on News Now from Fox.
2.9 million doses of hope packaged inside sophisticated super cold shipments.
leaving by truck to be flown to regional hubs around the country, then distributed to hospitals and local pharmacies. The initial batch of Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine will start arriving today, after receiving emergency use authorization on Friday for Americans over the age of 16.
The gravity of this vaccine and the hope that it brings is what makes this a special moment.
Shipping giant FedEx will ship to the West, UPS in the East. Distribution of doses will be based on a state's population. The Army general overseeing this operation saying, it's go time.
D-Day was the beginning of the end, and that's where we are today.
New York State is expecting 170,000 doses today, 72,000 of which will go to New York City. 76,000 doses are heading towards New Jersey, with shots scheduled to start going into arms at University Hospital in Newark tomorrow.
We are blessed to be one of less than 200 hospitals in the entire country that are going to get the vaccine first. And so we have to make sure that, again, we're coordinating all the logistics to make sure that as many people as possible are vaccinated quickly.
Both New York and New Jersey plan to vaccinate nursing home residents and staff first, then healthcare workers in high-risk settings. A second vaccine developed by Moderna will be up for review by the FDA this coming Thursday. Those first doses expected to be authorized and distributed shortly after that.
We will have immunized 100 million people by the first quarter of 2021.
And with herd immunity, Operation Warp Speed Chief Advisor Dr. Moncef Slaoui says sometime between May and June. But that's only assuming there's public trust in the vaccines.
We are very concerned by the hesitancy that we see, the level of hesitancy that we see, but we hope that now that all the data is out and available to be discussed in detail, that people will keep their mind open to listen to the data and hopefully agree that this is a very effective and safe vaccine and therefore take it.
All right, everyone, I told you I had much more New York-related news. I've got one more top story for you before I take some of you on a 2-minute commercial break, and then Regina Gonzalez comes up here to be with you for the next hour. So, this headline from New York. Got the latest for you here. A former staffer of Andrew Cuomo is accusing the New York governor of sexual harassment. The former aide said yesterday that Cuomo had harassed her for years. Lindsay Boylan, who served in the Cuomo administration from 2015 to 2018, took to Twitter to make the announcement, saying in part, quote, "Many saw it and watched," end quote. The now 36-year-old did not name specific incidents or dates, only accused Cuomo of repeatedly discussing her physical appearance. Cuomo's camp is denying all accusations. The governor's press secretary, Caitlin Girard, released a statement saying in part, quote, "There is simply no truth to these claims," end quote. The news comes at a particularly hectic time for Cuomo and the Empire State. Not only is the Democratic governor rumored to be a top contender to lead the Department of Justice, New York is also preparing to distribute the COVID-19 vaccine, which will be a massive, unprecedented effort. Boylan is currently running for Manhattan Borough President. Earlier this month, she tweeted Cuomo ran a, quote, "toxic team environment," end quote. All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be listening in on KTVU Fox 2 special coverage about the flu vaccine importance.
My name is Gassia Mikaelian, and I'm coming to you through KTVU Fox 2 News in San Francisco. We are focusing on protecting older Americans through vaccinations. Not the COVID-19 vaccine just yet, but something we should all be getting every year. Let's talk more about this by welcoming Dr. Natasha Bouillon, a family physician, to the conversation. Thanks for joining me, doctor.
Thank you so much for having me.
I am seeing signs popping up at just about every grocery store and pharmacy. Get your flu shot today. Is now the right time to do that?
It is the right time to do that. Now, what we found is that despite understanding the value of vaccines, a lot of older adults don't really know which vaccines they should get and when. And really, the flu vaccine is an important vaccine to get, especially now while we're in the middle of a COVID pandemic. You know, what we worry about as doctors is someone getting COVID and flu at the same time and potentially having a twindemic. And the best way to prevent against the flu is to get the flu vaccine now.
Can you break down some of the differences? Because when we talk about seasonal flu, it's, you know, coughing, sniffling, body aches. But then when we talk about COVID, sometimes it can be those same things. How does someone know, oh, what I have is an early flu or the beginnings of COVID?
Right. Well, that really is the issue, is the symptoms that people have from the flu are very similar from the symptoms that people have from COVID. People can get fever, cough, shortness of breath, body aches, fatigue. And really, one of the only distinguishing symptoms is in COVID, we'll see people have a loss of taste or smell. And we don't really see that with the flu. But besides that, because there's such an overlap in symptoms, we really can't clinically distinguish what people have. And that's why it really is important people get their flu vaccine now. And if they have these symptoms, it's also important to see a PCP so we can do the right diagnostic testing to figure out exactly what you have.
A lot of people for months just said, I'm not going to the doctor, I'm not going to the dentist, I'm not going to get my eyes checked. But now that things are loosening up a little bit, and frankly, my eye doctor, her office was closed for months. It's now open again. So I've gotten my eyes checked. I have my annual physical coming up in a few days. People perhaps should be more aware of maintaining their existing health, along with preventing COVID.
Yeah, it's such a great point. That's exactly what we're doing as family physicians. So I know a lot of other family physicians right now, we're making it so that our doctor's offices are safe. We've got things like HEPA filters, mask wearing, we've got curbside check-ins, even virtual visits, because we want to ensure that our offices are safe to receive care, not just vaccines, but also your routine primary care that a lot of us family doctors can deliver right now. And one of the reasons it's so important is we know that COVID disproportionately impacts people that have underlying health conditions, things like uncontrolled asthma, uncontrolled diabetes. So it's really important to focus not only on preventive care, but make sure that we get our routine care, get all of our conditions under control. Because when we have that healthy community, we're able to fight that COVID virus even better.
I'm in a situation where I'm sort of the sandwich generation. I have two children of my own. My parents are in their mid-70s, knock on wood, fairly healthy, but still. I'm very concerned for their health overall, for them potentially contracting COVID. They told me that they left the house and they went to get their flu shots the other day. And usually anytime they leave the house, they say, Mom or Dad, I could have gone to Trader Joe's for you. I could have done that for you. But this time I said, you know what? I'm glad you did it.
Right. And I really love that we're prioritizing health. There are certain reasons that people should leave their home, and that's to seek medical care, vaccines, preventative health. One thing I do want to emphasize are vaccines are a selfless act. Not only do they protect you, they protect your loved ones and the community around you. And that's why it's so important that we all get our vaccines. And, you called out being in that sandwich generation. We know that there's an estimated 50,000 Americans that die each year from vaccine preventable illnesses. And that actually disproportionately impacts older Americans. And it's because, our immune systems get weaker as we get older. And so it's just as important for older adults to get their vaccines as it is for, your children.
I was very much sort of in the vaccine world when our two little boys were in their, 1, 2, 3, 4-year-old stages. Now that they're 10 and a half and 12, it's so few and far between that they're getting their vaccinations. Yeah. My little sister had a baby last year, and she said, as many first-time parents do, a big long email to the whole family say, these are the vaccinations you must have in order to see my baby. And at first I thought, come on, this is a little excessive. But the more I thought about it and the more I talked about it with my family members, I realized, of course, I would do anything to protect this little baby who has no natural defenses. And it's almost sad to me that it took that email from my little sister to really put into sharp focus what we all should be thinking about all the time.
Yeah, I really love that story because that really does highlight that vaccines are a selfless act. When we all get vaccinated, we're protecting the people around us, the most vulnerable people around us, little babies, people with chronic conditions that can't get a vaccine. I tell people when you do something as simple as just rolling up your sleeve, you are truly helping humanity and making a big difference.
Are there any other vaccines that you would like to put on our radar, either specifically for older Americans or things that, I'm in my mid-40s that perhaps because I'm not in that vaccine world that even I should be thinking about?
Yeah, so here's the thing. We found in our studies that 1 in 4 older adults are, entirely unfamiliar with the right vaccines for their age group. There's things like vaccines for pneumonia, for tetanus, for shingles, and people are not aware. And the reality is, it depends on your age and it depends on your own medical conditions, which vaccines are indicated for you. So I encourage everybody to see a family physician, talk about your health history, your family history, your own risk factors, and your family physician can really tell you what vaccines are right for you.
I think it's so important that people cannot lose sight of just sort of what I call your core health, because keeping this healthy through, healthy food, a little bit of exercise, just those basics that we hear over and over again, that protects you against any number of things. And I imagine from your doctor's standpoint, if I do get something, at least I'm a little better prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. As a family physician, that is something that I'm prioritizing right now. So I always think about how can I create this community of immunity so that way if people do get sick, we're able to fight the COVID-19 virus. And that comes with, basic healthy eating, exercise, lifestyle. But in addition to that, how do we make sure that people are getting the right vaccines? And so that way we're not actually fighting multiple diseases all at once. And vaccines are a key part of that.
Is there anyone who should not be getting a flu vaccine this year?
It really, again, depends on your risk factors. Most people actually can get a flu vaccine as long as they're over the age of 6 months. And, historically, people might hear some myths about the flu, I can't get it if I have an egg allergy. And that's actually not true because there's lots of different types of vaccines, some that are egg-free, some that are preservative-free. So really there is a flu vaccine for everybody and, everyone should get that. The other myth I always hear that I have to mention, people are always worried that the flu vaccine is going to cause the flu. And that's not true. The flu vaccine is not able to cause the flu. But again, if you have any questions about vaccines, family physicians, we're happy to talk to you about them.
Is there anything else you'd like to add on the subject that I didn't have a chance to ask?
Yeah, of course. So if you want more information, certainly reach out to your family physician. And there's also a website, it's familydoctor.org/adult-vaccinations for more information about specific vaccines.
Okay, Dr. Natasha Bouillon, thank you so much for joining us from Phoenix today. It was great information to hear and hopefully we will act on it as well.
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox on this Monday, December 14th. We've had a busy weekend of news related to politics, the coronavirus vaccine, very crucial steps taken in the efforts to combat this pandemic. The Pfizer vaccine being distributed as we speak. We have FedEx, UPS splitting routes across the nation to ensure that all health facilities and hospitals are seeing this vaccine to begin distributing immediately. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you here at the top of the hour. We are joining you from Orlando, Florida, and as always, feel free to follow me on social media, Twitter, Facebook, for all the latest updates on News Now from Fox. So again, we are joining you here from Orlando, Florida. I do want to bring you down I-4. If you guys don't know, that is the main highway here that connects major cities in Tampa, in Florida. So I do want to bring you out to Tampa, Florida, where we have an update from our sister station, Fox 13 News, about how Tampa General Hospital will be one of the first hospitals in the state of Florida to receive the vaccine, and they are ready. They are bracing for it. So I do want to bring you that report live here on News Now from Fox.
The first round of doses could arrive as early as today, and Tampa General Hospital targeted as one of 5 in the state of Florida for receiving the vaccine and being in charge of distributing it to the entire area around us. Now, they're telling us, TGH is telling us, that their physicians and staff who are at greatest risk of exposure to the virus are going to be the first to be vaccinated. This Pfizer shipment that arrives this week must be kept at extremely low temperatures. TGH tells us that they have 3 special ultra cold freezers that can store more than 500,000 doses at a time. Now, with the vaccine on its way to millions of vulnerable Americans across the country, disease experts say that they are optimistic that there is finally a return to normal now in sight.
We now can really see that things are going to really come to an end here, probably by the midpoint of 2021. We're going to be able to put this in the rearview mirror, and it'll be a bad memory and a bad piece of our history.
So Tampa General Hospital acting as sort of a hub for the vaccine among area hospitals, but we also have one of our local counties acting as a hub for distribution as well. They're part of a pilot program going on in the state where Pinellas and Broward County are going to be the first to start distributing to healthcare workers as well as nursing home residents. Governor DeSantis said last week that about 180,000 doses are going out across the state of Florida in this first round. Not a huge amount when you consider that our population is nearly 22 million, but according to that CDC distribution plan, the vaccine is going to continue to ship out on a regular and frequent schedule. So officials are expecting to be able to start phase 2 of the vaccination process early next year. TGH tells us that's going to go to additional physicians and healthcare workers who work directly in patient care, people over 65 with underlying health conditions, first responders, law enforcement, essential workers, and that includes teachers, child care providers, and food distribution employees. And should everything go according to plan, Tampa General Hospital tells us it could be as early as the spring by the time the general public is able to get their hands on the vaccine as well. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan, Fox News Now.
All right, thank you to our sister station, Fox 13 Tampa, for that report. I'm going to get rid of this lower right here. If you are just tuning in to News Now from Fox, or if you are, as Pilar Arias likes to say, a new News Nower, our hosts are your producers, your directors. We control the content, the video, the stories that you are seeing on your screen, including graphics, and we like to call them bugs, the little live bug here on the screen that you're seeing. We control that all. So if you do see a graphic or a bug pop up when they are supposed to or not supposed to, that's because we control the show and we do the best that we can to bring you all the latest news live, raw, and unedited here on News Now from Fox. I do want to give you a live picture of what we are seeing here on our News Now from Fox cameras. Like I said, we are the ones controlling the show, so I do want to bring you this picture here of Philadelphia. That's because that's where our next couple of stories are going to come out of. If you have watched News Now from Fox from the beginning, you have seen many of us speak with Dr. Mike Sirigliano from Penn Medicine. He is a wonderful spokesperson to talk about everything COVID-19 vaccine related. So I did get the opportunity to speak with him today on News Now from Fox just a couple of, I want to say about an hour ago. He was very fast in getting on Zoom today and talking to us here on News Now from Fox, specifically me. So I do want to bring you that report here because he is talking about allergic reactions to vaccines, what we can expect today, who will get the vaccine, a lot of questions surrounding the news that, vaccines are being distributed today. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox. Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Regina Gonzalez, joined as always by Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. How are you, Dr. Mike?
I'm doing just fine, Regina.
Well, Dr. Mike, there were very crucial steps taken this weekend in order to attempt to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Tell us a little bit about where we stand as of today.
Well, believe it or not, the vaccine is going to be administered starting today. Thank God. So the cavalry has come. Now, it's not available for everyone. And I have to tell you, Regina, I've been getting calls and calls from patients saying, Dr. Mike, I want to be on the top of the list. Well, look, here's the deal. We don't have a lot of the vaccine, and at least at my institution and throughout the country, from what I've read and what I'm aware of, it will be going to first-line responders, people in harm's way. So let's break that down. These are folks that put their lives on the line every day. These are the respiratory therapists, doctors, nurses, people in nursing homes who come in close contact with this virus on a daily basis. I'm not on the first tier of people getting it. I see patients every day, but they are not on a ventilator. They are not in an ICU. They are not confirmed COVID-19 patients. I take care of a lot of people once they're out of the hospital, but these are the folks in harm's way. So the thing we have to remember, Regina, is that we have to be patient. And what I'm worried about is that some people will try, I understand this, to get to the front of the line. You have to understand that everyone will get an opportunity to get this vaccine. But myself included, right now, we need to continue wearing a mask, socially distancing, and being very, very careful until we get our turn.
So it may not be you yourself, but your institution is expecting to see the Pfizer vaccine today. Is that correct?
I believe that there is a rollout planned for today, like many locations throughout the country. And so I've said this before, I really believe in this four-star general that has headed up this warp speed logistical operation. I mean, this is as close as it comes to a military operation, getting this out to people, and it really is exciting news. Even though we are seeing dramatic deaths and cases, hope is on the way.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Mike, how concerned should people with allergies be with getting this vaccine?
So let's just look at the numbers of people who have died from COVID-19, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. It's horrifying. Whenever you give a vaccine or any type of intervention to a large number of people, you're going to have some side effects. Now, let's look at those allergies. Number one, those were 2 British citizens who had a history of severe allergies. They carried EpiPens around. Those are epinephrine pens. So there will be some people who will get an allergic reaction, just like with every other vaccine or every other potential medication that has ever come out. What we do is we recommend that patients who get the vaccine be monitored for about 15 minutes. And certainly, if you have a history of severe allergy, you make sure that you have an EpiPen with you. To me, the benefit is here and the risk is here. If it is administered in a place where people know what to do, I think everything will work out just fine. But remember, everything in life, whether you get in a car, in a plane, or you decide to take a baby aspirin, has a benefit and risk ratio. And if the benefit outweighs the risk, Regina, then you proceed.
Now, going off this conversation, Dr. Mike, it was reported that 4 cases of Bell's palsy were among the Pfizer trial participants. So what can you say about that? Is that also something we have to watch out for? I know that the government is now monitoring occurrences.
Well, certainly Bell's palsy, which is a facial droop, can occur from vaccination. It is a rare event. And again, I think that people should go into this knowing that there are risks, but there are very few risks. The side effects are minimal and the benefits far outweigh the risk. If there's any way to get out of the nightmare that we're in right now, it is through vaccination. And if we get to a point where there is herd immunity, we will start to get some semblance of having a normal life. I don't know about you, Regina, but I'm tired of this. We all are. It has been a long, long, painful, dark place that we've been in, and I'm looking forward to seeing the light.
Absolutely. Well, this vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine specifically, and the ones being distributed as we speak, will be administered to people 16 or older. What about children?
Well, there's limited data on children and pregnant women. And if you listen to some of the discussion with Dr. Fauci, the bottom line is that starting in January, those groups will start to be enrolled in trials. Remember, we cannot proceed without hard science backing up what we are doing. So when it comes to children under the age of 16 and pregnant women, we need data to show that it is safe and effective.
Now, I feel like a question that we've seen here in Orlando and around the internet is, if I get this vaccine, can I go back to life as normal?
Well, the answer to that is no. What you need to know is that this virus doesn't cure COVID-19. It's not like an armor shield. What it does, the intent is to reduce the severity of your illness should you come across COVID-19. Until we achieve herd immunity, we're going to continue to wear masks, we're going to continue to socially distance, and we're going to continue to need good hand hygiene. This is not something that's just going to go away overnight, but a vaccination program, if everyone buys into it, is the major first step in getting rid of COVID-19. If we do that, and the vast majority of people are protected, then it's much harder for this virus to spread from one person to another. I don't think that we will eliminate COVID-19 on the planet, but some early indicators are that the antibodies, the dramatic response from this vaccine and others may last longer than we imagined. And boy, wouldn't that be fantastic. My prediction is that, as Dr. Fauci has said, and he's been spot on for a majority of the things that he has said, everyone that will want a vaccine will be able to get one by April. So until then, everyone's going to have to continue to wear a mask, socially distance, everything that we've heard about ad nauseum.
Well, thank you for your time as always, Dr. Mike. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye?
Well, Regina, again, the holidays are coming. We've seen what happened with Thanksgiving, and we know that there is a risk with travel. We are in a situation right now where we've got to be careful. We cannot let our guard down. What we need to do is to follow good advice, socially distancing, wear masks, avoid crowds, and if you can at all, possibly not visit relatives. Remember, we want to protect our loved ones and our friends and family by not doing travel and not getting together this year. Next year, Regina, I'm hoping it will be a whole new ballgame.
I do too, Dr. Mike. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well, Regina. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, that was the latest interview I've done with Dr. Mike Sirigliano from Penn Medicine. He's located right here where we're looking at in Philadelphia. Pretty rainy, dreary Monday there in Philadelphia. You can see the roads are wet. People on their commute to work. We did get some reports that there could be snow in that area coming as early as tomorrow. Dr. Mike was not looking forward to that. But we do want to keep you in Philadelphia here right now because our next report is from Fox 29 Philly, one of our sister stations in the Northeast, where Bill Anderson is giving us the latest from across the pond there in Delaware on their new restrictions and how they are preparing for the COVID-19 vaccine. Again, thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Some of you will actually see a quick commercial break. For others, we will tune in to Bill Anderson's latest report from Delaware.
So although they're excited here in Delaware and throughout the region that vaccines are in the air, likely to be on the ground, and hopefully into arms over the next several weeks, they do say that the rollout is something that's going to be a long-term process. And because of that, businesses like this and others in Delaware are now dealing with additional restrictions imposed by Governor John Carney that will take effect beginning at 8 a.m. on Monday morning. Now, these new restrictions put in place are designed to try to control the spread of COVID-19 because the numbers are surging and until vaccines can actually get to the people who most need them. So these new restrictions say that large businesses, big box, retail and the like, will be limited to 20% of their capacity. All other businesses, including smaller retail and restaurants, limited to 30% of their capacity. Houses of worship, funerals will be limited to 40% of capacity. And taking all that into consideration, there is still a 10 p.m. curfew imposed across the board for all Delaware restaurants and bars, regardless of the size. Gyms and exercise classes are allowed to continue functioning, but limited to 10 people, and exercise machines must be spaced 10 feet apart. And all indoor gatherings at businesses or indoor spaces open to the public must be limited to 30% of their capacity or 10 people, whichever is the smaller number. Now, they continue to say that they are excited about the possibility of vaccines getting onto the ground soon here in Delaware, but they also say follow these restrictions. They are not optional. They have a zero tolerance policy, which means that if you violate the restrictions, if businesses violate the restrictions, the first time they'll be fined, the second time they'll be shut down and can only reopen after an approved plan. So again, they're excited about vaccines, but say that these restrictions are in place and must be followed. In Newark, Delaware, I'm Bill Anderson for News Now from Fox.
All right, thank you so much to our sister station, Fox 29 Philly, for that report. That was Bill Anderson, everybody. And a huge shout out to all of our sister stations across the nation for bringing us the latest news and headlines from as many states as we can. You just saw a report from our Philadelphia station, but they covered Delaware, New Jersey, everything you can imagine. So a lot of news happening today as far as COVID-19 vaccines. They are in the air as we speak, being distributed to hospitals and healthcare facilities across the nation. And some good news could also be coming in the world of COVID-19 vaccine news. The Moderna vaccine is up for FDA authorization this week. So the co-founder of the Moderna vaccine actually spoke with our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, about what the vaccine is looking like, what we can expect, how it was even created. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox.
But biotech companies have actually been working on an mRNA vaccine for years now. Joining us this morning is the co-founder and chairman of Moderna and the CEO of Flagship Pioneering, Dr. Noubar Afeyan. Welcome. Good morning.
Good to be here, Axia.
Happy to have you join us. Thank you for making the time. Let's begin with the basics here. Let's talk about how the Moderna vaccine works, Doctor.
The Moderna vaccine is based on this molecule called messenger RNA. It's a fundamental part of how all of our cells work. Information that is in our DNA, that's what's passed down through generations, is copied into a messenger RNA, which in turn is the instruction for the proteins. Proteins are what comprise much of the work that cells do. And so in our case, we, for the first time, worked out a way in which we could actually synthesize messenger RNA, this information molecule, and by introducing it to a patient, or in the case of vaccines, a subject, we could get their own cells to produce a given protein that we want. Now, in the case of the COVID-19 situation, the protein that we are having the body make is the very protein with the S protein, spike protein, that you see decorating the outside of the virus in the diagrams that are now quite popular. And that S protein is a big vulnerability of that virus. By introducing the messenger RNA and having the cells make this inside the body, the immune system of your body actually sees it, develops an immune reaction, except there's no virus yet. But that immune system now is poised and ready for when a virus does enter your body to be able to very quickly react, and certainly based on the data we've seen, eliminate the possibility of that disease being serious, and in some cases, keep it at a very mild level. So we've seen 94% efficacy in our trials, which really shows that that whole sequence I described, messenger RNA, spike protein, immune reaction, protecting against the virus, seems to be working.
Well, that certainly is, Dr. Afeyan, a clear explanation of how it works. The question is, once you are vaccinated, how long is that protection? Is it going to be like the flu shot, where you have to get the shot annually?
Thanks, Tony. We don't know yet, and that's not because we haven't looked. It's just that we're going to need to, that amount of time has to pass for us to be able to say we have protection for that long. See, when we entered 2020, nobody knew anything about this virus. So in a very short time frame, a month later, we had the sequence of that, the genetic sequence of that virus, and we started developing the vaccine. But the only way we can actually assess the duration of our response is to wait that long. So far, we've given people about 3 months worth of the vaccine. We're going to get 3-4 months data as we proceed. But then 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, we'll see. If you ask me based on other vaccines, what do we expect? You could make the case for this being protective for longer than a year, maybe more. But you can also imagine that under some circumstances, if the virus has some particular ways to evade immune detection, it could be shorter. We just don't know. So, by the way, recently we declared that we have data going well into 3-4 months from our earlier studies in humans that show protection.
And Moderna announced just yesterday it's going to start testing adolescents, planning to enroll 3,000 kids as young as 12 in this trial. Doctor, before we let you go, just on a personal note, I think it's important. I've read this interesting article where you said you used your immigrant mindset to fight against COVID-19. You are of Lebanese Armenian descent. What did you mean by that?
Well, look, I've long come to view the process of innovation as an intellectual form of immigration, because having gone through the immigrant experience myself, as have millions of Americans, many of them in the Los Angeles area, what you have to do is leave behind the comfort of familiarity and go into an unknown. Often you don't know the language, you don't know the customs. And what it does is it forces you to decide either to adapt and excel or basically lose your way. And if you can put up that struggle, that same struggle is the same as you need to do when you're facing a completely unknown challenge, and you have to say, okay, what do I have to do to be able to overcome this? And I'd say the immigrant mindset does not take much for granted, doesn't think the government owes them anything, doesn't think the society, they just kind of have to fight to fit in. And I think that.
All right, thank you to our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, for that interesting interview with the co-founder of the Moderna vaccine. I'm actually going to put our live bug up right now because I am joining you live here from Orlando, Florida. My name is Regina Gonzalez. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us here on News Now from Fox. We have a lot of news to cover today from over the weekend and moving forward in the week. I do want to bring you to Georgia right now because today is the first day that you can cast your vote for the runoff Senate races. And we actually do have a live picture here on News Now from Fox. I want to bring you this specific lower right here. Again, like we say always here on News Now from Fox, your hosts are your producers and control the lowers, as we like to call them. So I'm going to bring you this lower right here. That's not what I wanted. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, as you can see, we are taking a live look at Marietta, Georgia, a voting center, because early voting for runoff races begins today. And I actually do want to read you the latest from our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta. They report that Monday is your first chance to head to the polls and cast your ballots in the U.S. Senate runoff election. Early voting begins December 15th for the runoff election between incumbent Senator David Perdue and John Ossoff. The other race is between Senator Kelly Loeffler and Reverend Raphael Warnock. The quote, outcome of this January 5th Senate election will determine the future of our democracy in this country. That's a quote from Democratic strategist Theron Johnson, as reported from Fox 5 Atlanta. They told Fox 5 that Republicans are working hard and spending a lot of money campaigning to keep their candidates in office. It's unlike anything I've ever seen on the Republican side. Over 500 paid people are scattered throughout Georgia, knocking on doors and finding Republicans and making sure they turn out to vote. That is a direct quote. Again, big names are coming out to support their political candidates. Democratic strategist Theron Johnson said although there is excitement, voters still must come back out. He says, quote, "This is a base plus election for Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have got to make sure we turn out the base, but make sure we have to build upon Biden coalition." Experts urge voters to have a plan. They also said to double and triple check your ballots before you place it in the scanner or drop it off in the secure drop box. Early voting ends January 1st and Election Day is January 5th. So that is the latest from Fox 5 Atlanta. Again, you're taking a live look over a voting center in Marietta, Georgia. We like to bring you the live, the raw and unedited here on News Now from Fox. I also do want to switch gears here on the topic of election news. We do have another report from our Fox News team regarding a big event happening today. I'm going to get rid of this lower right here. And I'm going to take you to Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. No, that is not what I wanted. Here we go. You are taking a live look at the White House, and that's because I have some more news to read you on some big news happening today. The Electoral College expected, no, that's again, really. There we go. Alrighty, guys, that is it. The Electoral College will formally cast ballots for president today. And our Fox News team is reporting that the Georgia Supreme Court declined to hear Trump's election challenge before this Electoral College vote. They report that Georgia's Supreme Court dismissed a request from President Trump to rule on his legal team's case, challenging the state's election results ahead of today's Electoral College vote. The court said it, quote, lacks the jurisdiction to consider the petition and rejects it. Electors picked by each state are scheduled to vote Monday, formally picking Joe Biden as the next president. Trump's lawyers had filed the lawsuit in Fulton County Superior Court, but after Georgia recertified its results, they appealed to the Georgia Supreme Court. The president's re-election efforts suffered another defeat in federal court on Saturday when U.S. District Judge Brett Ludwig dismissed a lawsuit that would have forced the state legislature to declare Trump the winner of the state's Electoral College votes over Biden. The president's legal argument was, quote, fail as a matter of law and fact, Ludwig said. Also on Saturday, Trump's legal team argued before the Wisconsin Supreme Court to have hundreds of thousands of ballots tossed in heavily Democratic Milwaukee and Dane counties. The case was dismissed by a lower court, but later picked up by the state Supreme Court. It doesn't challenge votes in counties the president won. And continue to stick with News Now from Fox for all the latest election 2020 updates. Again, some big news happening today, and you will actually be able to tune in here on News Now from Fox in just a little bit. Apparently at 12 o'clock Eastern time, Georgia electors will meet to cast, certify, and transmit their votes for president and vice president in the Georgia State capital of Atlanta. And then at 2 o'clock Eastern time, President-elect Biden is set to deliver remarks on the Electoral College. So stick with News Now from Fox for those live, raw, and unedited reports. In the meantime, staying in the Washington, D.C. area, we do have the latest from our sister station, Fox 5 D.C., on new restrictions happening in the area and their COVID-19 vaccine distribution plan. So again, guys, thank you so much for waking up with us. Here's our latest from Fox 5 D.C.
I'm Maureen Ume at Howard University Hospital, one of the 6 sites slated to get the COVID-19 vaccine here in the district when it arrives today. 5 of the D.C. Fire and EMS officials will be those to get the shots first, Officials are saying that this will be a way to boost confidence in this process. Now, again, the fire department personnel getting the vaccine include the acting D.C. fire chief, the department's medical director, and 3 firefighters who are said to be chosen because they're willing to be vaccinated on camera and then talk about it publicly. Officials say they hope it will build confidence in the vaccine, especially in communities of color. Kaiser Permanente will administer these doses at 6 sites with proper storage capability. These sites include Children's National Hospital, George Washington University Hospital, Howard University Hospital, Kaiser Permanente, MedStar Georgetown University Hospital, and MedStar Washington Hospital Center. The sites are expected to receive the initial shipment of some 6,825 doses of the Pfizer vaccine on Wednesday, or perhaps even on Thursday. A person has to get 2 doses several weeks apart for the vaccine to be fully effective. Now, this initial supply will cover only a tiny fraction, though, of the 86,000 healthcare workers that the district is placing in its top priority group, along with these first responders. In a statement, though, the Mayor Bowser, said this. She said, "Today we have hope. After a long and tragic 9 months, help is finally on the way. The first 5 are sending a strong message about the importance of this vaccine to protect them, their families and loved ones, their patients and co-workers, and our entire city." Now, the first phase of distribution, again, will go to these frontline workers and first responders. And then in the second phase of phase 1, if you will, that'll go to healthcare workers and facilities like that, and also essential workers. They'll receive the vaccine. But again, we only have about 7,000 doses here in D.C., which is far shorter than the numbers of people needing them. D.C. officials are lobbying federal officials to see if they could potentially get more. But the big news here in the district, the first doses of this COVID-19 vaccine will be arriving in the district to be rolled out this week for the first 5 among those being able to get the vaccine. A lot of hope in the district now that perhaps the worst is behind us. That's the very latest from here. Send it back to you.
All right, thank you to our sister station Fox 5 DC for that report on vaccine distribution plans in the Washington, D.C. area. Guys, if it's not vaccines that are the big news of recent weeks, it's been COVID-19 relief packages and funding. Now, our sister station Fox 11 Los Angeles actually spoke on their political show called The Issue Is to Congressman Adam Schiff. He speaks about work on a coronavirus relief package, vaccines, and more, and what voters are claiming is outrageous. So I do want to bring you that report here on News Now from Fox from our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles.
So what's really going on behind the scenes right now? Let's get some insight. We're joined once again by Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff from Burbank. He represents the 28th District. He's the chair of the House Intelligence Committee by trade. He's an attorney who graduated from Stanford University and Harvard Law School. Not bad there. We've done the math, Congressman. This is your 10th appearance on our show, the first politician in double digits. Thanks for coming on since our very first show. We appreciate the loyalty. Welcome back to The Issue Is.
Great to be with you.
All right, so on the congressional negotiations for relief, there's so much need for relief. Where are we at in terms of actually getting something done?
Well, I thought we were very close on a bipartisan basis in the Senate. A number of Republicans and Democrats got together and hammered out a deal that would provide a lot less aid than I would like to see, but nonetheless a sound compromise. I support it. The Democratic leadership in the House supports it. But Mitch McConnell threw cold water on that yesterday for reasons that are difficult to understand given the pressing need right now. So that's thrown us into disarray because I thought we had a pretty darn good bipartisan compromise. And I hope that we can persuade Mitch McConnell to get on board and get help to the American people because we're in a dire situation.
As some of you listen into this report, some of you will see a quick commercial break. For others, will continue to listen to Representative Adam Schiff on a COVID-19 relief package. Thank you guys so much for watching News Now from Fox.
I'm going to do everything I can. I don't think anybody should leave town until this is done.
So what would a potential deal actually look like? What specifically would that mean for your constituents that are watching?
Well, it would mean for constituents who are running out of unemployment compensation or already run out that they would get more unemployment compensation for the duration until they can get back to work. It would mean, I hope, that we can provide help to renters to keep a roof over their head. It would mean replenishing the PPP funds for small businesses. so that small businesses can weather this storm, so many of whom are just not able to do business right now. And it would also mean that we would provide help to states and cities so they don't have to do massive layoffs of teachers and police and firefighters. And perhaps most significantly, as we go to roll out this vaccine, we're going to need the help of the states and local governments to vaccinate people. So that's, I think, generally what these packages would do.
What do you say to people that say it is outrageous that Congress has not gotten something done yet on this?
Oh, I completely agree. And in the House, we passed legislation 6 months ago to get this done. It sat on Mitch McConnell's desk for almost half a year. Now, many of us on a bipartisan basis have come to agreement, but Mitch McConnell is holding it up. So I completely understand the frustration. I think they need to weigh in all over the country with Mr. McConnell, let him know people are suffering, and he needs to, if he can't be constructive, he needs to get out of the way.
Of course, a lot of the Republicans put the blame on Nancy Pelosi during all of this, but I think what this is also proof of is that those elections in Georgia matter even more in terms of how business is going to get done. There's a big difference between Chuck Schumer leading the Senate or Mitch McConnell leading the Senate as well. All right, let's talk for a moment about what you're leading.
Can I mention on that, Alex, too? Because, you're right, Republicans blame the Speaker, but the Speaker is in accord with moving forward with the Senate compromise, which is bipartisan. So it's hard to lay that at the hands of the Speaker when she's saying, let's move forward, and that's being rejected by Mitch McConnell.
All right, let's talk for a moment about the House Intelligence Committee, which you will continue to lead. Of course, you've done that during the Trump administration, got a whole lot of attention for that. Now you're going to be doing it during the Biden administration. How does that role, how does the committee work change with this new president?
Well, part of what we've been doing over the last couple of years, in addition to the very high-profile investigative work, is we did a 2-year deep dive on China and what it will take for our intelligence agencies to reorient themselves to that rising challenge. So much of our resources have been directed to the terrorism threat, which continues, but we really need to address the challenge posed by China in space, on land, in the cyber realm and technology. And that's going to require really turning this aircraft carrier around and making sure that we're prepared to meet that rise. But it also means we need to continue examination of our relationship with the Gulf nations, and make sure that with respect to our theaters of war in Afghanistan and Iraq, as we draw down our troops, that we nonetheless have the intelligence we need to protect the country and keep it safe from any terrorism threats that may emanate from either of those places. So that's a lot of the bread and butter work that we do on the committee, and that's just going to intensify.
Now, speaking of China, your committee in the news this week, we found out that a Chinese spy named Fang was apparently targeting California Congressman Eric Swalwell, forged a professional relationship with him. When the FBI warned him, he cut off ties with her immediately. He is not accused of any wrongdoing. Yet the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy of Bakersfield, said this week on Fox and Friends.
This man should not be in the Intel Committee. He's jeopardizing national security. What is being said in those meetings inside the SCIF that we don't want other people to hear or listen?
He criticized you in that interview as well. What's your response to Congressman McCarthy and to the bigger question about members of your committee apparently being targeted by China?
Well, there are members of Congress in both House and Senate who have been targeted by China. And on a bipartisan basis, we're notified when that happens. So all the faux outrage about this is nothing more than faux outrage. We were informed, whenever there's a member that's the subject of these kind of approaches. And as your report makes clear, Mr. Swalwell did everything right. There was no suggestion of any impropriety on his part. But I will say this in terms of Mr. McCarthy, what he's trying to do is really deflect attention from the problem that he has within his own conference, which is the election of QAnon supporters and adherents. Now, that is a security problem, but he would much rather talk about Eric Swalwell than he would about the QAnon members of his conference.
You said on the issue of China that that's one of the biggest threats that you are tackling on the Intelligence Committee, and you got to turn the aircraft carrier around. What specifically would you like to be seen done when it comes to the issue of China? We made a series of recommendations, some classified, some unclassified.
But the long and the short of it is China has enormous economic resources and technological know-how that is really challenging us in innumerable ways. And we need to make sure that our intelligence community is oriented to that threat, that we have the resources, the language skills, the leadership to meet that challenge across every domain. That hasn't been the paramount focus on that hard target. We've been focused on other things, and we can't continue to sort of fight the last war, which is have so much of our focus be on the terror threat that we are not devoting the kind of resources, energy, and attention to this incredible rise of China and threat posed by that rise.
Let's talk for a moment about your future. We know that there's potentially some interest of you serving in the United States Senate. There's about to be an open Senate seat in California. Kamala Harris is going to become the vice president. Governor Newsom has a big decision ahead of him. There are some arguing that it should be an African American. There are others arguing that it should be a Latino. But why not a Jew? And, you know, last week, Congresswoman Bass was on here and said, I asked her what her pitch was. What's your pitch? Why should you be the next member of the United States Senate?
Well, I think that the governor is going to have a really tough choice on his hands among lots of good people who would serve honorably in the Senate. So I don't want to make a case for myself here. I'm confident he'll make a very good decision about any position he's got to fill, and he may have several to fill as it is. But that's a nice thing, frankly, about where we are as a party in California, which is we have a very deep bench with a lot of great people that could help meet the needs of the state. And I think the paramount responsibility, frankly, for anyone that the governor would be looking at is who's going to help get the state through the pandemic and help get our economy back on its feet. That really has to be all of our priority right now, and everything else is secondary.
That's a very diplomatic answer. Nicely done. Now, I want to take a moment to, we like to have some fun and also reflect on some more personal stuff on this show. Happy Hanukkah to you. I know you posted a picture with your wife, Eve, celebrating. Even for those who aren't Jewish, it might be a good time for a celebration of light and hope, right? And of course, family. And as you reflect on this year and your family, what are you thinking about during this Hanukkah?
Well, Hanukkah is also about resilience, about struggle and resilience against the odds. And, I think how fortunate I am that we're a resilient country and that we're a resilient family and that we're getting through this. And I thank God that we're all healthy and hope we stay that way. But I look at it as a time to just enjoy something light, something delicious like latkes, but also following on Thanksgiving to reflect on what I have to be grateful for, and that's an awful lot.
So what's
All right, thank you to our sister station Fox 11 Los Angeles for that report, interviewing Representative Adam Schiff on a future COVID-19 relief package, maybe what we can expect this week. I want to continue on the topic of vaccines and COVID-19 vaccine distribution happening as we speak. That is happening, but while distribution is in the midst on this Monday, we are learning about several curfews, restrictions happening this week in several parts of the country. We recently learned that New York City restaurants are closing indoor dining. So are counties across Maryland, parts of Pennsylvania, and now we are learning about curfews that take effect today in Virginia. So we actually do have a report from our sister station Fox 5 DC. This is Melanie Alnwick in Virginia with the latest on their curfews that begin starting today.
New rules going into effect in Virginia beginning this morning with a curfew from midnight until 5 a.m. There are exceptions for people that are going to work or going to get food. Also, if they are going to seek medical care. So not going to affect a large portion of the population, but really intended to kind of cut down on some of those late night activities that health officials fear are spreading the virus around the Commonwealth of Virginia. Also big changes when it comes to social gatherings. of what used to be 25 people, now no more than 10 people, both indoors and outdoors. Virginia, however, declining to restrict any more activities at restaurants, unlike some of the other nearby jurisdictions. Virginia Governor Ralph Northam saying that restaurants already have plenty of restrictions and safety protocols in place that he feels are adequate. Meanwhile, nearby Maryland counties are making those moves. Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City have closed indoor and outdoor dining. Prince George's County closes indoor dining on Wednesday, and Montgomery County has a vote to do the same Tuesday. There are restrictions on sports and spectators too. In Virginia, sports are now restricted to 25 people per field for indoor sports and 2 guests per player for outdoor sports. In Maryland, Montgomery County's proposed order would classify non-professional sports as social gatherings, restricting them to 10 people indoors and 25 outdoors. City council people tell me they have heard a lot of pushback on this from hockey parents who are concerned that this is really going to shut down their entire season. And there are new mask requirements in Virginia, indoors and outdoors, when anyone is within 6 feet of another person who is not in their household. Virginia declining also to restrict any more retail. There are still capacity limits, but they feel that, again, same as restaurants with those social distancing protocols and the health and safety protocols, the cleaning requirements they have. The Board of Health and the Virginia governor saying they believe that those are adequate now, especially for those people who are trying to get in that last-minute holiday shopping.
All right, thank you to our sister station. Again, Fox 5 DC for the latest on curfews taking effect in Virginia today. Staying in that vicinity, I do want to bring you the latest COVID-19 update from across the road in West Virginia. Governor Jim Justice providing his daily briefing. This is from this weekend, but does talk about vaccine distribution, at-home testing, and how the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting West Virginians. For those of you who don't know, I did come here from West Virginia. I spent 2 years in southern West Virginia and parts of Southwest Virginia, so I'm really familiar with that area. There are great people there. I've got to work with Governor Jim Justice a lot. You will hear from Dr. Amjad, Dr. Clay Marsh, a lot of doctors, and a huge COVID-19 task force trying to combat this virus in the state of West Virginia, as well as Virginia, which again will implement a curfew starting today. So I will say goodbye to you now. Pilar Arias will hop on with you here in just a few minutes before we pass it over to our headquarters in Phoenix, where you'll be joined by Mike Page, Daytona Everett, and Andrew Kraft. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Monday and have a great start to your work week. To West Virginia we go.
19, she would have been alive, I guess, in the first pandemic. And oftentimes I talk about there's none of us. Well, there is one of us that was around. But, it's an incredible life, a celebration of an incredible life, but daggone, we just hate like crazy that we're losing people because of this terrible killer that just swept across our land. It goes to really show you just how small we really are. I mean, if you'll just step back and just think about it, and just think just 1 second about this, who's really in command? And that, in my world at least, is God above. And it shows just how fragile or primitive or whatever the word may be that we really are. And so in his power, he'll figure this out. But this to me should be just an indicator of just how supreme God above really truly is.
Some of you will also see a quick commercial break. For others, we will continue to listen in to West Virginia Governor Jim Justice.
Met yesterday to discuss Pfizer's request for emergency use authorization, and will meet December the 15th to discuss Moderna's request for emergency use authorization. The FDA has not yet granted authorization for emergency use for Pfizer, the COVID-19 vaccine. We have been told within 24 hours of approval, the federal government will begin distributing vaccines to all the states. Once West Virginia receives the vaccine, we will begin distribution within 24 hours. The rollout of our COVID-19 vaccination program will be challenging. It'll take a lot of work, but without any question, between the National Guard and all the players that are working with them, they'll get this done. The Moderna vaccine today looks like we're going to settle into a total of 32,600 doses. Pfizer, as we announced earlier, I think it was 16 moving to 21 very, very quickly. Pfizer will come out a week before. Safe and effective COVID vaccines are coming to West Virginia soon, and we will be ready to get them to West Virginians. We're also working to make sure that the cost will not be a barrier for any West Virginian that will be vaccinated. I've got one more page to read to you, and that is our allocation plans, and they're all new. These are detailed allocation plans. Today, we have additional details on the allocation plan. We will get a limited supply of vaccines at first, so our team of experts are still finalizing the plan to make sure that the vaccines are available to West Virginia, starting with those who are at the highest risk. We have two phases for allocation, and you should see them on the screen. Phase 1 includes those at the highest risk and those that are essential frontline workers fighting this pandemic. Phase 2 is the general population. Phase 1 is broken down into 4 subsections, A through D. As we receive doses of vaccine, we will prioritize distribution in this order. Phase 1 includes hospitals, long-term care facilities, and staff, and pharmacies. Phase 1B includes community infrastructure and emergency response, public health officials, and first responders. Phase 1C includes other healthcare workers like home health providers. Phase 1D includes teachers and education staff in higher education and K through 12 and other sectors for critical services for our state. Let me back up. Phase 1D includes teachers and education staff in higher education and K through 12 and other sectors for critical services for our state, and like utility workers and transportation workers. We are planning to offer vaccines to all individuals identified in 1A through 1D within the first 6 weeks based on the allocation of vaccines. As our allocation increases and distribution occurs, we will be able to move through the phases more quickly. In phase 2, which is the general population, we will place initial emphasis on the most vulnerable in the general population based on the guidance of CDC. Now, the other thing I've said, and if you'll look, go back up to that the last slide. If you'll look, the timetable to get to the general population, we think now is probably around March the 10th or March the 15th. That's what I thought before. That's what I reported to you before, and everybody said, oh, no, it'll never happen, never happen, never happen. Well, I tell you, if you don't push hard enough, nothing will ever happen. You know, I hope and pray that will happen. We all know things are fluid. We all know things take probably longer than what we think, but that's what we're pushing for. Some vaccine reminders are just this. The COVID vaccine will protect us from this virus and save lives. There's no question. Clinical trials with tens of thousands of people have demonstrated that the vaccination is highly effective and safe. These vaccines will require 2 doses, and it is extremely important to receive both doses of this vaccine. You will not be able to cross-pollinate one or the other. You will not be able to take one vaccine from the Pfizer and go to Moderna and do the other. You have to stay Pfizer, or Moderna. These numbers will change. And when they do, we will announce additional phases and additional groups that we will be receiving the vaccine. And again, until you and the people who live with us are vaccinated, our best defense goes back to wearing that mask and absolutely doing the social distancing. I'm not going to go through over and over again about wearing our mask and our executive order with that. You know, I urge everyone out there. I even urge those that are in a super minority now. Those that really think that they shouldn't have to wear a mask, or those that really think the masks aren't doing any good or whatever like that, they are in such a minority, it is unbelievable. Probably in the state of West Virginia today, if we were to poll in the state of West Virginia today, I would bet that well in excess of 93 or 4% of the people in the state of West Virginia believe that we ought to be wearing a mask. Now, they don't like it.
Breaking in here this morning, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias, your News Now from Fox host for the next just under 2 hours before we pass things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Getting word that New York Governor Andrew Cuomo will be having a briefing very soon, and we are thinking that vaccines may be administered during this briefing, COVID-19 vaccine. So again, we are on standby for that update. As soon as it happens, I'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox.
I think, you know, really at the end of the day, we got to wear a mask. I encourage West Virginians to continue to get tested. The free testing.
Matter of fact, I'm going to take some of you on a 2-minute commercial break, hoping that this briefing will be started by the time you return.
And Walgreens, and we really appreciate them. We have 21 outbreaks now and 72 confirmed cases in our public schools. To be perfectly honest, it's an incredibly low number, and so a lot of good work has happened here. Long-term care facilities, we've dropped down, I think, from 117 to 112, you know, on that. We have 17 outbreaks in our churches in 12 counties. We're down just a little bit there. That's good, too. Those counties are Braxton, Cabell, Fayette, Harrison, Marion, Mineral, Mingo, Nicholas, Raleigh, Taylor, Webster, and Wyoming counties. Still urge you to do everything the same way. Pew in between you, wear your mask. If you happen to be an elderly person and you've got any kind of health problems and everything, I know how incredibly important church is to you, and how you can actually end up feeling alone in that setting. It's really heartwarming and it's really meaningful in lots of different ways. But I would tell you, if you could just hang on here just a little bit longer and maybe get your services at home, it'd probably be a whole lot safer. Corrections now has 315 active inmate cases. It's slightly down from Wednesday. We have 232 of those cases at the Northern Correctional Facility and the regional jail there. You can see, like I've said over and over and over, how it just and goes through everybody. Corrections is still testing 10% of the faculty and staff across corrections every week, and you know, you got to hand it to them at corrections. They've done a magnificent job there. We got the flu vaccines you can get. We've got 220 million and change that have been awarded now to our cities and our counties. We're kind of coming to an end on this CARES thing, and so if you've got an application that you want processed and get in, you got to hurry up and get it in. And so please try to keep doing what you're doing there. I know that's been a real lifeblood, you know, or lifeline for all of you, and in our cities and counties, and really important to all of our people. I encourage you about giving blood and plasma. You know, it's a way that you can really, really give back. And from the standpoint of our Red Cross, I know what a phenomenal job that they're doing each and every day, but this is absolutely really important to those that have recovered from COVID. You know, God above has given you a blessing beyond belief, and if you can do it, we would love for you to go and give blood. You know, today, another small announcement, but still big in many ways. Today, I want to thank the U.S. Health and Human Services Administration for community living, because they have donated 100,000 face coverings to the state of West Virginia for the Bureau of Senior Services this week. These face coverings will be distributed throughout West Virginia, throughout the West Virginia Aging Network to senior centers in all 55 counties. Commissioner Roswell and all the aging staff across West Virginia continue to do amazing work. We've seen it all over the place. We were able to buy a bunch of new vehicles so they could get more and more meals out to our seniors. We've absolutely made a real commitment to our seniors, and we've got good stuff going on there. And so all that's good. And you know, I want to just end by just saying this to you just real quick, and then we'll go to all of our other experts. But yesterday, you know, I was just trying to process more and more things in my head and things that maybe I could do. So about 4:30 yesterday, I got my bird dog, and actually this is a puppy of the dog that I had forever. You know, her name was Lily, and so since she looks like her mommy all the time, I call her Little Lily. And so little Lily and I went to grouse hunt about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And you know how oftentimes we didn't see a grouse, we didn't jump a single bird, and so there surely wasn't ever a shot fired in my shotgun or anything like this. But for about an hour, right before dark, we went, and she would run along in front of my little four-wheeler, and I would be calling to her, and from time to time, and she'd come back and just pet her and all that kind of stuff. And I thought a lot about, just the beauty of West Virginia, stuff that I've told you many times on here, and thinking about, purchasing your hunting and fishing license early and everything. And so right at sunset, this scene I'm going to show you right now just came up, and so that's little Lily standing there, and this is overlooking the mountains throughout southern West Virginia. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't need to get a grouse yesterday, and I didn't need to shoot at something yesterday, but I'm just telling you, if you don't get out there and you don't get out in West Virginia, you don't see that. And really and truly, I don't know how it could be more beautiful. This state abounds with this every day. And so take advantage of what, our great leader of the band, Steve McDaniel, is telling us, and Chelsea Ruby, about getting out into West Virginia and enjoying the nature and enjoying the beauty of this state. If that doesn't calm your soul, and that's just, then I don't know what's wrong with you.
All right, everyone, we now have the live update with New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. We're going to listen in right here on News Now from Fox.
State of New York, maybe the first vaccine shot in the United States. Sandra, Lindsay, and ICU nurse, it's a pleasure to be with you. And you are in Long Island Jewish Medical Center, which is in the borough of Queens. Good things come from Queens. Let me start by saying thank you. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, nurse. Thank you, Mr. Darling. Thank you for everything you've done for all New Yorkers through this pandemic. I know how horrific it was. It was a modern-day battlefield. And that's why the word heroes is so appropriate for what you did. You put your fear aside, and you stepped up every day to serve others, and you did it magnificently well. So I can't thank you enough. This vaccine is exciting because I believe this is the weapon that will end the war. It's the beginning of the last chapter of the book, but now we just have to do it. Vaccine doesn't work if it's in the vial, right? So New York State has been working very hard to deploy it, to get it out. We have trains, planes, and automobiles moving this all over the state right now. We want to get it deployed, and we want to get it deployed quickly. And we're here to watch you take the first shot. So, Michael Dowling, Dr. Chester, Sandra Lindsay, we're all with you.
Governor, thank you so much. And let me also express our thanks to you for your extraordinary leadership during this whole pandemic over the last number of months, and obviously today. And the fact that you committed to science and data to guide your leadership is absolutely extraordinary. And as you said, we're in Eastern Queens. And as you know, Queens was the epicenter of the COVID issue back a number of months ago. This is where it hit the hardest. And this facility in Long Island Jewish was right at the center. And here at Northwell, you know, we've seen well over 100,000 COVID patients. And at one point back in April, we had over 3,500 patients in our hospitals. And as you said, we are the largest health system in New York, and we are very, very proud of our frontline staff, and of course of the frontline staff of all of the hospitals and all of the facilities across the region did spectacular work, and as you said, they are the real heroes. So it's a pleasure to be here with Sandra and Dr. Chester. And I don't think we need to delay any further because this is a special moment, a special day. This is what everybody has been waiting for, to be able to give the vaccine and to hopefully see this is the beginning of the end of the COVID issue. But I just would like to say something, though, that just because we're giving out the vaccine is no excuse for the public out there not to continue wearing masks, not to social distance, etc. You have to continue to comply with safety standards, even though the vaccine is going to be distributed over the next couple of months. You have to do both if we're going to be successful here, as you know very well. So again, Governor, we thank you. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership. And with that, let me turn it over to Dr. Chester, and then with Sandra here. Sandra is a critical care nurse, has been on the front lines all during the crisis, is a director in critical care. She has seen a lot, and she's very, very happy to be here to receive the vaccine. And Dr. Chester is a director of our employee health services. So with that, Dr. Chester, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling great. Yeah.
So, Sandra, you didn't flinch. I take it that Dr. Chester has a good touch.
She has a good touch, and it didn't feel any different from taking any other vaccine.
Great. Dr. Chester, it all.
I would like to thank all the frontline workers, all my colleagues who've been doing a yeoman's job to fight this pandemic all over the world. I am hopeful, I feel hopeful today, relieved. I feel like healing is coming. I hope this marks the beginning to the end of a very painful time in our history. I want to instill public confidence that the vaccine is safe. We're in a pandemic, and so we all need to do our part to put an end to the pandemic and to not give up so soon. There's light at the end of the tunnel, but we still need to continue to wear our masks, to social distance. I believe in science. As a nurse, my practice is guided by science, and so I trust science. What I don't trust is that if I contract COVID, I don't know how it will impact me or those who I come in contact with. So I encourage everyone to take the vaccine.
You said it very well, Sandra. We trust science here in the state of New York. Federal government approved the vaccine. We then had New York State have a separate panel that also approved the vaccine. And we've been following the science all along. I hope this gives you and the healthcare workers who are battling this every day a sense of security and safety and a little more confidence in doing your job once the second vaccine has been administered. In New York, we prioritize healthcare workers at the top of the list to receive the vaccine because we know that you are out there every day putting your lives in danger for the rest of us. So we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to keep you safe. And the point about New Yorkers and Americans having to do their part and take the vaccine, because the vaccine only works if the American people take it. They estimate we need 75% to 85% of Americans to take the vaccine for it to be effective. So every American has to do their part, and your point is right. It's going to take months before the vaccine hits critical mass. So this is the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a long tunnel, and we need people to continue to do the right thing and the smart thing all through the holiday season. Hopefully when we get to about June, they estimate the vaccine can hit critical mass. But the healthcare workers will get it first, because we know that you're super stressed during this holiday season. So God bless you. I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for what you do. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows how brave you are, and skilled, and talented, and selfless. When they use the word heroes, we don't mean that lightly. We mean it deeply and sincerely. What you do, showing up every day, you really are heroes. And we wish you and your We don't mean that lightly. We mean it deeply and sincerely. What you do, showing up every day, you really are heroes. And we wish you and your families a blessed holiday season. Michael Downs, thank you very much for your leadership once again, my friend.
Yeah. Thank you, Gov, and we will beat this. We will win.
Thank you. When my time comes, I want Dr. Chester. I like her style.
No problem. I want to be there to see it.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gov.
They put, they might make them available. Yes.
All right. right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias here with you. We quickly lost those live pictures. I do want to let you know, though, that it is a historic day here in the U.S. We may have had a little bit of audio issues there, but that's because it was virtual. They had at the hospital where the shot was being administered to the nurse there in New York versus where Governor Andrew Cuomo was, and they tried the best to match the audio up with the two, but that was not the case. So now we are watching live. This is what News Now is all about: live, raw, unfiltered, unedited, in its entirety. You're seeing behind the scenes look. You're seeing things that other people won't see at other news and media outlets. So the latest I'm being told right now is this is vaccine delivery in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm going to pull up the audio so we can listen to it raw right here on News Now from Fox.
So you got two packages. Two packages of files? Two packages, yeah. Okay. And they're pretty small, really.
Yeah. Let's do it from this one. Let's start from the bottom. Get the return label off this is here already. Alright.
D-O-Z-A. And your title or your job?
Pharmacy technician, purchase and inventory.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And your name, sir?
William Senior, inventory specialist.
S-E-N-I-O-R?
Yes.
Okay.
Like senior citizen.
Can we take a photo of your name tag, sir? That way we don't mess you up.
So we always play every time, right? Every day. Yep. Perfect. We're actually for regular stuff, so I'll take when you bring lunches in and stuff and you put them in the fridge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. So did it go the same way as training?
Yes, it went exactly as planned.
That's nice.
It's actually a little bit less than I expected, but I'm sure we'll be receiving it.
What's your next step then? You have to sign off on something? Or?
Nope. Next step is to smile and look pretty, and everything went well, so I think we're happy and content.
Your mother will be proud.
Yes, she will. Yes, she will. She's been anticipating this moment, so I'm glad it's here.
Yeah.
But just hope everything goes well from here on.
What do you do with the dry ice?
We will dispose of it. Yeah, we will start it.
White smoke and everything. In the box is that. The box is back to 5.
I think this says minus 7.
So could you describe emergency for heavy gloves?
Yeah.
What happens when a vial comes out? How long does it be out?
Thank you so much.
I just left it right there so that it's on the way out.
Yeah. As you saw go in, they'll put gloves on, they'll open the compartment, they will take out that number of vials from the box, and they will then transport those vials to a little refrigerator over here to be thawed. So they'll thaw in a refrigerator, like my refrigerator at home, standard refrigerator, yes. They'll thaw overnight, and then we'll transport them up to the clinic for vaccination in the morning of the scheduled vaccination day. So they can only really touch the vials for about 3 minutes, and they have to be quite careful about not touching vials they're not taking out so that they don't defrost. But it'll be a quick process. And once they're at refrigerated temperature, they can be handled like any other vaccine that we typically handle at a refrigerated temperature. And then they're good for 5 days refrigerated as long as they're not opened.
And 6 hours once they're opened, does that sound
right? Once they're opened and reconstituted, so the powder's mixed with liquid, then they're good for 6 hours.
Oh, that's a powder in there.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you've got 2 boxes. They come $9.75 each. So you got $19.50.
$19.50, yes.
Okay. And you'll take, is it 5 doses per vial?
It's 5 doses per vial, so it's 1950 doses. So there's 195 vials in each of those boxes.
Right.
So that's maybe why it looks smaller than you might think.
Right. Yeah, I didn't do all the visual calculations right. So when you say you'll take out as many, you're going to do it basically in intervals of 5 or something like that. Your patients, right?
Right. Well, we'll take out enough for the entire planned clinic that day. So maybe there are 200 people who are scheduled for appointments from the morning until the afternoon. So we'll take out enough vials, 40 or so, for that amount of people.
Okay. And what do you reconstitute with?
It comes with a diluent, so it's normal saline. So it just is a typical reconstitution. You put the saline in the vial, you swirl it around until it dissolves, and then you're able to administer it.
Or you pour the saline into those little vials?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then you draw out 5 doses?
Right. Each
Gotcha.
dose is 0.3 mLs.
Okay. You'll probably do that in a clinic or someplace.
The nurses in the clinic will do that. The pharmacy won't do that.
Joy, are there any steps in this process that are coming next that or is there anything you're going to do that now that...
Today, no. This is kind of it for today. Once our clinic starts, we'll have a process each day where we receive the number of doses, we take them out of the freezer, we transport them to the refrigerator. We have a checking process. We'll be checking the inventory counts every day to make sure that the amount out and the amount in is the right count. We don't want to lose track of any vaccines. We want to make sure anything left over at the end of the day, if there is, from the clinic comes back down to the pharmacy for storage and safekeeping, and then we'll plan the next day's distribution back up to the clinic.
Any other security in place here?
So there are several security. So this is a restricted area. Only pharmacy personnel have access into this pharmacy. And then the freezer itself has a key, so that will be locked, and the key will be maintained in a safe where we keep our locked keys. Up in the clinic, there is a badge reader, so only clinic personnel and pharmacy have access to the clinic. And then there's a med room in the clinic which has a locked door, and inside there is a locked refrigerator. So there's a good amount of security to make sure that layers of keeping our vaccine safe.
It says minus 69 now. Is that because the door was open for a little bit?
Yes. So the range for the freezer is minus 60 to minus 80. So it's still within range, but you can see how quickly it dropped, or it warmed up when we had the door open.
Could you just say your full name and title?
Joy Vreeland, Associate Chief Pharmacy Officer, Senior Director.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, everyone. Good morning again. Pilar Arias here with you on News Now from Fox. We've definitely had some breaking news this morning and a lot of moving pieces, moving parts, and we were able to bring it all to you right here on News Now from Fox. So again, I want to continue to listen in. This is actually Boston, Massachusetts.
You had training last week. We had a training on Friday. We had a training yesterday, and we'll be doing another training in a couple minutes, actually, this morning.
On how to distribute it, or
storage and handling.
Storage.
And actually, some of the clinical information about the vaccine was in each of those trainings that we've taken so far as well.
What outstanding questions do you have at this point? Any, or?
No, I think we feel pretty prepared. It's very similar to what we expected, and we were enrolled in the clinical trial, so the clinical trial team had some experience with handling and constituting and thawing, so we had that internal kind of inside information. There are definitely some things that are stricter with the clinical trial than they are with the commercial vaccines.
All right, everyone. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. Good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Not just starting your day, but starting your week right here with us. There's currently several hundred of you on the platform that has a chat feature. We have all these breaking news and moving parts stories this morning. There's currently 412 of you watching. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm going to be your host for about the next hour and 20 minutes before we pass things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So what did you just see? You witnessed the first patient who was actually a nurse in New York be administered the COVID-19 vaccine live on camera. Now, I was trying to clarify, is she the first person in the U.S. ever to get the shot? We do not have that clarification. We have just learned that it was the first vaccine given in the state of New York and the first on camera in the country. So then I thought I took you out to Louisville, Kentucky for their vaccine distribution, but that's actually this live picture right here. This is Louisville, Kentucky. So we just witnessed, the vaccine distribution or acceptance in Boston, Massachusetts, and they were talking about exactly what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, how they've been trained. So, I mean, just days after we had that hearing last week where it was recommended that the FDA approve it for emergency use, the FDA did approve it for emergency use. And then now just days later, the vaccine is being distributed across the U.S. Patients are already receiving the vaccine. Here's a live look at the big board, Dow Jones Industrial, how stocks are doing. Some are calling it the beginning or the end, the beginning of the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. Some are saying there's the light at the end of the tunnel and that we will eventually get through this. There's reports out there that we may finally be over this pandemic, through the pandemic, starting to get on with our new normal, our new way of life by the summer of 2021. Essentially, there's hope, and the stock market is reflecting that. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board currently up about 230 points. It's been trading for just 9 minutes now, so we'll keep a very close eye on that as well. We are also on standby for an update with New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. So again, like I said, top of the hour here, 9 o'clock Eastern, lots of moving parts, lots of live events to bring you, lots of updates, lots of coverage, lots of stuff to show you right here on News Now from Fox. And we're staying on top of it as best as we can right here. So in the meantime, I'm going to take you back out to West Virginia. We were listening to Governor Jim Justice provide their latest update talking about vaccine distribution. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. News Now from Fox is just 2 minutes from returning for you. Again, we're returning out to West Virginia.
Know things are fluid. We all know things take probably longer than what we think, but that's what we're pushing for. Some vaccine reminders are just this. The COVID vaccine will protect us from this virus and save lives. There's no question. Clinical trials with tens of thousands of people have demonstrated that the vaccination is highly effective and safe. These vaccines will require 2 doses, and it is extremely important to receive both doses of this vaccine. You will not be able to cross-pollinate one or the other. You will not be able to take one vaccine from the Pfizer and go to Moderna and do the other. You have to stay Pfizer or Moderna. These numbers will change, and when they do, we will announce additional phases and additional groups that we will be receiving the vaccine. And again, until you and the people who live with us are vaccinated, our best defense goes back to wearing that mask and absolutely doing the social distancing. I'm not going to go through over and over again about wearing our mask and our executive order with that. You know, I urge everyone out there. I even urge those that are in a super minority now. Those that really think that they shouldn't have to wear a mask, or those that really think the masks aren't doing any good or whatever like that, they are in such a minority, it is unbelievable. probably in the state of West Virginia today, if we were to poll in the state of West Virginia today, I would bet that well in excess of 93 or 4% of the people in the state of West Virginia believe that we ought to be wearing a mask. Now, they don't like it, and I don't like it. But if I were in that 5 or 6 or 7 or maybe even less than that percent, you know, I would just say, okay, there's a good chance I'm wrong, but if I'm not wrong, what in the world is it going to hurt? What's it going to hurt? You know, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to keep going and beating this horse. You know, I think, you know, really at the end of the day, we got to wear a mask. I encourage West Virginians to continue to get tested. The free testing map should be up there. Your drive-through pharmacy testing is available to you. Great work by Fruth and Walgreens, and we really appreciate them. We have 21 outbreaks now and 72 confirmed cases in our public schools. To be perfectly honest, it's an incredibly low number, and so a lot of good work has happened here. Long-term care facilities, we've dropped down, I think, from 117 to 112. You know, on that, we have 17 outbreaks in our churches in 12 counties. We're down just a little bit there. That's good too. Those counties are Braxton, Cabell, Fayette, Harrison, Marion, Mineral, Mingo, Nicholas, Raleigh, Taylor, Webster, and Wyoming counties. Still urge you to do everything the same way. Pew in between you, wear your mask. If you happen to be an elderly person and you've got any kind of health problems and everything, I know how incredibly important church is to you, and how you can actually end up feeling alone in that setting. It's really heartwarming and it's really, really meaningful in lots of different ways. But I would tell you, if you could just hang on here just a little bit longer and maybe get your services at home, it'd probably be a whole lot safer. Corrections now has 315 active inmate cases. It's slightly down from Wednesday. We have 232 of those cases at the Northern Correctional Facility and the regional jail there. You can see, like I've said over and over and over, how it just and goes through everybody. Corrections is still testing 10% of the faculty and staff across corrections every week, and you know, you got to hand it to them at corrections. They've done a magnificent job there. We got the flu vaccines you can get. We got 220 million and change that have been awarded now to our cities and our counties. We're kind of coming to an end on this CARES thing, and so if you've got an application that you want processed and get in, you got to hurry up and get it in. And so please try to keep doing what you're doing there. I know that's been a real lifeblood, you know, or lifeline for all of you, and in our cities and counties, and really, really important to all of our people. I encourage you about giving blood and plasma. You know, it's a way that you can really, really give back. And from the standpoint of our Red Cross, I know what a phenomenal job that they're doing each and every day, but this is absolutely really important to those that have recovered from COVID. You know, God above has given you a blessing beyond belief, and if you can do it, we would love for you to go and give blood. You know, today, another small announcement, but still big in many ways. Today, I want to thank the U.S. Health and Human Services Administration for community living, because they have donated 100,000 face coverings to the state of West Virginia for the Bureau of Senior Services this week. These face coverings will be distributed throughout West Virginia, throughout the West Virginia Aging Network to senior centers in all 55 counties. Commissioner Roswell and all the aging staff across West Virginia continue to do amazing work. We've seen it all over the place. We were able to buy a bunch of new vehicles so they could get more and more meals out to our seniors. We've absolutely made a real commitment to our seniors, and we've got good stuff going on there. And so So all that's good, and you know, I want to just end by just saying this to you just real quick, and then we'll go to all of our other experts. But yesterday, you know, I was just trying to process more and more things in my head and things that maybe I could do. So about 4:30 yesterday, I got my bird dog, and actually this is a puppy of the dog that I had forever. You know, her name was Lily, and so since she looks like her mommy all the time, I call her Little Lily. And so little Lily and I went to grouse hunt about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And you know how oftentimes we didn't see a grouse, we didn't jump a single bird, and so there surely wasn't ever a shot fired in my shotgun or anything like this. But for about an hour, right before dark, we went, and she would run along in front of my little four-wheeler, and I would be calling to her, and from time to time, and she'd come back and just pet her and all that kind of stuff. And I thought a lot about, just the beauty of West Virginia, stuff that I told you many times on here, and thinking about, purchasing your hunting and fishing license early and everything. And so right at sunset, this scene I'm going to show you right now just came up, and so that's little Lily standing there, and this is overlooking the mountains throughout southern West Virginia. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't need to get a grouse yesterday, and I didn't need to shoot at something yesterday, but I'm just telling you, if you don't get out there and you don't get out in West Virginia, you don't see that. And really and truly, I don't know how it could be more beautiful. This state abounds with this every day.
All right, everybody, we're going to listen in on the UPS driver in Louisville, Kentucky, who is talking about delivering the COVID-19 vaccine. Let's listen in live.
Something this important, this level of precious cargo?
I mean, I deliver to the hospital, so I'm pretty sure it's some life-saving stuff every day, but to be at this magnitude, I think this is a little bit more, special.
On a personal note, do you know anyone in your personal life affected?
Yes, sir, yeah. I have a couple of family members that passed because of COVID. They had issues, and COVID was the one that took it out. But yeah, I know some people.
So this really is personal?
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
Anybody else?
Everybody good?
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vern. Thank you.
Again, everyone, that was the UPS driver in Louisville, Kentucky, talking about delivering the COVID-19 vaccine. He said he himself knows people who have been impacted by the coronavirus. I'm going to take you back out to West Virginia here. Whenever anything else happens live, raw, we will bring it to you right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Matter of fact, I do have a live picture here. It's not the best, but I do want to show you here. I'm being told this is Raphael Warnock voting in Atlanta, Georgia. So that's the situation there. For some reason, the camera looks kind of hazy. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on there. But yes, we've got the live picture, capable of bringing it to you. A little bit shaky of a camera shot. That is A-OK. We are still appreciative of the photojournalist providing us these live images. Again, this is Raphael Warnock voting in Atlanta, Georgia. Back out to West Virginia we go, right here on NewsNOW from Fox. Oh, and some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
There, and you don't get out in West Virginia, you don't see that. And really and truly, I don't know how it could be more beautiful. This state abounds with this every day. And so take advantage of what, our great leader of the band, Steve McDaniel, is telling us, and Chelsea Ruby, about getting out into West Virginia and enjoying the nature and enjoying the beauty of this state. If that doesn't calm your soul, and that's just, then I don't know what's wrong with you. But again, I surely sat right there, said a big prayer for all those that are really having a hard time in all this, and especially all those that we lost. But and there's my little buddy. He jumped over in my lap. So anyway, you guys, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Well, good afternoon. It's always great to be with each person that tunes in on the call. I want to both reinforce what the governor has said and also add a bit about the upcoming, what we perceive to be the upcoming approval by the Food and Drug Administration for the Pfizer vaccine. And then we anticipate the Moderna vaccine will follow. You know, in the country yesterday, we had more Americans die than any other single day in the whole pandemic. And as the governor reads those names of West Virginians every day, every press brief who have died, it really reminds us that we have an immense responsibility to each other, both in this state and in this country. And people are looking for leadership. And I think the governor has certainly provided the state of West Virginia tremendous leadership. But the kind of leadership we really need is each one of our leadership and our commitment to protect ourselves and protect each other. There was an article out of an Israeli newspaper that basically stated that if enough people wear face masks and physically distance and avoid the kind of environments where we can see the rapid person-to-person spread of COVID-19, then that's actually better than a vaccine because everybody can participate. You know, as we look at the Pfizer vaccine, we know that there's, you know, we're right at the precipice of having the Food and Drug Administration certify this for emergency use authorization, much as the country in the United Kingdom has done and Canada has done. You know, looking at all of the information, and I've certainly had an opportunity to read the research studies that have been published in scientific journals, to read the brief that has been prepared by the FDA for the most important points of this Pfizer vaccine, and will follow with the Moderna vaccine. What we see is this vaccine that we're about to get approved, I believe, for use in the United States and in West Virginia early next week, is a really safe vaccine. You know, the way it's made is really a game-changing approach. And as we've said before, it's made by expressing a synthetic small amount of genetic code that basically just is that part of the virus, that spike protein. Remember, we talked about the virus is named coronavirus because it's like the sun, that center circle that we draw when we're kids. That's the sort of the body of the virus. And those little lines that come out, the little rays that go out from the center, those are the spike proteins. And the spike proteins are where the virus binds to cells in our body. So all of the immune focus, whether it's the antibodies that President Trump got from Regeneron, or the new drug that Lilly has made, or our natural immunity versus the virus, is all directed at those spike proteins. So we block the ability of the virus to get into our bodies. And this very small piece that's genetically made, you know, synthetically man-made, and instructs our bodies to respond only against that spike protein, is really safe because it's not the virus. So there's no way that anyone can get infected with that. It is really, really effective. We know that 95% of people that got this vaccine or got the Moderna vaccine, both which are made almost the same, were protected against getting COVID-19. And as we go forward, we know that the most important thing for our country and our state right now, as the governor's talked about how many counties we have turning red and looking at infection rates rising. As I said, death rates in the United States are rising. Hospital rates are rising more than ever before. And we're going to average 200,000 new cases a day in America and over 1,000 in West Virginia, is to take the vaccine. And there is a false claim that's been going around social media sites, which I want to make sure that we address, is that this vaccine has a potential to make women sterile or infertile, and that's just false. And as we look at 42,000 women who have been pregnant and infected with COVID-19, we don't see any problems with the body's natural immunity, which is at the spike protein, to interfere with pregnancies, or we haven't seen people with COVID-19 who've had any complications related to childbearing or pregnancy or delivery. And a person who has created this falsehood on social media basically identified a very small part of the spike protein, which shares some very remote similarity with a protein that's necessary to make the placenta, which is where the baby rests. But when you really look at that, and experts look at that, it's not that similar, and it's really short. So there's really no possibility that that protein, that's very short, some similarity would then, would instruct.
Before we get to the top of the hour, some of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know we are going to be getting a live picture of the Indiana Electoral College meeting. As soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox.
We follow closely people 44,000 people who were part of the clinical trial for the Pfizer vaccine, and 30,000 people that were part of the clinical trial for the Moderna vaccine. The only real complications we see is just like if people have gotten the shingles vaccines, is pain in the arm when you've gotten the vaccine, particularly the second vaccine. And some people feel a little punky and, like a little bit of kind of not feeling great, fatigue, and maybe a few muscle aches. And that's not being infected with the vaccine. That is your immune system revving up to then deal with the COVID virus if it ever comes and infects you. And we're also watching in the United Kingdom 2 workers who had really severe allergies that had to carry epinephrine pens had a bit of an allergic response. So right now we would recommend that people that have to carry epinephrine pens, have life-threatening allergic responses, would talk to their doctors before they will get immunized. But otherwise, these vaccines are amazingly safe. They've come at light speed, which is fantastic. And the way that they're made will enable us in the future to really change that time frame so that we can get this life-saving vaccine. Remember, almost 300,000 Americans have died of this life-saving vaccine to people, and start to protect our most vulnerable, as the governor said, keep our hospitals and vital functions open and functioning, and then start to build that herd immunity through the vaccine for both West Virginia and the United States. And then we'll be able to get back more as we had been to our normal lives and be able to enjoy all of the privileges that we have in the past. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Marsh. Next to Major General Hoyer with the West Virginia National Guard.
Good afternoon. We're back up to 500 National Guardsmen on duty. In addition to that, we've hired additional civilian personnel to carry out the missions that the governor's tasked us with, along with our DHHR and other agency partners. Just want to highlight that in addition to preparing for the vaccine piece, we also continue to provide testing support. In addition to that, we have almost 100 personnel supporting local health departments with case investigation and other activities. As the governor laid out, we have a plan based on his guidance for the phased approach, with a particular focus on the areas he gave us of stabilizing the acute care healthcare system, as well as protecting our most vulnerable population and getting at the death rate, where we know that 50% of the individuals we have lost are from long-term care and assisted living settings. Within that, also, as we go into those other groups, the governor's tasked us to focus on over age 65, because we know that's where the largest portion of our hospitalizations and our death rates are. So we will continue to focus on that today. a multi-agency effort, a whole of West Virginia approach with what we call a rock drill, ROC, rehearsal of concept, where we are down into the very details of what will happen once those vaccines arrive in the state of West Virginia. We continue to stay focused on the taskings that the governor gave us, and we'll work our best to get those accomplished as expeditiously as possible. I'll leave you with this last thing to reinforce what the governor, Dr. Marsh, have said. Governors pointed out several times that in World War II, over the period of years we participated in defeating that threat, we lost 407,316 American service members. We are already at over 293,000 Americans that we've lost. So again, I ask you on behalf of all the guardsmen, all the frontline healthcare workers, first responders, please follow the guidance that the governor's laid out to us. Wear a mask, do the things that we need to do to mitigate this spread while we work to distribute vaccines as they become available over the next several months.
Thank you, General. Next, we'll go to Secretary Bill Crouch with the West Virginia DHHR.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to make one announcement today that effective immediately, the state will no longer be offering the in-home vault testing kit as we have for the past week or so. There are several reasons for this. One is the time lag on getting the results back, given the fact that a face-to-face interview must be done online, and then the sample taken, a sample mailed to the individual. Then the sample must be taken and then mailed back to the company. That's resulting in some longer lag times than we would like. As you know, we talked about difficulty in turnaround time with labs in many instances where that has slowed down. That ends up being around 5 days or so, which is too long, especially if someone is positive, to be able to do contact tracing and do what we need to do. We also looked at the cost of this, which is on the upper end of the scale of all of the labs we use. I want to mention that this is a high quality test. This is a PCR test, which is the gold standard for COVID testing. So we will continue to use these kits, but they will be used in other formats, other places than in home. So that is stopped at this point. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And last from Dr. Ayn Amjad, our State Health Officer.
Good afternoon. We do know that COVID fatigue or pandemic fatigue is affecting a lot of people. We do want to remind everyone about wearing masks or face coverings is important. The CDC does estimate that about 50% of people with COVID-19 are asymptomatic, so wearing masks and social distancing is very important. This is why we do stress these on our briefings and through various messaging and local health departments as well. So try to wash your hands, keep socially distanced, and avoid large crowds. We do know that with the holidays coming up, family gatherings are important, but wearing your masks in these situations is important as well. Social isolation is becoming a problem. People have depression and anxiety. We're seeing high rates of suicide, even overdoses in the state as well as across the country. So if you think you know someone who's suffering from these feelings of depression and isolation, please try to give them a call. And remember to wear your masks if you do need to go out shopping. If you can buy some of the supplies for your family members, especially if they're elderly, as the governor has mentioned, try to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amjad. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Hi, this is Kenny Bass with Channel 8 and Fox 11 in Charleston. Governor, I know that you were celebrating the opening of a new business in Snowshoe and that millions of dollars have been invested in Timberline and to get those resorts up and running and in top shape for the ski season. As we approach the ski season in those areas, and it'll move south into Gents and Winter Place and also up at Canaan Valley, what is the plan or what are the concerns about thousands and thousands of people coming to the state? 99% of the people who are going to be at those facilities are going to be from out of state. And with the vaccine not really hitting the general population until mid-March, where are you on the scale of, we're going to take a really close look at it, we have measures in place. While skiing is an outdoor event, there are a lot of indoor activities take place at those facilities, the restaurants, the lodges, the common areas. So if you could touch on the attention being paid to the ski industry in this season, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Kenny, as always, I appreciate your question. 3 months ago, we had extensive work, with the Western Ski Association, and through that time, we came up with all kinds of guidelines and stuff that, that would.
All right, everybody, we're getting a live update about a COVID-19. Again, everyone, we're heading on over to wherever this is. Actually, I'm just getting word. It's Austin, Texas vaccine rollout. We're going to listen in live.
Of history and protect our community and our healthcare workers and move forward with this vaccine and this virus and get back to our daily lives.
What's the process to determine who gets the first wave?
So it's been a very rigorous process, and we have made lots of determinations. We have reached out to all of our healthcare providers and our deans and chairs, and they are working rigorously to ensure that that we have the frontline workers that will be delivering care to COVID-19 patients first on the list, and that we have tiers, tier 1, tier 2, and we are working through that to make sure the most essential healthcare workers that have access to COVID patients are vaccinated first.
Ma'am, I didn't get your name.
My name is Jennifer Harrison.
Jennifer Harrison?
Harrison, Harrison.
And what's your title here?
I'm the Senior Director of Clinical Operations for UT Health Austin at Dell Medical School.
You're also a registered nurse, I guess?
I am a registered nurse.
Oh, very good.
18 years.
What's your message to people who might be weary of taking this vaccine? Do you guys have a message to them?
Yes. The FDA and the CDC have done an amazing job of reviewing the science behind this vaccination, and I would encourage anyone that is eligible and when they are eligible to please receive the vaccine. It is very important that we are not afraid to take this vaccine.
And you hope that frontline workers being the first to do that, you hope that sends that clear signal that, I guess, medical workers trust this, everybody else should?
Absolutely. And we have had a great response. People are eager and waiting. We have already over 1,000 people registered, and we anticipate it increase every day.
How tough has this pandemic been for you and your colleagues?
It's been stressful. It's been something that I'll never forget. I've worked hours I never thought I would work and experience things that I will grow and learn from my entire career. And it's something that will be a part of all of us for the entirety of our career.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. The audio not great here out of Austin, Texas. When we return, we will be in New York City for Mayor Bill de Blasio's COVID-19 update live.
They're getting the respect they deserve for all they've done for us. So the first person to get the shot here in New York City, the first person vaccinated, critical care nurse Sandra Lindsay. And Sandra, boy, I was so impressed. Sandra didn't even flinch during that shot, but here she is, someone who has been protecting people in Queens, the epicenter of the crisis, saving lives. How fitting that she was the first to get the vaccination, well administered by Dr. Michelle Chester, Long Island Jewish Hospital, Queens, part of the Northwell system, and everyone in our healthcare system, we salute you. All our healthcare heroes, we thank you. We're going to protect you so you can protect all of us. So what an amazing day, and the vaccine is here, and it will be distributed. Starting today, you're going to start to see more and more people get it. Remember, it starts to be effective even from the first vaccination and fully effective with the second. So we now begin today the largest vaccination effort in the history of New York City. Today is a historic day for many reasons. In New York City history, this will be remembered as the day where the largest mobilization ever was undertaken to protect the people of this city, the largest vaccination effort in our history. Now, we're going to use every tool at our disposal. Our vaccine command center will lead the way. Every single city agency, every city employee will be a part of this to make sure that all New Yorkers are served. This is going to be a huge undertaking, but nowhere is there the ability and the strength and the know-how more than New York City to get something like this done, and particularly at our health department that has led the way over decades, generations in doing vaccination on a large scale to protect the people of this city. Here to tell you more about it, our health commissioner, Dr. Dave Choksi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. We've said before that the cavalry is on the way. Good news, of course, but we must acknowledge that it is a slow and steady march. To start, let me try to break down the coming days based on what we know and what we don't yet know. So here's what we know about the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. First, leading scientists have confirmed that it is a very good vaccine in terms of safety and ability to protect against COVID-19 illness. I myself have pored over the studies, including what was released last week. Second, the first New York City-bound vaccine shipments departed from Kalamazoo, Michigan, yesterday in special cartons held at minus 70 degrees. They will travel via UPS and FedEx, both by truck and by plane. Third, Pfizer equipped the coolers with GPS-enabled thermal sensors, so the temperature can be monitored and the vaccines tracked to ensure they are received safely. If there are any problems with the shipments, Pfizer will notify us immediately. Fourth, our first vaccines are arriving today at 5 hospitals. That means that vaccines will become vaccinations today in New York City. Subsequent shipments are expected at 37 hospitals on Tuesday and 2 more hospitals on Wednesday. Fifth, hospitals are ready and waiting for the vaccine. And after the initial vaccinations, the data will be reported to our citywide immunization registry within 24 hours of administration, so we can securely keep track of who is getting the vaccine. Now, beyond the logistics, let me just take a moment to acknowledge what a remarkable and poignant milestone in our fight against COVID-19. And now, here are a few things that remain unknown. First, we don't yet know whether the Pfizer vaccine works for children under the age of 16. The FDA authorization was for ages 16 and up. Second, this week, the Moderna vaccine is expected to get a similar FDA review as the Pfizer vaccine did. We don't know the detailed results yet, but depending on them, the FDA's emergency authorization could come as soon as Friday. Third, we don't know our overall allotment of Pfizer and Moderna vaccines for New York City over the coming months, but we have been told to plan for approximately 465,000 doses over weeks 1, 2, and 3. Throughout the process, we will be communicating with hospitals to answer questions and share updated guidance. We will also be monitoring incoming data, preparing subsequent orders, and working with community partners to spread facts and foresight. While help is on the way, I'd like to add one thing. We remain in a state of emergency. If your house is on fire, you don't stay among the flames waiting for the fire department to arrive. You take the steps needed to stay safe. So until every last ember is extinguished, we are asking you to stay safe by masking up, staying home if you feel ill, keeping your distance, washing your hands, and getting tested. We are still in this together, and the core 4 precautions are what will keep you, your friends, and your family healthy. When it's my turn, I look forward to rolling up my sleeves to receive the vaccine. Until then, I'm taking heart in the fact that my hospital colleagues are getting one more layer of protection, and I'll keep taking the steps that I can to protect them as well as others, particularly those who are at greatest risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choksi. And yes, our hospitals have been preparing for this day. The folks who protect all of us have been getting ready. Nowhere has that been more true than in our public hospitals and clinics. Health and hospitals, we depend on so much in this city. And health and hospitals were bearing the brunt of this crisis during that time when we were the epicenter. They were going through some of the toughest realities, so they know. They are battle veterans. They know how important it is to distribute this vaccine and get it right. Here to tell you about all the efforts being made in our public hospital system, CEO of Health and Hospitals, Dr. Mitch Katz.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your continued support of the public hospital system. Without you, I think several years ago when Health and Hospitals was so close to financial ruin, there would be no health and hospital system. But you saved it, and I think it's proven what a great investment that is.
Amen.
It's really risen to the occasion. I want people to understand how difficult it is to be a doctor or a nurse in the midst of a pandemic. You're wearing all of your gear, but you're still worried, is this infection going to come home with me? Am I going to get sick? Am I going to bring this infection home to my children, to my spouse? And then all of a sudden, you're intubating a fellow nurse, your charge nurse, the nurse who kept you safe. You're intubating a fellow doctor. You worked beside her for all the weeks of the pandemic. What a horrible, horrible thing. And I'm so pleased that everyone recognizes that the healthcare workers should be at the top of the list. They've done their job. They're continuing to do their job. They need to be protected. They need to be kept healthy so that they do not go out sick, but can be there for all of us if we should need their help at a hospitalization. We're very proud of Health and Hospitals being able to receive the vaccine. We've been preparing for it. We will be focusing in the first weeks on those people who are at the highest risk of being exposed to COVID in the hospital. Those are people who are working with patients who have a breathing tube. That breathing tube causes more virus to be in the air. Because of that, we want the nurses, the ICU nurses, the respiratory therapists, the anesthesiologists, the emergency room doctors, we want them to be vaccinated first. We look forward to, with the mayor and Dr. Chotsky, to being part of the broader effort after we've done the healthcare workers to do the broad population of New York City. There is no more trusted provider to the low-income communities of New York City than Health and Hospitals. We take care of over 1 million people a year. 400,000 choose us as their primary source of care. We are known in the immigrant communities as a safe place to be cared for, a place where you will not get crippling bills, a place where no one will report you, a place where if you're homeless and poor, you'll be treated with dignity and respect. And we look forward to being part of that effort. And Mr. Mayor, we agree, Dr. Chotsky and you, that till then, we'll all do our best to stay safe. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Katz, to you and your whole team for everything you're doing to protect us. Hey, everyone, look, we in this city, we're going to show the world once again what New York City can do. We're going to be distributing this vaccine quickly and effectively. We're also going to be doing it equitably. We're going to be doing it fairly for the folks who need it the most, for the neighborhoods that need it the most. Our command center is going to lead the way to make sure things keep moving and that things are done the right way. But in the meantime, just as we get this amazing good news, we are dealing with this second wave here in New York City. We are not done yet with the coronavirus. So let's celebrate today. Let's be hopeful. It is a shot of hope. Let's be clear. It's not just a shot in the medical sense. It's a shot of hope. But we have to keep fighting this virus in the meantime. So we remain vigilant. We're going to have a tough December, a tough January. You heard the doctor say, continue to take those precautions so that we can move forward. Now, one of the precautions, and the state of New York made a decision, and I agree with that decision, was to tighten up some of our restrictions. And as of this morning, indoor dining is no longer in effect in New York City for the foreseeable future. Again, the more we fight back against the disease, the more the vaccine is distributed, that situation will change. And sooner rather than later, I believe. But those restrictions are in effect now. Indoor dining is not happening, but outdoor dining continues. Takeout and delivery continue. Look, the folks who work in our restaurant industry, they've been through hell, let's be clear. I feel for every one of them. I feel for the folks who created a restaurant with their bare hands, had an idea, made it happen, employed people. I feel for the 100 or 1,000 or more New Yorkers working in the industry right now, and so many more are used to. We've got to bring this industry back. We've got to bring back the restaurants we love, but it's going to take time. In the meantime, we got to stay safe because this second wave is very, very real. So we need to protect each other. We need people to be alive so they can next year feel what it's like to go back to eating indoors and celebrating our holidays with our families. We got to protect people now. And if we're really going to have that recovery we deserve, we need that stimulus. Still no clear direction coming from Washington, but we're going to keep fighting for a stimulus that actually allows the small businesses in New York City to recover and the renters in New York City to recover and the people of New York City to recover and our economy to come back. That's what we'll keep fighting for. That's what we need. We need it now, and we're going to need it when Joe Biden steps into the White House as our president. Okay, quick update. Obviously, as we continue so much important work, one of the really bright spots has been our public schools. Our kids are safe. Our educators and staff are safe. Learning is going on right now in New York City. 878 schools opened in the course of last week. We are going to make sure that those schools remain safe, but we're also going to systematically move those schools to 5-day-a-week education for as many kids as possible in as many schools as possible. Each school will be different, but we're going to keep you updated each week on how that progress is going. So we're 1 week into it, and this week we'll have about 250 schools where kids will be going 5 days a week, either all kids or most kids, or at minimum the priority kids we've talked about, kids who live in shelter, kids who live in public housing, kids with special needs. So 5-day-a-week education growing week by week in New York City. You're going to be seeing a lot more as we move forward. We'll keep you updated, but really credit to our educators, credit to the staff, everyone working so hard to make sure our kids get as many days in school as possible. All right, let's go over today's indicators. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report is 185 patients. It's under our threshold of 200. That's the good news, but it's still way too high. And it's been a tough stretch lately, obviously. A new indicator that we have, the hospitalization rate per 100,000 people, 2.73 today. We want to get that under 2. Second, we're going over every day now both the probable and confirmed cases of the coronavirus on a 7-day average. Today's number, a very high number, 2,137. Again, we want to stay under 550. It's going to take us a long time to get back there, but we will. And number 3, this is the percentage of New York City residents testing positive, 7-day rolling average. Today's report, 5.5%. We want to get back under 5 and then keep going. Lower, lower all the time, and the vaccine is going to be leading the way. Few words in Spanish. Hoy es un día histórico. La vacuna ya está aquí en la ciudad de Nueva York. Todos estamos listos para empezar la operación más importante de este siglo y proteger millones de vidas. Vacunar a todos los neoyorquinos va a tomar meses y mientras debemos seguir luchando para mantener este virus bajo control. With that, we turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Morning all. We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined today by Dr. Choksi, by Dr. Katz, by Commissioner Deanne Criswell, and by Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. The first question today will go to Emma Fitzsimmons from the New York Times.
Hi, good morning, Mayor.
How you doing, Emma?
Can you tell us, hi, I'm good. So can you tell us which other hospitals are going to be receiving the doses today and, what your plans are for the rest of the day?
Sure, Emma. I'll start with my plans and pass to Dr. Choksi to talk about distribution. And as Dr. Choksi said, we'll always tell you what is confirmed, what we can say is absolutely fact. And, when we are not certain yet of a specific detail, we're going to tell you that too, because this is going to be an ever-evolving situation in the coming days. So I will say, in my case, I'll be at a hospital here in the city this afternoon to have another great moment where a New Yorker gets vaccinated. But those details are still coming together. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Dr. Choksi, let's make sure we give people that which we know, but also acknowledge that which we're still waiting to learn.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. What I can just add briefly to that is that we do know that that vaccine shipment is on the way to 5 hospitals today, with the remaining of the 54 that we expect to get vaccine to get their shipments either on Tuesday or Wednesday. As we get more confirmation about precise deliveries, that's additional information that we can share over time.
Go ahead, Emma.
Thanks. And can you tell us a little bit about how you heard about its arrival? We heard that state officials were tracking the arrival of the vaccine through a UPS phone app. So can you talk about how you learned the news and then maybe the emotion or how you felt when you were watching the vaccination take place today, if you watched it?
I did. Absolutely beautiful moment. A beautiful moment. Look, there was such... To me, it was not just a moment where hope was realized. I felt that deeply. Like just when I saw, normally we don't love needles, right? But this is a needle I'm very happy about. So when I saw the needle go into the nurse's arm, I just felt this welling up of hope, an amazing sense of like we actually are turning the corner. It's actually here. And it was extraordinary. It was amazing that she didn't flinch. That's a true professional. But to me, we were watching an incredibly historic moment and the beginning of something much better for this city and this country. Also, the sense of...
Pretty emotional remarks there from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio talking about the first New Yorker to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm going to stray away from him here for just a bit and take you out to Connecticut for their governor's vaccine briefing. This is in Hartford, Connecticut, and some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. This is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thanks for being here.
His commitment has been extraordinary. And I will tell you, Connecticut, the advocacy he has had with Connecticut each week with the federal government, bringing resources here, and then getting those resources to us on the front lines. It's really difficult for me to even fully articulate what he's meant to us, to have the right leader as the governor in this moment. And I can just tell you, my gratitude to you, Governor, has been absolutely incredible because I can speak to the fact that every week my peers, leaders from around Connecticut who run the hospitals throughout the state, come together, meet with the governor and his team. And the issue is always, what can he do for us? How can he help us? What do we need? What does he need to know? And Governor, this is a great moment for all of us. And it's an honor to be here with you. Governor Ned Lamont.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. Back at you and to all the healthcare folks. You've been on the front line this entire time. On behalf of the people of Connecticut, I'm so appreciative of everything that you have done. I can't think who else deserves to get this vaccine first than the people on the front lines taking care of each and every one of you. As Jeff said, this is a really, really important day. As President-elect Joe Biden might say, this is a big deal. And I'll tell you why. Sometimes it takes democracies in America a while to get going, and we had some false starts early on down in Washington when it came to taking the COVID as seriously as we could. But we are going on all cylinders right now. And the amazing scientific community, from our amazing hospitals here in the state of Connecticut, to Pfizer doing the R&D right down the street in Groton, to scientists all over this country. And what this innovation is, this messenger RNA is incredible. In 9 months, it is one of the most effective vaccines in the history of the world, deemed to be safe and effective. Take it from the FDA, take it from the British who have opined on this, take it from the Canadians, and take it from our own vaccine advisory group, the scientific community. We asked them, everybody, to take a look at this and make sure that what you're doing is safe and effective and keeps you safe, keeps your family safe, keeps your community safe. And I'm a bit of a football fan, and for the first time in a long time, Jeff, I think we see the end zone. Absolutely. And We got a lot more blocking and tackling to do. We got a lot more wearing the mask to do. We got a lot more being careful to do, especially during this holiday season, especially when people tend to gather and perhaps let their guard down. But to each and every one of you, this is so well deserving. I want to see the first people get the vaccine. I hope I have an opportunity to be soon thereafter. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to invite Keith Grant forward. Keith is our Director of Infectious Diseases for Hartford Healthcare.
So over the last few months, the things that we've asked of the citizens of Connecticut, social physical distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask, ensuring you get tested, staying away from family if you have any symptoms. As of this morning, we're going to be able to say, get your vaccine as well. So that's a big deal. That's a huge deal. So from the medical and science community, there's a few things that we hope for. We've hoped for.
All right, everybody, we just heard from Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont saying that we have turned a corner. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. The beginning to the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm going to take you back out to New York for Mayor Bill de Blasio's COVID-19 updates there. We've got a lot of moving pieces right here on News Now from Fox. So as always, thanks for your patience and understanding as we switch from one live event to another and to another.
To get every one of the outdoor dining establishments to make sure they're in full compliance with law, they're healthy, they're safe. Restaurant owners have worked really hard with city agencies, Department of Health and others to get it right. But remember, some are doing outdoor dining, others are following the rules of indoor dining, and they have very few people in them. It depends on how they've set up. The important thing is to make sure that they follow all the state guidance, and our folks will be there to make it happen. And we've gotten a lot of compliance. I mean, I want to be clear. There's still things that have to be made better, no question. But the restaurant owners and the restaurant staff have really been trying to work with us because they know how important it is to keep people safe.
The next is Andrew Siff from WNBC.
Yes, Mayor, good morning, and good morning to everyone on the call. We were fortunate enough to witness this shot here at LIJ on the eastern edge of Queens here today. I'm wondering, how quickly do you think the other vaccinations can take place at this facility, at other New York City hospitals today? We had been hearing last week, I think Mark Levine told us he thought it might be 200 people per facility per day. Do you have any better clarification on how quickly this can ramp up?
Dr. Choksi, then Dr. Katz.
Thank you, Andrew, for that question. Yes, it's a really important question because, of course, we want to make sure that the vaccine gets to as many people as quickly as possible. There are some considerations, though, to do this safely, to do it in a way that makes sure that the healthcare systems themselves take into account some of the side effects that may affect staff as well. So what we've been doing in discussion with our colleagues at hospitals is to make sure that they have a plan in place with respect to scheduling staggered appointments so that it's not people all from the same unit getting vaccinated on the same day. Little things make a big difference with the logistics here. For example, giving someone an appointment to get the vaccine the day before they're scheduled to have a day off. That's something that can make a big difference with respect to making sure that that they do okay, after they get that vaccination. So with that said, the plan is for the doses that are getting delivered over the next 3 days to be methodically and gradually used over the next week to a week and a half overall.
Thank you, Dr. Katz.
I very much agree with what Dr. Choksi has said. We'll be able to fully use our supply in this first day. Certainly, everybody should focus on making sure that their process is done well, that it's done safely. This is a vaccine that the world has never seen before. There's never been an mRNA vaccine. It has to be taken care of in very special conditions. It can only be out of the freezer for a certain amount of time. But once the process is mechanized, I think it will start to go very fast. And I know health and hospitals, we've hired a whole group of nurses specifically to focus on giving vaccinations so that there is no delay. As soon as supply comes, we'll be able to immunize people.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Shifting gears to weather, the Department of Sanitation sent guidance that restaurants need to remove their outdoor space if there is 12 inches of snow in the forecast. And from what we're seeing right now, the forecast is right on the bubble in some areas for that. So what is your recommendation to restaurants at this point with regard to the storm this week?
Look, we'll get out specific guidance through emergency management. I mean, right now it is on the bubble, and I would not urge anyone to act yet till we get more clarity. We understand each restaurant's in a different situation, and it's really important to understand, Andrew, the best of all worlds is when they have the ability to easily remove what they have built for outdoor dining. For some, that's a lot harder than for others. But we also want to be clear that when we expect major snow, it's in their interest and everyone's interest to clear away as much of their equipment as possible to facilitate the snow cleaning and protect their equipment. So this one, to me, we're still on the cusp right now. Emergency management will get more information out in the next 24 hours as we get a clearer picture. Let me see if our Commissioner of Emergency Management, Deanne Criswell, wants to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're spot on. Right now, we're still watching it. It looks like it's 6 to 12 inches, so it's right on the cusp.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. News Now from Fox returns in just moments.
Information out tomorrow to everybody on the exact steps that they need to take.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
The next is Emily from New York One.
Good morning, everyone.
How you doing, Emily?
I'm well, thank you very much. Mayor
Happy
de Blasio,
Vaccine Day.
Happy V-Day.
V-Day, right.
May I please ask you about the hard-hit communities that you discussed Friday, the ones you want to prioritize for vaccine distribution? I'm hearing what everyone's saying about getting limited quantities in the first couple shipments, but what do we tell those communities about when they can expect to get the vaccine, how they'll be able to access it?
Yeah, I want to turn to Dr. Choksi and Dr. Varma, but look, I think the key point, Emily, is we've said very clearly, everyone said, federal, state, local, healthcare workers, frontline, most vulnerable, and nursing home staff, nursing home residents, that's where we're all focused first. We're going to be focusing on other healthcare workers, first responders. We're going to then be focusing on the most vulnerable people, folks over 65, folks with pre-existing conditions, or especially folks who have both. But when we do that, we're going to really put an emphasis on the 27 neighborhoods that were most hard hit by COVID. That's neighborhoods of color in this city, Black, Latino, Asian. And we're going to make sure that they get their fair share. That's the basic concept. But to give you a little more flavor of how that'll play out, first Dr. Choksi, then Dr. Varma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's exactly right with respect to how we see this unfolding over the coming weeks and months. The priority, as the mayor just said, is that the coming weeks will be focused on people who are at greatest risk, and particularly at greatest risk of severe outcomes from COVID-19 illness. We hope and plan that there will be enough vaccine supply in the early months of 2021 for us to start expanding the circle out beyond that. And that's where these considerations that we have made central to our plan around equity will really be brought to bear. So a little bit more about the how to your question. Well, what we know is that the most important thing with respect to making sure that people who are in those hard-hit neighborhoods actually get the vaccine is to rely on the places that they already trust. Whether it's a relationship that they have with their primary care doctor or the local clinic or their local pharmacy. And so we're going to rely on that for distribution, but also rely on trusted messengers in those communities to communicate about the vaccine.
Dr. Varma.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on one aspect that Dr. Choksi mentioned in his opening statement, which is there are things that we're waiting for also. And so I think that today is an incredibly hopeful and exciting day because we have the first of our vaccines. But there are more vaccines coming. We know the Moderna vaccine, which is very similar to the Pfizer one, is likely to get authorized very soon. There are evaluations of another U.S.-grown product, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So I think what's going to be important for communities throughout the city is to continue to listen to the updated guidance that they're getting. And as Dr. Chokshi has mentioned, talk to your trusted healthcare providers because there's going to be a lot of information. It's going to be challenging to sift through at the time. We're going to do our best to constantly communicate and make it clear, but learning and trying to understand what's happening is going to be helpful so that when your turn in line comes, you're going to be ready to know about making the right decision for your own health.
Thank you. Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you all. My second question is regarding safety measures at Rikers, considering the surge. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has issued a letter to the DOC raising her concerns and asking what you're doing for the individuals there, considering they're not sentenced to death by virus there.
Look, Emily, it's an important question and one where New York City has a very clear track record. And I worked very closely with our correction team, our health and hospitals team that provides the health care at Rikers and other jails. And I want to thank Dr. Katz and all of his colleagues at health and hospitals who work in our correction system. They don't get a lot of credit, but they deserve it because they do really good and important work. So I thank them. As we were dealing with the first wave, the great unknown, everyone was trying to make sense of the situation. This city made a bold decision, working with DAs, working with the state. We ultimately had about 1,600 inmates come out of our jail system as a protective measure, given what was happening then. It was a different situation now, thank God. Correctional health is much better positioned to address the virus because everyone's learned so much more. We have a lot of space that we are using because the population, particularly at Rikers, went so low that we have a lot of available space. We're able to spread people out. We're screening anyone who comes in, whether employee or inmate, to make sure that we know their situation.
One more commercial break for some of you before the top of the hour, and our friends at the NewsNOW from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona take over.
Our correction system was lower than the infection rate for the whole city. But that said, we're watching carefully, we're preparing steps to make sure we can protect people and make moves as we get more information.
The next is Rich Lamb from WCBS 880.
Good morning. Congratulations, I guess, Mr. Mayor and the team there.
Congratulations to everyone, Rich. It's an amazing day for all of us.
Just an aside here, did you know that Pfizer started in Brooklyn in 1849?
I did not know that. I know they're a great New York City company, but I didn't know that they go back that far. That's pretty amazing. So it's a proud day for New York City leading the country again.
Yeah. So this is yes, well, and true. This is an intramuscular shot, from what I understand, not intravenous. And we've heard about this ultra cold storage. So how cold is the vaccine when it's injected, and can you feel that? I mean, it's almost like one would think it's almost solid the way it's when it's at that low temperature, or must be frozen solid. Yes.
I have to say, before I turn to Dr. Chokshi, I was so impressed again by Sandra Lindsay, who just didn't even blink when she got the shot in her shoulder there. Obviously, she did not see any negative reaction. It looked pretty smooth. But Dr. Chokshi, talk to us about the temperature and what it feels like, et cetera.
Sure. First, Rich, thanks for that fun Pfizer fact. I wasn't aware of it either.
Pfizer fact. That was very alliterative. Go ahead.
So to return the favor with respect to the information about the temperature of the vaccine, you're right. When it's stored, it's at ultra cold temperatures, but it does get thawed before it's administered, before it's injected as an intramuscular shot. So generally that will be at room temperature. It takes about 30 minutes for the vaccine to thaw from ultra cold temperatures to room temperature if you just leave it out at room temperature. It takes about 3 hours for it to thaw from ultra cold to placing it in a refrigerator. If it is placed in a refrigerator, then when it's mixed for the shot, it will further thaw. So you shouldn't experience any sensation of coldness upon getting the vaccine.
Go ahead, Rich.
Okay. And I'm just wondering if Dr. Katz can go over exactly who is getting the first shots and what the thinking is in regard to that. I heard something along those lines, but I wondered if we can know what the thinking, why people are in the most danger, who are the people, and what's the, how does it work?
Certainly. So the people in a hospital who are at the most danger are people who are doing procedures that aerosolize the virus, meaning send the virus particles into the air. That usually means there's some pressure. And the common instance of that is patients who are on a breathing tube, where a tube is placed down their throat in order to use a ventilator to push in air, and that causes air to be pushed out and the virus into the air. So the people who most deal with those tubes are respiratory therapists, ICU nurses, which is, I'm sure, why, Mr. Mayor, you saw the ICU nurse getting the vaccine today, emergency room physicians who intubate patients. Those would be the people at highest risk and the ones we're doing first. What Dr. Chotsky referred to, which is also an important issue, is some people will have mild flu-like symptoms the next day or two after getting the vaccine. Well, we don't want to therefore vaccinate in one hospital every ICU nurse and therefore risk that we have no ICU nurses to take care of patients on the next day. So we'll stagger it. We might do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for a third of the ICU nurses, and then a third, and then a third. Or as Dr. Chotsky says, we will look when we know people are off, and therefore we'll be able to get through the mild symptoms without having to come to work with them. So that's basically how we'll be administering it.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
The next is Jake Offenhartz at Gothamist.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Jake, how you been?
I'm pretty good. You mentioned the possibility of a full shutdown in the coming weeks, and I was hoping you could kind of just elaborate on what that would look like. Are we talking, the same size shutdown as we saw in March? Something different you're envisioning? I also know the chair of the City Council Health Committee has mentioned, calling for the closure of non-essential office spaces. So are you at a point right now where you would recommend New Yorkers who don't need to go into an office don't?
Yeah, look, Jake, first of all, this is a constant conversation that I'm having with the governor, my team's having with the state all the time. And what is increasingly clear is that all forms of restrictions have to be on the table at this point. The governor's quote in the Times, I think, said it exactly right. At the current rate we're going, you have to be ready now for a full shutdown, a pause like we had back at the end of the spring. And that is, I think, increasingly necessary just to break the back of this second wave, to stop this second wave from growing, to stop it from taking lives, to stop it from threatening our hospitals. So we're working carefully with the state. The state will ultimately make the decision. I certainly do agree that folks who don't need to be going into a workplace at this point should do as much as they can remotely. Again, I think there's the likelihood of more restrictions quite soon, so folks should start making those adjustments now and get ready to work remotely if they can. Hopefully we're talking about restrictions only for a matter of weeks, but we have to be preparing ourselves mentally and practically for that possibility. Go ahead.
Okay, and on education, you mentioned there are 250 public schools where some of the neediest students are able to go 5 days a week. And how many of these schools can all students go 5 days a week?
We'll get to the updated numbers as they keep emerging. Jake, I think what's really important for everyone to understand is this is going to literally improve each week. So this week, going into next week, we have only a few days of school, and then everyone comes back on January 4th. You're going to see improvement throughout this week, on January 4th, you're going to see a lot of improvement. My goal, the chancellor's goal, maximum number of schools out of that 878 schools that are up and running, maximum number go to full 5-day-a-week for all their kids. The next best category is 5-day-a-week for most kids, and the next best category is 5-day-a-week, at least for the kids with greatest need. We're going to be able to do that, I think, very successfully across those 878 schools. In terms of exactly how many will get into each category, we'll know a lot more in the coming days. But I think the thing to envision is when we come back on January 4th, you're going to see a big jump up of the number of schools that are doing 5-day-a-week education. And we'll keep going from there. We'll keep improving upon it every week thereafter.
We have time for 2 more for today. The next is Amanda Eisenberg from Politico.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Happy Vaccine Day, Amanda. How are you?
Happy Vaccine Day. I cried watching that video, so I'm very happy.
I appreciate it. I think this is going to be a new question. Do you cry when you watch vaccine videos? So I think that shows you have a lot of heart.
Now, yeah. So I wanted to ask you, my first question is, when do you expect to get a vaccine within this priority schema, considering Trump and his staffers are among the first to get the vaccine?
The man who's going to make that decision is sitting right here. I really think it's important for public officials to follow the guidance of their health leadership. I will go by my priority status whenever that is, unless for any reason the health leadership determines otherwise. So let me pass the question to the person who'll make the decision, Dr. Choksi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say the mayor has been very upfront and clear about his wanting advice from me as a health commissioner, from the rest of the health team, about this very question. And really, it brings to bear issues of fairness. And so the mayor will get the vaccine, sort of as the prioritization is laid out over the coming weeks. Right now, as you know, the first priority is high-risk hospital workers, as well as people who are in long-term care facilities, both residents and staff. So it will be after that phase at some point that the mayor will get his vaccine. I think the really important thing is when he does get it, the symbol that shows with respect to confidence in the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine.
Amen. Okay, go ahead, Amanda.
Great, thank you. And then my second question is in regards to the Satmar funeral. The New York Post wrote a couple of stories over the weekend, and so I was wondering to find out what you're hoping to glean from your investigation that wasn't already available via photos and social media.
Yeah, it's a good question, Amanda. Look, a lot of times the photos and social media give us a very partial view. When we're talking about the potential of shutting down a building and not allowing anyone in, we want to make sure we get it exactly right. I'll get an update on the investigation, and we'll certainly make public what we've found. But I think that we're going to continue to talk to community leaders to make sure that they understand that these rules must be followed. And if not, no one wants to shut down the building, but if we see that there hasn't been compliance, we will shut down the building. Go ahead.
The last question for today goes to Gersh from Streetsblog.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are you? Congratulations.
Congratulations to all, Gersh. And I want to see if there's a transportation-related vaccine question here. I'm ready.
Well, there isn't really, but I will follow up on Marcia's question, which was legitimate. So, as you know, we see these structures in the street now for the open restaurants. Many of them have opaque sidewalls, meaning even though they remain set back from the intersections, car drivers can't see pedestrians and vice versa. So I've asked DOT many times to document how many inspections it has done and how many restaurants have been cited for blocking view sheds that you guys put into the rules. And the only answer I've gotten is many. So I'm wondering if you can instruct the DOT to provide the actual number of restaurants that have been cited for creating dangerous street conditions with walls that cannot be seen through. And I'd love to get your comment on that.
No, look, I'm really glad you're raising it. And, Gersh, something I like to say when a journalist raises a point that helps us focus on things we need to do better or things we, need to check up on, I find it very helpful. So I want to thank you for that, because I am a Vision Zero believer, and I'm also an outdoor dining believer. And open dining, open streets has been an amazing step forward for this city, but it has to be safe. So I will get you an answer, because we do need to make sure that we've done that piece right. We got to keep everyone safe while we're also trying to protect people's livelihoods and give people a real sense of this city able to recover soon. But I'll get you an answer on that. Go ahead.
Okay. And my second question, I will ask a COVID vaccine-related transportation question. I'm able to do that, moving on the fly. You said the other day that you would obviously take the vaccine to demonstrate that it is safe. You're obviously excited about the vaccine. Given that study after study show that transit is also safe, and that transit is really suffering because a lot of people think it's unsafe, maybe you would start riding transit maybe for a week just to show that it's safe. And now I know in the past you have said that such a mayoral demonstration is, quote, cheap symbolism, but maybe in this case it isn't. Tell me what you think.
I respectfully, old friend, you're taking that quote out of context. That was a quote about a different matter, which I did feel at the time. But this is a different matter. I agree with you. It is important to let people know the subways are safe. I like the idea of having a period of time to really emphasize to people that they're safe by being out there. So I accept that good idea. And we'll figure out when the right time to do that is, and we'll do it, and we will surely invite you along. Everybody, as we conclude today, what an amazing day. Let's just, after everything we've been through this whole year, and it has been a long, long year, we will not look back on 2020 fondly. However, let's give 2020 its due. In the midst of this horrible pandemic, an amazing human effort all over the world to come up with this vaccine. And it was done in record time. And now everyone is putting their shoulder to the wheel to make sure that this vaccine gets to all the people in the city who need it as quickly as possible. Look, there's some justice in the fact that we were the epicenter with the first wave, dealt with the brunt of this crisis, and now we're going to be in the first wave of fighting back, getting this vaccine out as quickly or more quickly than any place else in the country, protecting our people. New York City is going to show the whole world how quickly and well we can get this vaccine to the people who need it. But remember, vaccine is part of the answer. It's going to ultimately be the biggest part of the answer, but right now it still depends on you. We got one last big battle in December and January. We got to fight back this virus so we can give the vaccine time to do its work. So everyone, please remember the mask, the distancing. If you're traveling, don't travel. Cancel your travel. Stay close. Small gatherings. Help each other. And when the opportunity comes to get that vaccine, go get it. When it's your priority time, go get it. I'm going to do it. Our health leadership's going to do it. We do all these things right, we're going to get through this last fight and finally turn the page on the coronavirus. Thank you, everyone.
And we continue to bring you always the very latest here on News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the very latest with the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing the rollouts here of the vaccinations happening live right now across the country. This is a look in Connecticut right now as we are taking a look at here. It's a big day for America and the rest of the world as we are seeing the vaccination rollout of Pfizer happening now. And this is just an amazing moment there in history to see this as these vaccinations roll out on the same year as the pandemic started here in this country. So we are seeing that happen. A lot of people didn't think that this would happen this year. Some media outlets didn't say it was going to happen. But we are seeing the rollout happening right now, and what a true miracle that this is that we are seeing right now, as we will have hundreds of thousands getting the vaccinations in this week. Dr. Fauci said earlier today that he could see that he's saying that most people could be getting the vaccinations by March or April of 2021. So we will keep an eye on that as well. A lot of people already looking forward to 2021 for obvious reasons. We've been looking forward to 2021 probably since March, I'd say, because everything that's been shutting down life as we know it has really been on a standstill. But seeing these images of vaccinations happening, there is good hope. There is good hope for this country and the rest of the world. So we just got to stay focused and keep our eyes on the prize, definitely, for that. Here's what we got coming up in just moments, everybody. Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida is going to be giving an update on the vaccinations out in his state, in the Sunshine State. So we will feature that for you in just moments, everybody. But we do want to go to an update. Our very own Regina Gonzalez talked to Dr. Mike on the very latest with vaccinations. Let's listen to her, and then we will get to the governor of Florida.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Regina Gonzalez, joined as always by Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. How are you, Dr. Mike?
I'm doing just fine, Regina.
Well, Dr. Mike, there were very crucial steps taken this weekend in order to attempt to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Tell us a little bit about where we stand as of today.
Well, believe it or not, the vaccine is going to be administered starting today. Thank God. So the cavalry has come. Now, it's not available for everyone. And I have to tell you, Regina, I've been getting calls and calls from patients saying, Dr. Mike, I want to be on the top of the list. Well, look, here's the deal. We don't have a lot of the vaccine, and at least at my institution and throughout the country, from what I've read and what I'm aware of, it will be going to first line responders, people in harm's way. So let's break that down. These are folks that put their lives on the line every day. These are the respiratory therapists, doctors, nurses, people in nursing homes who come in close contact with this virus on a daily basis. I'm not on the first tier of people getting it. I see patients every day, but they are not on a ventilator. They are not in an ICU. They are not confirmed COVID-19 patients. I take care of a lot of people once they're out of the hospital, but these are the folks in harm's way. So the thing we have to remember, Regina, is that we have to be patient. And what I'm worried about is that some people will try, I understand this, to get to the front of the line. You have to understand that everyone will get an opportunity to get this vaccine. But myself included, right now, we need to continue wearing a mask, socially distancing, and being very, very careful until we get our turn.
So it may not be you yourself, but your institution is expecting to see the Pfizer vaccine today. Is that correct?
I believe that there is a rollout planned for today, like many locations throughout the country. And so I've said this before, I really believe in this four-star general that has headed up this warp speed logistical operation. I mean, this is as close as it comes to a military operation, getting this out to people. And it really is exciting news, even though we are seeing dramatic deaths and cases. Hope is on the way.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Mike, how concerned should people with allergies be with getting this vaccine?
So let's just look at the numbers of people who have died from COVID-19, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. It's horrifying. whenever you give a vaccine or any type of intervention to a large number of people, you're going to have some side effects. Now, let's look at those allergies. Number one, those were 2 British citizens who had a history of severe allergies. They carried EpiPens around. Those are epinephrine pens. So there will be some people who will get an allergic reaction, just like with every other vaccine or every other potential medication that has ever come out. What we do is we recommend that patients who get the vaccine be monitored for about 15 minutes. And certainly, if you have a history of severe allergy, you make sure that you have an EpiPen with you. To me, the benefit is here and the risk is here. If it is administered in a place where people know what to do, I think everything will work out just fine. But remember, everything in life, whether you get in a car, in a plane, or you decide to take a baby aspirin, has a benefit and risk ratio. And if the benefit outweighs the risk, Regina, then you proceed.
Now, going off this conversation, Dr. Mike, it was reported that 4 cases of Bell's palsy were among the Pfizer trial participants. So what can you say about that? Is that also something we have to watch out for? I know that the government is now monitoring occurrences.
Well, certainly Bell's palsy, which is a facial droop, can occur from vaccination. It is a rare event. And again, I think that people should go into this knowing that there are risks, but there are very few risks. The side effects are minimal and the benefits far outweigh the risk. If there's any way to get out of the nightmare that we're in right now, it is through vaccination. And if we get to a point where there is herd immunity, we will start to get some semblance of having a normal life. I don't know about you, Regina, but I'm tired of this. We all are. It has been a long, painful, dark place that we've been in. And I'm looking forward to seeing the light.
Absolutely. Well, this vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine specifically, and the ones being distributed as we speak, will be administered to people 16 or older. What about children?
Well, there's limited data on children and pregnant women. And if you listen to some of the discussion with Dr. Fauci, the bottom line is that starting in January, those groups will start to be enrolled in trials. Remember, we cannot proceed without hard science backing up what we are doing. So when it comes to children under the age of 16 and pregnant women, we need data to show that it is safe and effective.
Now, I feel like a question that we've seen here in Orlando and around the internet is, if I get this vaccine, can I go back to life as normal?
Well, the answer to that is no. What you need to know is that this virus doesn't cure COVID-19. It's not like an armor shield. What it does, the intent is to reduce the severity of your illness should you come across COVID-19. Until we achieve herd immunity, we're going to continue to wear masks. We're going to continue to socially distance, and we're going to continue to need good hand hygiene. This is not something that's just going to go away overnight, but a vaccination program, if everyone buys into it, is the major first step in getting rid of COVID-19. If we do that and the vast majority of people are protected, then it's much harder for this virus to spread from one person to another. I don't think we will eliminate COVID-19 on the planet, but Some early indicators are that the antibodies, the dramatic response from this vaccine and others may last longer than we imagined. And boy, wouldn't that be fantastic. My prediction is that, as Dr. Fauci has said, and he's been spot on for a majority of the things that he has said, everyone that will want a vaccine will be able to get one by April. So until then, everyone's going to have to continue to wear a mask, socially distance, everything that we've heard about ad nauseum.
Well, thank you for your time as always, Dr. Mike. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye?
Well, Regina, again, the holidays are coming. We've seen what happened with Thanksgiving, and we know that there is a risk with travel. We are in a situation right now where we've got to be careful. We cannot let our guard down. What we need to do is to follow good advice, socially distancing, wear masks, avoid crowds, and if you can at all, possibly not visit relatives. Remember, we want to protect our loved ones and our friends and family by not doing travel and not getting together this year. Next year, Regina, I'm hoping it will be a whole new ballgame.
I do too, Dr. Mike. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well, Regina. Thank you so much.
And that was the updates there from Dr. Mike. And right now we're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. When you come back, we'll take you out live to Tampa right now, where Governor Ron DeSantis is giving an update. Let's bring it to you right here next on News Now from Fox.
Hospital systems. And when the vaccine plans were being rolled out by Operation Warp Speed, we were told we could select 5 systems in the state of Florida for kind of the first round. And I think the reason they did that was they didn't want to have massive numbers of hospitals. If there were problems, the problems would be exacerbated. This is kind of a beta test. They wanted to run it through, make sure things were running smoothly, which, knock on wood, they have so far. And then as we get into the next weeks of distribution, you'll start to see it go. So we were really happy to be able to select Tampa General as one of those places. Throughout this whole pandemic, they've really leaned forward, and we're always one step ahead of, I think, where a lot of other folks were. More recently, in November, it didn't get as much play as the vaccine, but when we had EUA approval for the monoclonal antibody for Eli Lilly, a lot of folks were worried about whether hospitals would even want to do it. If you do transfusion and you have other sick patients, you don't want them to get COVID. So how is it going to happen? And so we were concerned about that. We thought about setting up centers in Florida, have some of our COVID-only facilities, nursing homes or something set up to handle it. I called John Corris here at Tampa General, and he's like, we are all set up for it. Thanks for helping us get it. And they've been administering it. And it's been very, very effective. We also have Regeneron that's now been approved as well. And so we didn't have to do, all we had to do was help get the drugs here. They were ready to go, always creative. And then when the vaccine was the news about Pfizer, and we kind of had a time frame, John is like, we're ready. Like, we're going to be here to serve the people of Florida. And so, of course, they're going to focus on these high contact frontline healthcare workers in this round. But they're getting enough vaccine here at Tampa General, nearly 20,000 doses, that they have far more than they would need for just that group of people. And so we went to all 5 of those systems and we said, look, we had to pick 5. You guys have done a great job, but we have other systems that have done a great job as well. Can you work collaboratively with them so that if the Tampa General employees are getting it, you could also go to Baycare and some of these other places here in the Tampa Bay area? If Jackson Memorial can do some of the other systems down in Miami. And every single one of them said, absolutely. It's a team effort. We're all going to work together. So you will be seeing folks at Tampa General with this shipment being vaccinated, but you also this week see employees from some of these other areas, other hospitals be vaccinated. And so you have 100,000, almost 100,000 this week for that. We also have about 60,000 going to CVS and Walgreens for the long-term care mission. And then the state is going to receive tomorrow about 20,000. and we are going to supplement the long-term care mission. We have expeditionary capability, and so we are going to be working really hard to serve those most vulnerable populations. But today was really a historic day. When I was at the White House last week during the Operation Warp Speed Summit, I was there with some other governors. They actually did a montage of people on things like cable news saying, there is no way we will have a vaccine by year end. It's going to take 2 years or 3 years or whatnot. And you know what? That probably was the smart money. I mean, you say, but here we are, less than a year, much less than a year. These vaccines have already been administered in Great Britain and Canada. They're now going to be administered here in the United States. And this is a really, really significant milestone in terms of combating the coronavirus pandemic. I know that as we get into the end of this week, I've spoken with the FDA Commissioner, Stephen Hahn. They're going to do the same thing with the Moderna approval that they did with the Pfizer approval. So Moderna, the advisory committee will meet on Thursday to discuss the issues with Moderna. We anticipate a favorable recommendation for that. And then FDA will work hopefully through the night to be able to get the EUA issued on Friday of this week. And then we're in the same schedule that we had with Pfizer. The shipments will be arranged. We'll start receiving those hopefully Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of the following week. That's going to be in Florida a little less than 400,000 we anticipate. I think about 365,000 of Moderna, which is a significant amount. That is going to continue to help serve our long-term care mission, but also start, hopefully, as kind of the frontline healthcare workers have this available, to start getting it out to some of the elderly population outside of long-term care facilities. And then certainly by the third week of December, when we get even more Moderna, we hope to be able to really start to offer that. And then in January, if the supplies keep coming, we want as many elderly to be able to get it as possible. Now, the one thing we're waiting on, in the initial plan for the Pfizer, we were going to get 179,000 this week, but then we were going to get several 100,000 each the next 2 weeks of the Pfizer. Right now, we don't know. They have kind of dialed it back. I think they're working through some production issues. So we anticipate the Moderna coming at the beginning of next week, between 300 and 400,000 doses. We're hoping that the Pfizer order is fulfilled for the next 2 weeks beyond what we're getting today and tomorrow. If we get all of that as scheduled, then that's probably more than 1 million doses. If we don't get the remaining Pfizer, then we're looking at probably 700 to 750,000 for the month of December. Either way, it's going to make an impact, but obviously we want to see as much of this rolling off the assembly line and getting into hospitals as we can in terms of this. We were able to see how they're storing it. They have the capability of storing an awful lot of vaccine, far more than they got today. They can store a lot of these vials, and so as this stuff becomes more widely available on Pfizer, this is obviously a place we know that can handle it. The good thing about the Moderna, it doesn't require quite as extraordinary of storage. And then the J&J vaccine, which we hope will happen in the new year, either January or February, that is just basic refrigeration, and it's one dose. So the vaccines that were delivered today, for every vaccine that hits, there's a corresponding booster that is being withheld. They didn't want to send it all, I think smartly, because you don't want to just keep 200,000 vaccines and tell someone they can't get it. So you're going to use that, and then when it's time for the booster, 21 days, those other shots will come, and that they can be given the booster shot for this. So this is a game changer. It's a great day for the United States. It's a great day for the state of Florida. I'm really glad that we were here in Tampa General to do it. Of course, we continue to work with them across a variety of issues. We think these monoclonal antibodies have been very effective. It's going to take a little while to get the hard data on it. As it stands now, between November 1st and December 12th, Florida was 43rd in per capita cases, so 42 states had higher per capita caseloads. Between December 6th and 12th, we were 46 per capita. Again, 45 states with higher loads. And then hospitalized patients, as of December 13th, the last date we have full nationwide data, Florida was 43rd per capita for COVID positive patients being treated in Florida hospitals. So again, 42 states with higher loads than us. So we think that we're getting this at a good time. We think if we get it to the right folks who are the more likely to be hospitalized, that we can continue to keep those numbers in line. So I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work. This has been something that we've been working on for weeks and weeks. As soon as the Pfizer news came out, I flew to D.C. I met with as many key players as I could. We're in contact on a daily basis with Operation Warp Speed. And so far, things have gone very well. It's a very significant logistical challenge for the federal government. And so far, things have gone well. And I know once it gets in the hands of Tampa General, they're going to continue to do a really good job. So today, we will have shots going in arms. We will have healthcare workers getting vaccinated much sooner than anybody would have anticipated just 6 months ago. God bless America. I'd like to introduce John Corris now.
Thank you, Governor. On behalf of Tampa General Hospital and the entire team, I want to thank the Governor and the entire state, legislature, the leaders, the staff. What you may not realize is that through the Governor's leadership, the state has been with us every single step of the way from the very beginning of this pandemic. Not just Tampa General, but all of the hospitals in this great state. I'd also like to thank the federal government, because this morning at about 10 o'clock in the morning, we received the Federal Express packages, and the FedEx truck pulled right up like it would normally do, and it had a delivery time at 10:30, and it came 30 minutes early. It came in at 10 o'clock. To have that kind of logistical precision happen across this country is absolutely outstanding. And when you're on the front lines, when you're caring for patients, when you're managing an organization through something like this, to have the type of leadership and cooperation at the state and federal level is critically important. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership and your entire team's efforts. The next thing I'd like to comment on is that this is truly a historic moment. I mean, just think about it. Less than a year ago, we were confronted with this awful pandemic. Today, we're sitting here introducing right now about 20,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. And the way I've described it to my team is this is 20,000 doses of hope. This is the beginning to the end. This is monumental if you're sitting in our shoes caring for the patients that need us the most. Finally, this is game time. We're ready. As the governor said, Tampa General Hospital has the resources, has the staff, has the supplies, now has the vaccine. We are ready, and it is absolutely game time. And we will not let down this community. We will not let down our team. And we're honored to be one of the hospitals leading this effort. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce Jared Moskowitz, the Director of Emergency Management. And the way I would describe Jared, and I've used this a few times with other people, if I was in a foxhole, I'd want Jared right next to me in that foxhole. This guy is steady under pressure and has done an incredible job with his team to help us navigate through all of the complexities that we were confronted with for almost a year. And with that, Jared, come on up.
Okay, no pressure now. John, thank you. Governor, thank you. It really is a miracle to be here today to helping administer vaccines less than a year of dealing with this pandemic. It is a tribute to the frontline healthcare workers who are going to be the first recipients of the vaccine, the heroes that have been on the front lines dealing with this every single day. It's a bittersweet moment for families who have lost loved ones to the pandemic, or families who have had folks in hospitals and have not been able to visit them. And it really has been a collective team effort. I want to obviously thank Tampa General. I want to thank the other 4 hospitals that are ready to go to help distribute this vaccine. we really, at the Division of Emergency Management and our partners at the Department of Health, have been aggressive since day one. When we couldn't find COVID test kits, we went out in the private market and found them. When there was a national shortage on swabs, we went out and we found them nationally, internationally. When PPE became the issue, we did everything we could to make sure that our doctors and nurses had the PPE that they needed, that our folks in the long-term care facilities had the PPE they needed. Over 80 million masks have been distributed from the Division of Emergency Management. And so, while this is not the end, we have a long way to go. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit to get this out. We will continue to be aggressive. Folks continue to do mitigation measures as we, get through this. But, we're hoping at the division that as that supply comes, you will see a significant, robust effort between ourselves and the hospitals and the local partners at our counties. I know my staff, the staff at the Department of Health. This is a big day for them. This is a big day for every emergency manager at the local level, at the state level, every Surgeon General in the country. Everything we have worked for since March has been building to this moment. And so thank you, Governor. Thank you, John, for having us here today. And we continue to look forward to the partnership with Tampa General.
Well, I will be very brief. I also want to thank the governor. It's hard to describe when you're kind of at that darkest moment of the pandemic back in March and April and May, what a relief it was when we would need anything. You seem to be able to deliver it. PPE was one, remdesivir, then the monoclonal antibodies that have made a huge difference. Now the vaccine, we're incredibly grateful. Obviously, USF and Tampa General are a team, and John, you have also been extraordinary, and we're very grateful for that. This is a magic moment. I was trying to recall something equivalent, and I thought back to when I was a kid and Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. And from a healthcare perspective, this is our magic Neil Armstrong moment. So this hopefully is the beginning of the end of this terrible pandemic. I would not be the dean of the medical school if I didn't tell everyone to we're in the fourth quarter. We're in the last few minutes of the fourth quarter. We have Brady as our quarterback. Please keep wearing a mask, socially distancing, avoid large gatherings when people aren't doing that. It is incredibly important. We're almost there. But this Herculean effort is going to really make a huge difference, and we will have a return to normality very quickly. And I think Dr. Kim is going to speak briefly.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really honored and excited to be here. Thank you to the governor, Mr. Corris, Mr. Moskowitz, Dean Lockwood, and truly, this is a thrilling day. We're very proud of our teamwork here. And this vaccine coming out is a real triumph of science and teamwork and what the best minds can do. And I was one of those supposed experts that was hopeful but a little skeptical 6 months ago, and I'm so delighted to be proven wrong. And I think that all of us should, as Dean Lockwood said, hang in there, continue to do everything that we can to protect our families and our communities, and work with all of us here in the healthcare field to help our communities and get out of this terrible pandemic. But anyhow, it's a very exciting day, and a vaccine that's 95% efficacious in such a short time is truly a miracle of science. Thank you very much.
And so today we are obviously going to start with the...
And we are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox, worldwide for you.
From a health perspective, it's more high risk because you're in contact a lot. But part of the reason, quite frankly, is hospital bed capacity has never been an issue in spite of initial models saying that America was going to run out. But what happens is if you have an exposure, you have an infection, and you have to have 10 staff isolate, that is very difficult in terms of these operations, not just for COVID, for anything. So part of it is health. Obviously, we want everyone to be protected, but part of it is getting these key workers vaccinated. You're going to ensure that healthcare is going to be able to be delivered uninterrupted, not just for COVID, but for many other things which are very, very pressing. So we look forward to doing that. And I would just tell the general public, the healthcare workers there's a certain finite amount who would qualify and who are going to want to take it. Obviously, we have a certain number we have more long-term care facilities here than most other states, of course. That's a finite number, and obviously many will take it, not everyone. And so then we really are going to start focusing on the most at-risk folks in the general population, our seniors, our elderly, folks that have really serious, usually 2 or more comorbidities. And so that's when we get beyond the healthcare phase, when we get through the long-term care, that's really where you're going to see a lot of the emphasis. Now, if you're just general public, not necessarily high risk, but maybe you'd want to do it, I think where we're going to be seeing that is once the Johnson & Johnson data is in, we'll see how effective that is. If effective and safe, they will file for emergency use authorization probably in January. And so we could potentially see an approval for J&J. That is one dose. There's a lot of it that's been produced. So as we get into that, if that does happen, and of course there's going to be more Moderna and Pfizer, which require the 2 doses. But as we get into potentially February, you could be in a situation where there's going to be vaccine for people regardless of circumstances or health risks or age. Probably not before that, and maybe not quite at that point, but that is very possible. So we're just going to keep communicating and let folks know kind of what we're doing. But if you look at how the virus has affected different populations, clearly it's had a much more negative impact on folks who are very elderly than people who are very young. So we're trying to prioritize the folks that it can make the most impact for. And we're going to continue to stay on it. We're in this. We're going to be working with John. We're working with all these other healthcare systems. They've really done a great job for the state of Florida. They've worked collaboratively long before the vaccine on a whole host of other issues. And that wasn't always the case, I think, normally because they're competitors. But they understood this is an important time. They've done a great job. And so we're happy to be here today. And look, talk is cheap. Yeah, we saw FedEx deliver it. We're saying how great it is. But let's actually get some shots in arms. And I'm happy to say that you're going to see the first shot done right here, right now. So you guys ready to go? So we're going to come. And this is, I guess, patient 0 for the state of Florida as it comes to vaccine. So we have Rafael Martinez will be administering the vaccine to Vanessa Arroyo. Vanessa is a frontline nurse in our brand new Tenacia Family Global Emerging Disease Institute, which is their COVID unit. She's 31 years old, has been working at Tampa General for 8 years. So we appreciate all her hard work. Thanks for being willing to step up and be the first patient. And this is exciting. So can you, yeah.
Go straight out.
Can you just explain what you're doing? I can do it over the mic, but you're just this basic shot. Is there anything special for this vaccine compared to other things you would administer?
Just like the flu vaccine.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yay.
And then we ask the patient, benefit? No, that's it.
Piece of cake. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate all your hard work. All right.
Great job, guys. Great job.
Stacey, please. I want to know if they could talk to the nurse and ask questions.
We'll be taking another quick 2-minute break right here for you on this history-making day of the vaccine rollout across the country.
No problem. Thank you. You good? You want to go back? Thank you.
At first, we weren't sure how much we were going to get, so we wanted to make sure that those people who've served so well are protected, and then they can continue to serve our patients.
The governor just walked out, so we can ask him any questions, but did he get the vaccine while he was here, or did he mention wanting to get the vaccine?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. You're going to have to ask, his people. Like I said, I think, most of us who, were the supposed experts in all of this, we weren't sure, and
Okay, folks, we are going to transfer gears to another update happening right now. Operation Warp Speed on the very latest today of the big rollout.
It's likely that another vaccine may be authorized in the coming days if it meets FDA's rigorous standards. Pending the successful authorization of other vaccine options, we have enough vaccines already purchased to ensure we can meet our goal of vaccinating every American who wants it by the end of the second quarter of 2021. We continue to negotiate for and purchase more doses too, including the announcement of another 100 million doses of Moderna to be delivered in the second quarter of 2021. States and other jurisdictions have decided who will be vaccinated in the early stages, drawing on their own best judgment, their own situation, and the recommendations of experts. These jurisdictions will generally be using these first doses to immunize frontline healthcare workers, along with residents of in many places and still rising. But today we have hope on the way. Supplies of an FDA-authorized, safe, and effective COVID-19 vaccine are arriving at sites across America. Vaccinations begin today, as soon as healthcare workers are ready to start providing them. America is one of the very first countries to roll out a safe and effective vaccine for this virus, and America has played a greater role than any other in getting the world to this point. President Trump's Operation Warp Speed has helped bring us a medical miracle. Substantial quantities of a safe and effective vaccine within a year after the virus was first known to the world. I want to thank the President for his bold vision, for his unwavering support of Operation Warp Speed, and for bringing together all of America, HHS, the military, the private sector, and the states to make this happen. This week, everyone's work starts to pay off. This weekend's shipment of vaccines is 2.9 million doses, enough to vaccinate 2.9 million people, with 2.9 million doses held back and sent in 21 days for people to receive their second dose. Each Friday from here on out, we will announce new weekly allocations of vaccine. It's likely that another vaccine may be authorized in the coming days if it meets FDA's rigorous standards. Pending the successful authorization of other vaccine options, we have enough vaccines already purchased to ensure we can meet our goal of vaccinating every American who wants it by the end of the second quarter of 2021. We continue to negotiate for and purchase more doses too, including the announcement of another 100 million doses of Moderna to be delivered in the second quarter of 2021. States and other jurisdictions have decided who will be vaccinated in the early stages, drawing on their own best judgment, their own situation, and the recommendations of experts. These jurisdictions will generally be using these first doses to immunize frontline healthcare workers, along with residents of long-term care facilities like nursing homes and assisted living facilities. Today, the CDC distributed another $140 million in funding to states to continue planning efforts around allocation. Operation Warp Speed is taking care of the cost of the vaccines themselves, the ancillary supplies like needles and syringes, and the cost of distributing the vaccines to jurisdictions, while healthcare payers are handling administration costs so no American faces an out-of-pocket expense for this vaccine. These jurisdictions have given us the locations where they want vaccines shipped. In total, 636 sites nationwide, with 145 sites expected to receive vaccine today, 425 tomorrow, and 66 sites on Wednesday. As we speak, vaccine is arriving at sites and in trucks and planes owned by UPS and FedEx to bring these life-saving products to the places where Americans will receive them. By Wednesday, vaccine will be delivered everywhere from sites here in Washington to the shores of Guam to the northeastern corner of Maine. Here in Washington, members of our military, HHS public health leaders, and private sector partners are running an operations center 24/7, where many of them have been essentially all weekend, to ensure these vaccines get where they're supposed to go without delay. Americans who may be in these early categories of healthcare workers or those in long-term care facilities should look for information from their state governments, like their state COVID-19 webpage, or for guidance about where and when vaccinations would occur. We know Americans will want to know how quickly vaccines are being administered and what kind of progress we're making. We want to ensure that any picture we give of this progress is accurate, and we plan to provide more updates on our work with states to provide as much information as possible in the coming days and weeks. Like so many Americans, I eagerly await the day when I can go receive a safe and effective vaccine, and the day when my family can do that too. In the coming weeks, I and all of our public health leaders across the administration will be out making a major push to educate Americans about the incredible safety and effectiveness of these vaccines. This FDA-authorized vaccine and each vaccine FDA potentially authorizes will have been through the typical numerous stages of safety review and more. This vaccine has gone through clinical trials much larger than many vaccine trials. It's gone through the drug company's checks. It's gone through an independent data safety and monitoring board. It's gone through the FDA's independent advisory committee. It's been subjected to transparent standards that the FDA has published of its requirements, and it's been authorized by FDA's career scientific experts. At 95% efficacy, this vaccine is extraordinarily effective at protecting you from this virus. Getting vaccinated will help keep you, your family, and your country healthy and safe. In the meantime, and in the coming months as our country approaches full vaccination, we have to continue taking steps to keep ourselves, our loved ones, and our community safe. Wash your hands, watch your distance, wear your face coverings when you can't watch your distance, and avoid settings where you can't do those things or where you may let your guard down. Every sacrifice you make in the coming months will help save lives and ensure that we emerge from this pandemic as soon as possible. Each vaccine administered in these coming days is a tribute to the generosity and genius of this country. The achievements of every American who made Operation Warp Speed possible should be a point of pride for us all. Our war against the virus is not over yet, but this week we're taking a major step toward our eventual victory. With that, I'll hand things over to Dr. Moncef Slaoui to provide an update on development, and he will then turn to General Perna, who will give us an in-depth update on vaccine distribution. Dr. Slaoui?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Hello, everybody. Well, just very, very quickly, first acknowledge a historical event last week with the approval of the Pfizer vaccine. I think a great accomplishment by science and the investment in basic research, a great accomplishment by academic science, by science and development in biotech industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, and a great public-private partnership as enabled by the U.S. government. So really, I think, great job. But yesterday was just the first step with the Pfizer vaccine approval. This week, probably tomorrow, the booklet for VRBPAC review of the Moderna vaccine will be made public, and many of you will have an opportunity to look more in depth into how remarkably aligned with the Pfizer data, the Moderna data are, also with almost 95% efficacy against disease, 100% efficacy against severe disease, and more for you to review tomorrow. That booklet and the vaccine will be reviewed at the VRBPAC meeting by the FDA on Thursday, and hopefully, as for Pfizer, diligently followed up by potentially an approval of the vaccine and distribution. We have ensured significant commitment in terms of vaccine dose availability from Moderna, with 100 million in the first quarter and a second 100 million announced on Friday in the second quarter of 2021. We are in active discussions with Pfizer to similarly extend the number of doses available for the American population. But things don't stop there. You know that we have 2 other vaccines in phase 3 trials. The Johnson & Johnson, Janssen's vaccine, a one-shot vaccine. We now are almost at 42,000 subjects recruited in the study, so slightly more than the cap we announced last week. The study will stop recruiting later this week, and given the intensity of transmission in the US and in the other countries where the trial is being conducted, we definitely expect to have first readouts of that trial in the first parts of the month of January, and likely potential complete readout of the trial towards the end of the month, and submission of an EUA. Vaccine doses from the J&J vaccine will, if approved, start to participate to immunizing the US population in the month of February and going forward. And because it's a one-dose vaccine, they can really scale up very quickly the number of US vaccinees that would be immunized. The fourth vaccine that we have in the portfolio that's in phase 3 trials is the AstraZeneca vaccine. You know that vaccine has undergone phase 3 trials in the UK, in Brazil, and in South Africa, but also under Operation Warp Speed. We have conducted a clinical trial mostly here in the US. We have more than 22,000 subjects recruited in that trial, and that trial should also be completing its first efficacy readout somewhere in the probably second half of the month of January, and potentially be ready for an EUA submission later in February, and again participating with vaccine doses in the month of March and going forward. These are the reasons why we feel confident, provided that the vaccine's performance remains on the path that we are on, that we will be able to have enough vaccine doses to immunize the US population. There's 2 points I want to say in conclusions. One is, it's very, very important now that vaccines are approved in the US, that Americans continue to act in a generous way, in that they would continue to participate into clinical trials. It is thanks to the participation of tens of thousands of Americans in the Pfizer and the Moderna trials that we are able to have these vaccines approved today, and that we are able to assess their efficacy and their safety. And likewise for the Janssen's and for the AstraZeneca trial. We have 2 more vaccines in the portfolio using more classical protein-based vaccine platform technology. Please continue to participate in the trial. These vaccines are very likely to be as effective as the vaccines that we know already, and as safe as those vaccines. It may very well be that participating in the clinical trials could be the fastest way to access vaccination. You know that we are doing the best we can in terms of providing vaccine doses, but these are rolling in the few millions per week. Participating in a clinical trial may allow you either immediately to have a vaccine dose, or immediately on completion of the trial, if you were on the placebo group, to have a vaccine injected. And the second key point is really to continue our engagement, and all experts, real experts, engagement with the population to explain the data now that the data is available in public, that demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of these vaccines. It's very important that we increase the number of Americans that accept to be vaccinated. based on facts and data and reality, because vaccines on a shelf are useless, and unless the large majority of us gets vaccinated, we will not be able to control this pandemic. I'll stop here and pass on to General Perna, who will tell us more about distribution.
Flowey, thank you, and of course, Mr. Secretary, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. And just to come off of Dr. Slowey's last comment on Saturday, I was asked who was going to be the first one to receive the vaccine, and my comment was we've had over 100,000 people participate in trials. They were the first ones to receive the vaccine. They were the heroes to really help us get going. So I would applaud them, to Dr. Slowey's point. Continuous effort in that will be so helpful. So update, first and foremost, Pfizer vaccine. After EUA on Friday, a lot of work was happening over the weekend by thousands of people from Pfizer, UPS, FedEx, and McKesson to ensure that the vaccines were packed and ready to be shipped in a very methodical, disciplined, overwatched approach, right? Our goal is every vaccine that goes out is safe and effective upon delivery, and we wanted to make sure that deliveries occurred in the places where people could receive them and then begin administering vaccine to the American people. It went incredibly well. As I talked to you about a lot of detailed planning and execution to this point, our strategy is simple. One, the Pfizer vaccine initial push based on what was available, we wanted to get out to American people right away. I briefed the cadence that we would pack on Saturday, that we would relocate on Sunday, and we would deliver on Monday. Deliveries have begun today as we speak. Of the 145 shipments the Secretary referenced, we know that 55 have been received, and we'll track the remaining 95 accordingly as we go through the day. We know that the shipments for tomorrow's deliveries have already been packed and checked, and we'll be managing each of those to include Wednesday's shipment. Now, that's the initial 636 shipments that went out for the Pfizer vaccine. We have already identified the follow-on orders for Pfizer vaccine, and there will be an additional 581 shipments that will continue on beyond Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, through the weekend in delivery to the American people. The point being, it was the initial push that we were, fully driving execution, and now we're starting our drumbeat of continuous execution of vaccine. As it is available, it's allocated to the states. The states tell us what location they want it on, at what quantities. We package and we deliver. It is a constant flow of available vaccine. Clearly, the next vaccine that we're looking forward to EUA this week is the Moderna vaccine. And in that light, we know that we're going to ship just a little bit short of 6 million doses out to the American people. And we're shipping it to 3,285 locations across the country. It'll be a very similar cadence that was executed this week with Pfizer, where we're hitting initial sites on Monday, follow on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then by the end of the week, we're just in a routine cadence of execution. I cannot tell you enough, right, what role commercial industry is playing in this, right? Pfizer, eventually Moderna, right, and the work that they're doing to get the vaccine prepared for final distribution. McKesson in the distribution of all the ancillary kits for the Pfizer vaccine, which included syringes, needles, alcohol wipes, and diluent. And then they will also be responsible for kitting the vaccine for Moderna, right? So really a remarkable work. And then FedEx and UPS. I just can't say enough to the men and women of FedEx, from the leadership all the way down to the persons moving packages from storage capability onto trucks and planes, and then the pilots who got it out to where we needed it. As the Secretary said, there is not one part of this country that's not being touched today through Wednesday. Everybody is receiving fair and equitable distribution of the vaccine, and it's because of the commercial industry and the role they're playing in the distribution of the vaccine. We're incredibly excited about the strategy. We are continuing to provide states with future forecasts so that they can continue to plan. Our forecast go from next week through the following 6 weeks for planning. As I said, we will only release vaccine once the FDA has approved it. So forecasting helps for planning, but execution is only based on approval. And then we share those allocations with the states for their planning on a weekly basis. Again, to reinforce, it is not a one and done delivery. It is a consistent flow of ordering, preparation, and delivery. So vaccine continues. It rolls out as vaccines are available, and more people get access to the vaccine every day. Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, General. We'll open for questions now.
So thank you all. Operator, we're ready for questions. A friendly reminder that when asking a question, please state your name and publication, and please keep your questions as short as possible so that we can get to as many questions as possible.
Thank you. Our first question comes from Angelica Lavito with Bloomberg News. Your line is open.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So when will vaccination of long-term care facilities begin? And if not until the 21st, why wait a week to start those vaccinations?
General, you want to?
Yes, please. So thank you. So, of course, we're working through the state's plans, right? And the guidance that was put out was that long-term healthcare facilities / nursing homes as one priority, but as well as the first-line medical personnel who are out there. So allocations for vaccines went out to the states, to the locations that they directed, and they are identifying in those populations who is first. Here's what we do know. We know that several states are already going to establish, or have already established, and then going into long-term healthcare facilities. They'll go in there this week. We know that the CDC, in collaboration with CVS, Walgreens, and the states, created a very elaborate campaign strategy for execution into the long-term healthcare facilities. This week, we are doing a scaling start into execution. 4 states are ready to go in partnership with CVS and Walgreens to start scaling the vaccine into those facilities. We know on Monday, a week from today, over 1,100 long-term healthcare facilities and nursing homes will also begin vaccination. So very incredibly difficult plan as we work to touch over 70,000 long-term healthcare facilities and nursing homes, collaborated and prioritized as the states want. Many tasks have to be achieved before you can actually walk into the door. You have to work through, make sure there's locations in the facilities to do it. You have to make sure that all the patients have a signed consent, which means sometimes you have to reach out to several layers of family to get the final approval. We have to ensure that we have the right number of vaccine available to go into each of the facilities so we're not going back and forth. We have to ensure that the persons, not only the elderly, but the staff can be inoculated at the same time, so we close the bubble on each facility. So very detailed plan, very extensive requirement of over 70,000. States are already executing, are going to execute this week, and we are executing the scale.
And we welcome all our new viewers from across the country and around the world right now. Welcome everyone here to Fox Fox News and Now, where we always bring you the very latest right here. News Now from Fox, always with you. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thank you again for joining us worldwide today as, well, it's a big historic day for our country as we are seeing the vaccine rollouts happening from Pfizer, and we're going to see updates from across the country. And in just a little bit, we'll take it back out to that Operation Warp Speed update from Washington, D.C., getting the latest on how this rollout will take place as well. It's just an amazing day for our country and really across around the world there as well. Think about it. We are getting a vaccine in the same year as this pandemic started. Truly amazing when it was all said and this Operation Warp Speed was beginning. A lot of people did not think that we would see it for maybe a year, maybe even 2 years, but we are getting it within 8 months. I mean, that is truly remarkable. Shout out to all the amazing scientists as well as doctors around the world that have been working tirelessly on this to get this approved and out to the public. And we will see frontline workers continuing to get treated here with this vaccine so they could help on the front lines, continuing to support this tremendous operation that continues on right now. So we'll get that update in just a little bit from Operation Warp Speed, but I do want another part of this historic day also is the Electoral College is voting to affirm Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. And we're going to take you out live right now to Arizona, where they are just starting that process right now to award 11 electoral votes to Joe Biden.
Here with us today are Felicia Rodolini, Chair of the Arizona Democratic Party.
Supervisor Steve Gallardo, Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Luis Alberto Heredia, Executive Director of the Arizona Education Association. Constance Jackson, President of the Pinal County NAACP. Commissioner Sandra D. Kennedy, Arizona Corporation Commission. Governor Stephen Rowe Lewis, Gila River Indian Community. James McLaughlin, President of UFCW. President Jonathan Nez, Navajo Nation. Chairman Ned Norris, Tohono O'odham Nation. Mayor Regina Romero, City of Tucson. And Fred Yamashita, Executive Director of the Arizona AFL-CIO. Thank you all for being here. We will proceed next to administering the oath of office to each of you, which will be notarized and retained by the Office of the Secretary of State. Please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the State of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of Presidential Elector according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Please be seated. At this time, the oaths of office will be notarized. As a matter of law, electors in Arizona are bound to vote for the presidential and vice presidential candidates that received the most votes in Arizona's general election, November 3rd, 2020. The people of Arizona selected Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris, and the electors will cast their votes accordingly by signing these certificates of vote today. This recent election was historic for several reasons. As you know, preparing for any election is an immense undertaking, even in normal circumstances. The complexity this year has been compounded by the pandemic. Despite this, we had an extremely well-run election and saw historically high voter participation. There were more than 3.42 million ballots cast in this election, and turnout was nearly 80%. It has been 6 weeks since the election, and for elections officials in Arizona, this is the final step in our process, and one that is usually conducted with much pomp and circumstance, with the reverence it deserves for its place in history. But this year's proceeding, which only occurs every 4 years, has unfortunately had an artificial shadow cast over it in the form of baseless accusations of misconduct and fraud, for which no proof has been provided and which court after court has dismissed as unfounded. And this fabrication of misdeed leveled against everyone from poll workers to me and my office has led to threats of violence against me, my office, and those in this room today. I took an oath of office similar to the one the elector sitting here just took, to support the Constitution and laws of the United States of America and the state of Arizona, and to defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to the best of my ability. That is what we have done this year in this election. And while there will be those who are upset their candidate didn't win, it is patently un-American and unacceptable that today's event should be anything less than an honored tradition held with pride and in celebration. So to you electors here today, I offer my congratulations to you and invite you to join the canon of American history now by signing the certificates of vote for America's next president and vice president. It is impossible not to feel both humbled and honored to be participating in this ceremony. As I've already covered, this election is one for the record books. Participation was at a historic high, as was interest in the inner workings of the civic process, which is the kind of scrutiny that pushes our institutions to be better, and it is why we will continue to live stream while the documents are signed and sealed. Arizonans cast their votes for presidential electors for president and vice president in the 2020 general election. And the result of that contest elected 11 presidential electors to represent the will of Arizona's voters in today's meeting of the Electoral College. Today's ceremony is for the duly elected presidential electors to cast their vote on behalf of Arizona for president and vice president of the United States. To do that, we will be signing 6 copies of 3 documents. First will be the certificate of vote for president. Second will be the certificate of vote for vice president. After the electors and I sign these certificates, the state elections director, Bo Duell, will place the Great Seal of the state of Arizona on each certificate. Each certificate is then paired with a certificate of ascertainment, which was signed by the governor and myself at the November 30th statewide canvass. Both documents will be sealed together in an envelope. The third and final document we will sign is a letter certifying the contents of the envelope. After the meeting, the certificates will be transmitted to the President of the U.S. Senate, the Chief Judge of the Federal District Court for the District of Arizona, the Archivist of the United States, and the Arizona Secretary of State's office. We will now begin this process, and for those watching at home, we have posted the agenda so you can keep track of what documents are being passed. Let's begin the vote.
Welcome everyone here to News Now from Fox. We are continuing to watch here the Electoral College vote, where the 11 electors from Arizona will vote to affirm Joe Biden win, casting the vote there for the next president of the United States. This is happening all across the country today, and we'll keep an eye on all of the makings there in Arizona as those votes do come in. And we do have some breaking news also that we want to bring to you right over as we're taking a look here of Arizona. But the Wisconsin Supreme Court has rejected President Trump's latest lawsuit there. So they will not be hearing the Wisconsin Supreme Court. That one just coming down the pipes just moments ago as Wisconsin Supreme Court rejects Trump campaign lawsuit seeking to overturn the state's election results there. That coming down just in the last moments right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. As we continue to roll on right here on this very, very busy day, let's switch gears and, well, switch states right now. From Arizona, let's go to Pennsylvania. Electoral College voting there right now as well for Joe Biden.
The city of Harrisburg, on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December, being the 14th day of December, AD 2020, agreeably to the laws of this Commonwealth and of the United States, for the respective terms prescribed by the Constitution of the United States, to begin on the 20th day of January, AD 2021, and to perform such other duties as devolve upon them under the Constitution and laws of the United States. Signed by Governor Tom Wolf. Thank you. The certificate of ascertainment will be printed in full in the Journal of the Proceedings of the Electoral College. Secretary Marks will now call the roll of electors. As your name is called, please rise in your place and answer present and remain standing.
Secretary. The Honorable Nina Ahmed. The Honorable Val Arkush. The Honorable Cindy Bass. The Honorable Rick Bloomingdale. The Honorable Ryan Boyer. The Honorable Paige Gephardt Cognetti. The Honorable Daisy Cruz. The Honorable Kathy Dowkemper. The Honorable Janet Diaz. The Honorable Charles Hadley. The Honorable Jordan Harris. The Honorable Malcolm Kenyatta. The Honorable Gerald Lawrence. The Honorable Clifford Levine. The Honorable Virginia McGregor. The Honorable Nancy Mills. The Honorable Marion Moskowitz. The Honorable Josh Shapiro. The Honorable Sharif Street. The Honorable Connie Williams.
Thank you, Secretary Marks. 20 electors having answered to their names, we shall proceed with the business of the 59th Pennsylvania Electoral College. We are pleased to have one of Pennsylvania's distinguished jurists to administer the oath of office at this time, the Honorable Max Baer, Justice of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. The electors will remain standing, please, during the administration of the oath of office. Each elector has a Bible or a holy book with them today. The oath will now be administered. Justice Barr?
All right, folks, so we will continue to monitor this in other states during this process. Right here on News Now from Fox. We'll give you any updates regarding the electoral college votes if they if things go something that's not planned, but right now everything is going to in line to affirm there for Joe Biden, and we'll keep you updated on all those matters. When we come back here on News Now from Fox, we'll take you back out to Operation Warp Speed, getting the latest on the vaccination rollout, a historic day in this country.
Of the initial pushes and then the continuous drumbeat is so that we have the right people at the right places doing the right work. You need the dedicated workforce preparing the boxes that know how to do it, right? This is the most valuable asset we have right now, and we don't want people overtired. We don't want new people coming in. We want the right people doing the right things. The same thing with truck drivers and pilots. I read somewhere this weekend, oh, we've extended beyond this and beyond that, their normal hours. Absolutely untrue. We created a steady drumbeat so that it is a predictable execution and the right people are in the right place at the right time to prepare and deliver the vaccine. So we're working a myriad of potential things from all the way to the left to all the way to the right to the center. My responsibility to deliver safe and effective vaccines means get ahead of that problem. So we're constantly thinking, where could we possibly be vulnerable and how do we mitigate it?
Great, General. Thank you. Evan, thanks for the question. Next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Elizabeth Weiss with USA Today.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. I wanted to ask about delivery to rural areas. The focus has been at larger medical centers in this first week. When do you anticipate it's going to get out to less populous areas?
General, you.
Sure, Mr. Secretary. So I'd reference it back to the states, right? We're enabling the states' plans in their priorities and distribution. We can deliver it to any place that there's an enrolled vaccine provider. And that is, quite frankly, as we did the map, is throughout all of our states, territories, and megacities. So the capacity exists to do that. Many states are already engaging and working with partners like CVS, Walgreens, and 17 other key pharmacies to help them expand. But at the end of the day, we're enabling their ability or their plan to execute their priorities.
Yep. And Elizabeth, just on your question about rural distribution, again, the governors are in charge in terms of where they tell us to ship to. One misconception I get asked about a lot by the media is the Pfizer vaccine and the ultra-low cold chain around that. I just like to, the Vice President and I met with Governor McMaster and his health commissioner last week down in South Carolina. And his health commissioner, she had a great line. She said, you know, we're not going to be storing this vaccine. We're going to be using it. And so we can ship the Pfizer vaccine to rural hospitals, rural health centers, et cetera. It comes packed in dry ice, 5 days stable, a refresh 5 days on the dry ice there. The more complexity actually with Pfizer is that it comes in 975 doses per package right now, whereas the Moderna will be more flexible, smaller package size, and of course also regular freezer for storage capabilities. But there's nothing in the nature of the Pfizer vaccine or distribution that prevents use in rural. Just want to make sure you use all those doses within the relevant time frame. So thank you. How about the next question?
Operator, next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from John Cohen with Science Magazine.
Thank you for taking my question. In keeping with the Secretary Azar's commitment for radical transparency, could you please post a dashboard that has real-time supply and delivery information? Can you reveal the exact ingredients, the Secretary said warp speed provided to Pfizer? And can you give us an accurate amount invested specifically in vaccines by warp speed?
So you broke up a bit. We certainly are releasing the information about our contractual commitments as much as we are able to, consistent with the Procurement Integrity Act. There are obviously some elements of it that are commercial confidential that we just legally aren't able to, but we've tried to post our contracts and other financial commitments fully. And we are also going to be working to provide a dashboard and information to be able to ensure that you and the American public are able to see the progress on vaccination as we go. I know, General, if you've got any update on what that will look like.
So we created the system. There is no system in America that existed until we came together to bring in all the authoritative data across the country into one system. So now we do have the system, and we can see ourselves as we are executing the beginning here. We are really just making sure that everything tracks. So there's a lot of double phone calls to make sure this says this, and it's very good. And then after that, then I see, based on guidance, we'll distribute it accordingly.
Great. Thank you, General. Can we have the next question, please?
Thank you. Our next question comes from Carl O'Donnell with Reuters News.
Hi, this is Carl. So I was curious just if you can elaborate a little bit on the facilities from which these doses are going to be shipped. You know, not just this first tranche, but maybe the first 25 million or so that we've been hearing about from Pfizer. Is this just going to be the U.S. facilities, and is Belgium also going to play a role in providing supplies?
General, are you comfortable talking about that?
Yes. So the primary doses for Pfizer come out of Kalamazoo, and that is where they will produce and distribute it accordingly. We did get some initial doses from Belgium to help us get going to meet the requirement as we've made with Pfizer. It really is approved accordingly by the FDA. It's only the way we're allowed to distribute it. But the remaining vaccines I see coming from inside of the United States as we go forward. Same thing with Moderna vaccine when that eventually rolls, and we'll distribute it from inside the United States.
Thanks. Next question, please.
Your next question comes from Lisa Krieger with Mercury News.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. So it's great that the East Coast immunizations are starting this morning, but can you tell us if the West Coast shipments have gone out, when they're arriving in San Francisco, Sacramento, and LA, what the status is on vaccines headed out here?
So they're all deliveries will be made today. I was told no later than 1,400 hours local time, right? As we're working through the time zones and distributing accordingly. So I suspect somewhere in the next 4 to 6 hours that it'll be out in the West Coast locations, if not already there.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Meg Terrell with CNBC.
So I'm wondering if you guys can walk us through kind of what to expect from Moderna if it gets emergency use authorization around the same time. What are the differences between how the Moderna vaccine gets shipped as it is part of Operation Warp Speed versus how we've seen the Pfizer vaccine get shipped? And could you also talk a little bit about why there are so many more doses of Moderna's vaccine available now and they're going to so many more locations?
Yeah, so just in terms of Moderna timeline, as Dr. Slaoui spoke about, Meg, the advisory committee is on Thursday, and assuming that everything remains on track, we would hope and anticipate FDA action comparable to what we've seen this last week with Pfizer. No guarantees, but we would certainly hope the comparable timeline. The biggest difference, which General Perna can go into, is Pfizer and Moderna are both part of Operation Warp Speed. Pfizer chose, however, because of the ultra cold chain storage, to ship directly out of their warehouse facilities using FedEx and UPS to the sites that the governors have asked us to have shipped to. Whereas Moderna is using McKesson, the wholesale distributor, so they will deploy from the Moderna manufacturing into, they will deploy through McKesson, also using the logistics companies like FedEx to get the product out there. But General, you want to give a little more detail on that?
Mr. Secretary, you got it exactly right. Pfizer, just as you said, to lessen the transition with the ultra cold, went right from their locations to UPS, FedEx, and then final delivery. Moderna chose, and we supported, they're going to use McKesson as their integrator. So they'll take the fill-finish product, they'll package it in accordance with addresses and quantities, and they'll attach the ancillary kits, and it'll be finally distributed down. Again, it was just a logistical decision to ensure just a greater transition as we went through. So really no big secret there. FedEx and UPS are the key integrators of the final delivery down to the final location. Reference the cadence, let's just, for this conversation, assume we might be on some type of similar timeline. Our goal would be for the Moderna product to be available this time next week across the United States. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a drumbeat vaccine of the initial push being sent to all states across the country. Reference the quantities. The difference in quantities is about what was available when we were doing planning to ensure initial delivery. So as early as, I'm going to get my dates wrong, but as early as 15 November, I had to snap the chalk. I snapped the chalk line on what was available for Pfizer, so that states could do planning to the number. As we were sending out the first doses, we wanted them to have as much time to do planning and realize where they wanted it to go first. And so I snapped the chalk line on what was available at the time, which was over 3 weeks ago, and that's what went out. Well, I didn't have to snap the chalk line for Moderna until a week or 10 days later. As we saw where they were in the process. So they naturally accumulated more vaccine available for the time of final distribution, which allowed me to almost double the availability from Moderna, of Moderna over Pfizer. The key is that we catch up in our following cadence and allocations. There is no exact number. It's a number that's available, and that's what's allocated, so that we can ensure a flow of vaccines going out consistently to the states.
Sure. Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Candace Choi with AP.
Hi, General Perna, can you explain what the dashboard you referenced will be showing? Is that going to be distribution? Is it going to be uptake? And is it going to be broken down by region? And then also you referenced the 581 shipments from Thursday through the weekend. Are those part of the first round of 2.9 million doses, or are the 2.9 million doses all being delivered through Wednesday?
So the latter question first, it's the remaining part of that, right? So states are ordering to their priorities and where they want it first. And as they did their initial planning, they wanted it in very certain places up front to do certain things. Then they quickly, as their plans, matured, wrong choice of words. As they enacted their plans, right, then they immediately went in and ordered more to follow on. So we got the initial push, and now we're in a continuous effort from there. This is what we want, so that vaccines go to the right place at the right time and can be executed. The first part, dashboards, I know it's maybe sound complicated, but we do this in Army tactical operations centers all over the world. We do it in every time we're on the battlefield to when we're actually training. It is about seeing yourself and understanding what is happening so that you can identify and get ahead of problems and make sure that the plan is working accordingly. So, we're looking at everything from the dashboards are the work we've been tracking trials. You heard Dr. Salawi talk about how many people are participating in trial. We're tracking locations where trials are and what the enrollment is and what the type of enrollment. Then we're tracking manufacturing. We know all 25 facilities. We know how much work has been done, how much people is there, what their supply requirements are, what their equipment use is, what is the rate of execution, so that we can track and see all of that. Then the last dashboard is the final distribution. It's our ability to know what's available, where is it available, what is actually moving from point A to point B to point C, and when does it arrive at its final location. And then, yes, we can track uptake of vaccine, not by individual, but by quantity of what has been administered daily, weekly, monthly, accordingly. We want to do this so that we can ensure the right flow of vaccine at the right time to the right places in support of the states. Again, reminder, this dashboard has never existed in our lifetime to do this type of national view to really mission command execution from development, trials, to manufacturing, and now final distribution.
Great. Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Tom Howell with Washington Times.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. I know it's early, but have you had any problems yet that would require you to tap into that reserve of 500,000 doses? And also, do you have a rough estimate of how many people might get vaccinated nationwide today? Thanks.
So absolutely no situations that's required me to tap into the safety stock. And so, we manage that, hourly, daily, weekly, accordingly. I don't know what the uptake would be, Mr. Secretary.
Right. We'll have 2.9 million doses this week, but that's really going to be a matter of the progress of the different sites for administration and how quickly they're able to administer vaccines. So it would be impossible to project any particular number for this week or even today. Next question, please.
Next question comes from Alicia Alt with Medscape Medical News.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. My question follows up on the last one a little bit. I'm wondering, General Perna, if you can tell us if there are any plans to hold back any of the Moderna vaccine. Yes,
there is. I mean, it's the same situation. It's two different vaccines. We're not going to of course, like that's a decision. The two vaccines have to be treated separately. So first and second dose Pfizer, to an individual, first and second dose for Moderna. And our goal is to make sure that all vaccine is available for both first and second doses. And then the safety stock, as I alluded to, would be to mitigate a situation that could potentially occur, whether it be weather, accidents, etc. So yes, the answer is we are. Not asked, but I'm going to share. This is about making sure we're prepared to mitigate situations. As our process matures, both in manufacturing and in distribution, as I've said before, the safety stock will go down significantly. Our goal, the guidance I've been giving, is vaccine sitting on a shelf is not effective. Right? We have two vaccines that are highly efficacy. The efficacy is high, and we want to get it into the American people. We're just taking prudent steps to ensure that the American people have access to the vaccine first and second dose, and that we remain capable of ensuring everybody across the United States gets fair and equitable distribution. Confidence will grow every day and allow us to reduce the safety stock accordingly.
And And I wanted to also explain something that's come up in some media questions around the holdback of vaccines and the approach, given that this is a 2-dose regimen on both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines. So as the general has explained, for both Pfizer and Moderna, certainly in these early weeks of distribution, he's taking a bit of safety stock off the top. As he mentioned, the 500,000 on Pfizer, half of that safety stock there, just for contingencies unknown. And then distributing out to the states where the states have asked us to send half of the remaining doses. So that's where you get to the 2.9 million doses of Pfizer being distributed this week. One of the questions that's come up is, well, should you be distributing even more of that vaccine to get first dose vaccinations in people? Well, we've actually modeled this out quite carefully week by week based on the expected release of additional production from both Pfizer and Moderna. Here's the issue. We need to make sure that if we vaccinate someone a first time, that we expect there to be a vaccine for the booster on the 21st day or the 28th day, either from a held back supply at the federal level or from ongoing new production from the manufacturer that would credibly be releasable and available for that person on that date. The clinical trial studies are for the first dose plus the booster. The data shows that's what's needed. That's what we have to be able to support. So if we increase too much the number of first vaccinations in December,
And stay right here with us on News Now from Fox. We're taking a quick 2-minute break, everyone. And now we will be getting an update from Dr. Mike on the vaccine rollout.
From Fox, I'm Regina Gonzalez, joined as always by Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. How are you, Dr. Mike?
I'm doing just fine, Regina.
Well, Dr. Mike, there were very crucial steps taken this weekend in order to attempt to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Tell us a little bit about where we stand as of today.
Well, believe it or not, the vaccine is going to be administered starting today. Thank God. So the cavalry has come. Now, it's not available for everyone. And I have to tell you, Regina, I've been getting calls and calls from patients saying, Dr. Mike, I want to be on the top of the list. Well, look, here's the deal. We don't have a lot of the vaccine, and at least at my institution and throughout the country, from what I've read and what I'm aware of, it will be going to first line responders, people in harm's way. So let's break that down. These are folks that put their lives on the line every day. These are the respiratory therapists, doctors, nurses, people in nursing homes who come in close contact with this virus on a daily basis. I'm not on the first tier of people getting it. I see patients every day, but they are not on a ventilator. They are not in an ICU. They are not confirmed COVID-19 patients. I take care of a lot of people once they're out of the hospital, but these are the folks in harm's way. So the thing we have to remember, Regina, is that we have to be patient. And what I'm worried about is that some people will try, I understand this, to get to the front of the line. You have to understand that everyone will get an opportunity to get this vaccine. But myself included, right now, we need to continue wearing a mask, socially distancing, and being very, very careful until we get our turn.
So it may not be you yourself, but your institution is expecting to see the Pfizer vaccine today. Is that correct?
I believe that there is a rollout planned for today, like many locations throughout the country. And so I've said this before, I really believe in this four-star general that has headed up this warp speed logistical operation. I mean, this is as close as it comes to a military operation, getting this out to people. And it really is exciting news, even though we are seeing dramatic deaths and cases. Hope is on the way.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Mike, how concerned should people with allergies be with getting this vaccine?
So let's just look at the numbers of people who have died from COVID-19, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. It's horrifying. Whenever you give a vaccine or any type of intervention to a large number of people, you're going to have some side effects. Now, let's look at those allergies. Number one, those were 2 British citizens who had a history of severe allergies. They carried EpiPens around. Those are epinephrine pens. So there will be some people who will get an allergic reaction, just like with every other vaccine or every other potential medication that has ever come out. What we do is we recommend that patients who get the vaccine be monitored for about 15 minutes. And certainly, if you have a history of severe allergy, you make sure that you have an EpiPen with you. To me, the benefit is here and the risk is here. If it is administered in a place where people know what to do, I think everything will work out just fine. But remember, everything in life, whether you get in a car, in a plane, or you decide to take a baby aspirin, has a benefit and risk ratio. And if the benefit outweighs the risk, Regina, then you proceed.
Now, going off this conversation, Dr. Mike, it was reported that 4 cases of Bell's palsy were among the Pfizer trial participants. So what can you say about that? Is that also something we have to watch out for? I know that the government is now monitoring occurrences.
Well, certainly Bell's palsy, which is a facial droop, can occur from vaccination. It is a rare event. And again, I think that people should go into this knowing that there are risks, but there are very few risks. The side effects are minimal and the benefits far outweigh the risk. If there's any way to get out of the nightmare that we're in right now, it is through vaccination. And if we get to a point where there is herd immunity, we will start to get some semblance of having a normal life. I don't know about you, Regina, but I'm tired of this. We all are. It has been a long, painful, dark place that we've been in. And I'm looking forward to seeing the light.
Absolutely. Well, this vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine specifically, and the ones being distributed as we speak, will be administered to people 16 or older. What about children?
Well, there's limited data on children and pregnant women. And if you listen to some of the discussion with Dr. Fauci, the bottom line is that starting in January, those groups will start to be enrolled in trials. Remember, we cannot proceed without hard science backing up what we are doing. So when it comes to children under the age of 16 and pregnant women, we need data to show that it is safe and effective.
Now, I feel like a question that we've seen here in Orlando and around the internet is, if I get this vaccine, can I go back to life as normal?
Well, the answer to that is no. What you need to know is that this virus doesn't cure COVID-19. It's not like an armor shield. What it does, the intent is to reduce the severity of your illness should you come across COVID-19. Until we achieve herd immunity, we're going to continue to wear masks. We're going to continue to socially distance, and we're going to continue to need good hand hygiene. This is not something that's just going to go away overnight, but a vaccination program, if everyone buys into it, is the major first step in getting rid of COVID COVID-19. If we do that and the vast majority of people are protected, then it's much harder for this virus to spread from one person to another. I don't think we will eliminate COVID-19 on the planet, but some early indicators are that the antibodies, the dramatic response from this vaccine and others may last longer than we imagined. And boy, wouldn't that be fantastic. My prediction is that, as Dr. Fauci has said, and he's been spot on for a majority of the things that he has said, everyone that will want a vaccine will be able to get one by April. So until then, everyone's going to have to continue to wear a mask, socially distance, everything that we've heard about ad nauseum.
Well, thank you for your time as always, Dr. Mike. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye?
Well, Regina, again, the holidays are coming. We've seen what happened with Thanksgiving, and we know that there is a risk with travel. We are in a situation right now where we've got to be careful. We cannot let our guard down. What we need to do is to follow good advice, socially distancing, wear masks, avoid crowds, and if you can at all, possibly not visit relatives. Remember, we want to protect our loved ones and our friends and family by not doing travel and not getting together this year. Next year, Regina, I'm hoping it will be a whole new ballgame.
I do too, Dr. Mike. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well, Regina. Thank you so much.
And we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us always worldwide. We're now going to get the update. We're going to show it to you in full. We didn't get to show it to you in full on the Florida coronavirus vaccine update, but we do have it for you right here now on News Now from Fox. Worldwide, always live, raw, and always unfiltered right here. News Now from Fox.
At Broward Memorial and UF Shands in Jacksonville. Tomorrow, Jackson Memorial in Miami will receive its shipment, as well as Advent Health in Orlando. I had also the privilege to be able to actually sign for the vaccines from FedEx. So we watched them unload. We saw them put it into the deep freeze. The Pfizer requires negative 70 degrees. But what we'll have by tomorrow morning is almost 100,000 doses for these five hospital systems. And when the vaccine plans were being rolled out by Operation Warp Speed, we were told we could select 5 systems in the state of Florida for kind of the first round. And I think the reason they did that was they didn't want to have massive numbers of hospitals. If there were problems, the problems would be exacerbated. This is kind of a beta test. They wanted to run it through, make sure things were running smoothly, which, knock on wood, they have so far. And then as we get into the next weeks of distribution, you'll start to see it go. So we were really happy to be able to select Tampa General as one of those places. Throughout this whole pandemic, they've really leaned forward, and we're always ahead, one step ahead of, I think, where a lot of other folks were. More recently, in November, it didn't get as much play as the vaccine, but when we had EUA approval for the monoclonal antibody for Eli Lilly, a lot of folks were worried about whether hospitals would even want to do it. If you do transfusion and you have other sick patients, you don't want them to get COVID. So how is it going to happen? And so we were concerned about that. We thought about setting up centers in Florida, have some of our COVID-only facilities, nursing homes or something set up to handle it. I called John Corris here at Tampa General, and he's like, we are all set up for it. Thanks for helping us get it. And they've been administering it. And it's been very, very effective. We also have Regeneron that's now been approved as well. And so we didn't have to do, all we had to do was help get the drugs here. They were ready to go, always creative. And then when the vaccine was the news about Pfizer, and we kind of had a time frame, John is like, we're ready. Like, we're going to be here to serve the people of Florida. And so, of course, they're going to focus on these high contact frontline healthcare workers in this round. But they're getting enough vaccine here at Tampa General, nearly 20,000 doses, that they have far more than they would need for just that group of people. And so we went to all 5 of those systems and we said, look,
We had to pick 5. You guys have done a great job, but we have other systems that have done a great job as well. Can you work collaboratively with them so that if the Tampa General employees are getting it, you could also go to Baycare and some of these other places here in the Tampa Bay area? If Jackson Memorial can do some of the other systems down in Miami, and every single one of them said, absolutely, it's a team effort. We're all going to work together. So you will be seeing folks at Tampa General with this shipment being vaccinated, but you also this week see employees from some of these other areas, other hospitals be vaccinated. And so you have 100,000, almost 100,000 this week for that. We also have about 60,000 going to CVS and Walgreens for the long-term care mission. And then the state is going to receive tomorrow about 20,000. And we are going to supplement the long-term care mission. We have expeditionary capability, and so we are going to be working really hard to serve those most vulnerable populations. But today was really a historic day. When I was at the White House last week during the Operation Warp Speed Summit, I was there with some other governors. They actually did a montage of people on things like cable news saying, there is no way we will have a vaccine by year end. It's going to take 2 years or 3 years or whatnot. And you know what? That probably was the smart money. I mean, you say, but here we are, less than a year, much less than a year. These vaccines have already been administered in Great Britain and Canada. They're now going to be administered here in the United States. And this is a really, really significant milestone in terms of combating the coronavirus pandemic. I know that as we get into the end of this week, I've spoken with the FDA Commissioner, Stephen Hahn. They're going to do the same thing with the Moderna approval that they did with the Pfizer approval. So Moderna, the advisory committee will meet on Thursday to discuss the issues with Moderna. We anticipate a favorable recommendation for that. And then FDA will work hopefully through the night to be able to get the EUA issued on Friday of this week. And then we're in the same schedule that we had with Pfizer. The shipments will be arranged. We'll start receiving those hopefully Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of the following week. That's going to be in Florida a little less than 400,000 we anticipate. I think about 365,000 of Moderna, which is a significant amount. That is going to continue to help serve our long-term care mission, but also start, hopefully, as kind of the frontline healthcare workers have this available, to start getting it out to some of the elderly population outside of long-term care facilities. And then certainly by the 3rd week of December, when we get even more Moderna, we hope to be able to really start to offer that. And then in January, if the supplies keep coming, we want as many elderly to be able to get it as possible. Now, the one thing we're waiting on, and the initial plan for the Pfizer, we were going to get 179,000 this week, but then we were going to get several 100,000 each the next 2 weeks of the Pfizer. Right now, we don't know. They have kind of dialed it back. I think they're working through some production issues. So we anticipate the Moderna coming at the beginning of next week, between 300 and 400,000 doses. We're hoping that the Pfizer order is fulfilled for the next 2 weeks beyond what we're getting today and tomorrow. If we get all of that as scheduled, then that's probably more than 1 million doses. If we don't get the remaining Pfizer, then we're looking at probably 700 to 750,000 for the month of December. Either way, it's going to make an impact, but obviously we want to see as much of this rolling off the assembly line and getting into hospitals as we can in terms of this. We were able to see how they're storing it. They have the capability of storing an awful lot of vaccine, far more than they got today. They can store a lot of these vials, and so as this stuff becomes more widely available on Pfizer, this is obviously a place we know that can handle it. The good thing about the Moderna, it doesn't require quite as extraordinary of storage. And then the J&J vaccine, which we hope will happen in the new year, either January or February, that is just basic refrigeration, and it's 1 dose. So the vaccines that were delivered today, for every vaccine that hits, there's a corresponding booster that is being withheld. They didn't want to send it all, I think smartly, because you don't want to just keep 200,000 vaccines and tell someone they can't get it. So you're going to use that, and then when it's time for the booster, 21 days, those other shots will come, and that they can be given the booster shot for this. So this is a game changer. It's a great day for the United States. It's a great day for the state of Florida. I'm really glad that we were here in Tampa General to do it. Of course, we continue to work with them across a variety of issues. We think these monoclonal antibodies have been very effective. It's going to take a little while to get the hard data on it. As it stands now, between November 1st and December 12th, Florida was 43rd in per capita cases, so 42 states had higher per capita caseloads. Between December 6th and 12th, we were 46 per capita. Again, 45 states with higher loads. And then hospitalized patients, as of December 13th, the last day we have full nationwide data, Florida was 43rd per capita for COVID-positive patients being treated in Florida hospitals. So again, 42 states with higher loads than us. So we think that we're getting this at a good time. We think if we get it to the right folks who are the more likely to be hospitalized, that we can continue to keep those numbers in line. So I just want to thank everyone for all their hard work. This has been something that we've been working on for weeks and weeks. As soon as the Pfizer news came out, I flew to D.C. I met with as many key players as I could. We're in contact on a daily basis with Operation Warp Speed. And so far, things have gone very well. It's a very significant logistical challenge for the federal government. And so far, things have gone well. And I know once it gets in the hands of Tampa General, they're going to continue to do a really good job. So today, we will have shots going in arms. We will have healthcare workers getting vaccinated much sooner than anybody would have anticipated just 6 months ago. God bless America. I'd like to introduce John Corris now.
Thank you, Governor. On behalf of Tampa General Hospital and the entire team, I want to thank the governor and the entire state, legislature, the leaders, the staff. What you may not realize is that through the governor's leadership, the state has been with us every single step of the way from the very beginning of this pandemic. Not just Tampa General, but all of the hospitals in this great state. I'd also like to thank the federal government, because this morning at about 10 o'clock in the morning, we received the Federal Express packages, and the FedEx truck pulled right up like it would normally do, and it had a delivery time at 10:30, and it came 30 minutes early. It came in at 10 o'clock. To have that kind of logistical precision happen across this country is absolutely outstanding. And when you're on the front lines, when you're caring for patients, when you're managing an organization through something like this, to have the type of leadership and cooperation at the state and federal level is critically important. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership and your entire team's efforts. The next thing I'd like to comment on is that this is truly a historic moment. I mean, just think about it. Less than a year ago, we were confronted with this awful pandemic. Today, we're sitting here introducing right now about 20,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. And the way I've described it to my team is this is 20,000 doses of hope. This is the beginning to the end. This is monumental if you're sitting in our shoes caring for the patients that need us.
We're going to be right back for you right here on News Now from Fox.
We're ready. As the governor said, Tampa General Hospital has the resources, has the staff, has the supplies, now has the vaccine. We are ready, and it is absolutely game time. And we will not let down this community. We will not let down our team. And we're honored to be one of the hospitals leading this effort. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce Jared Moskowitz, the Director of Emergency Management. And the way I would describe Jared, and I've used this a few times with other people, if I was in a foxhole, I'd want Jared right next to me in that foxhole. This guy is steady under pressure and has done an incredible job with his team to help us navigate through all of the complexities that we were confronted with for almost a year. And with that, Jared, come on up.
Okay, no pressure now. John, thank you. Governor, thank you. It really is a miracle to be here today to helping administer vaccines less than a year of dealing with this pandemic. It is a tribute to the frontline healthcare workers who are going to be the first recipients of the vaccine, the heroes that have been on the front lines dealing with this every single day. It's a bittersweet moment for families who have lost loved ones to the pandemic, or families who have had folks in hospitals and have not been able to visit them. And it really has been a collective team effort. I want to obviously thank Tampa General. I want to thank the other 4 hospitals that are ready to go to help distribute this vaccine. We really, at the Division of Emergency Management and our partners at the Department of Health, have been aggressive since day one. When we couldn't find COVID test kits, we went out in the private market and found them. When there was a national shortage on swabs, we went out and we found them nationally, internationally. When PPE became the issue, we did everything we could to make sure that our doctors and nurses had the PPE that they needed, that our folks in the long-term care facilities had the PPE they needed. Over 80 million masks have been distributed from the Division of Emergency Management. And so, while this is not the end, we have a long way to go. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit to get this out. We will continue to be aggressive. Folks continue to do mitigation measures as we, get through this. But, we're hoping at the division that as that supply comes, you will see a significant, robust effort between ourselves and the hospitals and the local partners at our counties. I know my staff, the staff at the Department of Health. This is a big day for them. This is a big day for every emergency manager at the local level, at the state level, every surgeon general in the country. Everything we have worked for since March has been building to this moment. And so thank you, Governor. Thank you, John, for having us here today. And we continue to look forward to the partnership with Tampa General.
Well, I will be very brief. I also want to thank the governor. It's hard to describe when you're kind of at that darkest moment of the pandemic back in March and April and May, what a relief it was when we would need anything. You seem to be able to deliver it. PPE was one, remdesivir, then the monoclonal antibodies that have made a huge difference. Now the vaccine, we're incredibly grateful. Obviously, USF and Tampa General are a team, and John, you have also been extraordinary, and we're very grateful for that. This is a magic moment. I was trying to recall something equivalent, and I thought back to when I was a kid and Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. And from a healthcare perspective, this is our magic Neil Armstrong moment. So this hopefully is the beginning of the end of this terrible pandemic. I would not be the dean of the medical school if I didn't tell everyone to we're in the fourth quarter. We're in the last few minutes of the fourth quarter. We have Brady as our quarterback. Please keep wearing a mask, socially distancing, avoid large gatherings when people aren't doing that. It is incredibly important. We're almost there. But this Herculean effort.
And we continue to always bring you the very latest right here on News Now from Fox. Always on the lookout for live events that are happening in real time. Hi, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you again for joining us here today on News Now from Fox. Really busy day here, as you can expect, with the vaccine rollout across the country. A historic day indeed. Right now, there is a live discussion going on with Dr. Fauci right now, so we'll take that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Live, raw, and always unfiltered.
Look back and reflect on this extraordinary year. 2020 is unlike any other year in modern times. We'd have to look back 102 years to the Spanish flu, 1918, 1919. We have to look back 80 years to World War II for analogous moments. It's ending with a strange, discordant admixture. We have celebration, hope, optimism as vaccines begin to be administered today to Americans and elsewhere in the UK and other countries. But we also have a moment of fatalism and fatigue as the virus rages to new destructive heights. We've heard from Dr. Fauci, and we'll hear more today. Hope is on the way. CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield last week argued publicly that we're in the midst of the most destructive and dangerous public health catastrophe in modern history. 300,000 dead, 16.3 million cases, over 2,470 deaths per day over the last 7-day average. Saturday, we had 231,000 new cases. The surge is going to continue for the next 60 to 90 days. It's projected by IHME to generate an additional 200,000 plus of deaths. Life expectancy among Americans has dropped 1 year in 2020, and it's now COVID-19 is now the leading cause of death. The introduction of vaccines will ultimately contribute to our getting out from underneath this tragedy, but the introduction of vaccines in this next phase will not materially slow or change this crisis surge in the first quarter of 2021 and possibly beyond. We know that this universal spread in communities has forced our hospitals into a hospitalization level at 108,500 beds as of December 12th. That compares with a peak in April of 60,000. So we're at risk of our health systems straining and breaking, and in which we may have to resort to a wartime-like triage medicine in many places. And we know the causes. It's a staff shortages and fatigue. It's staff illness, it's quarantine, it's shortages of beds, it's the surge itself. As we head towards year's end, it's becoming clear that the world has profoundly changed. The crisis dominates, and it's crowded out many things, and we'll hear about those things, those very important things that have had to be put on the shelf at home and abroad for a temporary period. We've witnessed here at home a deterioration of civility and governance. We are today seeing our Electoral College report out the returns in 50 states and the District of Columbia, a very hopeful sign of progress. Bipartisanship, which is central to sustaining U.S. commitments on health security at home and abroad, in Congress and elsewhere, is being put to the test. It's very difficult to find bipartisanship today. We have to hope that we can move beyond partisan antagonism, which is acute right now. We've entered economically desperate times. We know there's gridlock in the search for new stimulus that could help provide safety nets to pull people, schools, small businesses, local and state governments back from the precipice. And we've discovered the disturbing fact, which we'll talk more about, that a very sizable portion of America's population simply continues to deny the reality of COVID-19, despite everything that we've just talked about. We've cleaved ourselves into perhaps two separate nations with two separate sets of beliefs and sources, pipelines of information. Mixed in with that is our polluted digital world, the world of disinformation, misinformation, paranoia, and wild conspiracies, which has driven down trust and confidence as well. The flip side of this is the side of hope and optimism that rests really fundamentally in our science and in the rapid research and development of new vaccines, therapies, and tests. Never before we've discovered, in just less than 340 days, were we able to develop in the midst of a raging pandemic, safe vaccines at remarkable levels of efficacy, 95%, at the very same time producing and having vaccines ready to distribute. There's still considerable uncertainty. We'll talk about some of that. We don't know how much immunity is conferred. Does the vaccine prevent transmission? Those who are vaccinated, are they still able to transmit? We're reading a lot about building trust. There has to be a national messaging campaign. We haven't seen that yet. And there'll be continued debates around supplies, manufacturing capacity, fairness and transparency, ending or warding off cheating. Dr. Fauci's been at the center of these roller coaster dramas. You've taken a number of hits, including threats to your life and safety of your family. As COVID-19 has become more and more politicized, you've had at times found yourself in the middle, targeted by the White House itself at points. Your unique role has taken on many dimensions. Trust is Dr. Fauci's currency, a trusted voice expected to speak clearly against falsehoods, even when those are propagated by powerful forces. You've been asked to deliver the core messages about essential behavior and individual responsibility over and over again, and to make tough calls, as we heard recently in the roll-up to Thanksgiving about the need to see this as the possible threat of a surge superimposed upon a surge. You've been very active in defending our institutions, FDA, CDC, NIH. And you continue to care for those who are ill, and you continue to provide the translation of evolving science, whether it's about therapies, vaccines, about controversial matters, masking, asymptomatic transmission, things that are evolving in the course of this pandemic. So you've survived, you're still intact, and you've become the bridge between the two administrations, which is pretty damn unusual, frankly. So congratulations on that. Let me move to ask you to reflect on your own personal role. First question, did you ever in your wildest dreams imagine you'd find yourself in this role?
Honestly, Steve, no. As I've always said, I've always been concerned when people ask me what my worst nightmare would be a respiratory-borne illness that's a new virus that jumps species, that has a high degree of transmissibility and has the capability of high degree of morbidity and mortality, either in general or among certain subsets of the population. And here we are living that nightmare. You mentioned the year 2020. It has been such a unique, unbelievable year in so many respects. But it is what it is, Steve. We as people who are members of and interested in the scientific public health approach to things, that we can end this. It is very, very challenging. I think you mentioned some important things in your introduction. The fact that we have a vaccine that is now shown to be highly efficacious. We need to make sure that vaccine gets implemented. Today is an unusual day, and that is historic. 2.9 million doses have been distributed to over 100 sites throughout the country to begin vaccination of the first tier of individuals. I don't think I could have imagined 5 years ago that we would be in such an intense situation now as a country, as a scientific community, and as myself personally.
As you look back over this past year, how do you explain, what explains your resilience and your survivability in this world where a lot of people have not had that experience, but you have?
I can't say, Steve, I am who I am. I do what I do, and I focus on the enormity of the problem, and I focus like a laser on what I need to do. There's a lot of things going on. You mentioned some of them that could be distractions.
Stay right here with us, folks, is Dr. Anthony Fauci giving an update on the pandemic. You're watching News Now from Fox.
That makes responding to a public health challenge all the more difficult. But nonetheless, despite these circumstances we find ourselves in, we have to just move on and continue to apply the best public health measures at the same time that science, in the form of the development of a safe and highly efficacious vaccine, is going to be the light at the end of the tunnel.
So looking back on 2020, what is your proudest moment personally from this year?
I think the proudest moment would be the fact that we have successfully done what people would find to be the unimaginable, namely to have a virus that was brand new and first recognized and sequenced in January of 2020. And then in December of 2020, speaking to you today, as we speak, Steve, people are getting vaccine injected into their arms with a vaccine that's 95% effective against clinical disease and very, very effective against serious disease. I mean, that is a historic, unprecedented achievement. So that's something that I feel the best about and the proudest about, that we played a significant role in the actual success and development of that vaccine.
Yeah. Do you have any regrets looking back, or the darkest moments that come to mind when you look at 2020?
Well, Steve, the darkest moments are the disease burden and death. You mentioned the numbers yourself. I mean, we have almost 300,000 deaths. That's the worst public health catastrophe in 102 years since the 1918 pandemic. I mean, that's just extraordinary. As you said, we have almost 110,000 hospital beds that are occupied. I testified before the Congress a few months ago when we were having 40,000 cases a day. And I said I would not be surprised if we did not handle this properly, that we could have 100,000 cases a day. And now we have over 200, between 200 and 300,000 cases a day. Those are the dark moments, Steve. Those are the things that as a physician, a scientist, and a public health official are very painful to have to deal with, that we have such an extraordinary burden of disease and death in this country.
We know that in our society, a gap has appeared. I mentioned this astonishing fact that a remarkably large portion of our population is not taking this seriously and continuing to deny the reality. But when it comes specifically to you, what we see is a partisan divide increasing, that among Democrats, over 80% have a very high trust level in you. When you look at Republicans, it's 30 points lower than that. And I take that as a measure of the politicization that has occurred and the degree to which this has been driven into partisan camps. How are you going to how can you use your good office and your reputation, remarkable and unique reputation, to try and reverse course here and bridge that chasm? Because that is going to be one of the biggest challenges we face in the next 2 years.
No doubt. And it's a very difficult situation. And anyone who's been in Washington for a while and has seen me operate over 6 administrations, soon to be 7 administrations, knows that I'm not a political person. I do not take any ideological side. I just focus on the public health issues for which I'm responsible. And I rely on that mantra of independence and lack of any, political favoritism in one direction versus another. That's the way I've been able to survive over multiple administrations with very different ideologies. And I stick to that, and I'm going to stick to that. And I think as we get further and further into this situation, which is very bad right now, that we will turn it around despite the divisiveness. I mean, I'm a realist, but I have some cautious optimism in the spirit of the American people that they'll realize that this is a real challenge. It's not make-believe. It's not a hoax. It's not fake news. It's real, and we've got to deal with it. Unless you realize and admit to the problem, you'll never be able to fix it. And as you alluded to, and it's true, when a certain proportion of the population don't even admit that this is a serious problem, we have a lot of work to do. So the bottom line, Steve, we do still have a lot of work to do. Despite the scientific advances of a vaccine, despite the fact that we're capable from public health measures to do a lot, we still have a long way to go to get everybody on board to pull together. The only way you're going to get this pandemic under control is if we all pull together as a country and not in different directions as a divided nation.
Do you think that it's going to be that we need to try something different? It would seem to me to solve this problem and reach this population. And I'm not sure what that is, but it's a shocking revelation. It's one of those things that no one anticipated we'd be sitting here on December 14th talking about this problem 6 months ago or 8 months ago. We were a united nation relatively in the polling data that came forward in early March when the first lockdowns were put in place. I remember Kaiser and Pew both coming back and saying there's a national consensus. We're shocked at this, but that's gone. How do we get back to that point?
Well, we're just going to have to try and keep reaching out to each other and realize that we have to come together. I mean, that sounds idealistic, but it's the only way. We need to just keep trying to get people to appreciate that this is a problem that involves all of us. We can't deny it. It's a problem that is involving the entire nation.
I'd like to ask you a question about the transition. I mean, you're the bridge between these two administrations. How's it going? Is the cooperation moving forward between the two teams?
You know, it is, Steve. There's more of it than I think the public realizes. There's an increase in cooperation between the Trump administration and the incoming Biden administration. They have what's called agency teams, agency review teams, or ARTs. That's another word for transition team. We've had meetings here at the NIH, virtual meetings like you and I are having over the last couple of weeks that have been very productive. So even though I don't think the general public fully realizes that there is a good degree of cooperation going on.
Thank you. Let's shift to the virus and our national response over the course of this year. How do you think historians are going to make sense of this catastrophe? Are they going to put greatest weight on systemic weaknesses, on leadership, on political culture? How are they going to explain how America finds itself in this catastrophe that sets it apart from the rest of the world?
Well, Steve, I think it isn't over yet. And I think when you talk about how people are going to explain it, I think we're going to have to find out how it ultimately turns out. There are so many complicated, interdigitating factors that I do believe we will need a scholarly approach to sit back and look at what has happened, what went wrong, what were the factors that were positive factors, what were the factors that were negative factors, and hopefully be able to articulate that in whatever a review is, a commission, a white paper, or what have you, so that we could look at that and make sure that when we get a challenge like this again, which I hope will not be for a long time, if ever, that we respond in a way that was better than we responded this time.
Well, that brings me to my next question, which is around the idea of a 9/11 style commission. There are many people that are arguing that such a thing, which will be difficult to organize and execute and make bipartisan, but it can be done, as we saw with 9/11, with Governor Kane and Lee Hamilton and Phil Zelikow. That was a remarkable success story when you look back now almost 2 decades, and a success in capturing what happened and what did we not catch, when and why, and trying to clear the air and trying to lay the basis for a new national consensus and try to enumerate and reach consensus around what has to change looking forward. Are you in favor of something like that?
Well, I'm in
it's
favor.
Realistic?
Yeah, Steve, I don't know what form it will take. I don't want to be making any declarations about what it should be, but I think there needs to be a formal retrospective review process to go through each and every one of these things. I agree with you that we're going to have to try very hard to make it a bipartisan approach, because if we go into it with the divisiveness that we've seen characterize the response over the last 11 months, I'm not so sure how successful it would be. I think if we get people of goodwill on both sides of the aisle to come together and realize this has been a really big, bad problem. Let's all admit it, okay? It's real and it was bad. So let's figure out what happened and how we can make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yes, I think, when you look back at the Spanish flu, as John Barry's documented in his grand history, the great influenza, when we got to the end of that flu, we forgot. We turned away. There's only one memorial to the 670,000 victims in all of America. And I think it was turning away for a combination of things, of sorrow, of pain, of regret, of shame, and a desire to simply move on. And of course, it was happening at the end of a world war as well. So of course, there were many other factors that came in, but I do think that we need to guard against the possibility that we slip into a complacency and a forgetfulness around this.
There's a thing about corporate memory that's really short, Steve, particularly when you get through a very challenging situation. Then you focus on what the problems at hand are now. And having been through multiple cycles of this, it's very difficult to get even well well-meaning Congresses and well-meaning administrations to focus on preparing for something that hasn't occurred yet when you have enough problems that are already ongoing. And that's what I'm afraid of, that when this is over, which it will end for sure, that the memory of it will be fleeting, and it'll be the same thing post 1918. You know, it's very interesting. If you go back and reread, which many of us have, I'm sure you have, John Barry's book, it's eerie that there were things that went on back in 1918 that are so strikingly similar than that we see now, including the denial, some states and cities, that there really was a problem, the reluctance to wear masks on some parts of the country, the reluctance to shut down things. Some cities shut down, some didn't. And it was clear that those that shut down did better, both from a health standpoint and an economic standpoint. That was 102 years ago. Yeah, and it's sort of almost repeating itself now in 2020. So hope we don't have that kind of forgetfulness after this.
Yes. I want to ask you, what are the most vitally important things that we've learned over the course of 2020? I mean, there's been debate around testing, fragility of markets, vulnerabilities, systemic aspects, the perniciousness of this virus. What in your mind are the most important things that we learned? We started with zero knowledge of this virus. Okay, what did we learn?
Well, we've learned that this is one of the most, if not the most unusual virus that any of us have ever dealt with. Certainly in my 36 years as director of the Institute, I have not seen anything where you have a virus that in 40% of the people has no symptoms. And those who have symptoms, 80% of them have very mild to moderate symptoms that don't require any significant medical intervention. And then you have 20 to 25% of people who are devastated. Test assessed the almost 300,000 deaths. There's something very strange about a virus that in most people barely bothers them, and in others it kills them. We still don't understand why that's the case right now. We need to find that out. We need to find out how a virus can have almost no symptoms in so many people, 30, 40, 45% of the people. That's the first thing. The next thing is the situation that we've learned the importance of science and the investment in science to be able to do something that was unprecedented and in fact unimaginable, to go from a new virus in a January to giving out highly effective vaccines in December. I mean, that is something that if you had told any of us 5 or 10 years ago, we would tell you you were imagining things. There's not a chance in the world that that would happen. So I think this serves as an impetus for us to continue to make major investments in basic and clinical biomedical research, because the exquisite science of platform technology that got us to where we are right now, the structural biological approaches to the conformation of the spike protein, that all came from fundamental basic research that long antedated the appearance.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
The importance of investment in basic and clinical biomedical research, it's what we've been able to accomplish in the last 11 months since the recognition of this new disease.
Were you surprised to discover that we actually had acquired the capacity to accelerate the development of vaccines in the midst of a raging pandemic?
You know, I'd have to say I wasn't surprised, because that's what we've been working for all along, that you can do research, good randomized placebo-controlled trials in the middle of an outbreak. And that's what we did, and that's why we knocked it out of the park. Because, you know, there would have been an argument, well, there's such a dire need for all this, let's just give it to people and not do the appropriate randomized placebo-controlled trials. You know, after our experience with Ebola in Africa, in West Africa, we had an evaluation of the response by the national academies and the National Academy of Medicine, who came up with the strong recommendation that you can do ethically sound, scientifically sound research, with the randomized controlled trial being the absolute gold standard right in the midst of an outbreak. And that's exactly what we did here. And 11 months later, we have a highly efficacious group of vaccines. It's not just one. It's more than one. So I'm not surprised at this. I'm gratified. I think Operation Warp Speed, putting hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars into facilitating the technical aspects of the trial, the clinical trial, the pre-purchasing of hundreds of millions of doses of vaccine is unprecedented. So it's really quite a success story, I must say, Steve.
Can you say a bit more about these models, these platforms for developing vaccines? These evolved over the last 20 years. These were kind of quiet transformations that came to the fore now. I mean, for most people, I don't think that there's the full recognition of we're benefiting from things that evolved over the last 20, perhaps longer years in the way. And maybe you can explain a bit about that, because when you try to unpack how did this happen that we could do what we've done, it didn't just happen overnight. It wasn't pure luck. There was some luck, but it was the result of transformations in science.
Well, it was. I mean, the classic way, and quite successful, but somewhat cumbersome and absolutely lengthy in time of getting vaccines, was to isolate a particular pathogen, in this case, let's say a virus, then to get that virus to grow in large quantities, either in eggs or in cells or what have you, then to purify it and either inactivate it or attenuate it. That was the classic way of vaccines. And then it became clear that scientific advances in what we call platform technology allowed you to truncate that time frame, which usually was measured in years and years, by using the advances in biomedical research, so that platform technology changed and was able to be highly adaptable, quick, and you didn't even need to get the virus itself. All you needed was a sequence to which you could then pull out whatever gene you wanted that would express the protein that would serve as the immunogen, and put it in whatever your particular vehicle is. That could be an mRNA, that could be a viral vector, could be viral-like particles, that could be nanoparticles. It just transformed completely the flexibility and your capability of rapidly getting a vaccine against a brand new pathogen. But as you said correctly, Steve, that isn't something that happened overnight. That was the result of years of fundamental basic research on these various platforms, on the extremely efficient capabilities we have now of sequencing technologies that you could do it essentially almost overnight, as opposed to months or a year or more. Those are the kind of things that are the fruits of fundamental basic research. So we're seeing the practicalities of a vaccine, but that didn't just spontaneously happen. And again, as I said a little bit ago, this is the perfect argument for continued investment in basic and clinical research.
So you think that there will be a permanent institutional shift to making this type of capacity a permanent part of U.S. global health security approaches?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we tried new things. Some of them were risky. You know, you might recall there was a lot of concern, if not criticism, about trying to go with something like an mRNA, which people said never had an approved product. And now it just sort of ran around the bases, you know, right now. And here we are with a highly efficacious vaccine. And there'll probably be going to be improvements on that technology over the years. This could now be used to go back and see if we could utilize these technologies for pathogens, particularly viruses, for which we have not yet had successful vaccines. So this is not only good for COVID, it may be good for vaccinology in general.
Thank you. There have been important gains in therapies, particularly monoclonal antibodies, but there's been disappointment and there's been controversy around many other therapies. Hydroxychloroquine, remdesivir, convalescent plasma. Why haven't we seen more progress in this area, in the area of therapies? And do you think as we look forward, this is going to change and we'll see more progress?
You know, I think what we need, and it's going to take a little bit of time, we need some potent antivirals that are orally administered that can be given when a person develops symptoms to prevent them from going on to requiring hospitalizations. And I'm looking forward to the possibility of getting, what we did with HIV, targeted antiviral therapy. You don't need to give it for a lifetime. You probably, Steve, would only have to give it for 5 to 7 days before you knock the virus out and prevent it from turning into a systemic disease. Now, there are other things that we've tried because we needed it rapidly. We needed it today, not 8 months, a year from now. And those were the things that you mentioned. Some of them were done in trials that were well conducted and some were not. I mean, we just gave convalescent plasma in a manner that was not a randomized controlled trial to give an answer. So we had a lot of data with convalescent plasma that now is in an EUA, but we still need to definitively prove when it's effective and if it's effective.
So our approach to trials on therapies could be different. It could be improved.
I think the beginning, some of the approaches was just give it to people and not put it in the trial. That was not good. Now I think it's promising. We have more than a couple of monoclonal antibodies that some of which have gotten an EUA already, in which it's going to be determined. I would think it's very clear that there are those therapies that you really need to give early in the course of infection. You don't want to give a monoclonal antibody when somebody's in the hospital on a ventilator. Probably is not going to do any good. I mean, you want to give them dexamethasone or some other anti-inflammatory. But if you want an antiviral to really work, you've got to have a diagnostic that is sensitive, specific, easy. Get the diagnosis right away. If you're dealing with COVID-19, give the person a direct antiviral, a monoclonal antibody, or a hyperimmune globulin, something that could block that virus early on.
Yes. We know there's a big push now to refocus on opening schools. This is something that is surfaced in President-elect Biden's statements recently. And we know that tests are going to be very important to that. We know that there's a lot of talk about trying to do more surveillance, have rapid, inexpensive antigen tests that can give us a better grip on what's going on in order to be able to reopen schools as well as businesses and travel. Are we going to finally move in your mind towards a national testing strategy that is going to make that possible? Because the patchwork, ad hoc, fragmented system is not getting us very far where we need to be.
The answer to your question is yes. And one of the things that I think we should have as a high priority is to get testing of asymptomatic people. There has been a reluctance to do that, and even some misunderstanding that it shouldn't be done. There are tests for someone who's symptomatic where you're trying to prove definitively whether they're infected or not. That's generally a PCR test. It's very sensitive. You're not going to get the results in an hour or 2 or 3. At best, it'll take a day, usually 2 days or longer. What you need is to essentially flood the system with rapid, sensitive, specific point of care tests that you can actually do at home without a prescription. That's what I think we should be doing a lot more of. And therefore, you could be testing groups of people and then doing surveillance. Now, it isn't as sensitive as a PCR, but if you do it often enough, you can get a really good feel of the penetrance of the infection in the particular group you're looking at, whether that's a college population, whether that's a nursing home, whether that's a prison, whether that's a factory. You could get a good feel for what the level of infection is and act when you do identify an infection. But that's mostly screening asymptomatic people. We've got to get past that seeming roadblock in wanting to test asymptomatic people.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the international side. Outside our borders, there's an urgent need to focus on safe and effective vaccine access by low and middle income countries. As the rollout proceeds in America and other wealthy and powerful countries, that gap is going to become much more visible between what's possible in the wealthiest and most powerful countries.
We are taking another 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
There is the ACT Accelerator, and within that, the COVAX facility, launched by the Gates and Foundation Wellcome Trust, the EU, WHO, and others back in the spring, which has moved forward. European leaders are eager for U.S. leadership to return to the international stage, where international diplomacy on COVID-19 has been very thin. And so there is this outstanding question: will the U.S. come forward and renew its leadership in the world? And will it come forward to the ACT accelerator with some pledge around cash, around political commitments for summitry to bring people together, and perhaps some percentage of surplus vaccines, which I understand will only be possible once we know how much immunity to those vaccines, how much surplus do we have? Can you say a bit about what the prospects look like for U.S. leadership coming back in this way?
Well, Steve, I don't know. I can't. I'd like to give it to you, but I don't know what we're going to do. That's not in my control. You know how I feel about the responsibility of the United States to the developing world, particularly when there are issues which are implementable in the developed world, but not so easy in the developing world. I think the classic example of that is what we as the United States did under the leadership of President George W. Bush with the PEPFAR program, where it became clear when we had drugs that were saving the lives and completely transforming the lives of people who were living with HIV in the United States, that those drugs were not available to people in the developing world, particularly Southern Africa. Yet President Bush established the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, which essentially, according to what he said directly to me and to others, that we have a moral responsibility as a rich nation to make sure that if we have assets and resources that are saving the lives of Americans, that we make sure that those who live in countries that don't have those assets or the resources don't die merely because of where they live. So I do feel that we in the developing world, not only the United States, in the developed world that is, but other countries have a responsibility to make sure that ultimately there's equitable distribution of highly effective and safe vaccines against COVID-19, because this is a global problem. It's not a national problem, it's a global problem. So I believe we do have that responsibility. Whether we act on that responsibility, Steve, I don't know. I don't have the power or the control to do that, but I can tell you how I feel about it.
Well, I think it's very helpful to hear you say that and to draw the references back to the launch of the President's Emergency Plan on AIDS Relief, which is the most powerful historical reference that we have. It is going to be difficult in terms of money is going to be short. The domestic crisis dominates. We have to make the case to a frightened and anxious American people that acting outside our borders in multilateral partnerships is going to protect Americans, and it's going to be very cost effective. And I think part of that's going to be demonstrating that we are not only acting as a humane force under ethical principles, but we're also reopening the global economy, and we're also regaining ground with the Europeans that's been handed over to the Chinese and the Russians. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think that's absolutely the way to go. I mean, again, it gets back to what I said. This is a global problem and it will be a global solution. What happens in the rest of the world when you're dealing with a pandemic absolutely will ultimately impact us. That's the reason why right now with other diseases like smallpox and polio, globally, we've handled it, eradicating smallpox, eliminating polio for most of the world. That's what we want to do with COVID-19, and we can do it. We can absolutely do it. There's no reason why we can't do that.
Thank you. Getting back to the distribution of vaccines now in the United States, we don't know how much immunity they will confer, how long it will last. We don't know whether they will prevent the infection. We don't know if they will block someone who is already carrying the disease but vaccinated, block that person from transmitting to others. These are big uncertainties. How long do you think it's going to take us to reach that point in our science where we have clarity on those points? Because that's going to be terribly important in the effectiveness of the vaccine campaigns, but also it'll tell us if we have massive surpluses we can put towards helping others.
I think we will probably know if the vaccine rollout works works the way I hope it does, that we get the overwhelming majority of the people vaccinated in this country by the end of the second quarter, and we have that veil of protective immunity, we should know by the end of 2021 as we go into by the end of 2021 as we go into 2022, what the durability is and whether or not we're dealing with something that needs to be reboosted every year. So it'd probably be a year or more from now, we'll know.
Yes. And can you describe for us people are concerned that we've got a surge that's going to carry us into the year. We're going to have the introduction of the vaccine with all of these uncertainties surrounding it. And it's very important that people continue their behavior in terms of masking, social distancing, avoiding congregate settings. How do these pieces come together? Let's say we hit June and we have a 75 or 80% coverage of the American population with this new vaccine, but still some uncertainty hanging over it. What does the reopening look like? Or do people may be tempted to get rid of their masks and let their guard down, or they may be reminded they have to, and for what period? And how does this reopening happen in terms of vacations, travel, all of the parts of life that we want to regain?
Well, first thing, it's not going to be like turning a light switch on and off. It's not going to be overnight. It's going to be gradual. And I think we will know when we see the level of infection in the country at a dramatically lower level than it is right now, that we can start gradually tiptoeing towards normality. I don't believe we're going to be able to throw the masks away and forget about physical separation and congregate settings for a while, probably likely until we get into the late fall and early next winter. But I think we can do it. The numbers will guide us, Steve. If we're having 200 to 300,000 new infections per day as you and I are speaking right now. If we get that down to less than 10,000 a day, to 4,000, 3,000, then we'll be in a very good place because, as you know, with the dynamics of the outbreak, the lower number of infections is, the less the virus has a chance to spread, particularly if you have people who now are protected with a vaccine. So I don't think it's going to be subtle. We're going to see a dramatic change in the dynamics of the outbreak. And when we do, then we've got to cautiously and prudently begin to pull back a bit on mitigation methods, not just abandoning them all, but gradually and prudently pulling back.
So do you anticipate next fall that most people will be back in classrooms? People will be eating in restaurants. People will be traveling on planes to take vacations or engage in business?
It's a big if. And the if is it's up to us. If we get 75, 80% of the population vaccinated, I think that's eminently doable, what you've just said, by the fall.
No.
Because we will start vaccinating the general population, people who don't fall in any of the high priority groups, probably as we get into April. We'll have April, May, June, and July. We'd have 3 months, 4 months of vaccinating everybody with a prime and a boost. By the time you get into the fall, September and October, if we get that proportion of the population vaccinated, we should be able to clearly be feeling very comfortable about schools, as well as getting some of the other functions that we have withheld up to now. Theaters, restaurants, things like that.
Tell us what do you worry the most about in terms of the vaccination campaign in our country? It's complicated, it's historic.
Yeah, I worry
epic
that
scale.
Yeah, I worry that we don't convince the majority, overwhelming majority, not majority. Majority is 51%. How are you going to go much better than that? When we get 75, 80, 85% of the people vaccinated, I worry. I'm a realist, but I'm a cautious optimist. I think we can do it, but we have got to be out there explaining to people why it's good for them, their families, and the country to get vaccinated.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about HIV. Next June, 2021 marks the 40th anniversary of the discovery of HIV/AIDS, something you were quite involved with. You've been at the forefront of the response since the early 80s. And that's another pandemic that requires considerable commitment and investments over many decades. We're not out of the woods yet with HIV. Some are calling it a residual epidemic. We've made huge progress, but it's fragile. There's no vaccine or cure. We know many of the therapies and behavioral things that can change this and control this. But it's still a major enterprise in the world. And now we have layered over it a new pandemic, an extraordinarily fast-moving virus that also is not going to be eradicated from the globe anytime soon, could become a next sort of residual pandemic. First question is, when you look back on this year, how do you estimate the threat and damage that COVID-19 has likely imposed on global HIV efforts?
I think we're going to take another quick break right here on News Now from Fox. Worldwide here for you. Breaking news, though, unfortunately, as U.S. has now surpassed 300,000 COVID-19 deaths here.
Into PrEP, getting people tested. When you shut down most of the globe, all of that suffers. So what that means to me, Steve, is that we're going to have to be playing public health catch-up with a variety of other diseases that have been negatively impacted by what we have had to do to address COVID-19, including, I believe, some damage that has been done to the efforts of HIV.
Do you have any, do you think this has been, for the global HIV efforts, U.S. government's put over $100 billion into that, and we're not the only donor, and countries themselves, other donors. This is a vast enterprise over the last 2 decades. Do you think this has been set back, the damage has been deep and lasting, or do you think it's something where the recovery is possible within a short period of time?
I think we can recover in a short period of time. But there's no doubt there's been damage. No doubt. In every field, including HIV.
What do you think the future of HIV is going to be, coexisting with this new pandemic? What's the future of HIV? The future of HIV is going to inexorably change the way we understand it, because the world has changed. We're now living in a world of coronavirus pandemics.
Yeah, I think that we can, as I said, it depends on how we here in this country, as well as the rest of the world, vaccinate the population. I think we can crush this outbreak, and I don't think it has to be lingering, looking over us like the specter of doom. I don't think we need that. I don't think it will happen, Steve, if we do the right thing. We can get rid of it and then get back to doing what we have been trying to do, is end the HIV pandemic as an epidemiological phenomenon. I don't think we're going to eradicate it, but we had that plan that we started in 2020. It actually started in 2019, but it became operational to end the epidemic in the United States as we know it by 2030. I think we had a setback with that, with COVID, but I don't think that we can abandon that, because I still think we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to close by asking you, first of all, we're going to close by thanking you for being with us today. We're going to close by thanking you for your service to the nation, which is just astonishing, and we're all grateful, all in your debt for that. I want to wish you a happy birthday, which I know is coming up soon. Christmas Eve day, I believe.
Christmas Eve, right?
And so we wish you a happy birthday, 80th birthday in advance. Thank you for your service. I want to thank also my staff, my colleagues, Anna McCaffrey, Amith Mandavili, John Montz, and some of your staff, Patricia Conrad and David Awad, have been enormously helpful over the course of the year and for putting this all together. So thank you so much. I wanted to ask you to close with some final thoughts around why we need to remain optimistic in this period.
Well, thank you for having me, Steve. I, as usual, always enjoy these conversations with you. It gets us to think more deeply about some of the really important problems. I think we can and we should remain optimistic. Getting back to what I said early on, is that the science of what we do seems to always be the mechanism of getting us out of dire straits. You and I both remember the very early years of HIV. I was taking care, and I still do, but much more than on a daily basis, scores of patients who were suffering from AIDS. It was the dark years. We didn't know if we were ever going to have any solution. And then on the basis of science, structured antiviral drug design, understanding the replication cycle of the virus, we developed a series of drugs which have completely transformed HIV from a death sentence to people living essentially a normal life. We know have undetectable equals untransmissible. You treat someone, they don't transmit to somebody else. That's all the fruits of science. We've had a terrible year in 2020, and yet science in the form of the development of safe and efficacious vaccine is going to get us out of this for sure. So I'm very optimistic as we continue to pursue scientific approaches to these extraordinary public health problems, that we will be able to solve them if we all pull together and follow the science. And I've said that so many times, and I'll end by saying it now. Follow the science and get solutions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fauci. And we wish you the best holiday. We hope you get a break in this madcap schedule that you follow. And we thank you for agreeing to serve the incoming Biden administration. Having continuity will be enormously valuable, having your continued role here. Thank you for agreeing to do that.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, Steve.
And we continue to always roll on right here on News Now from Fox, from live event to another live event here. We are awaiting in Michigan, the Michigan Electoral College vote. That's coming up in just a little bit, but we're going to take you out to New York, where we are getting a COVID-19 update from the governor, Andrew Cuomo, right here on News Now from Fox.
Already closing down. Well, one person says positivity rate, one says hospital lag. I'm all confused. I don't know. It's simple, and it's always the same equation. The percent of positivity leads to the percent of cases, leads to the percent of hospitalizations, leads to the percent of deaths. It is a linear equation. It just is a difference about whether you're measuring it earlier or later. Positivity turns into number of cases, turns into hospitalizations, turns into death. You tell me the positivity rate, I'll tell you what the death rate is going to be 4 weeks from today. It is that simple. It is just death lags positivity. Positivity is a precursor to hospitalization and deaths, but it is linear. So they're all saying the same thing. I don't care if you want to talk about positivity or hospitalizations or deaths or cases. They're all a factor of one another. The only difference is timing. Our metrics, we build that in. We anticipate a time lag from positivity to cases to hospitalizations. That is in the calculus. We're also in an environment where everyone is skeptical and cynical, and everyone is still in a hyper-political moment, even after the election. Here's what's inarguable, my friends. There is no politics or rhetoric in number of people going into the hospital or deaths, okay? You want to be cynical about what politicians say? Well, I don't believe positivity rates. Many people say that to me. Okay, do you think people are going into the hospital because they feel good? Because they want a vacation? Do you think the hospital would accept somebody who's not really sick, okay? Going into a hospital is inarguable. That's an inarguable number. Deaths are an inarguable number. So stressing those, I think, builds public support for the metric, because even the most cynical person isn't saying I believe you're just sending people into the hospitals to fill the beds, right? At this rate, if nothing happens, we could have 11,000 people in hospitals and 3,500 deceased. If you factor out these numbers, that's what we're looking at if nothing changes. The increase in hospitalizations could overwhelm some regions if nothing changes by January. That's the trajectory we're looking at. It's a problem in Erie. It's more of a problem in Monroe. It's a problem in central New York. It's a problem in New York City. It's a problem in New York City because New York City is different. There's more density. There's more crowding. The RT rate, the transmission rate, the virus spreads much faster in New York City. Anyone who doubts that wasn't here in the spring or has the shortest memory imaginable. We know how fast it takes off in New York City. So upstate New York, we don't have the same density and crowding that we have in New York City. And let's focus on what the real issues that we should be concerned about and where we are really. I have all sorts of people who are concerned, well, you went down to 25% indoor dining, you canceled indoor dining, you're requesting more testing for people in salons, lower capacity in gyms. Yes, to all of that. That is not the real problem. That is not what you should worry about. What you should worry about is shutdown. Because if we do not change the trajectory, we could very well be headed to shutdown. And shutdown is something to worry about. That is really something to worry about. Because all these businesses close. We go back to where we were. All non-essential businesses close. They go to zero. So, yes, we're trying to change the trajectory. Well, I'm upset that you're trying to change the trajectory. You should be happy. Because if we don't change the trajectory, we're going to go to shutdown, and then your business is going to close. And that, my friends, is a real problem. Worry about that. Because that is a real worry. Deaths are a worry, and shutdown of the economy are the real worries, and they are viable worries. This is not an over-anxious personality. This is not far-fetched. This is something to really worry about. How do you change your trajectory? You do two things. Number one, we're simultaneously trying to increase hospital capacity and, frankly, hospital management. We saw what happened in the spring. It can't happen again. We've given the hospitals flexibility, adding 25% more beds and adding another 25% more beds or adding reducing elective surgery. So we've given hospitals capacity enhancement with their flexibility.
All right, everybody, we'll come back to this in just a little bit, but we want to go out live to another event that is happening in Michigan right now. The Electoral College is meeting there in the state. Let's listen to this right here on News Now from Fox.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Representative Tate. Now please remain standing for the national anthem and the Black national anthem by the Turner sisters, Jalea and Jamila Turner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Whoa, the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and home of the brave, the lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the glistening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the hope that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the faith that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Let us march on till victory is won.
Thank you, Jalea and Jamila. Now please remain standing for our invocations. Our first invocation will be given by Rabbi Alicia Harris of Congregation Shir Tikva in Troy, Michigan.
Holy source of light and life, we are grateful for the right and the privilege to vote. Expressing our voices in this way was not always allowed for so many of us in this country, and we recognize our ancestors who fought for this freedom. We thank you for giving the people of this country a voice in this election. This was a challenging season for us, and we are grateful to be moving forward, and even more grateful that the people of Michigan made it clear. This is no place for hatred, bigotry, xenophobia, or racism. Be with the electors as they finalize the vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Our voices are a precious gift that you gave us, and we use them to stand up for what is right. May this count be swift and clear. And Creator, We ask that you will be with President Biden and Vice President Harris as they begin this new journey. May they find fulfillment and purpose in the work that they do. May they find ways to unify this country. May they protect all of our citizens, especially the most vulnerable. And may they be wise and thoughtful in their governance. Be with all of the people throughout this land who are fighting COVID-19. Keep us healthy and safe. Help us feel loved and bring us peace. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Harris. And our second invocation will be given by Imam Muhammad El-Alahi of the Islamic House of Wisdom in Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace be upon you all. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'een. In your name, O Lord, the Lord of life, love, liberation, and wisdom. O Lord, our nation is approaching the new year of 2021. It will be a new year with new administration, new morning, and new journey for America. Please, O Lord, bless our nation for their historic participation in November 3rd election and for defending our democracy and deciding the direction of our country for years to come. Please bless the Electoral College of the state of Michigan and capital of any other states who are meeting this Monday to finalize the election of this new administration. Oh Lord, please bless our country's new President-elect Joe Biden and new Vice President-elect Kamala Harris to go through this transition safely and successfully. Oh Lord, our nation is still suffering. Our nation still is suffering from this painful pandemic. Over 300,000 deaths. That means over 109 11s in 1 year. So painful. Please strengthen our new administration to be source of healing, source of fast recovery of not only coronavirus, but any other racial, cultural, or political pandemics that may target or threat the unity, the solidarity, and security of our nation. Oh Lord, please protect our new leaders and help them to be American ambassadors of diplomacy, dialogue, peace and justice, freedom and dignity for humanity, for our nation and our world. Ameen. Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Thank you, Imam Alahi. Everyone, you may be seated. I now ask that the Honorable Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State and Chief Election Officer of the State of Michigan, please stand and be recognized. Thank you, Secretary Benson. Next, I ask the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, to please stand and be recognized. Next, I would ask the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, to rise and be recognized. Thank you to Secretary Benson, Attorney General Nessel, and Chief Justice McCormick for being here today and for your exemplary service to the people of the great state of Michigan. And I would now ask that the Honorable Gretchen Whitmer, Governor of the state of Michigan, please come forward to address the electors.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. Thank you, Attorney General Dana Nessel, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, and Chief Justice Bridget McCormick for being here today. This was truly a historic election. During the worst public health crisis we have seen in our lifetimes, Michiganders everywhere made a plan to ensure that their voices were heard in November. A record-breaking 5.5 million Michiganders cast their ballots for president, United States Senate, Congress, and state and local races. Our Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and her team worked 24/7 to ensure a fair, a secure, an accurate election, and they succeeded. Likewise, our Attorney General Dana Nessel and her team have worked tirelessly to protect the vote. And our election workers and local clerks stepped up and did their part to ensure everyone's voice was heard. Today, Michigan's 16 electors will vote to finalize Michigan's election results. And I want to thank each and every one of you for traveling here today to perform your patriotic duty on our behalf. Our American democracy was founded on the principle of majority rule. 5.5 million people from all walks of life, from all 83 counties of our state, Republicans and Democrats and independents, cast their vote this past November. Michigan has chosen a clear winner for the office of President of the United States and for every elected office up and down that ballot. The people have spoken. It was a safe, fair, and secure election. It was the kind of election our founding fathers envisioned when they created this democracy and built this country. And after today, the results will be final. It's time to move forward together as one United States of America. Now is the time for us to put this election behind us and to focus our efforts together to defeat our common enemy, COVID-19. Over the weekend, the first shipments of the FDA-approved Pfizer vaccine left Portage, Michigan. Right here in a state built on innovation and grit, The safe and effective COVID vaccine is being manufactured by Michigan workers at a Michigan business to save the lives of Americans everywhere. Our state is at the center of the world right now, in a good way. And FedEx and UPS came together to help distribute this life-saving vaccine, putting aside their competitive nature for the common good. If they can do it, I think Republicans and Democrats can do it too. No matter your party, no matter who you cast your ballot for, we all have a personal stake in defeating and eradicating this virus together. So we must stay smart, we must mask up, and we must get to work. But at this juncture, we've got a little bit more work to do right here. As such, nominations are now in order for the office of chairperson of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College. I'm going to recognize Chuck Browning, elector at large, for the purpose of a nomination.
Governor Whitmer, I nominate the Honorable Garland Gilchrist, Lieutenant Governor and President of the Michigan Senate, as chairperson of the 2020 Electoral College.
Thank you, Chuck. I recognize Carolyn Holly of the 10th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination. Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate that. Seconded the nomination. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor of Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist as chairperson of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed shall say no. The ayes have it. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist is unanimously elected chairperson of the 2020 Electoral College. Lieutenant Governor, please, you are forward. Please take the helm here and preside over the meeting of our electors. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Governor Whitmer. And thank you, electors. And now I would like to appoint State Representative Joe Tate as Secretary. I would also like to appoint Lavora Barnes as the Sergeant at Arms. The role of official electors of President and Vice President of the United States will now be called. Indicate your presence by please rising and stating "here" when your name is called. From the 1st Congressional District, Chris Cracchiolo. Here. From the 2nd Congressional District, Timothy E. Smith. Here. The 3rd Congressional District, Blake Mazurek. Here. 4th Congressional District, Bonnie J. Loria. Here. 5th Congressional District, Bobby Walton. Here. 6th Congressional District, Mark Edward Miller. Here. 7th Congressional District, Connor Wood. 8th Congressional District, Robin Smith. 9th Congressional District, Walter C. Herzig III. It appears that Walter C. Herzig III is unable to attend, so this position is vacant. For the 10th Congressional District, Carolyn Holly. 11th Congressional District, Susan Nichols. 12th Congressional District, Stephen Rezepa. 13th Congressional District, Helen Moore. 14th Congressional District, Michael Kerwin. At large, Chuck Browning. At large, Marseille Allen. At this time, I would like to introduce the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court, for the purpose of administering the oath of office to the electors of President and Vice President of the United States. Justice McCormick.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. The electors for President and Vice President of the United States will rise. Now you can hear me, right? Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, and thank you, Representative Tate. The electors have all stood up. That's where you're supposed to be. You will please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. And the state of Michigan. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. According to the best of my ability. You may be seated, and please take this opportunity to sign the written oath of office that is on your desk.
Thank you, Justice McCormick. I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to please collect the oath of office documents.
We are going to take a quick 2-minute break for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you, everyone. Now, there's a vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. So under Michigan law, the qualified electors of President and Vice President must proceed to fill the vacancy by ballot by a plurality of votes. Nominations are now in order to fill the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States. I recognize Susan Nichols of the 11th Congressional District for the purpose of a nomination.
I nominate Sharon Baseman of the 9th Congressional District to fill the vacancy of the office of the Elector of President and Vice President of the United States.
Thank you. I recognize Bobby Walton of the 5th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination.
I second the nomination.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols and Ms. Walton. Are there any other nominations to fill the vacancy of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States? Hearing none, I call for a vote by ballot. To facilitate the voting, I call upon the Sergeant at Arms to please step forward and assist with the distribution of ballots. Please indicate your vote on the ballot by writing in the name of the nominee, Sharon Baseman, in the blank space on the ballot and signing your name. Her first name is spelled Sharon, S-H-A-R-O-N, and the last name is spelled Baseman, B-A-S-E-M-A-N. Please also print your name under the signature. And as you complete, I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to collect the ballots for the purpose of tallying them.
And we continue to take a live listen right now at this Electoral College vote in Michigan, where earlier the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer said a state lawmaker's comments about preventing Democratic electors from casting their votes for Joe Biden are, quote, unpatriotic and downright dangerous. State Representative Gary Eason was stripped of his committee assignments after discussing plans to gain entry into the Capitol building amid threats of violence surrounding the vote of Michigan electors today. In a statement emailed to reporters this afternoon, the representative said he regrets the confusion over his comments and said he no longer plans to be at the Capitol while the electors meet. When asked during a Monday interview if he could assure listeners that it would be a safe day at the Michigan Capitol building, the representative said, quote, no. We're going to continue to listen right here on News Now from Fox, always live, raw, and unfiltered.
The elector unanimously cast 15 ballots for Sharon Baseman.
Sharon Baseman has received 15 votes to fill the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States and is selected as an elector and will be seated among the electors. And just so I don't get left out of signing things, I will now complete the certificate of filling the vacancy. And Representative Tate will please come forward, and the Secretary, your signature is also required. is now time to sign the certificate of election for elector Sharon Baseman. Each elector must sign the certificate of election to certify the election of elector Sharon Baseman. The Sergeant at Arms will provide each of you with the certificate in turn. Please remain seated while we proceed with the signing. Chris Cacchiolo. Timothy E. Smith. Blake Mazurek. Bonnie J. Loria. Bobby Walton. Mark Edward Miller. Connor Wood. Robin Smith. Sharon oh, excuse me. You don't get to sign that. Never mind. Carolyn Holly. Susan Nichols. Stephen Rezepa. Helen Moore. Michael Kerwin. Marseille Allen. Chuck Browning. At this time, I'd like to reintroduce Chief Justice, the Honorable Bridget Mary McCormick, for the purpose of administering the oath of office to Elector Sharon Baseman. Justice McCormick.
Learned it. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. Ms. Baseman, please rise. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Michigan, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States, of the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States, according to the best of my ability. You may be seated, and please take this opportunity to sign the written oath of office that is at your desk.
Thank you, Justice McCormick. With the vacancy in the office of Elector of President and Vice President of the United States now filled, the electors will now proceed to perform their duties as required by the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the United States, and the laws of the great state of Michigan. Nominations are now in order for honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Presidential Electoral College. I recognize Connor Wood of the 7th Congressional District for the purposes of nominations.
I nominate the following as honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Electoral College: the Honorable Gretchen Whitmer, Governor of the State of Michigan, the Honorable Debbie Stabenow, United States Senator, and the Honorable Gary Peters, United States Senator.
Thank you. I recognize Helen Moore of the 13th Congressional District for the purposes of seconding the nominations.
I second the nomination.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of nominating the honorary chairpersons will signify this by saying aye. Aye. All opposed shall signify by saying nay. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senator Debbie Stabenow, and Senator Gary Peters are unanimously elected as honorary chairpersons of the 2020 Electoral College. As the Electoral College has convened and organized, nominations are now in order for the office of President of the United States. I recognize Michael Kerwin of the 14th Congressional District for the purpose of a nomination.
I nominate Joe Biden for the office of President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Kerwin. I recognize Robin Smith of the 8th Congressional District for the purpose of seconding the nomination.
Mr. Chair, I second the nomination of Joe Biden for the office of the President of the United States.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the office of President of the United States? Hearing none, the electors will vote by ballot. To facilitate this voting, I would like to call upon our Sergeant-at-Arms to please step forward and distribute ballots for the office of President of the United States to the electors. Again, electors, please indicate your vote on the ballot by signing your name in the space provided.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. A very historic day for our country on two fronts. Well, one, vaccination is rolling out in our country as the first vaccinations begin. And then unfortunately today, the U.S. has surpassed 300,000 COVID-19 deaths. And right now we are taking a look here at another history in the making as Michigan will be conducting their electoral votes there for Joe Biden. Let's continue to bring you the very latest here in just 2 minutes.
Sergeant-at-Arms will now please collect the ballots for the purpose of tallying the votes. Sergeant at Arms LeVar Barnes, has the tally been completed?
Yes, Lieutenant Governor. The electors have unanimously cast 16 votes for Joseph R. Biden.
Nominations are now in order for the office of Vice President of the United States. I recognize Marseille Allen, elector at large, for the purposes of a nomination.
I nominate Kamala Harris for the office of Vice President of the United States.
Thank you, Elector Allen. I recognize Blake Mazurek of the 3rd Congressional District for the purposes of seconding the nomination.
Mr. Chair, it is my honor to second the nomination of Kamala Harris for the office of Vice President of the United States.
Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President of the United States? Hearing none, the electors will again vote by ballot. To facilitate the voting, I would like to call upon the Sergeant at Arms to please step forward and distribute the ballots for the office of Vice President of the United States to the electors.
There you go. You just saw the history in the making there. Michigan Electoral College putting their 16 votes for Joe Biden, and it'll be the same there for Kamala Harris. We continue to watch right here on NewsNOW from Fox, as we'll be taking you really state to state as we get more votes coming in. In the meantime, everybody, I do want to take another quick 2-minute break right here on NewsNOW from Fox, and then we'll be getting some other COVID-19 updates.
One person says positivity rate, one says hospital lag. I'm all confused. I don't know. It's simple, and it's always the same equation. The percent of positivity leads to the percent of cases, leads to the percent of hospitalizations, leads to the percent of deaths. It is a linear equation. It just is a difference about whether you're measuring it earlier or later. Positivity turns into number of cases, turns into hospitalizations, turns into death. You tell me the positivity rate, I'll tell you what the death rate is going to be 4 weeks from today. It is that simple. It is just death lags positivity. Positivity is a precursor to hospitalization and deaths, but it is linear. So they're all saying the same thing. I don't care if you want to talk about positivity or hospitalizations or deaths or cases. They're all a factor of one another. The only difference is timing. Our metrics, we build that in. We anticipate a time lag from positivity to cases to hospitalizations. That is in the calculus. We're also in an environment where everyone is skeptical and cynical, and everyone is still in a hyper-political moment, even after the election. Here's what's inarguable, my friends. There is no politics or rhetoric in number of people going into the hospital or deaths, okay? You want to be cynical about what politicians say? Well, I don't believe positivity rates. Many people say that to me. Okay, do you think people are going into the hospital because they feel good? Because they want a vacation? Do you think the hospital would accept somebody who's not really sick, okay? Going into a hospital is inarguable. That's an inarguable number. Deaths are an inarguable number. So stressing those, I think, builds public support for the metric, because even the most cynical person isn't saying, I believe you're just sending people into the hospitals to fill the beds, right? At this rate, if nothing happens, we could have 11,000 people in hospitals and 3,500 deceased. If you factor out these numbers, that's what we're looking at if nothing changes. The increase in hospitalizations could overwhelm some regions if nothing changes by January. That's the trajectory we're looking at. It's a problem in Erie. It's more of a problem in Monroe. It's a problem in central New York. It's a problem in New York City. It's a problem in New York City because New York City is different. There's more density. There's more crowding. The RT rate, the transmission rate, the virus spreads much faster in New York City. Anyone who doubts that wasn't here in the spring or has the shortest memory imaginable. We know how fast it takes off in New York City. So upstate New York, we don't have the same density and crowding that we have in New York City. And let's focus on what the real issues that we should be concerned about and where we are really. I have all sorts of people who are concerned, well, you went down to 25% indoor dining, you canceled indoor dining, you're requesting more testing for people in salons, lower capacity in gyms. Yes, to all of that. That is not the real problem. That is not what you should worry about. What you should worry about is shutdown. Because if we do not change the trajectory, we could very well be headed to shutdown. And shutdown is something to worry about. That is really something to worry about. Because all these businesses close. We go back to where we were. All non-essential businesses close. They go to zero. So, yes, we're trying to change the trajectory. Well, I'm upset that you're trying to change the trajectory. You should be happy, because if we don't change the trajectory, we're going to go to shutdown, and then your business is going to close. And that, my friends, is a real problem. Worry about that, because that is a real worry. Deaths are a worry, and shutdown of the economy are the real worries, and they are viable worries. This is not an over-anxious personality. This is not far-fetched. This is something to really worry about. How do you change your trajectory? You do two things. Number one, we're simultaneously trying to increase hospital capacity and, frankly, hospital management. We saw what happened in the spring. It can't happen again. We've given the hospitals flexibility, adding 25% more beds and adding another 25% more beds, or adding reducing elective surgery. So we've given hospitals capacity enhancement with their flexibility. Hospital managers have to manage the hospitals well. What happened in the spring, in my opinion, and in defense of the hospital managers who I've spent a lot of time talking to, it was a first case scenario in the spring. It had never happened before. I understand that. But there was a failure to balance the patient load. What does that mean? You have some hospital systems. A hospital system is, I have 10 hospitals, I have 20 hospitals, I have 30 hospitals, I have 11 hospitals. Right now, the hospitals basically operate as independent silos. And there's very little coordination among them. What happened in the spring was one hospital in a system got overwhelmed. They didn't have the capacity to distribute the patient load to the other hospitals. So their community had a high infection rate. That community came into that hospital sat there and got overwhelmed. Meanwhile, you had a hospital in their system to the left and to the right that had additional capacity. That was Elmhurst Hospital. We know what zip codes are increasing. We know that. You know what hospitals serve those zip codes. You know what hospitals will face increasing numbers. Plan now to use those 11 hospitals as one system. Not that you bring somebody in, admit them, and then have to move them before they get admitted. Say, hello, Dr. Zucker, you showed up at my front door. I'm going to send you 3 blocks away to my other hospital because we have to load balance, and that hospital has less capacity and the staff is less burdened. That didn't happen in the spring. It has to happen this time. There are a second set of hospitals which are not systems. They're independent hospitals. Brooklyn 1, Jamaica Hospital. Those hospitals have to set alliances with other systems now. Jamaica Hospital, 1 Brooklyn, independent hospitals all across the state. Form a partnership now with another hospital where you can say, look, if I see I'm getting overwhelmed, I'm going to decant patients to you. That has to be done now. That has to be done now. And then systems have to work with each other. NYU Langone has to work with H&H. H&H has to work within H&H, but then H&H has to be able to say, when all 11 hospitals are up near capacity, New York Langone, I need you to help. Mount Sinai, I need you to help. Northwell, I need you to help. That has to be done before. This is not the way the hospitals operate. They operate unto themselves. That does not work here. It just doesn't work here. That was the spring. And if you are close to being overwhelmed, contact Department of Health and make sure you talk to someone. Speak to this gentleman, Dr. Zucker. Don't wait to get overwhelmed and then call up and say, I have a problem. I have people on gurneys in hallways. It's too late for us to help. We have capacity as a system, and we can help the problematic systems, H&H, the independents that have no one else to go to. But we need notice. Ken Rasky is head of the Greater New York Hospital Association, which runs the downstate, oversees the downstate hospitals. Ken Rasky and Michael Dowling from Northwell Hospital, which is the largest hospital system in the state. I've asked Ken Rasky and Michael Dowling to work with H&H and work with the independents, make sure they have this plan in place, and make sure they have partnerships to unload. We have B. Grouse, who runs basically the same thing in upstate New York. Same situation in upstate New York. These hospitals have to have a better management system, and it has to happen now. Same time, we have to slow the spread. Overwhelmingly, the number of new cases are coming from small gatherings, living room spread. And we're going into the holiday season. This is much, much tougher than you think. I can't tell you how many people I talk to who say, I'm not going out. I'm staying home, and I invite my friends over, so I'm being safe. That is the problem. And they say it to me as if they're being prudent and diligent. I'm not going out. I'm staying home, and I invite my friends over, and we watch the ball game. That is the problem. The world changed since the spring. The problem in the spring was going out. The problem in the winter is staying home and inviting people over. So you want me to stay home and not invite anyone over? That's impossible. That's what we're dealing with through the holiday season. And I get how hard it is. I live it with my own family. I had a conversation with one of my daughters this weekend. Where are you going? I'm going to a friend's birthday party. Is it outside? No. It's going to be inside, but there's only 4 of us, and we're going to social distance. We're going to eat pizza. I said, how does that even work? How does that even work? Well, she wants to celebrate her birthday. I get it. I get it. But this is where it spreads. And remember, the spreader is not malicious. Your wife can be a spreader. They're asymptomatic. They have no idea. They could have gotten it from the delivery boy who dropped off the groceries. So that's why this is so difficult. But again, it is overwhelming the #1 problem area. And if you look after that, we've done everything else we can before you get into really de minimis numbers. Healthcare delivery, higher education, schools, restaurants, bars, travel, vacation. We have a quarantine system set up. No state has ever done that. Schools, sports that are high risk. We don't allow it. Public sector, EMS workers, they're doing their job, they're getting infected. Police, I've said to them until I'm blue in the face, I've said to mayors all across the city, you tell your police to wear the mask. The number of police who are getting...
You're watching News Now from Fox. We have Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor, so we'll listen into this and then we'll head back to Governor Cuomo here on News Now from Fox.
Where they're being administered to the Commonwealth's healthcare workers and most at-risk residents. There's a historic success story being written today along the vaccine supply chain from Missouri to Massachusetts to Michigan to Kentucky to front lines all across our country. And it's emblematic of an approach that has been helping our country since the earliest days of the crisis. From the personal precautions that help save our health system, to the bravery of the doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers who spent sleepless nights tending to victims of the virus, to the ingenuity of entrepreneurs who've spun out masks and sanitizer or kept serving their customers safely, to the patience of parents and school kids who've had to adapt in extraordinary ways, to our economic efforts to blunt the pain of a self-inflicted slowdown without precedent. All along the way, it's been the heroic, resilient American people fighting and winning this battle, with the government providing smart, targeted, and essential support to sustain them. It's the American people who have brought the light at the end of the tunnel within sight. But Washington has played a key role in creating the conditions for them to do it. That joint effort is how the unanimous bipartisan CARES Act program helped sustain struggling families, prevented millions more layoffs, and gave Main Street a fighting chance. It's how Operation Warp Speed has helped unleash private enterprise and the genius of researchers on a breakneck campaign to cure that. Just a few months ago, the mainstream media was lecturing President Trump would be impossible. At every step, the story of this year has been American workers and families digging deep, muscling through, and lending one another a helping hand with an assist from those of us here in Congress. But there is a problem, Mr. President. The American people's work is not finished. The struggle continues every day. Cases and deaths are mounting. The commerce that sustains small business is still depressed. Working families are still trying to grind through. But recently, Washington has not held up its end of the bargain. For months, literally months, both sides in Congress have known roughly what the shape of a compromise rescue package could look like. We know all the areas where we do not even disagree and should be able to make significant law. But alas, partisan dynamics and political posturing have prevented us from getting more relief out the door, even in areas where nobody even claims to disagree. I don't want to relitigate the last weeks and months this afternoon. Anyone who wants to dole out blame has a clear record they can analyze. But it's time for this body to collectively recognize that finger pointing doesn't put food on the table for struggling families. Finger pointing doesn't help people avoid having to choose between Christmas gifts and making rent. And finger pointing does not do a darn thing to fund vaccine distribution so we can slam the door on this virus as fast as possible and maximize the number of lives we can save. That last point is a concern that state health officials across the country have raised repeatedly. Even with vaccines on the way, many are reporting they don't have the funds to hire enough trained workers or purchase enough PPE to safely administer them as fast as possible. As one health observer put it, quote, "It would be a shame if all the effort on warp speed for development isn't warp speed for distribution." But that is what we risk if Congress can't get our act together and supply the funds to deliver this literal shot in the arm to our people. This is the support that state and local governments need most urgently, not unfettered slush funds for non-COVID related needs that predate the pandemic, but incredibly urgent, targeted money to get citizens vaccinated right now and finish the fight. But that isn't the only urgent priority that Congress must not leave behind. The same business owners and working families who relied on the Paycheck Protection Program to get them through the bleakest points of the spring and summer are once again facing tough choices. Renewed health restrictions and decreased demand mean that some American jobs that have been sustained all this period may not survive the last home stretch. So we can help. We can provide a second round of job-saving PPP tailored to those who need it most. And what about Americans who've already lost their jobs in the pandemic through no fault of their own? Several key unemployment programs are set to expire at the end of the month. This is not an outcome that struggling people deserve, least of all during the holiday. So we should act. We should act. The next several days are going to bring about one of two outcomes. Either 100 senators will be here shaking our heads, slinging blame, and offering excuses about why we still have not been able to make a law, or we will break for the holidays having sent another huge dose of relief out the door for the people who need it. So look, it's up to us. It's up to us. We decide. This is entirely within our control. I can speak for the Republican side. We want to make a law to agree where we can and help people who need it. I hope and believe that my Democratic colleagues will feel the same way. It's about time to get this done. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 933.
The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Joseph Dawson III of South Carolina to be United States District Judge for the District of South Carolina.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joseph Dawson III of South Carolina to be United States District Judge for the District of South Carolina, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 934.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Charles Edward Ashley Jr. of Tennessee to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Tennessee.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Charles Edward Ashley Jr. of Tennessee to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Tennessee, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the nays be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 935.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Zachary N. Summers of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Court of Federal Claims.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Zachary N. Summers of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Court of Federal Claims, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the nays be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I understand there's a bill at the desk due a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S5014, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to provide for automatic continuing resolutions.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceedings.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
I suggest the absent quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Just wanted to bring that really quickly to you as Mitch McConnell took the Senate floor speaking about the COVID-19 vaccine. That, of course, is the big headline today, but also putting forward some nominations as well. I want to show you what's going on around the country right now, because we do bring you everything live, raw and unfiltered here on News Now from Fox. That left shot is the Texas Electoral College and the right, Michigan. So let's talk about this for just a moment. Obviously, electors from all states are voting today in the 2020 election, and that shot has just changed. So let's bring Michigan to you, because this is still live. But so you know, Texas's 38 electors are convening at the Capitol in Austin to cast their votes for the president. President Trump won Texas 52.1% to 46.5% over Biden in November, and is thus expected to win the state electoral college vote, but he lost the national popular vote and enough key states to hand, of course, the electoral college over to Biden. But taking a look at Michigan now, Michigan's presidential electors will convene, of course, in Lansing. You're seeing this live look right now. The 16 electors in Michigan include a public school teacher, a district director for a congressman, a former GM worker, and others virtually unknown to most residents out there. And they represent Michigan's 14 congressional districts and 2 Senate seats. So let's listen in on this shot really quickly, see what they're talking about out there, if we can hear anything. And then also we'll get back to that COVID-19 press conference with Governor Cuomo, talking about the vaccines and vaccine distribution, as a nurse in New York was actually the first one to get the vaccine earlier this morning, the Pfizer vaccine, now that it's officially has emergency use authorization. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. Give us a follow on Twitter at News Now Fox. We have a lot of our stuff that we clip on there. Interviews, big breaking news that happens. Great opportunity for you to stay up to date on everything that's going on. Clearly going to be a busy week, already a busy Monday. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but when you come back, we're going to be talking about COVID-19. We'll head out to, looks like the shots are actually switching up a little bit. So we'll take you out to that Health and Human Services update from this morning with Elise Azar. We recorded on the entire thing. So I will bring that to you live. And then I'm taking a look at our screen, and we have several new events that just popped up. It looks like maybe in California, they're administering vaccines. So we'll take that shot live because it just came up. So here's Governor Gavin Newsom talking about vaccines, and it just went away. Here's what we do on News Now from Fox, everything coming in and going out. So we'll take it so you can see it and listen in.
How long have they been doing the first job?
All right, so obviously everything is live, raw, and unfiltered up here. These shots are all moving around right now. So as we get situated, I'll take you back out to Governor Cuomo for his COVID-19 press conference update from this morning. Thanks for watching.
In cases is relatively high. They should wear the mask. Transit, public, private, we're disinfecting the trains. Everybody's wearing masks. But now you're in de minimis numbers. It's really about household gatherings. And it is difficult to stop. And it is difficult to stop during holiday season. And that's the truth of this. And I think what we're seeing now is Thanksgiving came, there was travel, we then saw a surge, and you see the numbers slightly tailing off. You're running right into Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, you're going to see another bump. You're then going to run right into New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and you're going to see another bump. And these are all going to be situations with small social gatherings. That's the problem. So the winter plan that we talked about last week, you're looking at the positivity index, the hospitalization rate, the hospital capacity, the density crowding, what they call the RT rate, and the risk level of that type of economic activity. We've been calibrating them constantly. The benefit of the economic activity, the rate of transmission number, which is really the most important number in any of this, which is now 1.3, hospitalization capacity rate. Yet new yellow zones, which are 3%, top 10% daily hospital admissions. One is going to expand into Niagara County, and we'll release the maps afterwards. One in Batavia, Genesee County zone. Rome, Utica, Oneida County, there is a problem there, and we have to start to be honest about it and address it. And bottom line is we're going to have to manage the spread and the hospital capacity until the vaccination. I think of it as a foot race between holiday spread and hospital capacity and vaccination critical mass. The problem is the experts say vaccination critical mass isn't for 6 to 9 months. That's not a foot race. That's not a sprint. That's more of a marathon, 6 to 9 months. And we have to get our heads in the game that we still have a marathon to run with this virus. Especially since we just get the vaccine. Great, 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 great news. It does win the war if, big if, we take it. And the big if is you need 75 to 85% critical mass. You have 49% of the people who are skeptical about taking it. How do you ever get to 75 without 49? You don't. So there's work to do. We have to educate the public. We have to outreach to all communities, Black, Latinos, poor communities that have paid the highest price for this virus, and we have to get it out. We have to distribute it, logistical operation like you've never seen before, which we're already working on. Distribution began today. New York State did what we believe is the first vaccination in the United States. Congratulations to Department of Health, NOGS, and Jim Melantris and Gareth Rhodes and Robert and Melissa, who have been working on this vaccination plan, and Larry Schwartz, who's right now working on the vaccination plan. But making government work, getting it out, is key. We have 170,000 doses from Moderna, from Pfizer, 346 from Moderna. We have 90 distribution sites. Today, we're in the process of administering 10,000 vaccines. So New York came out of the blocks very quickly and very aggressively because the vaccine only works if we take it. Phase 1 of the vaccine distribution, as you know, what we call the high-risk hospital workers, those emergency room, ICU, nursing home residents, nursing home staff, then long-term and congregate care and staff, EMS and other healthcare workers. Phase 2 was other essential workers and members of the general population who are at the highest risk. The federal government approved the vaccine, and the New York State Clinical Advisory Task Force approved the vaccine. We're attacking that skepticism, 49, 50%, higher in some areas. Some people don't trust the federal government. Why? Politics. These are the agencies that approved hydroxychloroquine, which turned out to be bogus. So you don't trust the federal approval? We'll have a New York State panel also check it. Belt and suspenders. You don't trust the feds, then you have New York review it. We did it. Some people said, oh, there's going to be a delay, blah, blah, blah. Never happened. Actually, the New York Task Force acted before the federal government acted. As I said, politics is everywhere. There's no politics on this issue. Trump and Biden agree on the rules for home spread. Those rules are from the CDC. That's an agency controlled by Trump. They both agree on vaccine usage. So hopefully we're getting to a point in this country where the politics will stop being the enemy of public health. A couple of other issues I want to mention. People talk about doing a state tax increase. State tax increase is not just a political decision, it's a revenue decision. How much money do you need to balance the budget? That is the question for a state tax increase. And is it enough to close the deficit? There's two options on what we can do now financially, fiscally as a state. One We can do a budget now. We need $15 billion. That's the number we asked for from the federal government. We said to them we need $15 billion or we have a hole. We are waiting for them to act. Maybe they pass this 908 bill. Maybe they don't. Maybe we have to wait for Joe Biden next year. But we need $15 billion. You could try to close it with tax increases and cuts. To close $15 billion with tax increases and cuts is going to do tremendous damage to everyone. Tax increase, maybe it gets you $1.5 billion, $2 billion, the tax increase they're talking about. You need another $10 billion to come even close. What are we going to cut today? We're going to cut schools, local governments, hospitals. Who could you possibly cut? But that's what you would have to do if you did a tax increase now. It has to be part of a budget so you know how much you're raising and you know what we're doing with it. But to do a budget without knowing how much money we're getting from the federal governments is going to be painful to everyone. Second option, wait for the Washington action before you do the budget. Find out how much Washington is giving us. Let's say we have a shortfall. Then how much do you want to raise in taxes and how much do you want to cut? Doing it without the Washington funding is going to be really, really difficult. I don't believe Washington gives us nothing at the end of the day. The end of the day may be Joe Biden in February, but I don't believe they give us nothing. They'll bankrupt the nation if they bankrupt the states. So I think it's smarter to get the number from Washington. Let's say our hole is $15 billion. Let's say they give us $10 billion. I will fight for the 15. But let's say they only give us $10 billion. Now you have a $5 billion hole. You want to raise taxes for $5 billion? That's an option. You want to raise half of it in taxes? You want to do half of it in cuts? Who are you going to cut? But that's the budget conversation. You can't divorce a tax increase from a budget action. I can do it either way. But you have to do a tax increase in the context of a budget. Otherwise, you don't know how much to raise in taxes. Otherwise, it's just a political gesture. The problem with doing the budget now is it will have a disruptive tax increase and destructive cuts. So we tell schools now, we're going to cut your budget 20%. We tell hospitals we're going to cut your budget 20%. We tell cities we're going to cut your budget 20%. They will then turn around and fire people. They have to. Who do we want them to fire now? School teachers? Essential workers who are doing the vaccines? I mean, who can we lose right now? And then when Washington actually provides funding in February, what do we then do? Call them up and say, oh, remember, I had you fire those people in December? Well, now you can rehire them. It would be chaos and disruption. Other issue that's been discussed is New York City closed down. We know what closes down a region. It's called the red zone. Red zone is a shutdown. Red zone happens if there is an increase in cases and hospitalizations in any region, and that hospital capacity would reach 90% in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks. So you're on a glide path that says in 3 weeks you would hit 90%. Any region that winds up in that situation, they go to red zone, they go to shutdown. That's what we are trying to avoid. No region is in that situation now. And that's the situation we're trying to avoid. And that's why I said earlier, that's what people should be worried about. Not 25% dining, 0% dining, 50% dining, testing once a week, testing twice a week.
Hey there, Jake. How are you doing? Good to see you. Or not see you, but talk to you.
All right, it looks like we have Alex Azar, who's going to be speaking at George Washington University. So we'll listen in here on News Now from Fox. Here on News Now from Fox, we bring you live, raw, unfiltered feeds. As you can see, they're just getting prepped for this press conference. A little more background information as they get ready for this. This is U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar, and also U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams is also going to be speaking alongside him at George Washington University. This is as hospital health workers are getting those COVID-19 vaccinations. In the next couple minutes or so, they're going to sit there and they are going to observe some of the nation's first doses being given to healthcare staff. Just moments ago, we witnessed that in California. But it looks like Azar is speaking, so we'll listen in.
Yeah. It's wonderful. Yep. It's wonderful. Wonderful day. Thank you.
As we await this press conference, Chuck Schumer has just taken the Senate floor, so we'll listen into his remarks.
Emergency federal relief from the continued impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, the bipartisan group of senators who have been diligently working towards an agreement will announce the results of their work. A package of over $900 billion that includes an agreement on assistance to state and local government. Notably, there is no agreement on corporate immunity. We look forward to reviewing their work. Democrats remain 100% committed to getting another round of emergency relief to the American people before the end of the year, and in a robust, bold way, because America needs it so badly. Now, a year that was full of bad news for the country is coming to an end with some very good news. Over the past 8 to 9 months, American scientists, biochemists, and researchers rushed to produce a safe and effective vaccine to the COVID-19 pandemic. And they've succeeded in extraordinary fashion. We don't have just one, but several candidates for a vaccine, each of which has shown to be 90% effective in clinical trials. One of those vaccines has been approved, authorized by the FDA for emergency use. And as we speak, An assembly line of workers in masks, gloves, and face shields are pulling doses out of the freezer, loading them into cold storage pallets and onto trucks to be shipped to states across the country. The discovery of a COVID-19 vaccine within the time frame of a calendar year is a crowning scientific achievement of the 21st century. It should bring not only a feeling of relief to the country, indeed to the entire world, but also deep admiration and pride for America's scientists and our medical workers. I remember in the early days of the pandemic, going to the window of our Brooklyn apartment each night to applaud our frontline workers. The whoops, claps, and metallic clang of pots and pans echoed for miles. Our medical researchers, as well as thousands of Americans who selflessly volunteered for clinical trials, deserve the same national expression of gratitude. We can show our gratitude here in Congress by communicating clearly that the COVID-19 is safe, effective, and that every American should inoculate themselves when it becomes available. Skepticism about vaccines was already too high before the pandemic. Several polls have shown it to be an alarming concern with respect to the COVID-19 vaccine. So it's an absolute disgrace that the Republican majority on the Homeland Security Committee has invited a prominent skeptic of the COVID-19 vaccine to deliver testimony in a hearing this week. Public figures at all levels should be building up confidence in a vaccine, not giving a platform to those who undermine it. At the moment, the vaccine is being distributed to medical personnel, doctors, nurses, frontline workers, and the most vulnerable populations. I myself will take the vaccine as soon as it is appropriate and recommended. I will not skip the line, but make no mistake. We should all lead by example, commit to taking the vaccine, and tell our constituents to take it as well. The CDC in our states will continue to advise which populations should be inoculated based on availability, and we will follow that guidance. Now, one other note. Today, members of the Electoral College are gathering in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to formally select Joe Biden as the next president of the United States of America. Typically, the meeting of the Electoral College is merely a formality. The presidential election took place over a month ago. The result is not in doubt. In almost any other year, both major parties would have fully and publicly accepted the will of the American people by now. The peaceful passing of the torch, a hallmark of our grand democracy. But this year, it seems as if Joe Biden has had to be declared the winner of the presidential election again and again and again. And still, our Republican colleagues have not fully come to grips with that reality. Just how many times does President Trump have to lose before rank-and-file Republicans, before most senators, acknowledge that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States? Last week, more than 100 members, Republican members of the House of Representatives, signed their names to a lawsuit that would invalidate the results of the election in 4 swing states. For any serious person, much less a member of the United States Congress, to sign their name to such an anti-democratic document is beyond shameful. To my knowledge, the Republican leader of the Senate still has not referred to Joe Biden as president-elect. Will he change his tune now that the Electoral College has once again confirmed his victory? Will the rest of my Republican Senate colleagues do the same? After no evidence of widespread voter fraud was found in the country, after state election officials corroborated the accuracy of the results in every state in the country, after the Trump campaign's legal team racked up an astonishing win-loss record of 1-59, after the Supreme Court summarily dismissed 2 ludicrous efforts by Republicans to invalidate the results in swing states, will the Republican Party in Congress, here in the Senate, finally acknowledge the results of an election that was determined over a month ago? Just how long are Republicans going to keep up this charade, which has become a national embarrassment? Even now, the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee is planning to hold a hearing this week about what he calls, quote, election irregularities. Look, our Republican colleagues don't have to like the results of the election, but they have a solemn responsibility to accept them. They have a duty to confer legitimacy on them. Instead, for the past month, they have given President Trump the space to promote wild conspiracy theories about election fraud and poison Americans' faith in our democracy. As the Electoral College cast the majority of its votes for Joe Biden, the same number of votes that President Trump called a landslide 4 years ago, our Republican colleagues must do now what they should have done a month ago: accept the legitimacy of Joe Biden's election to the presidency of the United States. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Thomas L. Kirsch II of Indiana to be United States Circuit Judge.
All right, you just heard Senator Chuck Schumer, the minority leader there, urge his fellow Republican colleagues that today they should accept the legitimacy of a Biden victory now that the Electoral College in all the states rather are voting. So we're going to leave the Senate floor. We're going to go over to George Washington University in the nation's capital, where the Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar is speaking as vaccines are being shipped all around the country as we speak, and those frontline workers are taking the vaccines. Let's listen into that.
Distance and wear your face covering when you can't watch your distance. I mean, it's the same message. I've got my face covering on when I am at one of those gatherings. I keep my distance from others. If people come near me who don't have a mask on, I tell them to put a mask on, or I'm not going to be able to engage with them. And that's the practice that I engage in. We don't have to wall ourselves up completely. We can be engaged with each other in our community. But these very simple steps can be the pathway for us to keep safe and safer so that we can be around for the next holiday season. So Sanjay, what we say is it's greater risk. We actually have an excellent slide available at cdc.gov, coronavirus.gov, that walks you through how to make the decisions and consider the various factors. So as you know, if you're outside, you're at less risk. If you are going to be inside, then certainly try to have as much ventilation as possible, including opening windows as much as possible. Or if you have a ceiling fan, turn it so it pulls upward. Have good, safe food handling practices. But each of those choices you make, the more people, the more indoors, the less ventilation, every one of those steps increases risk. And of course, distance and mask, they provide an important mitigation. You know, the data is clear. 2 people wearing masks at 1 meter apart, 72% reduction in viral transmission. The data is clear. These work, distance works. Any death from COVID is a terrible tragedy. Any death in this context, okay? And not just directly from COVID. You know, I lost my father in April. I wasn't able to see him for the month and a half before. I've gotten to experience the pain that individuals who can't be with their relatives who are in a nursing home, be with the relatives who are dying in intensive care units, what they experience. The pain and the anguish in our healthcare system in our country is real. And that is why I wake up every day with a fervent commitment to deliver vaccines like we're doing today, or the therapeutics that can keep people out of the hospital, or that can help them recover if they've gotten serious disease. And that's where my commitment comes from every single day, waking up, working for the American people to try to bring these therapeutics and vaccines to them, because we want these deaths to stop. We want to turn around the hospitalizations. We want cases to go down. Yeah, so that's going to come from your governors and local public health authorities and healthcare providers. So, for instance, in Florida, it'll be when Governor DeSantis decides to prioritize that group, perhaps of over 65, and then maybe if they have, I don't know if they have health conditions that would make them more prioritized. We're going to have enough for 20 million people to get vaccinated by the end of December, and then, as I think I mentioned, enough for up to 50 million total by the end of January. As we move into February, we hope to have not only the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, but Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine, AstraZeneca potentially. That will increase supply even more. So we could be seeing in the end of February into March more general vaccination programs. My personal hope is that the individuals that are elderly and particularly vulnerable will be in some of those next tranches in February and be able to get vaccinated. But they're going to learn that from their governor and local health authorities, saying now's the time. And what I want to do is make an experience almost like what happened here at GW, that's as close to the flu vaccine experience. You know, they use the same mechanisms at GW here that they use to inoculate their employees every year for the flu. And that's why I work with CVS and Rite Aid and Walgreens and Walmart, so that for your parents, it'll be a similar experience, we hope, by the time that they're ready to get the vaccine. But I'm hoping late February into March, it's much more general availability. So I was delighted last night. The president tweeted that he expects that he plans to get vaccinated. This week, I really want to keep the focus on our heroic healthcare workers and our most vulnerable seniors who are in nursing homes. But I think I've mentioned to you, I want to get vaccinated as soon as possible. I want to do it on TV because I want the American people to see my complete confidence in the integrity of the system. I want them to see that I wouldn't ask them to do something I wouldn't do myself. Of course, for any major public official, I would be delighted for them to do so on TV, but I don't want to prejudge any individual's personal health condition or their willingness to get a vaccine or to be judgmental about that. I can just say, for me, I'd like to do it on TV so people can see that. We want to any of those types of efforts that signal to the American people the importance of getting vaccinated and that we as leaders are willing to sort of, as you say, put our money where our mouth is. Of course, we'd be very supportive of that and make sure that would happen. Thank you so much for having me on this historic day. I think you're clear.
Yeah, we're clear. So can I help with any mics? Can I have mics that you put over your mouth?
Thank you. This is our guy. Yeah, you bet. I'll stand these. I just want to get my glasses so I can see all of you. They fog up with the mask.
Okay. Anybody else? I can hold the mic.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we were just listening to the Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar, take questions from reporters there at George Washington University, as the vaccine will shortly be administered there. at the University Hospital. Azar was taking questions from reporters who are gathered there. I think we're going to have possibly a shot of some of the healthcare workers at GW take the vaccine, if I am correct here. Just kind of for a photo op, but we want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. Almost 2 p.m. here, Mountain Time, almost 4 p.m. there, Eastern Time in the nation's capital. On this Monday, this busy, busy Monday, lots happening. And you know what? It looks like our shot just changed. We get a lot of these feeds all the time, and it looks like this is going to be another press conference from healthcare provider Kaiser Permanente. So we will be monitoring that podium as well. I believe this is in California. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to get that to you, though. Let's now take it to the Senate floor. Senator John Cornin of Texas is speaking on the floor. Let's listen to that right now.
And the first doses of the vaccine are arriving at healthcare facilities across the country today. Texas's initial shipment of nearly 225,000 doses will be administered by our healthcare workers this week. Administered to our healthcare workers this week, I should say, by our healthcare workers, and will provide these heroes with the protection they need to continue their fight on our behalf on the front lines. This is a turning point in our war against COVID-19, and the significance of this victory in such an expedited time frame cannot be overstated. I want to thank the brilliant men and women who've made this feat possible. There are the researchers and scientists who developed the life-saving vaccine, as well as the volunteers who participated in clinical trials. There are the manufacturers that are rapidly producing millions of doses, and the distributors that are getting these doses to sites across the country as quickly as possible. And of course, there are the hospitals, pharmacies, and our incredible healthcare workers who will lead the vaccination effort. The race to a COVID-19 vaccine will be remembered as one of the greatest human achievements of our generation, and these brave and brilliant individuals help make it possible. I want to remind all of us that while this is a huge milestone and one that should absolutely be celebrated, we are not out of the dark yet. The light at the end of the tunnel is getting bigger and brighter, but we still have a ways to go, and each of us have our own part to play in getting us there. For the American people, that means stopping the spread through the same habits that we've learned all year. Washing your hands, wearing a mask, practice social distancing, and taking extra care to protect our most vulnerable friends and neighbors. And of course, this holiday season is not a time to forget the habits that we built over the last several months, but to double down on them. But Mr. President, while this is a development to be celebrated and a day we've been looking for a long time, Congress has not yet done its job. For months on end, the American people have asked for additional financial support to weather this storm, and so far, we have not seen any progress. Our Democratic colleagues have blocked bill after bill, saying, as in the immortal words of Speaker Pelosi, nothing is better than something. Well, our Democratic colleagues have stood in the way of investing more in vaccine distribution, extending unemployment insurance benefits, helping our small businesses keep their workers on payroll, and to give our schools the resources they need in order to provide education to our students safely. Now, our Democratic colleagues didn't block these bills because they disagree with the content of the bill. They simply refuse to engage if we do not concede to their controversial and outrageous demands. At first, Democrats refused to back off the completely absurd bill passed in the House called the HEROES Act, which includes things like diversity studies for the marijuana industry and tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. And while they eventually realized how unrealistic their position was, they've now stood firm in providing a bailout for cities and states that have been some of which have been grossly mismanaged for decades. Over the last several months, our Democratic colleagues have repeatedly blocked legislation that would have poured $500 billion more into our fight against COVID-19 because it didn't include their far-fetched partisan priorities. Our Democratic colleagues have wasted a lot of time playing games with this pandemic relief, and the clock on this Congress is quickly running out. Congress needs to pass another bill this week, and I encourage our Democratic colleagues to start compromising and quit the grandstanding. They've shown us time and time again when you sit down at the negotiating table with an all or nothing attitude, the result is always nothing. And that's all they have to show for their obstruction over the last month since we passed the CARES Act. Mr. President, on another topic, last Friday, another important thing happened. The Senate passed the National Defense Authorization Act with broad bipartisan support and sent it to the President for his signature. This marks the 60th year in a row that we've completed the defense spending bill, and that's as it should be. Our national security is the #1 priority here in Washington, D.C., and for our entire nation. Texas service members will receive higher salaries and stronger support for their families because of this legislation. That includes assistance for military spouses whose careers involve relicensing and high-quality child care on military bases. This legislation will also bring some serious updates and improvements to Texas military bases. Joint Base San Antonio, Joint Base Fort Worth, Fort Hood, and the Pantex plant in Amarillo will all receive additional funding for updates and facilities to improve their capabilities and mission readiness.
So we've been listening to the Senator John Cornin from the state of Texas speak on the urgency of passing another round of coronavirus relief before the end of the year. So we are going to get off the Senate floor for now. There's a lot happening here today on this Monday on News Now from Fox. We're going to head out to Los Angeles, California right now, where state officials, including the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, the governor, Gavin Newsom, are commenting. They're holding this press conference as the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine arrive and are administered to healthcare workers in California. So let's listen to that.
Now is that we can see an endpoint. The pandemic will not last forever. The off-ramp is in plain view. If we make sacrifices now, we will soon be able to see our loved ones in person, attend schools and churches, visit restaurants and eateries, and re-enter our new society. We must fight to get through the darkness, but there's a very bright light at the end of the tunnel, and we're heading toward that today. As the governor says and will say, let's continue to meet the moment. California has done so in many, many instances. Thank you, and with that, I'd like to introduce the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti.
Thank you, and very good morning to everybody. Muy buenos días a todos. Let me start by thanking our new chair of the Board of Supervisors, but an old friend and an incredible American leader. Elise Esopo has been a trailblazer. She has been an extraordinary voice for following public health during this, and I just want to thank her from the bottom of my heart on behalf of one of your 10 million constituents here in the county. Second, let me thank America's governor, a man who has shown courage, a man who has been steady and resolute in saying that facts and science matter, but who's also showed what we need more of in this country, the ability to tune out the noise and to save lives, to do what's right always. And I'm very proud that he is my governor as well. Gavin Newsom, thank you for all you have done as well. Thank you, too, to Greg Adams and the entire Kaiser family. This is my hospital. This is my Kaiser. So I'm home when I'm here, and I love you all. Have come here to thank. I brought my daughter here one of those evenings to thank you all, to celebrate the leadership you have brought. It has been so meaningful to know. And we have a nurse in our family, our eldest. I know the hours you're working. I know the stress that you've seen. I know the pain that you've held, you've witnessed. And I hope that you're all taking care of yourselves, your mental and your spiritual well-being in what is the toughest year of our lives. We are marching through the horror of this moment. There's no way around that. With 10 times the cases we had just 6 weeks ago in this county. But today we're also marching through the hope of this moment. And we hold that horror and that hope together. The horror reminding us that while we celebrate today, don't let up. Don't stop doing what's right. And keeping that distance and wearing your mask. I've got this nice Kaiser mask today. Making sure you wash your hands and stay away from each other. It is not the time to let up. Second, it is the hope of this moment. To have witnessed the vaccines that we just saw brought a tear to my eye, because it shows human ingenuity. It shows the stubbornness that human beings have. We want to survive, we want to thrive, and we will make it through this. And that hope that we have today will only be hope if we can minimize the deaths and the hospitalizations before us in these next couple months. If we can bend this curve down, beat it down to the ground, as you have done so marvelously in this county. And so while we see and we thank the researchers and the doctors, the folks who took part in the clinical trials, and the folks like Kim Taylor, who I'll introduce in a moment, who have been the ones who bravely stepped forward to serve and now bravely step forward, I just also want to dispel for any communities, because at the federal level and with a double check at the state, these vaccines have not been infected by politics. You can trust them. You should trust them. I trust them. And when my ticket is the right one, I will be ready, probably here at Kaiser with my family, to make sure that I do my part, to not only save lives, but to return our economy and our well-being and our prosperity and some normalcy to our lives. También en español yo quiero decir unas palabras, que este es un momento de mucho horror, pero también de mucha esperanza. Gracias a todo el equipo aquí en Kaiser y las compañías con estas vacunas. Esta vacuna es segura. Y cuando...
So there, Eric Garcetti, the mayor of Los Angeles, has just transferred over to speaking in Spanish for this press conference. And before he finishes, we just wanted to break in here and give some context on what we're showing you. This is a press briefing in California with California state officials at the hospital there in Los Angeles, that Kaiser Permanente hospital. As the first vaccine arrivals are making their way in the state and around the state, healthcare workers will begin taking the vaccine in California momentarily. We're going to hear from Governor Newsom very soon at the same press conference. So this is a historic day around the country. We've been bringing you scenes from many states, New York, the nation's capital, as frontline workers, those healthcare workers who have bravely been putting their lives on the line since the start of the pandemic, are the first ones to get administered this Pfizer vaccine that was just approved by the FDA under emergency use authorization Friday night. So we're going to listen back into this news conference from California state officials, and we'll be hearing from Governor Newsom very shortly.
I'm excited to be with you guys today. I'm even more excited to be a part of California's history as one of the first recipients of the COVID-19 vaccine made by Pfizer in the state. We frontline workers have been working around the clock over the past 9 months, sacrificing so much of what we do and love to take care of our patients. We've been doing this while trying to take care of our own families and keep them safe. What I want you guys to know is that help is on the way. Today's just the first step. Soon more vaccines will be distributed to the frontline workers and our most vulnerable populations. I also want people to know that the vaccine is safe, and when it's made widely available, I encourage everyone to take it so that we can get rid of this pandemic and get back to normal life. Perhaps the best way that you can support us nurses right now is to continue wearing a mask, maintain physical distance, stay home for the holidays, and wash your hands. We can't win this fight alone. We need your help to keep our numbers down and to slow the spread of COVID-19. And with that, I'll turn it over to Governor Newsom.
She's saved us time, not just saving lives every day. Thank you, Kim, and all of you for the privilege of this opportunity to be here today. Greg, thank you for bringing all of us together and making the vaccine available to those desperate need here in Southern California. Today, 4 different locations in the state received vaccines. This was one of the critical sites. Over 17,000 vaccines are down in that ultra-cold refrigerator just downstairs here in the basement. In Southern California, down in San Diego, we had vaccines delivered, and of course up in Northern California at San Francisco General Hospital and St. Joseph Hospital, all the way up in Eureka. That's 4 sites today. Tomorrow, 24 additional sites will receive the vaccine, an additional 5 sites on Wednesday. You'll get a sense of the cadence as these vaccine numbers grow, as more and more vaccines are delivered. 33,150 doses were received today here in the state of California. Part of the commitment from Pfizer to provide the state of California 327,600 doses. We are hopeful and enthusiastic about the prospect of Moderna following up after Pfizer with an additional 672,600 doses, potentially within a week or so. We are working for planning purposes so people get a sense of what the state is working, again, from a planning perspective, at looking at anywhere from 2.1 to 2.16 million doses by the end of the calendar year. Now, I want to put that in perspective. We have roughly 2.5 million, 2.4 million healthcare workers. Today, we had 5 of our healthcare workers at least get the first shot of immunization, the first dose. In 21 days, they will be getting a subsequent dose. Let's put this moment in perspective. It is a day where we can lay claim to the fresh air of progress versus that stale air of normalcy. But nonetheless, as was stated, we have to be sober and mindful about the moment we are in, which is challenging and trying. Today, we received as many doses in the entire state of California as there were new cases in the state of California. Over 33,000 new cases recorded today, averaging 31,000 new cases in this state in the last 7 days. 159 people on average have lost their lives every single day in this state in the last week. We've seen a positivity rate in this state go from 3.5% 6 weeks ago to over 10.6% today, close to tripling just in 6 weeks. It is foundational at this moment of optimism and hope that we're also mindful of this moment in the context of our individual effort to do what we can to advance the non-pharmaceutical interventions that have been so impactful in this fight against the pandemic. It is so important that we continue to be vigilant, that we socially distance, physically distance, that we maintain our vigilance as it relates to wearing face coverings, wearing masks, and do everything in our power to mitigate not just the spread and the transmission of this virus, but to mitigate the impact in emergency departments and ICUs all across this state. You may have seen over this weekend, one part of our state, San Joaquin County, ran out of ICU beds. They are officially in surge capacity. We are very close within the next week or so, anticipating that to be replicated in other parts of this state. We are in the midst of the worst moment of this pandemic. So today is hopeful, and it's reason to be optimistic, but let's be mindful of where we really are in terms of this pandemic. And forgive me for saying that, but I am very, very cautious about the moment we're in. Very, very mindful about the pressure Kim and her colleagues are under, not just today, but what they'll be under in a week or two. And so this is an extraordinary day because we now are protecting those that have been protecting us. We are providing support finally for people like Kim. And Kim made the point, not only for herself, but allowing her to go home and not worry about her family like she was worried about before, not worrying about the stress and pressure she's placing on her loved ones each and every day. And so this is a big day in that respect, and it's a day to celebrate. But again, it's a day to be mindful about the challenge we face. I want to just briefly say a quick couple things on the issue of safety and efficacy. California was one of the first states to create a safety advisory committee. We had 11 members, world-class members. They reviewed phase 1, phase 2 trials. They reviewed all the information concurrently with what was going on FDA and elsewhere. And they signed off on the safety and veracity of this vaccine unanimously. 3 members of our statewide scientific advisory group are also advising the CDC and the FDA and part of the national groups. We were joined by the governors of Nevada, Washington State, and Oregon in that safety review. They have independently reviewed the veracity of all the claims and unanimously have signed off on the efficacy and safety of this vaccine. We followed that up with a guidelines task force that's looking at equity. Supervisor Solis talks in terms of equity. We don't want to just talk about terms of equity, nor does she. We want to deliver on that substantively. And that guidelines working group is working on the prioritization, not just of populations, but subpopulations to make sure we do justice to those values and those principles. We have a community advisory committee, 70 members, to make sure that those guidelines are real and that we deliver. And I encourage folks that are curious about the next iteration of vaccines, meaning the next available group of individuals, to learn about that by going to the covid19.ca.gov website, covid19.gov website. This community advisory process is transparent and it's public. Those guidelines are available on the website, and you will determine exactly where you are in the queue. And I encourage folks to actively engage and utilize that that website as a point of contact as we move forward through this next phase and through these next very, very challenging months. I want to thank Dr. Galley, who's here, very familiar, all of you down here in LA County. Comes with his own support network. But Dr. Galley has just been an extraordinary champion on the front lines, trying to work collaboratively with not only the counties and our cities, but within our healthcare delivery system. He is also the one helping operationalize the 4 alternative care sites that we have now just put up in the last week in this state. We have an additional 9 sites that are either in warm status or we're prepared to put up in order to get through the peak of these challenges. Dr. Galley's responsible for getting over 3,000 temporary staff members through contract services, our health corps that he's working to get more staff to help support our efforts through this challenging and difficult time. He's just done a magnificent job. I want to thank Mayor Garcetti. You know, one of the great things, you know, people talk in terms of partnerships. There's been no daylight. His demonstrable talents have been at display here in Los Angeles in partnership with the county and Hilda Solis. There's no sparring, there's no disagreements. There's just folks working hard every single day, working and rowing in the same direction. And so I would be, remiss if I didn't acknowledge that, because I can assure you that's not the case in every single state. Not every mayor, not every county board of supervisors, they're not all aligned with their state officials, I assure you. And so I just want to thank and acknowledge Mayor Garcetti for all his hard work and his counsel and advice, not just his work, but his leadership that you know, that's not always demonstrable, because it's those quiet moments where he's making calls and encouraging us in areas where we're not seeing things like he's seen them at the local level. County and the city, remarkable partners. So look, I'm down here in the spirit that is this moment, enthusiastic that there is light at the end of the tunnel, but mindful that we're still in the tunnel and that we need to do everything we've done to date, which is we have outperformed a lot of expectations because many of you individually have done the hard work of putting on those masks, the stubborn day-to-day work of keeping your distance from others. Let's not run the 90 yards. Next month and a half will be challenging. If we get through that, there is light at the end of the tunnel, as I said, but there will be resiliency and renewal, and it will be remarkable growth for this state, and we know our nation. So thank you all again for being here, and thank you, Kim, for being one of those first 5 to take this vaccine into the other frontline healthcare workers. We thank you as well for putting yourselves up, taking this vaccine, and doing so proudly and responsibly at this critical juncture in this pandemic. And with that, we're, of course, here to answer any questions. But first, I just want to highlight this new Vaccinate All campaign we just launched today. You'll be seeing a lot about on this. $32 million. We'll be funding a program focusing on equity, focusing on trusted messengers, focusing on communities that have been underserved, focusing on communities that have been under-resourced. This Vaccinate All campaign is about vaccinating all Californians, not just some Californians, not just connected Californians, but making sure we really do justice and reach out to communities that need to hear from trusted messengers, need to hear from community members that speak languages that people can respond to, not just language that we're using here and in Sacramento. So I hope folks will take a look at that site and encourage folks to learn more about that program by going to the covid19.ca.gov website as well. Happy to now take any questions, and of course anyone behind us as well.
My name is Colleen Shelby. I'm with the Los Angeles Times, and I'll be asking questions on behalf of the press corps. First comes from Christine Minute of the Wall Street Journal. She asks how you will prioritize low-income and marginalized communities for the vaccine. Can you elaborate a bit more on how it will be done, and if cases and hospitals are not including race ethnic data, how people will fall in line?
So I encourage you to go to the covid19.ca.gov website. You'll see the details. You'll see the plan that we put up. What we have on that site is Plan 1A, which is the distribution of the first 327,000 doses of vaccine. We're working on Plan 1B. Plan 1A has 3 tiers, subpopulations that in detail answer the question being posed. The Guidelines Working Group is working on Plan 1B with a focus on equity, with a focus on the challenging issues around distribution, particularly for the ultra-low cold storage issues related to Pfizer and the distinctions in the Moderna vaccine and its distribution. Those groups have been meeting since October 19th, when we conceived of the Scientific Safety Review Committee and put these subsequent committees together. So very comprehensive process, very independent protocols, very transparent as well. Information on that first phase on the website, and the subsequent phase will be made available right after our Community Advisory Committee signs off.
Next question from Claudia Pisciuto of KNX Radio. Will the state plan to amend its coronavirus reopening system as vaccines become more widely available?
Yeah, we are iterative. We're not ideological, but for the moment, the baseline concerns remain that we're seeing substantial increase in community spread. We're seeing significant increases in total number of positive cases, and more importantly, perhaps the positivity rate spiking all across the state of California, in every part of this state. For the time being, the new protocols we just put out, the regional stay-at-home advisories we put out, new protocols on enforcement from Cal OSHA and others will be effective. And as we move forward over the course of the next few weeks and months, we'll adapt based upon how this virus is adapting, based upon the data and the facts on the ground.
Jennifer Watts from ABC Network News asks, where do teachers fall in line for receiving the vaccine? We've seen other states say teachers will be a priority. What is California's plan to get teachers?
Teachers are a priority. Teachers are being discussed in our Plan 1B. I encourage folks that want to learn more. Their next public meeting is in a few days. We'll be discussing our food supply system. That goes to farm workers. That goes to the frontline workers out there at the grocery stores. It goes to the critical and essential nature of our public educators across the spectrum, paraprofessionals, not just teachers themselves, and other essential workers. So that's part of Plan 1B. And that's our guidelines working group working on that with our community advisors. And that information should be made public formally, meaning we'll sign off on the recommendations of those two bodies in the next few weeks. But those deliberations are public and transparent, and I encourage people to learn more by going to that website.
Alex Michelson from Fox 11 News asks, what is your bottom line message to those who are skeptical about the long-term side effects of taking a vaccine?
Well, we had 11 world-class experts, some of the finest scientists and doctors, 3 of which are working as advisors to the FDA and CDC. One that was actually picked by the Biden administration, Vice President or now President-elect Biden, to join his COVID advisory committee. The best of the best independently review, put their reputations on the line, the veracity of all the claims coming from the federal government, and independently certified unanimously of the efficacy and safety of this drug. They were joined by 6 additional leaders from 3 other states that did the same. We have all the confidence in the efficacy and safety of these vaccines. And while side effects to any vaccine, you can talk to Kim perhaps about that in more detail, having just taken the first dose of the vaccine a few minutes ago. We are very, very confident, not only its efficacy, but its safety.
Next question comes from Terry Sforza of Orange County Register. Will you, Governor Newsom, be getting the vaccine, and if so, when?
I will, whenever it's available to someone in my position, meaning I'm not cutting the line, not getting in the line. I have no problem taking the vaccine. I look forward to taking this vaccine. I'm confident in its safety and of its efficacy, but I'm not going to get in the way of any of the critical workers I see in front of me and the folks behind me that are more deserving, and tell that it's the case to all of those that are in need, get it, the most vulnerable, that I will not get in the way of that.
Christine Laser from CBS 2 asks, who is paying for this, from transportation to security to keeping the vaccine in storage? Is the federal government paying for any?
Yeah.
Do we know what the cost is?
All of us as taxpayers, federal taxpayers, are paying for this. There's no cost of the actual vaccine. What may occur is there will be administrative costs, and those costs will be borne to the extent that they are extended in clinics or other settings, pharmacies or hospital settings. The state of California will absorb those costs, so there's no cost to getting the vaccine for people on Medi-Cal. There'll be no costs for people getting the vaccine that are otherwise insured. There should be no cost associated, but there may be costs borne by those in the entire healthcare delivery system, but not the person that is actually receiving the vaccine. Yeah. Yeah, no, which is great too. So, and then of course the federal government, in terms of the back end logistics, the IT issues, the marketing issues, the broader issues of distribution, federal government is going to be critical in terms of providing support for the states and counties and local health officers all up and down, not only this state, but across the country, to absorb those costs associated, those indirect costs associated with the administration of the vaccine.
Pete Wilgerin of Fox 11 KPTV asks, many people understandably are frustrated by the closures here in California. Would you speak about the weakness and movement that is making the headlines?
Well, the opportunity to end the closures presents itself anew today. As soon as we extinguish this virus, as soon as this virus is eliminated, as soon as this pandemic is behind us, this state will recover more resilient, more vibrant than ever. And so the most important thing we could do from an economic perspective is focus on public health, focus on mitigating the spread of this virus, eliminating this virus. And the most important thing, non-pharmaceutical intervention we can do, is wearing face coverings. The most important pharmaceutical intervention is getting a vaccine when it's available, when your number proverbially is up. And so we're encouraging everyone to do that when it becomes available.
All right, you've been listening to California Governor Gavin Newsom there talk about how important and significant it is that the vaccine is arriving in his state today. Frontline workers are taking it there in the Golden State. He got a question there saying, you know, will restrictions be lifted because of the vaccine going forward? He didn't directly answer that, but said that he is urging all Californians when their time comes to get the vaccine. So it's 2:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. We have a really special conversation coming up. As you know, electors are meeting today in state legislatures all around the country, voting and casting their vote on behalf of who won that state. And right now we're being joined by one of those 10 electors in the state of Wisconsin right now, and she is State Representative Sheila Stubbs there, who represents a district in Wisconsin. And State Representative, we just wanted to kind of discuss your experience today and, you know, how you felt and, you know, kind of going into this, you know, how did you even become an elector as it is in the first place? So welcome to News Now from Fox.
First and foremost, Andrew, thank you for reaching out personally to me for this interview. I'm very humbled and grateful for this distinct opportunity. I was elected by the 2nd Congressional District in the state of Wisconsin. It was a unanimous vote that actually occurred on October 6th, 2020 in our state capitol. I am one of 10 of the electors, and I am the only African-American woman that was an elector, presidential elector for the state of Wisconsin. So I am just, it's an emotional moment for me. Being an African-American woman, I'm newly elected to our state capitol. I just got reelected to the state capitol, and it is a historic moment. I share every moment with my 10-year-old daughter, and watching the Biden-Harris team get elected to the state capitol, but more importantly, watching the democracy of people all across the United States go forward to vote in a pandemic for the person, for the team they thought would represent them best. And I am honored that I was given a distinct opportunity to do that today.
And you know, we've been watching just for the last month or so a lot of these challenges in the courts contesting the results, especially in your home state of Wisconsin. So now that, you know, a lot of those have summarily ended, December 14th is here, the electors are meeting, 538 of them all across the country. What does that say about the system itself? You know, grievances were aired in the courts, the system played itself out, but now today essentially is that over? Is this kind of the last step before, you know, it gets to the U.S. House in January?
Well, I hope it is the final step and the last step. The people have spoken. Democracy is critical, and so what we have to do and what we should do is we should do the will of the people. You know, Governor Evers, who's one of our electors for the state of Wisconsin, as we were in his conference room, and look up at the ceiling, and it says, the will of the people is the law of the land. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. It is time for the response back. And the administration that the people elected, especially in the state of Wisconsin, over 20,000 votes, was the Biden-Harris ticket.
And, you know, what do you make kind of all these instances where you're seeing, especially in these battleground states today, Arizona, for example, you know, did not disclose the location of where their electors were meeting just because of threats to their security. The electors in the state of Michigan had police escorts to and from the state capitol there in Lansing today. You know, as an elector yourself, what do you make of that? Is that kind of, you know, a discouraging kind of example in the state of our country at the moment, where these electors might not feel, safe going to cast their vote today in these state legislatures?
People have a reason to be concerned. I can say personally, I did not receive a threat. I had a 2018 incident where I was profiled, and I did get a threatening letter to my home. I can say as of today that did not happen, but I think it's important that every elector do what's best for them. And it's unfortunate that where we are in a crisis mode in our country, we're fighting a crisis of a pandemic, we're fighting a crisis of race, and we're fighting a crisis of democracy. And so unfortunately, because of the climate that has been created by this administration, the Trump administration, people are feeling threatened. And so what we have to do is protect people until they feel that they have done the task that is important. Now, let's be clear about the electors. The electors are the individual, the people that are responsible for casting the votes for the administration, be the Biden team. They need to feel safe. It is unfortunate that people are feeling unsafe. But again, in the state of Wisconsin, as I've talked to my colleagues, none of us felt that we were threatened or had any of the incidents happen like it was mentioned for Michigan and other states.
And just, there have been some reports where in certain states, come to mind, Pennsylvania, Georgia, even Michigan, where they're talking about, even though those states went to President-elect Biden, that an alternate slate of electors, of GOP electors, pro-Trump electors, could be meeting and signing their own resolutions as well today. Obviously, those wouldn't have legal standing or that. But what would you tell, especially in your state of Wisconsin, for those people from Wisconsin who may have voted for the president and the vice president? What would you tell them today on this Electoral College Day, December 14th, going forward?
Like I mentioned a moment ago, the people in the state of Wisconsin have spoken. If we're going to be respectful to democracy, the people decided to elect the Biden-Harris team. I am one of those individuals that voted for the Biden-Harris team by an absentee ballot. I must say that if we do have that happening in our state right now, that's not fair nor equal. And there were people, I'm sure 4 years ago, did not feel that the Trump administration should have been the administration in the Capitol. But guess what? You have to realize whoever the people have elected, that's who should be in the House. And what makes this even harder is that we know that the Biden-Harris team has been elected across this country. And I think what makes it harder is the conversations that are not being talked about at this time, which is race, which is a hard conversation dealing with police brutality, like I said, with the global pandemic, and people not feeling that their votes have counted. And we can see firsthand how many times, the state of Georgia, for example, has had to do counting 3 times. In the state of Wisconsin, we had the contested votes. And so in Dane County, where I live, we certainly had to do a recount in Milwaukee County. But again, the people have spoken. And I would hope that if there's my Republican colleagues or the Republicans within the state of Wisconsin will come to reality that the Trump administration has lost. We have a new administration that will be going in the Capitol on January 20th, which would be the Biden-Harris administration. And it's time that our country, who have been so divided, begin to come back and find unification. I believe that a divided House cannot stand. A divided government cannot stand. And so I want to reference that I give an honor to God who's given me this distinct opportunity. But more importantly, it is important that we lift up and we pray for our leaders, whoever it is. And God has spoken in this election, and he's spoken loud and clear. It is the Biden-Harris administration.
All right, well, Wisconsin State Representative Sheila Stubbs, who's joining us there from Wisconsin. She's one of the 10 electors in the state. As you know, 538 of them are all voting in state legislatures today. That magic number, 270, was the threshold that President-elect Joe Biden crossed. And we want to thank the representative for joining us today here on News Now from Fox, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was a really interesting conversation. Hopefully we'll be speaking to more electors in these battleground states throughout the evening here on December 14th on this Monday. We do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And once again, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox, where we bring you things live, raw, and unfiltered. There are so many events happening throughout the day today about the Electoral College meeting, about those first frontline workers in states around the country, taking those first shots of the vaccine for the COVID vaccine. So we have it all covered for you here on News Now from Fox, and we want to go out now. This is a coronavirus press conference, I believe, and we're going to play this out for you right now. And just to get a little more information, this is coming out of Connecticut. Actually, no, we're going to get out of this because senators and representatives are discussing a new bipartisan round of coronavirus relief that they're introducing just in this moment. So we're going to take that right now.
$16 million people who have been infected in this country. We have 25% of our small businesses nationwide have closed. In New Hampshire, we have record levels of homelessness and food insecurity. We have 12 million people who are going to lose their unemployment in December if we fail to act. And I think there are two things that are really remarkable about this group. The first is that we came together of our own volition, Democrats and Republicans in the Senate and House, to say we've got to do something to respond to the country's being in crisis. And we did that. We have the charts that show how the dollars break down. I was really proud to work with Lisa, not just on fisheries and nutrition and ag, but with Senator Collins on the small business provisions that are not just the Paycheck Protection Program, but include idle grants and are particularly focused on the restaurant industry and hospitality, which has been hurt so much by this pandemic, as well as venues, which have been closed, and many of them have not had a chance to get help. So we came together, we said we've got to do something, and this package is a response. It's not the bill that each of us would have written, for sure, but like all good legislation, it is a compromise. The other aspect about it that I think is so remarkable is what has been alluded to by so many of the people who have spoken, and I think all of us feel this way. What we've heard loud and clear from the American people is that they're tired of the partisanship. They want to see us in Congress work together to address the needs of this country, particularly now in the middle of this pandemic. And that's what all of this work and this work product attests to. Now, hopefully the leadership in both the House and Senate and in the administration will take what we have done, we'll vote on it, and we will provide relief to the people who need it as we're going into the cold winter months, as we're looking at a new administration coming in, as we're talking about what we need to do long term to provide stimulus to the economy. This is the relief that will help people to get to that point. Thank you, and I'm very pleased to now introduce our independent in the group, Angus King.
Thank you. Thank you. I once said to Susan, "You think of me as 2/3 of a Democrat, don't you?" And she said, "No, it's actually more like 3/4." That's a long bit of history. I think just first a couple of process things that perhaps haven't come through entirely clearly. This bill, this $748 billion bill, is unanimous. It has the support of all of us, and I think that's very important. It's a consensus product to deal with the true emergency associated with this pandemic at this moment in time. And I think that's important. The other piece involving state and local aid and liability, we couldn't come to a uniform consensus, although there's still work going on in that area. So I think that's important. A second kind of process piece that may not be obvious is we're not handing the Senate leadership a concept draft. We're not handing them an outline. We're handing them a bill. This could go on the floor of the Senate tomorrow. It is in legislative language. It's been through legislative council. So we've taken a lot of the work out of this for them and hope that this will be the basis of the package that emerges at the end of the week. Now, there were two areas that I worked on in particular, actually three, but two in particular were addiction and mental health and broadband. Addiction and mental health, we are going through an epidemic not only of coronavirus, but of isolation, suicide, and depression. And that is going hand in hand with the elements of this terrible virus that is afflicting us. So there's a significant portion of this bill that deals with not only opioids, but methamphetamines, alcohol, other substances which are prone to abuse, but also mental health centers across the country, a very important part of the bill. Broadband is here because if there's anything we've learned from this pandemic, among many other lessons, is that we need to be connected. Seniors need to be able to do telehealth. Students need to be able to connect with their schools. And there are huge gaps in this country in terms of connectivity, particularly in rural areas, in places like my state of Maine. So there's a significant portion of this bill that directly addresses that in terms of emergency of connectivity over the next several months, but also in terms of developing the infrastructure to make those kind of connections important. The third piece that I worked on intensely was liability. And I realized today that I've gotten more texts from Rob Portman in the last week than from my 20-something daughter. And that sort of puts in perspective how hard we've been working. Rob and I have worked intensively. We've shared proposals back and forth. We couldn't quite get to the conclusion. And I want to make it clear. Everybody here, including myself, is concerned about the threat of lawsuits and what could happen to businesses, to hospitals, to doctors in a situation of unfettered litigation. On the other hand, there's a concern because when you talk about lawsuits and litigation, you're also talking about injured people. And you're talking about people who have a right to be heard and have a right to compensation if they were wrongly injured. And so what we've tried to do is to balance those two interests. We couldn't quite make it. The House is continuing to work on it. I'm optimistic that they may be able to find the solution. Rob and I will continue to work on it. And it may be that by the end of the week, we'll be able to merge these two bills because I'm a huge advocate for state and local aid. But the sort of agreement going in was that those two issues were related and they were going to go either together or separately. So that's the status of that discussion. But the final thing I want to say is I hope in the not too distant future, when a group of bipartisan senators calls a press conference to talk about how they've been working together to solve an important problem, nobody comes. By that I mean this should be the way it always works. This shouldn't be so unusual as to bring all of you here. I want this to be routine. All of us have commented to one another that this has been one of the most difficult, but also one of the most rewarding legislating experiences that we've had in this body. Sitting down, arguing, differing, issuing our statements, working with our staffs to try to get our points in order, to do the work that made it. This is the way it's supposed to work. So my hope is that we're going to have so much bipartisanship that it will become routine and will be the way that we routinely do business. And I think that's something that the American people will deeply appreciate. I know it's something that they seek. This is a Christmas gift to the American people, and I sincerely hope that our colleagues in the Senate and the House and the White House will seize upon it, execute the work that's necessary to finalize the package, and I look forward to seeing the help that we've offered go out to the American people in the next several weeks, days and weeks. Thank you. And now I get to introduce my colleague, Rob Portman of Ohio. He and I have negotiated with him driving in the car. We've been on, but it was a hands-free phone, I hasten to say. Rob, as you know, has a very distinguished career as a director of the Office Management of Budget, U.S. Trade Representative, and a distinguished and able senator from Ohio. Rob Portman.
Angus, thank you. I think Angus, as an independent, understated the importance of this moment. This is not just bipartisan, it's tripartisan. Yes. So we're glad you're with us. Let me just say, I have, I'm told by my staff, now given 20 floor speeches urging our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and specifically our leadership, to produce another COVID-19 bill. Why? Because it's desperately needed. The last big one was the CARES package. That was in March. That was over 9 months ago. Think about that. Think what's happened since. So some of you have had to listen to those speeches. Actually, very few of you probably did. But the point I kept making was there's a lot of common ground here. Yeah, we've got some differences. But look at this. It required these individuals behind us to find that common ground. It wasn't easy, but it was there. There are a couple of things we're still working on. But I think this is a tremendous step forward, and it's needed. Every day in Ohio now, we have another 10,000 plus people who are being infected. We're in our third wave, and it's bad. It's really bad. I just lost my third friend to COVID. He died in a hospital after a painful process of being in the ICU and going through with his family the grief and the pain. All of us have these experiences. This is personal. And the healthcare crisis has been accompanied by an impact on the economy. Some of my colleagues say, well, the economy is better. Why do we need to do this? Folks, I got to tell you, the economy is not getting better in most of our states. It's hurting. And particularly, even though some sectors are doing well, other sectors are really struggling. It was mentioned today, the small businesses in the hospitality area, the restaurants, the movie theaters, the bowling alleys, the bus companies, travel, entertainment. I mean, they are really hurting. The stages. Some are hanging by a thread. Some have already closed. And in Ohio, some of those will never open. Never. They're done. So this is the crisis that we face. And I appreciate working with Angus on the addiction and mental health issues because, unfortunately, we have a pandemic within a pandemic within a pandemic. And as some of you know, I've worked a lot on this issue, the opioid side of this, and we were finally making progress. And now we're going to have the worst year ever this year in the history of our country in terms of the number of people who die from an overdose. It will be the worst year ever. After we finally made progress, 20 years of this, and we were turning the corner, we had a 22% reduction in overdose deaths in Ohio just a couple years ago. Now we're back. It's the isolation, it's the despair, it's the joblessness. There are other factors too, not being able to go in and get your health care, to meet with your recovery coach. And we all know about the suicide rates and the behavioral health issues. So I appreciate working on that, and we provide some help. I appreciate the work on the unemployment insurance. This is one that is actually quite controversial, and yet this group was able to come together. And for my constituents back home who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, this is what they're asking me about. Are the self-employed going to be able to continue to get UI? If we don't act, the day after Christmas, they lose it. If we don't act, the day after Christmas, those individuals who are on extended federal benefits lose it. they actually lose it. So not only do we add the $300 back in, which, as you know, we had until late summer, till August, but we also ensure that we are continuing the assistance that's already there. Again, I wish the economy were getting better all over the place. Everybody was back to work. Everything was great. That's not what I see. It's not what I feel. It's not what my colleagues hear. So that's all in here. And I appreciate working again with my colleagues on that. In terms of liability, I think Mitt Romney said it well. There is a bill that John Cornin drafted that's carefully thought out, and it is the bill that most Republicans are supporting. And it's one that our Republican leadership supports. And it was the basis for we Republicans to say, this is the general approach that we like. We have a lot of concern in our caucus about state and local funding, in part because of some of the numbers, frankly, particularly with regard to the states. So we need to have a balance here. And that was part of the deal going into these discussions. We didn't quite get there, although, thanks to Joe Manchin, it's bipartisan. It's not tripartisan yet. Where's Angus? That's the goal. So all the Republicans are supporting this, and Joe Manchin is, and I appreciate that. But folks, we narrowed the differences considerably. I feel badly for John Cornyn's bill because it doesn't look like John Cornyn's bill anymore. I'll just be honest with you. You'll see about half the provisions are either gone or they have been changed because we listened to all of my Democratic colleagues back here, and we tried to come up with accommodations. We didn't get there, but we got awfully close. And in the House, we're continuing those discussions. But just to be clear what this is about that business, which is a grocery store in Pennsylvania that has said to its employees and its customers, you got to wear a mask. And they're getting sued. They're not part of a big chain. And they're thinking, I'm getting sued because I'm telling people what I think was the best thing to do. The standards were evolving, right? This is a national emergency, and the standards have been all over the place. So what in good faith should a business do? Or a small nonprofit, like a small nursing home, a private nursing home or a nonprofit nursing home in all of our states? They're all scared to death. They're not quite sure what the standards were and what they should do. They don't want to get the lawsuit because they can't even fight the lawsuit. They might think they could win the judgment in the end, but they can't afford the 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, I'm looking at my states, $80,000 it's going to cost to actually defend themselves. A lot of these businesses are hanging by a thread. So that's the idea here. It's not to let bad actors off. It really isn't. If you're a bad actor, you should be held liable. It's to say to the people who, in good faith, tried to follow the rules as best they could tell. And by the way, the rules are evolving even as we talk. So that protection, I don't think my Democratic colleagues disagree there's protection needed. Angus just said that. But I do think that we have got to figure out a way to get to yes. There was a survey done, and admittedly this was by the Chamber of Commerce, so I don't know if it's a survey that my Democratic colleagues would support, but it said to people, what do you think? Should people be subject to lawsuits unless they are grossly negligent? And according to this survey, 79% of the American people said no, they should not be. If they in good faith tried to follow the rules. Now, if they're grossly negligent, they shouldn't be protected. That's what this bill tries to do. So that's what this is all about. And there are companies being sued around the country. And unfortunately, not every state has put standards in. Some have, some haven't. But only 15 states have done anything with regard to business liability, as an example. So our idea is do this temporarily. It only lasts 1 year from the date of enactment, which was different than the Cornin bill, which is 4 years from the date of enactment, or until the health emergency, the national emergency, ends. It's short term. It's an emergency response. It's to ensure that we indeed can not just reopen this economy and ensure that our hospitals and our nursing homes are doing their best to try to provide the care they need without worrying about frivolous lawsuits, but also so they can stay open. So it's all tied into the economic crisis that we face on top of the healthcare crisis. My hope is that we can make progress. My hope is that before we go home, for the holidays, we'll be up here again talking about progress on all these issues. But I will speak for all of my colleagues, I think, in saying we cannot leave, we cannot adjourn without passing a COVID-19 emergency bill for the people we represent.
Maggie. It's all good. It's all
No one told me what I was supposed to do. What can I say about Maggie Hassan, except she's been a great partner in this from the start, and specifically, you know, Maggie's a very smart lawyer. Maggie's a former governor. She has a lot of experience, and she brought that to bear on all of the major issues here, including liability reform. So, Maggie, up to you.
Well, good afternoon, and I want to thank my colleagues all, but especially Joe Manchin and Susan Collins for leading us in this effort, and to the whole group, because what you've just heard, the description of ongoing conversations, Zooms, texts, emails, is an accurate one. And the agreement reflected in this stack of paper here is an extraordinary amount of work in a short amount of time. But of course, it is nothing in comparison to what our constituents are dealing with and how hard they are working to keep their families, their communities, their businesses afloat, and to keep their eyes on the future on this day when we are seeing the first vaccines in our country distributed. I want to talk about a couple of things that haven't been mentioned. While there is still work to be done on this joint package on liability protections and state, local, and tribal aid, there is also, though, agreement, and it is reflected in the $748 billion bill on aid to our schools and our colleges, and that reflects $82 billion worth of education funding, the majority of it going to our public schools K through 12. Also, some money going for higher education, both the institutions and the most in need students, as well as a similar fund that you saw in the CARES Act to governors to give them some flexibility to help schools with COVID-related expenses. We have been hearing loudly and clearly from our educators about the challenges that they have not only now, either doing remote learning, in-person learning, or a mixture of the two, but we know that they are anticipating a reopening of schools where our children will not only have some learning gaps or lags to address, but some social and emotional issues to address as well. The challenges for America's schools moving forward are going to be considerable. They also represent opportunity for us to come together and recommit ourselves to our nation's children. But it's critically important that we address that now, and I'm pleased and so grateful to all of my colleagues for working on this with us. Senator Cassidy and I were dealing on the education funding, and as Senator Portman described, we also worked on the unemployment issue, and the whole group on state and local really worked very hard on the formulas that you see. I do want to just say on the liability issue, Democrats are concerned too about the very instances and examples that Senator Portman laid out. I think the differences we're trying to work through is that as we read the language, it just seems to go beyond the COVID situation and address some things that really have a broader impact and don't deal with COVID. So we just have to work this through. This morning, I spent about an hour doing a Zoom with leaders of New Hampshire's long-term care facilities, nursing homes. Everybody in masks, our VA medical center leaders who are deploying some of their personnel to support other nursing homes in our state as they are dealing with the ravages of COVID-19, a virus that one of them described as truly insidious. They are working as hard as they can to protect their residents and each other. They are having staff spend the night in the long-term care facilities so they don't bring COVID out to their communities, or they don't bring COVID from their communities into their long-term care facilities. Our people are working as hard as they can to solve the problems that are springing up moment after moment, day after day right now. The least they should expect from their elected representatives is that we follow their example and come together and solve problems. You can't care more about winning an argument than you do about solving a problem. And this group knows that and has worked really true to that goal throughout this process, and I'm very grateful to all of you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my wonderful colleague from Illinois, who has just been working as hard as he can to help us all bridge a number of issues. A wonderful listener, a wonderful legislator, and a wonderful friend, Dick Durbin.
Bring it home, Dick. Bring it home. Thanks, Maggie. Let me start off by thanking Joe Manchin. I was originally scheduled to be on tomorrow morning's list of speakers, and he allowed me to come in this evening's list. Thank you very much, Joe. It's hard to imagine it's been 9 months since we passed a COVID-19 relief bill, but we passed it 96-0. Strong bipartisan vote, $3 trillion. 9 months. We know what's happened. It's been recounted over and over. What's happened in America since then. And there have been efforts made to come up with the new COVID relief bill. Some passed the House and others were offered in the Senate. The net result of it was zero, nothing to show for it. For all of this concern across America over what we're going through with this pandemic and with this economic situation, we couldn't pass a bill. Not in the ordinary way, not in a committee, to the floor, amendment to the other chamber, conference committee. You read that and how laws are made. It doesn't work that way anymore. And as we failed over and over again to do anything, the American people told us about it. They said, "You're pathetic. You're pathetic. In the midst of a pandemic with this economic downturn, you can't find a majority in both houses for anything." It's no wonder that they lost faith in Congress, maybe in the White House. And it's no wonder that at some point a number of us said, we've got to try something new. So we sat around Lisa Murkowski's house one night, social distancing, windows open, masks on, and started the conversation. And it led to where we are today. Weeks have passed, hours and hours of Zoom calls, and we've reached this point. It feels good. It feels like legislating. It feels like why we were elected. I remember at one point, Mitt, you said, how do I explain to the people in Utah that I came out to Washington to address the national debt and health care, and we don't even talk about them on the floor of the Senate? I remember you said that night. And that's the reality. We just don't talk about them in polite company. Well, we decided to try it differently. Hats off, Joe Manchin, Mark Warner, Susan Collins, Jean Shaheen, all of them. I'm going to miss them if I go through. Lisa for dinner again. We've come this far, and this bill shows it. $748 billion, dramatic amount of money. And it's going to help people that desperately need it. I won't go through because you've heard the litanies recounted over and over again of all the things that are included in this bill. This is our consensus bill. We all agree on it. It's ready to go. There's no excuse for either the speaker or the leader. You've got it. Give us a vote. Don't let us go home for Christmas without a vote on this. Maybe you've got something better. Be my guest. Bring it as an amendment. But there's no excuse for us not acting now that we've put on all this work on a bipartisan basis. And then there's this side of the equation. And I think it's been described accurately. Consensus, all aboard. On this side, majority, bare majority, not all aboard. But the two provisions in this thing are critically important. I will tell you right off the bat, I think we should be talking about a lot more than $900 billion for what we're facing. But in the interest of compromise, we stuck to $908 billion. I think we ought to stick to it all the way through. I also feel that help for state and local governments included in here is absolutely critical. Many of them are struggling to get by and counting on us to deliver. There may be some difference of opinion in the Republican caucus, I don't doubt that. But I think, by and large, we know that America is better when we're not laying off firefighters and policemen and healthcare workers and teachers. Not at this moment in our history. So what stopped it from being, as Lisa described, one bill? The liability section. Rob Portman gave his explanation, his defense. At one point, Angus King said to me, "Don't debate him." And then he went on one longer and said, "I guess you have to debate him." Well, I'm not going to do it. All I can say is fundamental to this conversation is fairness. Fairness to the business which is making a good faith effort to protect customers and workers, and fairness to the victim who, without a day in court, if they are wronged or hurt, cannot get compensation. That's what it's all about. We've got to be able to find a middle ground here, strike a middle ground that is fair to both. That's still the burden we face. And I urge my friends in the House, both sides in the Problem Solvers Caucus, take a look at the suggestions that have been made by Democrats and Republicans when you try to find your position on this issue. And that's all I have to say at this point, other than to close and say, we can't go home for Christmas if we don't do this. We cannot go home for Christmas and leave millions of Americans losing their unemployment insurance the day after Christmas because we didn't even debate it on the floor of the Senate. Both sides have to urge that to happen. I think we will.
Let me wrap this up very quickly and thank you all for being so patient and kind. I want to thank Dean Phillips for being here. Dean has been very instrumental from the House side working with us. But let me just tell you this. Everyone has told you, basically, help is on the way. Tell the American people help is on the way. It's here. There's not a reason why our leadership should not take this up immediately and pass it. And not that we should not go home for Christmas. We will not go home for Christmas until we pass legislation that gives relief to the American people. We're hopeful that both of these become together. In the spirit of cooperation, I was for both. That's the bipartisanship. Because both sides have absolutely, I think, compelling arguments and the need and the reasons why we have the positions we have. I have all the faith in the world they're going to come together on this. But help is on the way in this one right here. How we're going to do this right now is not open questions right now. Everybody that you might want to question, they're going to stand. Our senators are going to stand. We have, as far as our liability protection, we've got Rob, we've got Josh, we've got Tom, and we got our lawyers. With Dick leave? Dick, no, Dick, don't leave. So you can hear from both of them where we are and what we're trying to do. Anybody on everything that we've agreed on over here, you ask any questions you want to anybody over here if you would. So come on up, gang, and stay wherever you want to stay. Okay? Thank you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for staying. If you got a question, come up and ask us.
That was a bipartisan group of senators coming together to try to offer up some COVID-19 relief stimulus, as right now still hanging in the balance as the race before Christmas continues. Will that get done? We'll wait and see on that. Live look right now outside of the Capitol on this Monday evening here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. Stay right here with us on News Now from Fox. We are going to be getting an update from Illinois COVID-19 as they saw more than 7,000 cases today.
Earlier today, I joined the Illinois Department of Public Health, the Illinois Emergency Management Agency, and the Illinois State Police teams receiving the Pfizer shipments on the ground at our strategic national stockpile warehouse. As we speak, our vaccine distribution teams are putting into action what they have prepared and drilled for over the past several weeks, carefully taking inventory of tens of thousands of vaccines, repackaging the vaccines, and preparing those packages to ship out to our hospital distribution centers tomorrow and Wednesday, the timeline requested by our partners on the ground. Remember that the logistics of these first vaccine shipments are the most complex because maintaining ultra-cold temperatures until the very last moment is essential. Once the packages are received by medical providers, they have only days to use the vaccines, which is why most hospitals have carefully planned their desired delivery schedules over the next several days. Illinois Health and Hospital Association President and CEO A.J. Wilhelmi will join me today to talk about our collaborative effort to ensure this vaccine gets into the arms of as many frontline healthcare workers as possible to minimize any waste. The shipment we received today is roughly half of our statewide allocation for this first round, excluding Chicago. At the recommendation of the CDC and medical professionals, a portion of our vaccine will be shipped directly from the manufacturer to 4 of our larger public health departments in Cook, Lake, Madison, and St. Clair counties. The federal government will deliver these shipments later this week, and we are working closely with these local health departments to prepare. In other words, today marks only the beginning of the national vaccination rollout. This week, the very first recipients of the very first phase will receive their first of 2 doses of this COVID-19 vaccine. To put it in perspective, in total, Illinois will be receiving about 109,000 doses this week. Nationally, there are approximately 24 million people who the CDC classifies as Phase 1A. Our destination is clear, but the road ahead will be long. Starting next week with the potential FDA approval of the Moderna vaccine, Illinois will begin reserving portions of our weekly shipments for residents and staff of Illinois' long-term care facilities. The federal government is directing and managing that distribution and those vaccinations through federal contracts with CVS and Walgreens. Across the next 3 shipments, the federal government estimates providing enough doses for all the skilled nursing facilities that have signed up through the national program. From there, it's expected to expand to other congregate care settings, such as assisted living facilities. CVS and Walgreens are reporting extremely high demand across the nation, and as they share information on their timetable with us, we will share it with you. Let me echo the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices in emphasizing that while this vaccine has been developed at an incredible pace, it's gone through the formal regulatory process in a very transparent manner, under arguably the most public scrutiny of any vaccine candidate in human history. Our own Illinois Independent Review Board today released its findings after spending the weekend ferociously diving into all available FDA data on the Pfizer vaccine. And I'm pleased to say that the team has unanimously endorsed the CDC's recommendations on the vaccine. These experts are currently working with IDPH to update our COVID-19 FAQ document on the IDPH website with answers about the vaccine. We want everyone to be able to access the facts as clearly as possible as we have them. One of our review board members is with us today, will join us a bit later to speak with the public directly about the safe design of this vaccine.
Dr. Michael Olson, an assistant professor of medical microbiology at Southern Illinois University's School of Medicine. I know that there's a lot of information coming out about this vaccine all at once, so I want to quickly run through the recommendations that the CDC put out over the weekend so that Illinoisans have all of the most up-to-date information for the decision when it's your turn in line. To start with, CDC Director Robert Redfield signed off on recommending the vaccine to all Americans 16 years of age and over. The CDC has also offered additional clinical considerations for certain groups, and I want to bring you up to date on those. For those who have had severe allergic reactions to vaccines in the past, the CDC said you can still get this vaccine when it's your turn, but you should discuss the risks with your doctor if you choose to do so. The CDC does not recommend special precautions for people with just non-vaccine allergies, like to bees or peanut butter. The CDC has also recommended that pregnant women have a discussion with their doctor, weighing the risk of taking the vaccine or waiting for more data on vaccine safety. A report from the CDC last month noted that pregnant women who get COVID-19 are at increased risk for serious complications compared to non-pregnant women of the same age, but we don't yet have data on how the vaccine would affect pregnant individuals. While medical experts have traditionally recommended that pregnant and breastfeeding women avoid vaccines made with live viral material simply as a precaution, the Pfizer vaccine does not contain any viral material. And other vaccines like the flu shot are routinely recommended during pregnancy. As soon as the CDC or the FDA offers additional information regarding this vaccine and pregnancy, you'll hear it from me. But with the data to date, they have determined that this is a decision between a woman and her doctor. Today marks a momentous occasion, not just this year, but in American history. 11 months after scientists the world over got their hands on the genetic sequence of the virus, we are seeing the beginning of the end of this pandemic. This is an incredible testament to our research institutions, to our scientists, to the medical professionals who worked tirelessly every day of this battle without ever knowing exactly when this day would come, but holding out hope in their hearts that it would. And here we are. May we all take a moment to feel that hope today. So thank you, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to IHA President and CEO A.J. Wilhelmi.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today on this very hopeful day, as you just said, very eloquently. And let me say at the outset how much we all appreciate your strong leadership, as well as the leadership of Director Ezike, and how much the hospital community appreciates and values our partnership. As the governor has mentioned time and time again, hospitals and healthcare workers have been on the front lines in the COVID-19 pandemic all year. And we're on the front lines again as the vaccination process begins.
All right, everybody, we're listening to the update in Illinois, but I want to go out to California right now, where this is in Sacramento, California, as the electors there will be putting Joe Biden over the top there for the presidency. And we are going to watch this here live on NewsNOW from Fox, moments away from that. And we'll keep an eye on this here as they begin right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We'll keep an eye on this. As soon as they start talking, we'll bring it to you right here.
Hospitals are preparing to receive vaccines this week, as mentioned by the governor. Their teams have prepared internal vaccination plans. They're communicating and planning with our government partners and with their local health departments to be sure this complex and logistically challenging process goes as smoothly as possible. And we know this, vaccine demand will far exceed supply in the first couple months. So our hospital leaders are urging calm and patience as the vaccination process plays out. We also know that the vaccination of the people of Illinois will require a thoughtful process that will take months, not days, and we're committed to doing this right. The stakes are too high to rush through it. And so hospitals will approach the vaccination process in a planned and orderly way that allows us to balance timely vaccinations of our most at-risk healthcare workers with maintaining our ability to best care for our patients. And of course, it's critical, as the governor said, to implement this process in a manner that doesn't waste vaccine. IHA and the Illinois hospital community stand with Governor Pritsker and Director Azar in fighting this pandemic and in urging everyone to pull together for a few more months. Mask up, social distance, wash your hands, and when it's your turn, please get vaccinated. We're extremely pleased to be in a position to turn the tables on this virus, and we look forward to working with Governor Pritsker and Director Azar to do our part to effectively execute on the vaccination plan. And so again, Governor Pritsker, Director Azar, thank you for your strong leadership. It's a real pleasure and an honor to work with you on this very hopeful day and in the days to come. So, Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, AJ, and thank you very much for all the amazing hard work that you've done to support our healthcare workers, our hospital systems in preparation for the distribution of this vaccine. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Azar for today's medical update.
Good afternoon. Today has been highly anticipated. It's the day that we start seeing vaccine delivered and distributed across the U.S. We have been praying for this day and preparing for this day for months, and we're working with our local health departments and our hospitals to get the vaccine into the arms of those who need it most as quickly as possible. However, I want to remind people, as you've heard already this afternoon, that there is only a limited number of doses of the vaccine for right now. And so we will be following the recommendations of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices on who should be prioritized. In this round, vaccines are prioritized for individuals who are at the greatest risk of exposure to COVID-19. Workers in the healthcare setting, and those who are at the greatest risk of severe illness, and we all know that to be our loved ones in the long-term care facilities. As more vaccine becomes available, more individuals will be eligible to receive the vaccine. But until that time, please, again, you've heard this word, patience. Let's exercise patience and understand that there may be others who will get the vaccine before you. We continue to learn more each day about the virus, which helps us inform future vaccine administration. As more vaccine becomes available, local health departments will evaluate the makeup of their communities and will tailor their vaccination plan while following the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices recommendations. And as more recommendations come out, we will continue to urge all of our partners to follow those. I definitely look forward to the day when the vaccine is widely available to every single person in the state. Until that time, we still need to continue with our masking, avoiding crowds, watching our distance, and washing our hands. Let's work to protect and not infect those that we love and those around us. And I'm also so glad to have our own Illinois Vaccination Advisory Work Group, who has been working so hard, as the governor mentioned, to review the information to give their approval and support for this vaccine. It's been an honor working with all the members.
We want to go out to California right now, where Joe Biden has officially reached the 270 electoral votes threshold to become president-elect there. This is a live look in Sacramento, California, where the electoral votes were just added up in California. So California tipped it over there as the votes have been coming in all day from different states. So, and then we are expecting Joe Biden to be speaking 7:30 Eastern on this historic moment there for Joe Biden. He'll be speaking at 7:30 Eastern, and of course, we'll be featuring it for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Of that group that span from academic institutions throughout the state and involve infectious disease experts, vaccinologists, virologists, immunologists, biostatisticians. Again, thank you for all of your dedicated service. Today, we are reporting 7,214 individuals who were newly diagnosed with COVID-19 for a total of more than 856,000 cases in Illinois. Over the last 24 hours, we unfortunately received notice of an additional 103 individuals who lost their battle with COVID, and that brings the total number of lives lost to more than 14,300. Overnight, 4,951 individuals were reported to be in the hospital with COVID-19, 1,070 in the ICU, and 621 individuals on ventilators. This is another milestone in terms of being under 5,000 for the first time in about nearly 6 weeks. In the last 24 hours, more than 92,000 tests have been reported for a total of more than 11.8 million tests in Illinois. Today is a great day in our fight against COVID-19. It is the beginning of the end of this pandemic, but we are not there yet. There are still many months ahead before we eventually end this pandemic, but we will get there together as soon as we can by all working together. Thank you for your support. Hola y buenas tardes a todos. Este día
vaccine passed a rigorous study involving over 30,000 volunteers, demonstrating 95% efficacy in preventing severe COVID-19 infection, all the while maintaining an excellent safety profile. The trials involve people from various ages, races and ethnicity, weight, and various medical conditions. Given the current available scientific information, the work group believes that COVID-19 vaccination will prevent COVID-19 infection in people across the entire state of Illinois, including the Black and Latinx populations that have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine is a key step to protecting the people of Illinois and stopping the pandemic. And the Illinois Vaccine Advisory Work Group recommends that eligible persons receive the COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available and it is their turn. Our team worked together to try to distill a lot of information and knowledge down into that FAQ sheet that will be available on the FDA website, not FDA, IDPH, get my acronym straight here, on the IDPH website. And it will have information about what you can expect when you get a shot or when you get the vaccination. Typically, local side effects were mild for redness in the arm, and that your other side effects that were more systemic involved fatigue and headache. And those are most common in the younger subset of the population that was vaccinated, and then were a little bit stronger upon receiving the second dose. So not everybody is going to have a reaction like that. It was for headache and fatigue, it was 51 and 39% in the highest bracket of those experiencing the symptom. And that's just your body deciding that I need to respond to this and have an immune response. So one could view that as something positive taking place. pain in the injection site was not terribly frequent.
And folks, we want to go back out live now to Sacramento here as Electoral College elects Joe Biden, now officially president-elect there, as you're taking a look here at the Electoral College voting in California. California has put him over there. Now Joe Biden has 302 electoral votes to Donald Trump 232. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for you. Stay right here on News Now from Fox.
And like I said, older patients had less severe reactions or side effects than younger. Long-term side effects are unknown at this point in time, given the length of time that it is available to study the vaccine. The report was very careful to state that we have watched this for 2 months post second vaccination, and so the data at this point in time reflects what is currently known, and that was the questions that were designed to be asked. It is often asked why a vaccine like this could be developed so quickly, and there's a lot of factors that come into play here. Just to highlight a few things, the scientists were ready and prepared. There were people already working on mRNA vaccines, the type of this vaccine that is being used, and it was showing good results in flu studies and other studies as well. But then there became a large need and demand, an influx of money. They're able to use trial sites that were already existing, and last but not least, there were volunteers and a pandemic going on. So to gain statistical significance, one needs to have people who took out the placebo come down with COVID-19 at a higher rate than those who received the vaccination. And when there's a lot of disease burden going on, then you're able to assess that. So that was kind of a bonus but an unfortunate consequence of the vaccine, or of the pandemic. So a question we often get is that will you get the vaccine? And as an advisory committee or as a work group, we would say, yes, we will, and we will get that when it's our turn. As Governor Pritsker also pointed out, there is not the ability for you to come down with COVID receiving the vaccine, or for you to pass COVID on to anybody else due to the vaccine. This vaccine only provides a very small subset or a small piece of one protein, or just a part of the virus. And so as your body responds to it, there is no way for a new virus to form. There's no way for that to be passed on. So a lot of safety concerns that people have are answered on this FAQ. And some of them, another one would be, is this going to be a yearly shot like the flu? Given the data right now, we don't know how long the protection is going to be, at least 2 months and likely longer. But there's a lot of differences between the flu and coronavirus at a genetic level that explain some of those differences. And the trial is ongoing. They will be monitoring people that were enrolled for the next couple of years. And at a later point in time, they'll be able to advise on how frequently, if at all, more vaccines are needed. That's just some of the highlights. There's more on the FAQ, and so I thank you for your time, and I'll pass it back to Governor Pritsker, and he'll be taking questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olson. Thanks for all your hard work on behalf of the state, and happy to take questions from members of the media.
Thank you, Governor. Yeah, as we watch today, doses have already been given in places like New York and even Madison, Wisconsin, and Pittsburgh. We're pretty close to Kalamazoo. Why is no one getting the dose today? What are the plans for giving it tomorrow? Will you witness it, and where?
Sure. The first dose will be given out tomorrow. We'll put out all that information shortly. My press office will make sure that you know where and when that is. Same will occur in the city of Chicago. There will be something outside the city of Chicago. One of the reasons that you see a difference in where the first vaccinations are taking place is that there were shipments made directly to certain hospitals by the federal government that arrived in typically large cities, and then there were shipments that were made to the states to distribute among, in our case, 96 public health departments all across the state, excluding Chicago, which got a direct shipment. So that's one of the reasons that you see a difference in arrival times and shipment times, that we have to receive it here and split it up into 96 different packages to go to those public health departments.
In terms of just, a little more detail on the logistics, when is it going to the 10 regional hubs? Is it going right now as we speak, tonight? And then from there to the local health departments, how did that work out?
So I don't want to talk about the specifics of timing because I want to make sure that we've got full security associated with the delivery. But suffice to say that the RHCCs, those are the 10 hospitals that you're talking about, will receive those packages, and they're the ones from which the 96 local health departments will then pick up their packages and bring them back to their counties. And as you know, we've focused on the 50 counties with the highest death per capita and the hospitals that are nearby some of those counties to make sure that we're covering them as best we can with this first shipment. But, you'll see that there are going to be more and more shipments. I think that's one of the reasons you hear everybody saying, have patience, is that this is going to take a little while because in Illinois in particular, because we have a very large state and 96 local public health departments and many hospitals, it just takes a little longer than it does to go to a big city, for example.
Governor, I don't know if you can answer this or Dr. Ezike, but are the hospitals being advised to stagger the number of people they're vaccinating right away so that if there are any kind of reactions, whether there's low-grade fevers that would cause people to need to stay home for a day, and so they don't vaccinate them all right away and then we have problems?
Yes, thank you. I know you're referring to the potential for the side effects of malaise that can last for up to a day or two after administration. So there have been many provider webinars and services by the CDC, both all through the weekend, even several today, to go over that and just to remind people have been made aware of that you have to think about the potential for those side effects. So maybe you wouldn't take everybody on your COVID floor and do them all at that same time in case you had a significant number of people that do need to take a day off, that you wouldn't be without a workforce. So that calculation has been done. I'm appreciating that has been done by the hospital in terms of deciding who's getting the vaccine on day one, who would get it on day two, making sure that you spread it out between many different units just to protect the workforce for the patients that are in the hospital that continue to need their care while the staff is being immunized.
And why the 4 counties plus the city of Chicago getting their own separate shipments from the...
Go ahead, if you, I can take that.
It's just...
Yeah, we actually were advised that this would be advantageous. And I think in particular because they were concerned about, would all the shipments arrive totally intact and so on. But also those particular counties have the ability to put the vaccines into ultra cold storage.
Will there be a state or county-wide registry, and how will that work?
There is a registry. I'll let Dr. Ezike describe that.
So there is an existing state immunization registry, and to be part of this vaccination effort for COVID, you have to have registered with that, signed off on all the agreements that you will follow ACIP guidance, that you would follow IDPH guidance, that you will log every single dose that's given and give all the information on every recipient, name, address, date of birth, ethnicity data, all of that information has to be put in for every single person within 24 hours and uploaded into our system. You will also maintain your inventory tracker and let us know every single dose that's removed from inventory, that in that separate database that we will have that and make sure that those numbers correlate. So at the state level, we will be able to see who has been immunized and which parts of the state where there's more uptake of the immunization, which areas that maybe don't have enough uptake, and identify whether it's an outreach issue where we need to go and do more education because people are not sure about this vaccine, or if there are not enough providers in that area to provide vaccine, then we will know for future allocations where to now push further distributions of this vaccine.
Are you anticipating weekly shipments of the...
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on News Now from Fox.
There's some question as to whether, this week is Pfizer, and then they were going to wait a few more weeks for more Pfizer.
Right. No, obviously this week we got Pfizer. There is no other FDA authorized vaccine to distribute for this week. So if there is another vaccine, I know that there's going to be, there's deliberation by the FDA for another potential EUA for the Moderna vaccine. So if that is approved, then in subsequent weeks, then we might have the Moderna vaccine as well. And then any other vaccines that get approved, that get authorized could then be added. So again, every week we expect to get certain allocations of all the available vaccines. So if next week, fingers crossed, if we're dealing with 2 vaccines, there may be 2 vaccines that we could be receiving specific amounts of.
So specifically, Pfizer has committed to next week, the week after.
Again, we will know it for sure when we see it. The number that we're sure of is the number that we got for this week. And so we'll be waiting to get additional information as it gets closer, then we'll know what the confirmed numbers are.
You don't know when you're getting the second half of, you mentioned today we got the first half of Illinois' shipment. Is the second half due in a couple of days or next week? Or?
All right, folks, we want to go to some breaking news here, right here from News Now from Fox. President Trump just tweeting this out moments ago, saying, just had a very nice meeting with Attorney General Bill Barr at the White House. Our relationship has been a very good one. He has done an outstanding job. As per letter, Bill will be leaving just before Christmas to spend the holidays with his family. Deputy Attorney General Jeff Rosen, an outstanding person, will become acting Attorney General. Highly respected Richard Donahue will be taking over the duties of Deputy Attorney General. Thank you to all. And I do want to read this out here for you from the office there of Attorney General William Barr. This is his statement here as it is addressed to the president, saying, Dear Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to update you this afternoon on the department's review of voter fraud allegations in the 2020 election and how these allegations will continue to be pursued. At a time when the country is so deeply divided, it is incumbent on all levels of government and all agencies acting within their purview to do all we can to assure the integrity of elections and promote public confidence in their outcome. I am greatly honored that you called on me to serve your administration and the American people once again as Attorney General. I am proud to have played a role in the many successes and unprecedented achievements you have delivered for the American people. Your record is all the more historic because you accomplished it in the face of relentless, implacable resistance. Your 2016 victory speech, in which you reached out to your opponents and called for working together for the benefit of the American people, was immediately met by a partisan onslaught against you in which no tactic, no matter how abusive and deceitful, was out of bounds. The nadir of campaign was the effort to cripple, if not oust, your administration with frenzied and baseless accusations of collusion with Russia. Few could have weathered these attacks, much less forge ahead with a positive program for the country. You built the strongest and most resilient economy in American history, one that has brought unprecedented progress in those previously left out. You have restored American military strength by brokering historic peace deals in the Mideast. You have achieved what most thought impossible. You have curbed illegal immigration and enhanced the security of our nation's borders. You have advanced the rule of law by appointing a record number of judges committed to constitutional principles. With Operation Warp Speed, you delivered a vaccine for coronavirus on a schedule no one thought conceivable, a feat that will undoubtedly save millions of lives. During your administration, the Department of Justice has worked tirelessly to protect the public from violent crime, worked closely with leaders in Mexico to fight the drug cartels, crack down on China's exploitation of our economy and workers, defended competition in the marketplace, especially the technology sector, and supported the men and women of law enforcement who selflessly and too often thanklessly risk their lives to keep our communities safe. The next page there says, as discussed, I will spend the next week wrapping up a few remaining matters important to the administration and depart on December 23rd. Wishing you, Melania, and your family a Merry Christmas and a blessed holiday season. God bless there. So that is the big breaking news coming from the White House today, as Attorney General William Barr will be resigning there and will leave before Christmas. You're watching News Now from Fox, always breaking down the feeds and the live updates as they're happening right here worldwide on News Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. All right, folks, in our next story here that we want to bring to you all day today, we've been talking about the historic day. The vaccines are rolling out and people right now on the front lines are getting vaccinated. That is an amazing, amazing feat when you think about it. The COVID-19 pandemic started this year in this country, and by the end of right now, we got it within the same year as the pandemic starting today, as it is continuing to be rolled out. Tremendous. We never thought, a lot of people did not think that this would happen, let alone happen within the same year. Some thought that it would happen maybe a year or even 2 years from now. But the vaccine is rolling out. People are being vaccinated, including right on the front lines. And our very own Daytona Everett talked to an ICU nurse from New York who was vaccinated today. She talks all about the process and how it is battling COVID-19 right on the front lines. Let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox.
Everett, I am joined by North Shore ICU nurse Elise Esopo. She was one of the first people to get the COVID-19 vaccine today in New York. Elise, how are you feeling?
I feel great. I feel happy, relieved. I know it's not over, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's just a feeling of a little relief.
So let's just start with when you walked through the doors today to get that vaccine. What did that feel like?
I was a little nervous. I was only nervous not about getting the vaccine, just because I knew there was going to be media there. But otherwise, I was so excited. I was so excited that I was asked. I was honored to be asked. It's been such a long haul, and this was just something that we've been waiting for. We've been waiting 9.5 months for some kind of hope, and the hope is finally here.
Yeah, and how did all of that work? You know, did they prep you at all? Kind of explain what the vaccine was all about? Just explain the process.
So just being a nurse practitioner and being on the front line of COVID for the last 9.5 months, I've been obviously reading a lot of research and reading about the vaccine and waiting for the vaccine. So I did my own research behind the vaccine and the science behind it. And as we know, the science is backing the vaccine. The FDA is backing the vaccine. So I wasn't nervous at all about getting it. It was more of a sign of relief and excitement than anything. They did ask if I was willing to take one of the first vaccines. And when they asked me, there was no hesitancy. And I said yes right away.
Yeah. I mean, being located in New York, you were at one point the hot spot for the COVID-19 pandemic. Going from then to now, and New York being the first state to get COVID-19 vaccines, I mean, what a change, what a turnaround, right?
Absolutely. And I think it couldn't have come at a better time because we're in our second surge right now. The numbers are getting worse and worse every day, every week. This is 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, so we're definitely feeling it from the gatherings from Thanksgiving. So it really was great timing that we have some kind of hope, because what we're seeing coming through the doors is a lot of patients again. We're filling up and things are getting worse again. And just the feeling is very overwhelming, and you don't realize that you have post-traumatic stress until you have to do it over again. So just the vaccine coming at this time gives us a little hope and happiness in the dark times.
So, I mean, it's been hours since you got the vaccine. How are you feeling right now? How is your body feeling?
I actually feel fine. After getting the vaccine, I came straight back to work, and I began working like nothing. Actually, when I was working, I feel a little happier, even though obviously need my mask and socially distance, and I'm not protected until after the second vaccine. And even then, I'm still going to wear my mask and socially distance until enough of our population is vaccinated, so we all are safe.
Yeah. So, I mean, like you said, you got the first one, right? And then you have to get another one. When do you have to get that, and what will that look like?
So that one is in a month from now. I'll get the second vaccine. By then, based on the evidence and the data, I should be like 95% immune to the virus. There's still, a 5% chance, which is very low. But until enough of the population is vaccinated, I still won't feel 100% secure. But I know that since I was one of the first and my colleagues were one of the first, that other people are going to be getting it, and we're getting there. There's a light to where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be somewhat of an emotional experience for you. I mean, day in and day out, you're dealing with people in the ICU who are in critical condition, now seeing a glimmer of hope